Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Every seventh crime on the planet takes place in a family, and men are responsible for more than 38% of these crimes. Furthermore, domestic violence is most common in developed nations. Between 33 and 50% of all violent deaths of women are committed by their spouses or partners, underscoring the urgent need to protect women from domestic abuse. However, what causes a woman to occasionally fall into the hands of a monster because she wants a powerful man by her side? Perhaps it's because some people will stop at nothing to have that strong shoulder. After all, we learn from our families and society that a woman requires a guy to be at her side. That's how we're brought up, and some women eventually experience abuse. In 2012, this occurred. The murderer of 26-year-old Ekaterina Gurova has already left prison and returned to Izhevsk. Let's start a new narrative. West of the Ural Mountains, Izhevsk is a major industrial city in the Russian Federation and the cultural, educational, and scientific hub of the Volga region. The engineering and weaponry industries in this Udmurtian capital are well known. While there, one can explore the renowned Izhmash Museum, take in the architecture of the city, and learn about Udmurtia culture. Ekaterina Gurova's life was not going well back in her hometown. She was raising a small child by herself, had no prospects, and had gone through a difficult divorce. She made the decision to start again because she felt exhausted and disheartened. She relocated to Izhevsk, a new city, new experiences, and new people, with her daughter from Naberezhny Chelny. Color returned to her life as a result of the transformation. After landing a job she loved, Ekaterina made a name for herself in the beauty business and even planned to launch her own salon. Her personal life was falling apart, but other than that, everything was going great. Ekaterina wasn't in a rush to put her trust in anyone, even though she was attractive and attracted to men all the time. Before Alexei Tachurkin entered her life, she stayed away from relationships and focused entirely on her career. In 2007, they had their first encounter. Alexei was employed as a cabbie. He'd turned on the charm since he felt flatteringly recognized by a woman as beautiful as Ekaterina. With 2 degrees in system administration and economics, he informed Ekaterina that he worked as a system administrator for numerous large corporations during the day, and that driving a taxi was only a side activity. Although Ekaterina was independent and self-sufficient by this point, she was intrigued for a while by his apparent ambition and education. They had a rigorous, amiable relationship. Then a system administrator was required for her ex-husband's company. Alexei was on Ekaterina's mind. After he was hired, Alexei became more involved in her life, taking her to see her parents in Naberezhny Chelny, fixing her computer, strolling her dog, and even driving her and her child to daycare. Ekaterina, however, saw it as just a friend lending a hand, despite Alexei's attentiveness. In order to capture her heart, he changed his strategy. He started to appeal to her pity. One day, outside the office where Ekaterina worked, Alexei put on quite a show. Tears filled his eyes as he told her that he had discovered his wife with another guy, and that his wife's aunt had even informed him that the children he believed to be his weren't. Despite the absurdity of the entire situation, Ekaterina sympathized with him and volunteered to help. Alexei continued to play the compassion card, saying that he had served in Chechnya, suffered a brain injury there, and occasionally attended the funerals of his deceased colleagues. Ekaterina was moved by his struggles and couldn't leave him alone. However, he eventually won her over when he traveled to Moscow for surgery to remove a bullet that was allegedly stuck in his head. From the train station, Alexei called her to report that he had fainted and that his money and documents had been stolen. After rushing to his aid, the empathetic Ekaterina took him home and cared for him for a whole week. They began dating following this occurrence. Unfortunately, Alexei's story was a total fabrication, with just a little portion of it being true. However, Ekaterina was too enamored and naive to recognize the lies at the time. Problems in their relationship started almost immediately, because relationships based on deceit rarely last. Alexei didn't seem to care that Ekaterina was left without enough money to even buy food for herself and her child after he grabbed the final 1,000 rubles out of her purse to buy her roses. Over time, Alexei Ekaterina eventually consented to move in with Alexei after he began to convince her to do so. But she was in for another surprise. Alexei recommended that they tie the knot. Ekaterina repeatedly turned down his 3 applications at the registry office. He used theatrical motions once more. In a desperate attempt to convince her that he had no one else in the world, Alexei Tatarkin would twist his arms and threaten to commit suicide if she rejected him once more. At last, Ekaterina caved in, and their marriage was formally recorded on August 30, 2011. Alexei was disliked by Ekaterina's mother from the beginning. She believed he wasn't a suitable match for her daughter and regarded him to be untrustworthy. She even repeatedly told him on the phone not to rush Ekaterina into marriage if she wasn't ready. However, her daughter called her one day and said, "Mom, I'm not sure how to explain this, but we got married. Perhaps the second divorce won't be as frightening as the first," she joked, trying to lighten the situation. Their life together didn't improve after the wedding. They continued to quarrel over money. Alexei Tatarkin became deeply involved in Ekaterina's business operations just 2 months after they were married. The KAMAZ trucks she received as part of her prior marriage's property partition were sold by him. They used the funds to travel to Moscow and purchase 3 foreign used cars that they intended to repair and then resale, but they ultimately only received payment for 2 of the vehicles, and the funds for the third appeared to disappear. Ekaterina no longer believed Alexei's claims that he had been duped. She insisted that he give her a car worth the same amount of money or return the money. Ekaterina took the promissory note he eventually wrote her for 400,000 rubles to her mother, asking her to store it in case something happened. Notably, Ekaterina put in a great deal of effort to provide for the family. She worked till as late as 1 in the morning and occasionally took on 10 or 12 clients in a single day. Her daily expenses included paying for her advanced training courses, gas and auto components, purchasing clothing for herself, her kid, and her new spouse, paying off the car loan, and covering daycare costs. However, Alexei would always react jealously and accuse Ekaterina of leading an unsuitable lifestyle whenever she attempted to discuss money matters with him. She frequently announced to her mother and friends that she was divorcing and that the marriage had been a mistake, but it was almost impossible to induce Alexei Tatarkin to vacate her residence. They eventually split up around the middle of February 2012, but their disagreements persisted. Ekaterina Gurova vanished on May 27, 2012, a few days after filing for divorce. A prominent Izhevsk beauty expert, Ekaterina Gurova, was reported missing on May 28. Alexei was called by Ekaterina's mother. Although she didn't want to contact him and didn't like him, Ekaterina hadn't returned her call and hadn't answered her phone since the previous evening, which had never occurred before. Though her mother realized Alexei Tatarkin wasn't being completely honest, Alexei calmly said he didn't know where Ekaterina was and even promised to check her apartment. She was able to locate her daughter's friend's phone number that same day and contacted her from Naberezhny. She reported a missing individual to the police and made calls to nearby hospitals and morgues. Ekaterina's mother hurried to Izhevsk as soon as she received the news. Her daughter's car was still parked in the courtyard, and the apartment she had been renting was locked. One of the biggest search operations in the history of the city started at that point. At an attempt to piece together what might have happened on the day she disappeared, Ekaterina's acquaintances said that she was spotted sitting at a cafe with a man at around 2:00 p.m. One of the waitresses is said to have provided this information. Ekaterina then took her car and drove home. Around 3:40 p.m., she parked in the courtyard and entered her building, according to security cameras nearby. What followed is still unknown. Ekaterina vanished without a trace, but her automobile remained in the parking lot. According to Ekaterina's mother, she attempted to phone her. The phone rang at about 6 p.m., but Ekaterina didn't pick it up. Her phone was off by 11 p.m., and nobody could get through to her. Even if it was only for a brief excursion, Ekaterina's loved ones insisted that she would never simply leave town without notifying anyone. Under Part 1 of Article 105 of the Russian Criminal Code, the investigative department of the Pervomiaysky district in Izhevsk, under the investigative committee of the Russian Federation for the Udmurtia Republic, opened a criminal case on May 30, 2012, in relation to the unexplained disappearance of Ekaterina Gurova. The investigation was given special supervision by the Investigative Committee of the Russian Federation for the Udmurtia Republic. Even a month later, Ekaterina was still missing while the search went on to be located. Izhevsk as a whole was looking for Ekaterina. There were flyers everywhere with her picture on them. Her pals even sought assistance from psychics. The police searched for her with the help of dozens of volunteers, including her friends, acquaintances, and clients. On the basis of witness suggestions, they searched the suburbs and various locations throughout the city, but they were unable to find any clues. No progress was achieved in spite of the police and volunteers' ceaseless efforts. Olga Gureva, Ekaterina's mother, therefore lodged complaints with the prosecutor of the Republic, every agency in Udmurtia, and even Russian President Vladimir Putin. All of the offices responded to her letters, informing her that they had been registered. The detectives didn't begin to exhibit renewed interest in the case until after this. One of the main suspects was Ekaterina's spouse. Ekaterina thought he was responsible for the disappearance of her paperwork just before their divorce because he had been so jealous. But Alexei insisted he knew nothing and that he had nothing to do with Ekaterina's disappearance. He was arrested, interrogated, and then released shortly after she vanished. Then Alexei shut off his phone, stopped talking to anyone, and retreated from the outside world. As the hunt went on, it became clear that Alexei Tatyarkin's role in Katia's disappearance was complicated. A waitress who had taken money out of Ekaterina's card at Alexis's request was responsible for the break. A few days later, she called Ekaterina's mother after seeing the posters for missing persons. A neighbor's testimony further bolstered the case. From Ekaterina's apartment, the neighbor had heard a scream. On the day of Ekaterina's disappearance, other witnesses claimed to have seen Alexei operating her vehicle. Ekaterina's blood was discovered in the car when the authorities confiscated it and conducted an investigation. Early in July, the forensic results were returned. Alexei Tatarkin was taken into custody by July 10. He would put on a show while being questioned, saying he felt ill and that we needed to call an ambulance, all the while maintaining that he had nothing to do with his wife's abduction. The doctors were unable to identify any problems with Yevgeny Fedorov, the lead investigator for high-priority cases with the Investigative Committee of the Russian Federation for Udmurtia, and there was no evidence to support his claim that he had suffered a mild stroke. During another interrogation on July 12, he abruptly admitted to killing his wife Alexei. He claimed that his fear was the reason he confessed. He claimed that Ekaterina had been talking to him and driving him crazy in his dreams every night. On July 13, the eve of her birthday, he tragically gave her his confession as a gift. Even after confessing, the murderer of Ekaterina Gureva continued to mislead the investigators on the day of her 27th birthday. He claimed to have committed the crime on the banks of the Kama River one minute, and then he was unable to recall where he had hidden the remains. The case of the young woman's disappearance had a lot of strange details, but investigators' diligent work helped piece together the events leading up to the crime against Ekaterina Gureva. Alina, one of Ekaterina's students, was the last person to see her alive. On May 27, they met at a cafe at 2 o'clock or 3:30 p.m. Her goal was to start a beauty parlor. I remembered that Alina wanted to recruit me. Our conversation had scarcely begun when Ekaterina's phone rang. According to what I understood, the caller informed her that her private chats had been uploaded to the internet. Ekaterina attempted to use her phone to check the internet, but was unable to access anything. She stated that she was leaving for home and would return in around half an hour. I should wait for her, she asked. According to the witness, Ekaterina called her husband while she was on her way home. She felt he was the one who had posted her texts, and they were already going through a divorce. She set up a meeting with him in the building on Udmurtskaya Street, 161, where she had been renting an apartment for the last 2 months because he was very tech-savvy. Alexei Tachkin claims that after they had split up, they reconnected in the building's foyer, and a dispute started practically right away. He was accused by Ekaterina of disclosing her private messages to another man. Alexei responded by making his own charges. My wife essentially said that I would be a fool if I hadn't figured it out by now when I asked her whether the reports I had heard about her seeing other guys were true. Without thinking, I reached for a knife and stabbed Ekaterina in the chest, Alexei told police. Ekaterina fell to the ground after the stab. I managed to capture her. Ekaterina was on my knees while I sat on the floor. She stopped exhibiting any signs of life after I remained that way for almost 10 minutes. I understood I had killed her when I regained consciousness. To hide my traces, I grabbed the knife and started chopping up the body. Ekaterina's neighbor claimed to have heard a woman cry for almost 5 minutes. Sometimes it sounded muffled, like someone had covered her lips afterwards. For several hours, the bathroom was filled with the sound of running water. Alexei Tarkin's subsequent actions were anything from indicative of someone in a blind fit of wrath. Everything he did appeared to have been planned out to provide the ideal alibi. He didn't try to save his wife or call for help. Rather, he ruthlessly cut her body into 9 parts and placed them in trash bags. He then texted Ekaterina from her phone to his own, stating that she had gone for a drive and that she would give him a call the following day. The probe was further derailed that same evening when he sent texts posing as her, using her laptop. He loaded the luggage into a car he had gotten from a client for repairs the previous day at around 9 o'clock in the evening. He left the remainder to a landfill close to the village of Vohoy in the Zavolovsky district, and he buried part of the remains close to the village of Chiltam. Then he went home quietly and kept watching while the whole city looked for the woman he had already buried. On July 17, 2012, Ekaterina Gurova's formal funeral was held. She was buried in a closed coffin. The hearse took her casket to Naberezhnye Chelny after a memorial service was performed for her in Izhevsk. The decision to bury Ekaterina adjacent to her father's grave was made by her family. Many of her father's old co-workers came to bid Ekaterina farewell and told her how much he had loved her. Valery Gurova has been employed at the prenatal facility for many years as an anesthesiologist. But in October 2008, he unexpectedly died of cancer at the age of 45. Nastya, Ekaterina's 6-year-old daughter, was left behind. Why then did her spouse choose to admit to the crime? Olga Gurova, Ekaterina's mother, thought that even his confession was part of a premeditated scheme a month and a half later. She thought he waited long enough to prevent the remnants from revealing the precise manner in which the crime had been perpetrated. How, where, and how quickly a human body decomposes are all covered in abundance on the internet. It's probable that Alexei Tatarkin planned everything and only made the body public when it was too late to ascertain the precise manner of his attack on Ekaterina or the number of wounds he caused. What about the motivation? Were there other factors at play, or was jealousy the only one? It's evident that their most heated arguments from the start of their relationship were always about money, and Alexei Tatarkin did have a complex relationship with money. Olga Gurova, for instance, claims that Ekaterina would provide him with the funds to settle her auto loan each month. However, those payments ceased in May 2011. Alexei continued to assure Ekaterina that he would soon repay the entire sum. He insisted that he had been paying regularly out of his own pocket and that he had provided Ekaterina all of the receipts, even during the investigation. However, a collection agency that had bought the debt from the bank called a number in their database in November 2011, and it was Alexis. He assured them that they would begin loan repayment shortly, but explained that his wife had been in a car accident, was in the hospital, and was unable to communicate. He succeeded in delaying this until May 2012. He informed them that he was now the one in the hospital following Ekaterina's passing. The most of the significant disagreements in their relationship stemmed from financial concerns. Alexei's lack of a reliable source of income and seemingly limitless expenses for what he said were business endeavors infuriated Ekaterina. Tatarkin and Gurova were diametrically opposed. He was crafty and avaricious, and to top it all off, he was incredibly envious, whereas she was straightforward and honest. Tatarkin Ken's envy had some merit, to be fair. Alexei's buddies testified throughout the trial that he had asked them to spy on his wife on multiple occasions. They discovered Ekaterina flirting with another man during one of these stakeouts. Alexei's experience as a computer specialist and system administrator also allowed him to surreptitiously monitor her social media posts, which only served to heighten his jealousy. It would be accurate to characterize Alexei Tatarkin as emotionally unstable, and any concern he had for Ekaterina was a facade. Additionally, the research found that Alexei had no college degree. He had never been in the military, much less in Chechnya, as he had claimed, and he hadn't even completed one semester of study. 7 large volumes that included explanations of the investigative procedures, the findings of numerous forensic reports, and the testimony of dozens of witnesses chronicled the full criminal case. For a month and a half, Ekaterina Gurova vanished on the evening of May 27 of last year. leaving behind not only her family and law enforcement, but also groups of volunteers. Years were spent looking for her, examining abandoned buildings, checking basements, and combing through neighboring woodlands. According to the court's ruling, as a result of Gurova's decision to revoke her marriage application and Todorkin's habit of picking disputes and arguing with her prior to their marriage, Todorkin made an attempt at suicide in February 2012. Gurova moved out of Todorkin and began living on his own. Todorkin staged an imaginary stroke in the beginning of May. The date of their divorce hearing was set for June 6. Based on Todorkin's own evidence, Gurova trusted them to manage her loan payments in 2012. After putting the body parts in garbage bags, I carried them to my Vaz 2153 and drove to Kozakino village. I attempted to submerge the bags containing Gurova's body pieces in the river, but they refused to sink. Brick bags came away from the rope I used to secure them to the torso. I then drove back toward Izhevsk from Neshkino. Upon his return to the flat, Todorkin wiped the blood off the flooring. He collected the blood-stained objects in a bag and put them back in the car with the other body pieces in other bags. Just then he saw that one of Gurova's friends, posing as Ekaterina, had left a note on her laptop. In order to provide an alibi for himself, he responded that she had allegedly gone out of town for a drive. Additionally, the murderer texted his own phone twice from hers, stating that Ekaterina was urging him to not worry and that she would undoubtedly give him a call back the following day. I left the torso in a forested area on the left side of the road after the accused's testimony to Todorkin. I did not bury the bags. Instead, I covered them with leaves. The distance between the bags was around 30 yards. I also left the sweater I was wearing when the incident was committed there. I buried the garments and the rest of the body. Olga, Ekaterina's mother, broke down in tears as the witness statements were read in court and had to leave the room, calling paramedics to help her. The judge read the verdict for about an hour and a half. Alexei Todorkin received a sentence of 9 years and 6 months in a prison colony with highest security. A 10-year sentence was what the prosecutor had asked for. No appeal was filed. At the sentencing, Ekaterina Gurova's mother and her family attorney were not present. A demand for damages, in which Ekaterina's mother sought 5 million rubles for mental suffering, was attached to the criminal case. She also filed paperwork to be reimbursed for 30,000 rubles in burial costs. Funeral costs were reimbursed by the court. Nonetheless, the court recommended that Ekaterina's mother bring a different civil claim in relation to the 5 million rubles in emotional compensation. Alexei Todorkin's face was expressionless as the decision was read. His only apparent relief was that Ekaterina was no longer a part of his dreams. The thought of this amazing woman who was never able to get away from the monster she married is devastating. Ekaterina's optimistic and compassionate disposition allowed her to find the good in Alexei when there was only darkness. Perhaps the issue is that women are taught from an early age that they are incomplete without a male in their lives, and that they must have one by their sides. This kind of thinking creates a sense of self-worth that makes getting married to anyone happens to come along simple. How little did she regard herself to let a man who had to steal from her pocketbook and couldn't even afford to buy her flowers to remain in her life? Why are women so oblivious? Early on, Ekaterina saw that he was not a real man, but a fake. In order to see his girlfriend smile, a loving man would shield her and give her even the simplest presents. However, Ekaterina had already fallen into his trap by that point. She couldn't get away alive, to start. After being freed, Alexei Todorkin went back to Izhevsk in 2022. We don't write the laws or make the judgments, so what good is justice? What we can do is take lessons from tales such as this. This example ought to serve as a caution to attractive, successful women, those who are so sure of themselves and the world's goodness that they wind up picking someone who appears to be a faithful servant, a trustworthy companion, or a straightforward guy who finds a way into your life. He will eventually stab you in the back because deep down he knows he can never achieve or experience the success you have, and that knowledge will slowly and cruelly eat away at his ego. You trust him with everything, even your children and property, believing him to be highly loyal. This criminal will eventually face justice, which comes from above. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Doug Estes, then 33, went out that afternoon with his stepson and a buddy on November 17, 1990, a Saturday and the second day of firearms deer hunting season. The bodies were found by Estes' stepson. The ideal day for a hunt was November 17, 1990, but before they could catch a game, Jim Bennett and Doug Estes' lives were cruelly taken in Kalamazoo County, starting a domino effect that would last for more than 30 years. There were 2 hunters who were suspected and 2 hunters who were killed. A concealed clue that held the secret to solving the mystery was latent amid the enigma. What was the hint that prevented its discovery earlier? Why did it take the investigators so long to find out the truth? The way of life in Kalamazoo County, Michigan, throughout the thriving 1990s, was characterized by a strong work ethic, solid interpersonal ties, and a common dedication to advancement. There were 223 of 411 people living in Kalamazoo County, Michigan. A diverse range of people with varying goals were present, with one crime defining its history. The 1990s unfurled as a transformational decade against the backdrop of this dynamic county. On November 17, 1990, a relatively warm day in Kalamazoo County, the fatal day occurred. The hunters were headed to the Fulton State Game Area in hopes of catching a good game. Bobby Brown and Doug Estes, his stepfather, were among them. The group believed that splitting apart was a smart move and went in different directions. In order to identify the deer's movement, Doug, Bobby, and the others were intent on listening for even the smallest noises. Due to the fact that winter days were usually peaceful, the group and the locals were alerted a few minutes later by the sound of 2 gunshots. Just down the street from her home, Helen Knopfs and her son heard a car scream into a ditch. Could this have something to do with the recent gunfire, or was it just a coincidence? The fact that gunshots were common in the vicinity did not change the fact that the timing and closeness could not have been coincidental. Knopfs and her son were inquisitive and worried as they walked up to the automobile and noticed a sweaty man behind the steering wheel. His expression was unpleasant, and he appeared anxious. She offered to call a tow truck for him, because Knopfs believed he needed assistance, but he declined, claiming that a deer had unexpectedly crossed the road and left him in the ditch. There was something wrong, even though the justifications appeared sincere. After all, people used to come here and hunt deer. Knopfs believed he was being calm, which was strange, yet he seemed eager to go out. The man in the automobile wasn't even looking for assistance when she offered to call the cops. He said he didn't want to involve the police because he was sure someone else would fix his car, and then he drove off. However, the gunfire echoes were still audible. Since the sound originated from the direction he traveled, Bobby Brown assumed that his stepfather had captured the deer. He continued in the same direction, almost eager to congratulate him, and discovered Doug lying on his back in a pool of blood on the ground. It was such a strange sight that Bobby's initial reaction was whether Doug was pulling a practical joke. There had been 2 gunshots, but he could not believe what he was seeing as reality set in. Doug might have been shot twice as a result, but he was only wounded by 1 gunshot. The alternative was that someone actually attempted to kill him by firing 2 shots at once and missed one. However, while Bobby searched the area in a panic, he saw something else that was unbelievable. Another body was lying face down. He hurried over to the other man's corpse and rolled him over, but he was obviously dead. He had first checked for Doug's pulse, but there was no hope. Bobby was powerless to help. He promptly alerted the police and raced out to seek assistance. The police responded quickly to examine the disturbing events that transpired on that fatal day, setting the stage for a thorough inquiry. Bobby had previously told the officers about the 2 bodies, and they confirmed their presence. Their first task was to identify the victims, and before long, the police were able to identify them. Bobby had already identified his stepfather Doug, as he had phoned the police, and the other man was Jim Bennett, a nature enthusiast who was hunting alone that day. Jim Bennett and Doug Estes were both struck in the back with their hunting licenses at close range. The males had been shot with separate guns, which was strange. According to one version, they shot each other because they thought they were the deer they were searching for. The first problem was that they were nearly impossible to strike because they had both been shot in the back. When ballistic testing revealed that Doug's gun was missing from the scene and Jim's muzzle loader was fully loaded, the second discrepancy emerged. However, that was just the beginning of the chaos. Detective Bruce Wiersma, who was now retired, and Sergeant Roy Ballett were given the case. Since the area had not seen murder cases in a long time, Wiersma was overwhelmed by it because he lacked experience in homicide cases, much less double homicide. But Wiersma made the decision to pay close attention to the specifics in order to guarantee correct protocol. As the investigation went forward, they discovered that Jim and Doug had never met before. It was just a coincidence that they were both slain at the same moment, because they had gone hunting separately. Already, the detectives had no idea what might have been the reason behind the murder. It was more difficult to comprehend the case given since there was no relationship between the victims, although, if they had been acquaintances, a mutual friend may have been found. However, there was still optimism, since they began to suspect Bobby Brown, one of the victim's stepson. At first, the detectives thought that Jim was the target, which is why the killings took place. They claimed that Bobby had intended to rob him, but the heist failed, and Doug was also killed in the process. Bobby had to call the police because his plan did not succeed, the police suspected. However, Bobby's intents and motives did not align with the crime, and Estes and Bennett's families felt that their loved one was not the primary target. The detective's suspicion radar was always on, regardless of what the families stated, in case they overlooked any evidence. In order to find out if the neighbors had heard or seen anything odd that day, the police proceeded to check the crime scene once more. The neighbors had indeed heard the gunshots, but Helen Knopf's statement added a fresh perspective to the tale. She assisted the officers in drawing a composite of the man whose vehicle went into the ditch. The detectives spoke with other neighbors because, although the mystery man was starting to be suspected, there was no evidence connecting him to the crime. Following extensive discussion and exploration of their narratives, a new name surfaced from the obscurity. Jeff Titus, who was born in 1952, owned the land directly behind the Fulton State Game Area, where it served as a boundary. Prior to joining President Richard Nixon's security detail, he was a police officer in the U.S. Marine Corps. He then got a job at a VA medical center as a security guard. He loved hunting and being outside in addition to his professional activities, but he was fiercely protective of his land. When hunters would wander into his lands, he would become enraged. Could Doug and Jim have crossed the boundary into Titus's territory and enraged him? The cops wanted to know where Titus was when the murder occurred. That same day, the investigators brought him in for questioning in the evening when he was free. It turns out that Jeff Titus was himself hunting deer. He had gone off with a friend to an elderly couple's home at Battle Creek, which is over 27 miles from the Fulton Game State area. Titus and his friend went to Burger King and then drove back home after a few hours. The narrative began to diverge at that point. It had finally been discovered that Doug Estes's lost rifle was fully loaded. Titus was involved. He claimed that after finding it some 30 yards from the scene of the crime, he decided to keep it clean so that no one could claim it and it could not be linked to another person. The revelation demonstrated that Doug and Jim had not killed each other and that someone else was to blame for their deaths, even though it threatened to seriously implicate Titus. Although it undoubtedly sparked concerns, Titus was cleared since there was no way to verify whether his tale was false. More importantly, he had a strong alibi. However, the investigators were aware that something was amiss. Despite their best efforts, the situation seemed to get more complicated. The investigation ultimately became cold in 2000 since there were no new leads or closures. A fresh team of detectives, led by Detective Mike Brown and now retired Sergeant Mike Workema, took over the case files and reopened the double homicide case of Doug and Jim. Re-examining the neighbors, re-examining the clues, and re-evaluating the previous suspects were the first steps in their investigation. It turned out that Bobby Brown was the object of their initial suspicion. He was cleared after much back and forth. Who had slain those men that day? Then, if the primary suspect was exonerated and there were no leads or clues. In retrospect, that would seem like a straightforward response, but the cold case investigators took their time and ultimately concluded that Jeff Titus had to be the murderer, regardless of what the original cops thought. Since the incident had occurred more than 10 years ago, people's recollections were hazy and their accounts varied. It was turning out to be harder than they thought. But the investigator quickly developed a tenable theory. It implied that Titus had left the hunting property where he had been at the time of the murders on November 17, 1990, and gone back to his own adjacent property close to the Fulton State Game Area. He took this move because he believed that someone might have entered his property without permission. Following that, it was thought that he killed the victims before returning to the Battle Creek farm and going home with his friend. Titus, a father and married man, was arrested in 2001 after his co-workers at the Veterans Affairs facility made reports. During the deer hunting season, they both revealed that Titus did not appreciate trespassing hunters. It was a good enough motivation, the cops said. Additionally, his colleagues claimed that he boasted and talked openly about the murders. The now retired Assistant Prosecutor Scott Brower of Kalamazoo County presided over Jeff Titus's trial in 2002. Unfortunately, Titus's alibi witnesses had become weaker with time and were no longer able to testify in his favor. The original investigators who had completely exonerated Titus of any crime were not called to testify during the trial, and his neighbor Helen Knopfs did not appear on the witness stand regarding the mysterious man in his car. Titus was found guilty and given 2 life sentences without the chance of release. Even though the prosecutors did not dispute the veracity of his alibi, he was imprisoned in Coldwater, Michigan, at the Lakeland Correctional Facility. However, this tale was far from over. Howard Swabash, a recently retired polygraph examiner from the Michigan State Police, was a noteworthy addition to the team during Titus's legal defense, which was led by attorney William Fett. It turned out that Fett had hired Swabash as a private investigator. According to court documents, Swabash's wife filed for divorce in January 2002, just 5 weeks after Titus was accused of murder. Even though the identity of the second woman involved was kept secret, the accusations of marital adultery led to the dissolution of their marriage. 3 months after Titus was found guilty by a jury, on the memorable Halloween day of October 31, 2002, his wife Julie visited him at Saginaw Prison with their daughter and private investigator Swabash. Since they had not gotten along for years, Julie told Titus that she planned to file for divorce. According to the public records, Swabash and Titus's ex-wife Julie eventually got married in Florida in April 2005, just 3 years after Titus was found guilty. This was a startling development that sparked speculation about their relationship and how it might have affected the case. The first inquiry that resulted in Titus's exoneration in 1990 was greatly aided by retired Sergeant Roy Belay of the Kalamazoo County Sheriff's Office. Shortly after Titus's conviction, Belay confronted Swabash, the investigator in the Kalamazoo County Courthouse, feeling confused and unhappy with the way things had gone. Belay was disappointed, asking why Swabash had not even bothered to get in touch with him to share his thoughts and feelings about the matter, especially if he had assumed the responsibility of conducting the investigation to prove Titus's innocence. Belay and the other initial detective would have given important testimony on Titus's alibi, but the defense did not call them as witnesses. The altercation became heated, and Swabash's response was combative and offensive. He left quickly, leaving Belay to think over the experience. During a phone interview from prison, Titus freely questioned if the private investigator for this defense team had been genuinely interested in his interests. Titus maintained his innocence throughout the entire incident, saying, "It's a shocker, and then I wonder, was he working for me? Was he working for an ulterior motive? I don't know." But when Bruce Wiersma and Roy Belay, the 2 detectives who worked on the original inquiry, publicly said that they were willing to testify in favor of Titus's alibi, it was a turning point. The University of Michigan's Innocence Clinic became interested in this development and became involved in the case. At the same time, an independent inquiry was launched by the Michigan Attorney General's office. As both organizations examined the evidence, an important discovery was made. A key aspect that had not been revealed to Titus's defense team during the initial trial was that they discovered that there were many hunter deaths in the area, and that it appeared to be the work of a serial murderer. Without a doubt, it cast suspicion on any possible link between Titus and Doug and Jim's untimely deaths in 2002. The Innocence Clinic filed a motion for relief of judgment and a new trial on Titus's behalf as a result of these findings and other strong evidence. The genuine turning point, however, occurred in 2019, when 47-year-old producer Jacinda Davis, who is well known for her work in the true crime genre, happened upon her most compelling narrative while traveling the highways to find ideas for her next series. The murderer's journey took her to the center of Michigan, where she was enticed by Jack White's renowned Third Man Records. She came over the intriguing case of Jeff Titus while browsing the internet. Susan Simpson, a 34-year-old former lawyer who is now a podcaster, shared a trip with Davis. Simpson, Rabia Chaudhry, and Colin Miller were the hosts of the popular podcast Undisclosed. After meeting, discussing, and finally deciding to work together, Davis and Simpson decided to combine their narrative skills to help solve the mysterious Titus case. On October 26, 2020, Simpson's podcast Undisclosed was set to debut its upcoming season. The audience was able to uncover some previously unknown facts and delve further into the complex issues of the contentious conviction after it was broadcast. At the same time, on November 1, 2020, fans watched the premiere of the gripping 2-hour documentary Killer in Question, which was broadcast on Investigation Discovery. During their investigation for the series and podcast, Davis and Simpson discovered that there was a problem with the story. The original detectives in this case absolutely 100% clear Jeff Titus and believe he is not guilty, and the cold case team is the opposite. They believe beyond a doubt that they have the right man. During their lengthy investigation, they discovered a significant breakthrough involving 2 key witnesses who had seen a car stuck in a ditch immediately after the gunshots, Davis said. I can't think of another case where there are 2 sets of detectives that don't agree. Further issues were raised by the fact that Titus's neighbor, Helen Knopfs, could have readily identified him if he had been in the car. When they discovered that the driver was not him, they began to question the stranger's motivations and the reason behind his hasty departure from the scene. Was he the elusive killer they were looking for? They were shocked to see that the composite sketch created using Knopf's testimony bore a striking resemblance to Ohio serial killer Thomas Dillon. Dillon has previously targeted outdoor enthusiasts, hunters, and fishermen. When he was finally caught in 1993 for killing other hunters, Knopfs herself had even recognized him from a police lineup, according to FBI reports. Both Simpson and Davis were full of optimism that their accounts might inspire others who might have important information about the Estes and Bennett killings to come forward. Simpson noted that the simple act of sharing these stories frequently has a cascading effect, encouraging people to come forward with insightful information that may be added to the ongoing investigation. Davis agreed with them. She admitted that memories might evolve with time, with little information occasionally disappearing. Original memories, however, usually survive on their own. Both investigators had their own judgments about Titus's guilt as they dug more into the case. After initially being dissatisfied by the evidence, Simpson found strong corroborations that supported the original investigators' conclusions. Simply put, the evidence against Jeff Titus was insufficient. The Michigan State Attorney General's Office's Conviction Integrity Unit has been thoroughly reviewing Titus's case since 2019. Since none of the motions filed by the Innocence Clinic had been approved throughout the ongoing inquiry into this potential erroneous conviction, Jeff Titus was forced to serve 2 life sentences at the Lakeland Correctional Facility in Coldwater Branch County, Michigan. Despite the challenges, the Innocence Clinic worked to get Titus released from the facility in 2021 because of the COVID-19 outbreak, which resulted in several of the Lakeland inmates testing positive for the virus. They requested a bond release under extraordinary circumstances. Regretfully, the district judge who administered their plea thought it was unjustified. The podcasters Davis and Simpson were the first detectives to discover a possible connection between Dillon, the serial killer, and the 1990 killings. Their natural curiosity brought them to Dillon's troubled history, since he had admitted to the gruesome 1993 killings of 5 hunters and outdoor enthusiasts. Dillon also told his cellmate that he was a main suspect in another murder in Pennsylvania, and that he was involved in the murders of 2 hunters in a county that he thought the police would never connect him to. Dillon's involvement in the investigation provided a strong lead, even though he passed away in prison on October 21, 2011. Motivated by their resolve, David Morin, director of the Michigan Innocence Clinic, set out on a mission and traveled to the Kalamazoo County Sheriff's Office. Morin spent a long 6 hours carefully going through the file room's archives. As each document was analyzed, the pieces of the puzzle started to fit together, revealing a potentially important development in the inquiry. Deep within the repository, Moran discovered a unique folder as he persisted in his quest for the truth. There were perhaps 30 interesting pages in the thin folder. It was gently penciled with the words "serial killer" on the outside. Moran grew increasingly certain as he perused the pages that these records held important details about Dylan and might hold the secret to their case's resolution. The knowledge that these crucial documents had never been given to the defense added yet another level of surprise. There was an uncomfortable void in the information provided throughout the trial, since it seemed that the prosecutor's office was still unaware of their existence. This revelation gave Moran optimism and strengthened his conviction that their fight for justice was headed towards success. Bruce Worsema, the original detective who put together the serial killer file, stated that he was convinced Dylan was the criminal responsible for the crimes and that the reports on Dylan were part of the case file. The retired cold case sergeant Mike Worsema, however, claimed he had never seen that specific file. He denied knowing about the alternate suspect, as did other detectives on the cold case squad. But according to a police report that turned up in court records, the file was known to at least one of the cold case detectives. Former Kalamazoo County Associate Prosecutor Stuart Fenton had a different viewpoint. He stated that he thought Titus was behind the killings. He was adamant that an innocent man had not been wrongly condemned and that the jury had made the right choice. Fenton believed that the new material would not likely have changed the first trial's outcome in light of the subsequent claims. Titus personally promised himself that he would not cut his beard until the day he was released from prison. On February 16, 2023, he finally received the long-awaited call telling him of his imminent release, and he was overcome with emotion. Titus recounted, "I just started bawling." He would frequently cry with happiness again when he started working on the cards, briefly covering his face with his hands. Jeff Getting, the Kalamazoo County prosecutor, stated that it is still unclear whether additional charges will be brought. He continued, "We're in the process of reviewing the case. It is a complicated factual and legal analysis that will take some time to process." After serving more than 20 years in jail for the 1990 murder case involving Doug Estes and Jim Bennett, 71-year-old Jeff Titus was released on February 24, 2023. His conviction was reversed. It should never have happened in the first place, according to Titus, who added that people had been waiting for this day for 22 years. The moment of being released from jail produced a wave of feelings that Titus found difficult to express. "I'm just ecstatic and overjoyed to finally be out where I can get out and do something. I want to see my grandkids. I haven't seen them. I want to see them." A supporting group of people who had been instrumental in his battle for justice greeted him as he entered the free world. Attorney Moran supported Titus during his newfound freedom, as did the sons of the late Detective Roy Ballet, investigative podcasters Jacinda Davis and Susan Simpson, and committed students from the Michigan Innocence Clinic. Although Detective Ballet, a steadfast supporter of Titus's innocence, had died in January 2022, his influence endured. Worsema, the cold case investigator, was still certain of Titus's culpability, even though he supported the judge's decision to free Titus from jail due to Dylan's ignorance. "I still believe Jeff Titus is the killer," Worsema declared. "Considering his character and the actions he took, I believe he is the perpetrator. He is a dangerous individual, and I have apprehensions about him. I hope that now that he has gained his freedom, he will use it responsibly and make the right choices." Titus used his newfound freedom to do things that he had not been able to do for 20 years. Enjoying the meals he had long missed while away, he rediscovered the pleasures of life and immersed himself in the presence of loved ones. He even obtained his driver's license and liked spending time with his grandsons whom he had never met before. He remarked, "I can't express enough how grateful I am to be free and have the freedom to simply live again." Titus continued to create and sketch greeting cards, and he enjoyed feeding songbirds and deer. Jeff Titus ultimately received justice after nearly 20 years, but the cases of Doug Estes and Jim Bennett remained unsolved until the passing of serial killer Thomas Dylan. Was the serial killer responsible for the crime, in your opinion, or was Titus? Who, in your opinion, erred during the investigation? The cold case team or the original investigators? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. She was a virtuoso in her art and a master of tricks, never leaving any traces behind. Her lack of humanity was the only thing that made her successful. Nobody could have predicted that a quiet but intelligent girl would grow up to be one of the world's most skilled criminals, behind a long string of schemes that funded her transformation from a regular girl into a dangerous individual living in luxury. The vicious con artist, who had a taste for killing, was the epitome of evil and was always one step ahead of the police. Until they finally got a chance to confront her in person. Steve and Jane McGowan, who lived in Florida, received a letter from their sister Beverly, who was 34, on Thursday, July 19, 1990. She wrote that she was leaving them and starting a quest to discover who she was in this world. Beverly went on to say that she planned to leave right away, so she was selling her apartment and resigning from her job. The brother and sister were shocked by what they read in the letter. Beverly had put in a lot of effort and was happy with her new home and job. She worked 2 jobs to pay off the mortgage and had just bought the apartment of her dreams. When Jane rushed to the police station to report her sister's disappearance, the letter claimed that Beverly had left on her own initiative, so there was little the authorities could do. Steve and Jane went to Beverly's apartment in Pompano Beach to try to find answers to their questions after discovering notepad sheets at her house with the letter written in her handwriting. They saw right away that Beverly's red Volkswagen Fox was not parked where it usually was. Even though Beverly wasn't in the apartment, it didn't seem like she had moved out permanently. Clothes hung in the closet, a nightshirt rested on the unmade bed, and dirty dishes were in the sink. But there were also indications that Beverly had no plans to come back. Her 2 cats were nowhere to be seen, the answering machine was gone, and the phone was disconnected. After searching through drawers, Steve and Jane found that Beverly's address book, birth certificate, and passport were also gone. In addition to her part-time job at a nonprofit, Beverly worked in a bank's loan department. Steve called the bank to ask if her coworkers could provide more information. They told him that Beverly had taken a sick day, claiming to be ill, the day before he got the farewell letter. Given Beverly's reputation as a trustworthy and accountable worker, this was out of the ordinary. She asked them to sell the mortgaged property and get rid of her personal belongings that were still in the apartment during the phone call, adding that she no longer wanted to live there. In order to confirm her request, Beverly was asked to send a telegram, which she did. Steve and Jane had to accept that their sister had actually left without telling anyone why, despite the peculiar circumstances. Nevertheless, Steve closed Beverly's credit cards and persuaded the police to report her missing. Closing the cards would upset her travel schedule and make her angry enough to call the family, he thought. While Steve and Jane were checking out their sister's apartment that same evening, a fisherman and his young niece went fishing to find bait for their next trip. They reached a broad irrigation canal in a secluded part of St. Lucie County, 160 kilometers north of Pompano Beach. When the fisherman saw what looked like a bag of trash, he left his niece in the car and started to walk along the canal. He rushed back to the car and called the police as he got closer and recognized what it was. When deputies from the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office got to the spot the fisherman had pointed, they found a woman's body. It was clear that in addition to killing her, the killer did everything in his power to hide her identity. But he missed something. A tiny tattoo of a yellow rose was concealed under the woman's jeans on her right ankle. The media was given the tattoo's description in the hopes that locals would recognize it. Around 10 p.m., Steve McGowan had already arrived home when the phone rang. It was his sister's missing friend. She had recently learned of the discovery in the St. Lucie Canal and Beverly's corresponding tattoo. Steve and Jane went to St. Lucie the following day to talk to investigators and show them a picture of their sister. Although conventional identification techniques had to be disregarded due to the body's condition, they were both certain that it was their Beverly. A comparison of her dental records proved it was her. No blood or suspicious objects were found during the examination of Beverly's apartment. No indication of a struggle was present. Jane and Steve were unable to comprehend who would hurt their sister. Her nephews in particular loved her, and she loved them in return. Beverly didn't have a lot of money, and she didn't have any complicated relationships. The deaths of her 2 boyfriends in different auto accidents cast a shadow over her life, but Steve was sure Beverly had been enjoying her life lately, even in spite of her past. Despite working 2 jobs, Beverly's income was insufficient to pay her mortgage. She began renting out one of her apartment's bedrooms in order to supplement her income. Investigators discovered a notebook containing a list of possible tenants while searching her apartment. Except for one, each entry contained the full name, phone number, and the time of the apartment viewing. Alice was the only name on the first line, which was scheduled for Tuesday at 6:30. Beverly had heard nothing but good things about Alice. She worked for the famous company IBM, was from London, drove a fancy car, and was immaculately dressed. Due to a temporary transfer to the company's Fort Lauderdale office, Alice had relocated to the area. She told her friend that Alice would be moving in on Friday, July 20th, and she had impressed Beverly enough that she decided to make her the new neighbor. By the way, Beverly said she was first introduced to numerology by Alice. Alice tried to forecast Beverly's future, but she required a number of numbers that were important to Beverly, including her date of birth, social security number, passport number, and even information from her driver's license. The odd thing is that Beverly gave her all these numbers. She shared Alice's future predictions with her friends because, all things considered, she was happy with them. Regretfully, she didn't give them her new neighbor's last name. The identity of Alice was still unknown. Furthermore, there was no proof that Alice had ever been to Beverly's apartment, let alone moved in. When the investigators contacted IBM, they were told that the company did not have any UK workers in the South Florida region. They didn't even have a Fort Lauderdale office. According to the results of the financial investigation, someone took $795 out of the $800 in Beverly's bank account on the day her body was discovered. Then, at a Miami shopping center, she used her credit card to buy books and women's clothes. The customer was described as bright blonde with a British accent by the salespeople who assisted her. The tall blonde woman who had garnered national attention at the time fit the description. Police officer Lori Bembenek had been given a life sentence in 1,982 years, 8 years prior, for killing her ex-husband's ex-wife. There had been a stir about the case. Lori was somewhat of a celebrity due to her glitzy appearance and the high-profile nature of the case. Lori had freed herself from Wisconsin prison a few days prior to Beverly's murder. The Miami salesperson identified Lori Bembenek as the person who had used Beverly's credit card after seeing pictures of her, until it was revealed that Lori had actually fled to Canada and was not in Florida at the time of the crime. The police were baffled as to how the path of a modest bank employee could have intersected with that of a convicted killer. However, Beverly's card was used once more in Miami, this time at a travel agency, on Friday, July 20, one day after her body was found. Interestingly, the cardholder looked like a man disguised as a woman. The individual wore oval-shaped glasses and a cheap black wig in the Cleopatra style. The man identified himself as Sam and spoke with a British accent. Sam apparently used the card to buy a ticket for British Airways Flight 2922 because he was going to London in 2 days, on July 22nd through 2922. Investigators looked through Flight 292's passenger registration records and those of every other flight that was scheduled to depart for Britain on July 22. None of them bore the name of Beverly McGowan, but after being parked there for 5 days, Beverly's car was discovered in the airport parking lot. 4 synthetic black wig hairs were found inside the car, but fingerprints inside the car did not show any significant results. On Monday, July 23rd, according to London time, British Airways Flight 292 touched down at Heathrow Airport. A traveler with oval glasses and short black hair came up to the Avis car rental desk after the plane touched down. The passenger, who was most likely Sam, provided her driver's license as identification and made a car reservation in Beverly McGowan's name. Beverly wore glasses and her dark hair reached her shoulder. She looked like the person behind the counter. Sam gave Beverly's Visa card to the clerk when she asked for a credit card to pay for the car's fuel. However, the card was turned down. They may have gone over the limit and paid in cash, Sam clarified. Actually, Beverly's credit cards had been canceled by her brother Steve by that point. Sam was long gone by the time Florida detectives found out about this botched transaction. Transactions on the credit card could not be tracked because it was no longer in use. American law enforcement agencies had no jurisdiction over Sam once he arrived in Britain. Detectives from Florida called the London police to ask for help. John Cornish, a detective, consented to assist with the global investigation. He talked to the Avis company and told their employees to tell the suspect to go to their closest office if he got in touch with them. Sam did get in touch with Avis later that week. He was asked to come to the local Avis office and asked for an extension on the rental car. Sam never arrived at the location where the police were waiting for him. On the day of the car's return, a contingency plan was developed in which officers would wait at Heathrow Airport. When that day finally came, Sam was nowhere to be seen. Without any hints, Sam's abandoned car was discovered a few miles from the airport in the early morning. Detective Cornish ordered his team to board all flights to the U.S. that day in order to check the passengers, because he suspected Sam might be trying to fly back to the U.S. However, this effort was in vain. The chance to capture the criminal was lost on the police. British Airways Flight 292 was the last lead the police had. Sam had purchased a ticket in a different name because he did not board the flight using Beverly's passport. Although it was illegal for investigators to check passengers who did not live in Florida, they made an effort to examine the 248 people on that flight. So they turned to the United States for help, State Department in Washington, D.C. The process could take years because each passenger's name had to be compared with passport information, and there was no single database that contained all of this data. The State Department didn't give the police a name they considered significant until January 1996. British national Sylvia Hodgkinson was on Flight 292. A woman with dark hair and eyebrows was shown in the passport photo. She was compelled to relocate to a women's shelter following the death of her spouse. There was nowhere else for her to go. A passport was issued in her name less than a year after her husband's passing. It was suspected by investigators that someone else had taken Sylvia's identity in order to obtain documents in her name. There was fear that Sylvia had met a similar end to Beverly's because they were unable to find her in any way. Additionally, the State Department found a fascinating link between Sylvia and two other women, Elaine Antoinette Parent and Charlotte Ray Callan. An incident that happened a year after Beverly's murder revealed that all three identities were unintentionally connected. A woman in a rental car was approached by North Miami police on May 22, 1991. It was past due to return the car, which had been rented in Los Angeles 6 months prior. To hide its origin, stolen license plates were affixed to the vehicle. A tall redhead woman, who introduced herself to the officers as Charlotte Ray Cowan, sat inside the vehicle. The woman's personal diary, 2 dogs, multiple wigs, and several documents bearing Charlotte's photo under the names Sylvia Hodgkinson and Elaine Parent were all evidently in the car with her. Charlotte's failure to return the rented car led to her arrest by the police. The following day, she posted bail after spending the night in jail. Surprisingly, the police did nothing about this issue, even though the woman was clearly using a false identity. One of the arresting officers was in the building on the day of Charlotte's court hearing for the offense. A redhead woman stood up when Charlotte's turn to appear before the court came. The officer who had arrested Charlotte, however, was taken aback to discover that the woman he had arrested was not the same one who had been called to court by the subpoena. Charlotte was perplexed as to why she had been summoned to court so abruptly. She questioned the officer about the height and red hair of the woman he had arrested. She boldly declared that she knew exactly who it was when he said yes. Almost 10 years prior, in the middle of the 1980s, Charlotte was unwinding at an Orlando bar when a well-dressed woman with a British accent came up to her. Like Charlotte, she had stunning blue eyes and short red hair. The woman offered to buy Charlotte a drink and identified herself as Anne Tremont. The offer was accepted by Charlotte, and they struck up a conversation. Anne mentioned numerology in passing during their conversation. She began by requesting Charlotte's birth date, adding that she would be pleased to make a matching matrix for her. Anne took Charlotte's driver's license information and social security number one by one. She wrote it all down on a napkin and made a hopeful forecast for Charlotte's future. Anne and Charlotte began talking and became friends right away. Charlotte met Anne's brother a few days later. He was a tall, blonde man who shared his sister's grace. The women eventually lost contact with one another, though, as they saw each other less and less. When Anne called Charlotte a few months later to inform her that her aunt had died and left her a sizable inheritance, Charlotte was taken aback. Anne claimed that her brother had chosen to have her institutionalized in order to keep all of the money for himself, even though they were meant to split it. Anne showed up at Charlotte's door at 3 in the morning, approximately a month after the phone call. She was wearing a man's shirt with a tie and a tangled wig. She broke down in tears as she described how she had gotten out of the institution where her brother had put her. She needed assistance going missing because she was hiding from her family. In order to establish a new identity for herself, Anne pleaded with Charlotte to let her take her birth certificate. At first Charlotte declined, but after witnessing Anne's distress, she grudgingly consented. The birth certificate would be returned shortly, her friend assured her. Charlotte didn't hear from Anne for weeks. She started to worry. The birth certificate and a note from Anne expressing regret for the wait were finally sent to her. It wasn't until she was summoned to court in 1991 that Charlotte learned more about her friend. After hearing this intriguing tale, the investigators were curious to find out who the mysterious and elusive scammer was. Although not much was known about Elaine Parent's life, she was a real person like everyone else. On August 4, 1942, she was born in the Bronx, New York. Her parents were loving and reasonably well off, and she was their only child. She was a tall, slim beauty with dark hair and piercing blue eyes by the time she reached adulthood. She relocated to Florida at the age of 30, where she briefly worked at a real estate company before being arrested for shoplifting in Fort Lauderdale in 1976. They took her fingerprints and put them in the database. She then stole $40,000 worth of jewelry from an elderly acquaintance in 1985. Parent and Charlotte met at about the same time. The fingerprints of the parent and the woman who was arrested in 1991 for not returning a rented car were compared. They were identical. Elaine Parent was the woman posing as Charlotte Cowan. Naturally, it was assumed that Elaine Parent, the elusive suspect Sam, and the new neighbor Beverly McGowan's Alice were all the same person. They still had to establish a clear connection between Elaine and Beverly's murder, though. In addition to reviewing the case's evidence, the detectives looked through a notebook that contained letters that Beverly had written to her sister and brother. This specialized equipment uses an electrostatic detection device, ESDA, to find impressions or indentations left by previously written letters on paper. The notebook had been used for a number of other letters that weren't written in Beverly's handwriting, according to the analysis of the notebook. The author appeared to be a woman with a deep-seated animosity toward Beverly. Threats were included in the rather aggressive messages. Elaine Parent's handwriting samples were compared to the letters, and they matched. Parent's letters were sent to a woman in London who was the chief executive officer of a large corporation. She filled in many of the gaps in the elusive fraudster's life, but was named Witness X in the case materials for her protection. The woman disclosed that she and Elaine became friends right away after meeting during a trip to Miami in the 1980s. Elaine reportedly fled to London in 1985 while the police were looking for her in connection with the jewelry theft, and she asked Witness X if she could stay with her. However, Elaine's unstable and explosive temperament quickly made it clear to the two young women that they couldn't live together. The scammer went back to the United States in 1990, but Witness X was shocked when she left for London at the end of July. She was operating an Avis rented vehicle. Parent stole two of her old friend's dogs and fled to the United States 3 months after she returned to London. She then tried to extort a ransom for her dogs by sending Witness X threatening letters. Clearly, these were the same dogs that were discovered in her possession when she was arrested in Miami in 1991. The State Department accused Parent of forging her passport by the end of 1996, but they were clueless as to where she might be hiding. Elaine Parent was featured in an episode of the television program America's Most Wanted in 1998. Patricia Evans of St. Petersburg, Florida, was watching television at home when the show started. She instantly recognized Elaine when she saw her photo. Elaine was known to Patricia Nevins, a church employee, as Sandra Little, a blonde. In 1992, Patricia met Sandra Little while she was residing in a St. Petersburg homeless shelter. Sandra lived with Patricia for nearly a year and a half after Patricia let her use her empty bedroom. Sandra sued a restaurant during this time after she hurt herself after slipping there. She prevailed in the case and was compensated, though it is unknown how much. Patricia talked about a number of odd things that happened when she lived with Elaine. She was once informed by Elaine that adopting a new identity was one way to live a dignified life. After that, at a dinner party, Parent indiscriminately cut a guest's hand in order to take a gold bracelet. Elaine's psychiatrist, whom Patricia arranged for Elaine to see, told Patricia that Elaine was a highly intelligent sociopath who would leave Patricia's life as soon as she entered it. When the women parted ways in 1993, this prophecy was realized. An interesting letter was delivered to the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office after the police made a public plea for the community's assistance in apprehending Elaine. There was a copy of an oil-colored painting inside. It showed Elaine Parent, with pearl earrings and a teal-green swimsuit. She had gray hair that was styled the way her parents usually did. She was shown emerging from a swimming pool. This was printed on the back. "Best wishes, your chameleon." According to psychiatrist Barbara Caven, who had been helping the police with the case, Parent both feared and desperately needed police attention. The painting is very telling. She sent it to the police to taunt them, as if to say, "I'm alive, I'm okay, look for me." Elaine gained international recognition after appearing in the documentary series World's Most Wanted in February 2009. People from all over the world began reporting that they had seen Parent in South Africa, Australia, France, and Turkey. The media referred to her as the most wanted woman in the world. Elaine Parent was featured in another episode of America's Most Wanted in April 2002 and Happy, and 16,000 minors in Russia. After the show, many calls were received from the wealthy Panama City, Florida neighborhood, identifying a woman there as Elaine. The address was visited by 3 police officers. When they reached a small one-story home, they knocked on the door. The door was answered by a brunette middle-aged woman wearing a beige silk pajama set. The officers gave an explanation for their visit to her. Presenting her military ID with her photo on it, the woman identified herself as Darlene Thompson. The officers had seen a picture of Elaine Parent, but she didn't look like her. She was asked to accompany the officers to the station for formalities, even though they knew the neighbors had erred. Darlene consented and asked the officers to hold off while she changed. As the officers waited outside the bedroom, one of them looked over Darlene's identification card and, as a former military man, he saw right away a vital missing stamp that verified the document's legitimacy. She replied that she was getting dressed when the officer knocked on the bedroom door to ask about this. She never emerged, despite the officers waiting for her to do so. When the officers hurried into the bedroom after hearing a gunshot, they discovered Darlene dead. The identity of Darlene and Elaine Parent was formally verified by subsequent fingerprint analysis. Elaine lived in a house that turned out to belong to another woman. She had rented a room to Elaine since August 2001. She is a nice woman who loves to cook, according to the homeowner. Elaine's Florida driver's license, which had her photo on it but the name of the woman she was staying with, was discovered during the house search. She had jotted down details about a man from the nearby town of Lynn Haven, including his credit cards and social security number, in a notebook. Elaine's closet was stocked with men's and women's clothes, as well as wigs. They also found a book on theatrical makeup and another on learning French. Elaine's laptop, which some of her acquaintances claimed she frequently used for work, was never located. When she was arrested more than a decade ago, she had her diary with her because Charlotte Cowan was also missing. The police discovered a flyer featuring a picture of Elaine and the name Antonia Racerman, which is another fascinating aspect of the portrait. It looked as though Elaine had made the flyer herself, and the local police chief later conjectured that she had done it to intimidate someone. The flyer said that she was wanted by the FBI for the murder of a government official at a hotel in Washington, D.C. Many questions remained after Elaine's death. According to the police, she used up to 20 different identities in countries such as the United States, the United Kingdom, Turkey, Israel, France, and South Africa. Although no other victims have been located, some believe she may have committed more murders. There are differing views on whether she worked alone or with an accomplice. Investigator Norma Pfeiffer told the media 3 years before she died, "The brutality of the McGowan murder makes me think that someone capable of this has either done it before or will do it again. She couldn't have run Beverly alone, according to some. And let's not forget about the handsome blonde man she passed off as her brother." According to psychologist Barbara Kerwin, Elaine is a virtuoso in her field. who can read people's souls and identify their weak points with ease. The reason behind her crimes is still entirely unknown, though. Why, given her high IQ, would someone like Elaine decide to commit crimes rather than excel in any other field, especially since her crimes brought her more fame than fortune? Kerwin, however, feels she is aware of the motivation behind Elaine's plots. Her own inner demons. Barbara said, "I believe she impulsively stole the identities of others to fill her own emptiness." And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. You just heard a 16-year-old boy make a last-ditch plea for his family's survival. Subsequent attempts to contact him were unsuccessful shortly after the call ended. The Kitsap rescue team later discovered a terrifying and unsettling scene. 3 burned bodies, 2 boys and a woman, were discovered inside the burning house. The father, John Derek Carriga, was absent from the scene, though. It was highly suspicious because the father was not present, suggesting that he may have been involved in planning this gory scene. The quiet surroundings of Kitsap County were the scene of this terrifying incident, which left the community in shock and in search of answers. John Derek Carriaga, 43, Crystal Lynn Carriaga, 37, and their 2 teenagers, Hunter Evan Shape, 16, and Jonathan Felipe Higgins, 16, made up the Carriaga family. They shared a home in Washington's Kitsap County, with the 2 teenagers from prior relationships. John and Crystal married in 2009, combining their families. But their joy was short-lived, and as their 8 years as a family were coming to an end, an unexpected guest turned everything upside down. Kitsap County, Washington, saw another ordinary Friday on January 27, 2017. The Carriga family gathered in their quaint 1-story ranch home on West Tenino Drive as evening approached. According to reports, Chris Cale had some friends at the house. While at the house, Johnny got a call and left to meet someone, informing the family that he would be back soon. Later, Johnny was back on the property, but he didn't go inside the house. They snacked and indulged in late-night activities like watching TV or browsing through their phones, just like any other family. On that fateful Friday night, however, 16-year-old Hunter Shape made a terrifying 911 call to Kitsap County dispatchers, shattering the peace of the evening. He begged authorities to come to their aid immediately. When the rescue crew finally reached the Carriga home, they were met with a somber scene. All members of the family, including Hunter Shape, had been shot and killed inside their house, which was later burned down. The community was shocked to learn of the tragedy that had occurred when they woke up on Sunday morning, January 29, 2017, to the terrifying headline, "3 people found dead in Kitsap County home after fire." The headline in the newspapers was incorrect. "Homeowner missing." This made the already unsettling situation even more concerning and uncertain. Initial reports stated that the victims, a woman and 2 teenagers, had been found inside a burning house. The community was left reeling from the shock of such a violent and senseless crime after authorities confirmed that the deaths were classified as homicides. John Carriga, the homeowner, was nowhere to be found, and it was confirmed that the crime had occurred the Friday before. Authorities asked people to be on the lookout for Carriga and his truck, a brown 2005 Ford F-150, and to report any sightings. Although John was listed as missing, rumors started to circulate that he might have been complicit in the horrible crime. Public opinion was greatly influenced by the press, with headlines stoking conjecture and doubt. The reference to "someone here with a gun" only served to heighten anxiety about Carriga, but it quickly became clear that the media had erred greatly in reporting that 16-year-old Hunter Shape, who had made the upsetting 911 call before tragically passing away from his injuries, was still alive. Some startling information surfaced as investigators worked on the case, highlighting the heinousness of the crime. More than $50,000 in cash was found concealed in a strong box in the main bedroom, along with an additional $7,000 in a money bag, and shell casings, mostly 9mm, were found on the back deck. In a desperate attempt to find clues, law enforcement used every resource at their disposal to find Johnny Caragaga and his truck over the course of the following few days. The ongoing investigation was eventually shaken by a significant development: the finding of John Caragaga's truck. On a secluded road in North Mason County, the burned wreckage with Johnny's lifeless body inside was discovered. Authorities acted quickly after a bystander walking through the area made the discovery. The local community was asked for help by the Kitsap County Sheriff's Office, which encouraged anyone with information to come forward. The area was thoroughly examined by crime scene investigators in an effort to find any hints that could provide insight into John's death. One of the most important pieces of evidence they discovered was a single latex glove that was discovered close to the burned-out truck. Authorities appealed to residents and businesses with security cameras for any footage that might offer important insights into the case. After this discovery sparked speculation and raised questions. Lieutenant Earl Smith, the sheriff's detective, stressed the value of video evidence and urged anyone with pertinent footage to assist law enforcement. The community responded quickly to the appeal, with people coming forward to offer support in any manner they could. Although there was a collaborative spirit throughout the investigation, the specifics of John's death circumstances were still unknown. Detectives reported that there were indications of forced entry and visible damage to the gate on the road leading to the tree farm. There was a clear sign of some struggle amid the confusion and uncertainty, as if Johnny's truck had crashed through the gate. Many people were troubled by the memory of Hunter's shop. In her somber announcement, North Kitsap High School Principal Megan Swayze honored Hunter's memory and urged everyone who knew him to treasure their time together. When Detective Elizabeth Lisa Gundrum was assigned to the case, a glimmer of hope appeared as the community grieved the loss of the Caragaga family. Due to a severe lack of eyewitnesses and conclusive evidence, investigators began looking into the victims' personal lives. They discovered a number of perplexing but plausible motivations in the process. In essence, these were conjectures regarding the family's financial transactions and business endeavors, which fueled theories of potential illegal activity and criminal ties. The unsettling 911 call made by one of the victims was the first thing that caught investigators' attention. What prevented Hunter from bringing up the fire, or was he perplexed? This complicated an already perplexing investigation by raising questions about the timing and motivations behind the arson. Authorities had a lot of questions and uncertainties as the investigation went on. The circumstances surrounding John Caragaga's kidnapping, the identity of the person or people involved, and the motivation behind the attack were all still unknown. Months went by with little improvement, but in February 2017, a breakthrough came when surveillance footage showed John Caragaga purchasing cigarettes at a nearby grocery store. He appeared to be acting normally in the hours before his disappearance. Although this shed some light on his whereabouts, it produced no noteworthy leads. Then, a picture of a person of interest that was taken from surveillance footage at a Target store just days prior to the killings was made public by authorities in June 2017. Suspicions regarding their possible involvement in the crime were raised by the image, which showed a person entering the store. This demonstrated the urgency of the investigation and was the first official communication in months. Sheriff Gary Simpson confirmed that multiple people were involved in the painstakingly planned killings and underlined the need for public assistance. This made the case more complicated and led to clues regarding the suspects' intentions and relationships to the victims. Questions concerning their potential purchases and connection to the crime were raised by the request for information on the unidentified suspect who was spotted at Target 12 days prior to the killings. Could materials discovered at the crime scene or firearms purchased at the store be connected to the killings? The investigation advanced in September 2017 when Danny Kelly Jr. was identified as a person of interest. Danny had been Johnny's best man at his wedding and had been a longtime friend. According to reports, Danny and his estranged mother had a troubling encounter during which she accused him of misbehavior. According to the case report, he was arrested after repeatedly groping and approaching his mother. Authorities explained that he had not been formally charged in relation to the killings, despite his suspected involvement in the Caragaga case, which caused some concern. The murders of the Caragaga family were the year's most important local news story, as 2017 came to an end. An anonymous donor who gave $16,000 to Crime Stoppers, boosting the reward fund to $20,000, further stoked the community's long-standing sentiments. Investigators were determined to follow leads in the case even after Danny J. Kelly Jr.'s assault charges against his mother were dropped. Authorities published a longer version of Hunter Shop's terrifying 911 call on January 11, 2018. As they worked, investigators discovered that Danny was dressed in Bandito's Motorcycle Club gear in the video. Members of the motorcycle club were urged to provide information by investigators. This was an important step because investigators made Danny Kelly Jr.'s affiliation with the Bandito's Motorcycle Club public and named him as a person of interest. For those who don't know, law enforcement and intelligence organizations in several nations have identified the Bandito's Motorcycle Club as a motorcycle gang. Despite the club's denials of being a criminal organization, a number of its members have been found guilty of committing crimes. Over the years, the club has been the focus of numerous law enforcement operations and has a significant presence in Washington state. The Department of Justice claims that Bandito's members have been actively involved in violent crimes and methamphetamine trafficking in Washington. Surveillance footage that showed Johnny Caraga meeting someone at a nearby grocery store just before the killings drew more attention. Authorities reiterated their conviction that Bandito's Motorcycle Club members were directly responsible for the Caraga family killings in January 2020. The biker community was urged to provide any information that could help with the investigation. Since then, though, the case had made little to no headway and had stalled for almost 5 years. After more investigation, it was discovered that Johnny had a lengthy history of transporting and distributing drugs. During his frequent visits to California, he allegedly obtained kilograms of cocaine to distribute in Kitsap County. One of Johnny's close friends, Danny, started selling drugs directly to Robert James Watson, the head of the local Banditos chapter, as a result of his involvement with the Banditos Motorcycle Club. Indeed, despite their close relationship, the first suspects, Danny J. Kelly Jr., had a falling out with Johnny prior to the murders, allegedly over money that Danny had stolen. Other Banditos Motorcycle Club members who were considering joining the club were contacted by Johnny as he grew his distribution network in Kitsap County. The locations of Caraga and the suspects prior to, during, and following the murders were displayed by detectives using cell phone tracking. In the 10 days preceding the murders, Danny Kelly Jr. made extensive use of a prepaid mobile burner phone that he had purchased at the Silverdale Target to communicate with John Caraga. Despite the fact that the phone didn't expire until April 2017, communication ceased thereafter. When members of the Banditos were suspected of being involved in the killings, detectives in January 2020 obtained a search warrant for Robert Watson's cell phone. One of the recovered texts between Duneen and Robert Watson, dated January 23, 2020, included a comment from Duneen about the weather. "A little humid today." The Caraga family had guests over the night of the killings, but Johnny left right away after getting a call. He briefly parked next to another car in a nearby grocery store parking lot before leaving, according to surveillance footage. The friends left the Caraga residence in the meantime. 3 men showed up and started shooting before Johnny could get back. According to reports, Johnny's wife Christielle was shot in the driveway first, then her son Jonathan Higgins, and finally Johnny's son Hunter Shape. Jonathan Higgins was shot after he came out of his room to see how the disturbance was going, and Christelle was shot in the head. At least one shooter ambushed Hunter Shape as he was bringing a pizza inside the house. The evidence suggested that he caught the murderer off guard. He was hit by 2 more shots after the first one missed. Sheep was still alive when he called 911, but he was presumed dead. The call ended abruptly, indicating that the shooter may have damaged or tampered with the phone before shooting Hunter to death. The attackers then used accelerants and fire starter logs to start fires at various points throughout the house, and they threw rocks through the windows to feed the flames. The suspects later displayed questionable conduct, and this evidence connected them to the crime. A witness saw Danny driving Johnny's truck away from the scene of the crime. Days prior to the killings, Danny reportedly bought a prepaid phone from a nearby Target, which he used to speak with Johnny frequently, a common tactic in criminal activity, according to surveillance footage. Only during the 12 days before Johnny's murder was that burner phone used for communication. Interestingly, the phone stopped working just before the murders. Watson claimed to have gotten into a fight with a homeless black man while at a club member's house without his pants. Later that night, Watson called 911 to report that a loaded Glock handgun and another loaded magazine had been stolen from his truck, which had been broken into a few days prior. Watson was fired from Kitsap County Public Works after he stopped showing up for work. Detectives discovered in September 2017 that approximately $303,000 had been deposited into his accounts that year, including multiple cash deposits that were untraceable. According to reports, Johnny Carriga concealed $200,000 beneath his house, but it was never discovered. On the night of the murder, a neighbor also saw Carriga's truck speeding down Tonino Drive and heard gunshots. The driver was recognized by the neighbor as Donnie, whom he had known when Donnie's family shared a home. Nearly bumper to bumper, a silver car followed the truck. Because Donnie and John Carriga disliked each other so much, detectives found it suspicious that Donnie would be at Carriga's house or drive his truck. Robert's brother Johnny Watson's 2006 Mercedes was discovered stripped and abandoned in the Puyallup River less than a week after investigators made public footage of Carriga's truck and the unidentified vehicle at the Camp Union supermarket. The car had not been reported stolen, but its license plates were missing. Later on, though, Robert and his brother paid $1,500 to have the car returned. Why he only thought to report it then, the day after a quadruple murder nearby, was the question that emerged. The second car that was spotted in the grocery store parking lot the night of the killings was thought to be driven by Johnny Watson, the third person. Additionally, his DNA and that of one of the rocks found at the crime scene matched exactly. The community was finally rocked by a major development on June 6, 2022, when 3 men were officially charged with the Carriga family's quadruple murder. In the lengthy investigation that had engulfed the area for years, this was a pivotal point. The arrest operation, which took place over several weeks and involved about 70 police officers from various counties, was carefully planned. The suspects, who were identified as Danny J. Kelly Jr., 43, Johnny James Watson, 49, and Robert James Watson, 50, were arrested in various locations throughout the state. About an hour later, Johnny Watson and Danny were arrested in their Bremerton apartments, while Robert Watson was stopped in traffic at Gig Harbor. The 3 men were charged with a total of 16 felonies each after being arrested and taken to nearby jails. These charges included first-degree burglary, first-degree arson, first-degree murder, and first-degree aggravated murder. A whopping $20 million was set as bail for each defendant. Each of the suspects entered a not guilty plea to the alleged felony charges. When they appeared in court the next morning, the judge placed severe restrictions on their possession of firearms, alcohol, and drugs unless prescribed, and ordered that they be detained without the possibility of release on bond. The court also ordered the defendants to refrain from any communication with one another. Investigators had established a specialized task force to investigate the quadruple homicide in response to the Carriga family murders. The seriousness of the case and law enforcement's resolve to prosecute the offenders were highlighted by this cooperative effort. In the hopes that the arrests would be a major step toward closure for the families impacted by the tragic loss of the Carriga family, the community awaited further developments in the legal proceedings. However, as people gathered to honor them, there was a glimmer of hope despite the gloom. Those affected by the tragedy eagerly awaited the 3 suspects in the Carriga family murder case to be apprehended. Hunter Shope's mother, Carly Scott, had been praying for justice for years, and now her prayers had been heard. Over the years, she had pleaded so passionately for someone to come forward, and it was successful. The public provided the detectives with tips that enabled them to solve the case. Accused of ruthlessly murdering a whole family, the suspects were brought before a Kitsap County judge while being escorted into the courtroom and clearly restrained. The community was deeply scarred by their alleged crimes, which were motivated by disrespect and greed. Emotions were running high during the trial as relatives confronted the defendant and voiced their desire for justice. Given the seriousness of their acts, the suspects gave off an eerie aura. The arrests gave the victims' loved ones a sense of relief and closure despite the suffering and heartache, and this was evident throughout the Kitsap County Sheriff's Office as family members gathered to give detectives and one another nervous hugs following the arrest. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. On August 22, 2016, residents of Podu Caramal, Spain rushed to work and discovered flyers pasted all around town by volunteers. These flyers depicted 18-year-old Diana Maria Kerr Lopez Pinel. This young girl stood about 6 feet tall, had black hair, brown eyes, and was described as being irresistibly attractive by all who saw her picture. As Diana disappeared, she was wearing pink shorts, a t-shirt, white sweatshirt, and black sneakers, clothing she left home wearing before suddenly disappearing from sight. Since that night, Diana's family, along with volunteers and special services, had tirelessly searched for any sign of Diana, searching every street corner, hoping they may discover some clues which could bring Diana home. Juan Carlos, Diana's father in Madrid, took no time in notifying police and local newspapers of any information or leads about her whereabouts. If anyone has any piece of information, no matter how small, please reach out. The police need your help, reported Diana's father. Diana's mother, on the verge of depression, beseeched the public to help search for Diana. We have tried everything possible to locate Diana but still have no answers. Please reach out if any information can help. Even minor details could become crucial in helping find our daughter. Di Maria Kerr Lopez Pinel was born August 12, 1998, in Madrid, to Diana Cristina Lopez Pinel Pinjo and Juan Carlo Carre, and had one sister, Valeria. Although their family had been quite prosperous prior to 2013, when their parents' separation caused great distress for both Diana and Valeria, as depression set in and there were often disagreements regarding who should provide care, their mother or their father usually took precedence in providing it. Although Diana lived away from her father during vacations, they would visit Podu Caramal with its population of approximately 10,000 regularly during summer vacations. Diana spent her vacations as usual here during 2016, enjoying both its tranquility and beauty each summer. Sunday, August 21st was set up to be just like any other day. Around 10 Rao, Diana informed her mother that she intended to visit Val Inkland Park, not far from their cottage where they were staying, and meet up with her friends for fun on account of Feast of Virgin Carmen. Diana often made this trek there herself, so there was nothing unusual or unreasonable about it for Diana's mother, so she gave Diana permission. Again, Diana spent that evening joyfully among her friends. 4 hours later, Diana bid farewell and headed home, unaware that this would be their final encounter. On her journey home, she met Paso de Ariel nearby a pizzeria, where Diana frequently spent her time. They exchanged goodbyes at around 2:30 a.m. Paso de Ariel would become Diana's last person seen that dark night. Maria Kerr Lopez. Pinel discovered something was amiss with Diana early in the morning of August 22, 2016. At 8:30, she realized something wasn't right with her daughter. She hadn't returned from a party, and her cell phone was off or unreachable, raising suspicion among Maria Kerr. So quickly after realizing what had occurred, she called police to report Diana missing immediately. According to information provided by her mother, it could be concluded that Diana Maria Kerr Lopez Pinel did not suffer from any serious emotional or mental health issues. Although she experienced difficulties due to her parents' divorce, Diana's absence was unusually long-lasting, and this sparked serious concerns among police investigators, who began unraveling what had transpired leading up to her disappearance and must uncover why Diana vanished without trace. According to reports, Diana sent her last messages via WhatsApp to a friend from Madrid and described a specific individual who was stalking and shouting strange phrases that scared the girl. These were Diana's last contact with the outside world, as she no longer responded, but her messages were still read by someone. The following day, police began retracing Diana's route back home. There, along the roadside, they discovered a black hairband similar to what Diana was wearing that evening. Unfortunately, it was all they found there, and no further proof existed for investigators to consider. Diana was unable to provide any useful information, and there were no CCTV cameras covering the final leg of her journey. The street in which Diana made her last stop was poorly lit and sparsely populated, featuring only garages and an outmoded Boomerang nightclub. Along this road were some witnesses claiming they saw Diana get out of a car containing 3 guys before moving onto another one that took her away from the port. These testimonies, however, could not be verified. Investigators considered 2 main versions of what had happened. The first suggested Diana may have been taken by someone she may know, while a second theory linked Diana's disappearance with possible attacks by maniacs. Diana's mother suggested an additional theory suggesting her daughter could have been taken away on a boat. Diana's friend and ex-partner reported meeting someone from Morocco who helped them buy hashish together. But this information only complicated their investigation further. One key point was the news report in the media about the discovery of Diana's clothing from that evening. However, her mother denied this information, stating no clothes had been found and her credit card and identification had been left in the house, thus demonstrating that Diana could not simply disappear on her own free will. All these circumstances further pointed toward this being not just random events or accidents, but something more sinister taking place behind these circumstances. However, the case still remained mysterious and could not be solved. Shortly after Diana disappeared, press reports detailed a recent dispute between Diana and her mother, at which point the media speculated that Diana may have experienced a nervous breakdown necessitating medical attention, as had occurred with Valeria, her younger sister. On September 1st, to avoid more litigation and conflict, custody rights of Diana's younger sister were transferred from mother to father as an attempt to avert further strife within the local community. With Diana gone, tension began mounting as her father left town with their daughter, and whispered whispers began that their family were hiding something important from public scrutiny. According to Diana's friends, running away was not unusual in Diana and Valeria's household. Indeed, quarrels between mother and daughters were commonplace. With this information available to the public, one question immediately arose: why was Diana so worried when she did not return when running away was so common among the sisters? On August 31st, Diana's parents failed to appear for an expected press interview regarding the investigation into Diana's disappearance and reported more details of it to El Mundo newspaper on September 11th. Instead, their lawyer explained they were emotionally distraught at the possibility that their daughter may never come home again. On this same date, El Mundo published an article providing insights into other aspects of family life within Diana's household. Information concerning Diana's April disappearance reportedly contradicted her mother's statements that she did not suffer from mental problems, as evidenced by information regarding her 3-day absence and failure by her mother to contact authorities about it. It further reported that when Diana left home for 3 days without telling anyone or turning off her phone when upset or disgruntled by something her mother did or said, the girl turned off her phone to avoid further conflict with her and said that she no longer wanted to live with her. Letters written between Diana and Valeria also surfaced in the press, showing their severity of emotional issues. Valeria had even been hospitalized multiple times over the course of a year due to an overdose of prescription medications. At this point, given no progress with Diana Care's disappearance investigation, prosecutors launched another probe focusing on Valeria Lopez Panel family's youngest daughter Valeria's abuse by the Lopez Panel family. Meanwhile, Diana Care's disappearance investigation continued apace, with forensic experts seizing several items associated with Diana such as toothbrushes, combs, personal computers, diary entries and prescription drugs belonging to Diana from her roommates and housemates. Investigators conducted a detailed examination of Diana's belongings. Investigators then began questioning her acquaintances, including a young Moroccan man whom Diana had had an encounter. Unfortunately, none of these measures brought any results and further police searches remained fruitless. Although police conducted extensive searches near where Diana disappeared in mountains, forests, rivers, lakes near Tarragona, area 13 miles from where family was staying. 72 days after Diana K's disappearance, her case remained an enigma. Investigators' leads had yet to be confirmed, and they only discovered an item matching Diana's description as being part of their investigation. Her hairband and an identical cell pony that her father confirmed belonged to his daughter. 2 months after Diana had vanished, her Facebook profile suddenly reappeared online, and friends and relatives immediately informed the police and provided screenshots. Friends noted that reset password function had been utilized to avoid entering login details for her profile. Either Diana had forgotten her password, or someone was trying to gain entry to it through hacking attempts. Diana's phone was an integral piece in the case, yet it failed to shed light on her mysterious disappearance. On November 10, 2016, however, the driver of the very car where Diana had last been seen was finally identified. This individual had previously been detained on charges of human trafficking. Details about his involvement in Diana's disappearance had previously been kept hidden so as not to disrupt investigations. His wife claimed he was with her on that night, eliminating him as a potential suspect. However, on December 25, 2017, an incident took place that became pivotal to the investigation. One of the girls was attacked by a man demanding her phone and threatening her with a weapon. Screams for help came from nearby, and 2 passers-by immediately intervened to save the girl from an attempt by an individual to pull her into their car. The shocked victim immediately reported their experience to the police, providing details about both his attacker and license plate number. Within 24 hours, police arrested 41-year-old Jose Enrique Abene, known by many as Elo. As soon as police learned more, they soon recognized him as one of 3 drivers detained for suspected kidnapping back in 2016, but later released because they believed their wife's alibi. Police interrogated Jose Enrique and his wife again. Following this interview, his wife confessed to having previously lied, and, on the night Diana vanished, Jose wasn't back home until 4 a.m. He eventually admitted he accidentally hit Diana on the road, was afraid to report it, so decided to dispose of the body himself, instead of going through with his plans of reporting her murder. However, later changed his version and confessed he kidnapped and killed Diana instead. This devastating revelation shed light on new details to the case and confirmed Diana K. Lopez Pinel's disappearance as being due to violent crime. Her disappearance caused incredible heartache for both her loved ones and all of those following it, with nearly 500 days of investigation and media speculation only compounding their suffering. Assaulting Diana's parents only served to hinder and confuse the investigation, but, with persistent investigation and testimony from another victim, investigators were eventually able to collect all necessary evidence and track down Diana's perpetrator. Her loved ones will remember Diana as an outgoing young woman who unfortunately fell prey to an extreme criminal. Her story serves as a reminder that it's essential we stick together during times of turmoil when fighting crime to end impunity and ensure safety for all citizens. Unfortunately, Diana's perpetrator did not confess right away as to where they had hidden her body. Eventually, her family and friends managed to say their final farewells and give her a proper burial in January 2018. Jose was eventually sentenced to life with parole available after serving 35 years. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On November 2, 1991, Victoria Ajo Clinton Climby was born in a small village in Côte d'Ivoire, a nation where family values were highly valued and sunshine warmed every part of the country. Despite the modest circumstances, she grew up in a loving and caring environment. A young woman with a good heart and lofty aspirations for her daughter, Victoria's mother did everything in her power to make sure her only child was safe and happy. Victoria was a lively, upbeat youngster with a keen mind and an infectious laugh. She was the life of the party among her friends and neighbors because of her kind smile and insatiable curiosity about the world. Victoria had an interest in learning from a young age. Notwithstanding her limited means, her mother made every effort to guarantee her daughter's access to an education. She frequently narrated to her daughter tales of large cities, with schools full of lovely books and vibrantly colored notebooks. Victoria's imagination was sparked by these tales, and she hoped to visit the world outside of her village someday. But village life was not without its challenges. Victoria's mother, the family's only provider, recognized that she would find it challenging to support her daughter alone after her father passed away. She continued to hold out hope that Victoria would eventually have a better future. That opportunity arose in 1999 when Marie-Therese Coau-Joyce, a London-based relative, offered to take Victoria in with her in order to give her a more comfortable life. Victoria's mother's older sister, Marie-Therese, appeared prepared to assume the responsibilities of guardian and mentor. She promised the family that the girl would have access to the greatest medical care, schools, and opportunities in the UK. The offer was a tough choice for Victoria's mother, in addition to being a chance for her daughter. She was concerned about letting her child go so far away, just like any other mother. But Marie-Therese managed to persuade her. Her voice was assured and comforting. She pledged to help Victoria reach her full potential and to treat her like her own daughter. Victoria's eyes glowed with delight when she heard about the move. The prospect of starting over in distant London filled her with pride. For an 8-year-old girl, seeing a world she had only ever imagined was a true adventure. During their farewell meetings, her friends and neighbors wished her luck and blessed her journey. Victoria left her hometown and started her journey in August 1999. With tears in her eyes, her mother watched the plane take off, hoping her little girl would be happy in her new life. She felt that this was the best course of action for her daughter. Bright lights, busy streets, and a strange cold met Victoria in London. For a girl accustomed to a hot tropical climate, it was an entirely different world. The speed of big city life, the shining storefronts, and the tall buildings delighted her. But that enthusiasm soon subsided as she started to get used to living with her aunt. From the moment Victoria arrived at Marie-Therese's house, she faced challenges she could not have predicted. She experienced alienation in place of the warmth and concern that had been promised. Strict rules that occasionally went beyond what was reasonable were imposed by Marie-Therese and her boyfriend Carl Manning. Victoria frequently experienced confusion and loneliness in her new home. According to neighbors, the girl initially appeared content and made an effort to interact with people. In an attempt to improve her communication skills, she studied English and even befriended some of the local kids. However, her joy gradually diminished. During this period, Marie-Therese's mother continued to communicate with her via telephone, but the discussions became increasingly brief, and Aunt Victoria's responses became increasingly vague. Her mother was starting to worry, but she was powerless because of the distance and lack of face-to-face interaction with her daughter. Victoria had dreamed of a bright new life, but now she was in a place where her dreams were slowly becoming hazy. She still maintained her optimism, though, that things might improve. The smile of a neighbor's child, a brilliant sunset outside her window, or the occasional kind smile from a bystander were all small pleasures to her. Warning signs started to emerge in the first few months of Victoria's life in London. Sadly, these signals were ignored. The energetic and curious girl who had traveled from Côte d'Ivoire started to change, according to the teachers at the school where Victoria was assigned. She was initially engaged in class, eager to learn as much as she could and making an effort to interact with her peers. But after a few months, she started acting very differently. Victoria's once bright and shining eyes seemed to wane. She became reclusive and she frequently appeared scared and cautious. Her body had marks that the teachers noticed. The girl started to sustain scratches, bruises, and other wounds. Victoria either remained silent or said she had fallen or bumped into something when asked where they came from. Although these justifications sounded unconvincing, the school regrettably took no decisive action. The odd injuries weren't reported to social services until much later. They limited their action to formal checks, though, and did not act quickly. The fact that Victoria frequently skipped classes was another concerning indicator. Marie-Therese, the girl's aunt, always claimed that the girl was ill or not feeling well when she was absent. Nobody, however, investigated the veracity of these claims. Teachers saw that Victoria's condition was worsening when she went back to school. Neighbors were also suspicious of Victoria's life at her aunt's house. They saw that the girl hardly ever left the house, and when she did, she appeared worn out and depressed. Some remembered Victoria crying on the landing from time to time. Once, a neighbor who was worried about the girl's health made an attempt to speak with Marie-Therese. The aunt reassured her, however, that the child was okay, stating that Victoria was simply very active and frequently fell. Questions were also raised by the noise coming from the apartment. Despite the noise and screams, No one in the neighborhood dared to openly step in. Only one man complained to the police, but they disregarded it because they believed it to be a family issue. Consequently, the alarms kept going off, but nobody did anything to stop it. Over the next few months, Victoria's health issues became more apparent. The girl had multiple hospital admissions. Injuries that appeared suspicious were noted by doctors. They included bruises and fractures, which Victoria's aunt said were caused by mishaps. Despite medical personnel's suspicions that the injuries might have been caused by violence, little was done about it. Marie-Therese was visited by social services, who consistently found her explanations to be persuasive. The aunt was skilled at projecting the image of a responsible and kind caregiver. She assured them that she loved Victoria and was trying her best to look after her, and she showed them a tidy apartment. Victoria stayed in the house each time, her life becoming more and more in danger, while the inspectors only made official findings. Victoria's condition had significantly worsened by the end of 1999. Her behavior became even more nervous, her clothes were no longer weather appropriate, and her weight drastically decreased. Teachers noticed that the girl's eyes appeared blank and that she frequently dozed off in class. The fact that Victoria started avoiding contact was another alarming sign. The girl recoiled and retreated when a teacher or a classmate attempted to assist her, such as by holding her hand or lifting her backpack. The school contacted social services once more because of this behavior, which raised serious concerns. But the tests were inconclusive this time as well. Victoria confided in one of the teachers one day that she was scared to leave for home. Once more, these words were ignored, despite being a desperate signal. Following a formal check at Marie-Therese's home, social services determined that the girl was in a safe environment. Victoria's condition had deteriorated to a critical level by early 2000. Teachers, neighbors, and even random bystanders noticed that the girl appeared malnourished and that her movements were sluggish and unsure, but nobody could have predicted that tragedy would be the end of it all. Victoria's condition began to deteriorate significantly on February 24, 2000. Her aunt and boyfriend, Carl Manning, reported that the girl was not moving and was no longer breathing normally, so they called an ambulance. The child's condition shocked the medical staff when they arrived. Victoria was extremely malnourished, and her body was covered in burns and bruises, among other traumatizing marks. Victoria was taken to the hospital right away by the medical staff. The girl's body was too weak for the doctors to save her. Victoria died on February 25, 2000, the following day. In addition to physical abuse, her death was caused by total body exhaustion. According to the medical professionals who examined Victoria's body, prompt action could have prevented such horrible outcomes. They were astounded to see a child in such critical condition while under the care of the school and social services. Victoria's death shocked everyone in the UK, not just her loved ones. People found it incomprehensible that a child with such obvious suffering had gone unprotected. This case came to represent structural issues with the way the police, social services, and medical fields operate. The police opened an investigation as soon as Victoria Climie passed away. Her multiple injuries, critical exhaustion, and hospitalization circumstances sparked serious suspicions among doctors, who promptly informed law enforcement. Detectives concentrated on obtaining all available evidence after realizing they were dealing with a tragedy that could have been avoided. Finding out what transpired behind the closed doors of Victoria's home and prosecuting those responsible were their two main objectives. The investigators immediately proceeded to the apartment where Victoria had resided with her aunt, Marie-Therese Joyce, and her boyfriend, Carl Manning, after securing a search warrant. The apartment appeared to be fairly typical at first glance, with a tidy interior, spotlessly clean surfaces, and fresh flowers on a little table in the living room. However, the seasoned investigators saw right away that the house appeared to have been specially prepared for their arrival. Everything appeared overly sterile, as though the proprietors were attempting to project an illusion of well-being. Their first observation was of Victoria's bedroom. It was a stark contrast to the other rooms. The girl's room literally screamed coldness and neglect, while the living room could be described as comfortable and well-kept. A teenager's room didn't even have the slightest hint of a childlike atmosphere. There were no toys, books, or vibrantly colored furniture in place of empty walls that were unadorned and uncozy. There was only a thin, tattered blanket on the bed, obviously unfit for the winter. There were absolutely no pillows. The room's sparse furniture had a worn-out, scratched appearance. Victoria's clothing, shoes, and school supplies were all in bad shape. It appeared as though no one had updated her closet in a while, because the majority of the items were either too small or badly worn. People were especially interested in the girl's shoes. Since they were light summer shoes, they were totally inappropriate for the severe winter weather. For the investigators, this was a warning sign. There was obviously a problem. The atmosphere in the room was one of neglect, if not apathy, rather than concern and care for the child. The signs of violence that the experts discovered upon closer examination, however, were the most terrifying finding. At first glance, the stains on the walls and furniture looked like filthy streaks, but the experts soon concluded that these were blood traces, partially obscured but discernible to the trained eye. Although the room's floor appeared to be clean, there were still questionable stains on it, which later proved to be attempts to conceal something awful. A tiny plastic container was standing in one corner of the room. The investigators discovered an even more sinister image when they opened it. There were broken toys inside. The only things that truly belonged to Victoria, it seemed, were these. They appeared to have been purposefully broken to prevent the girl from playing with them, or thrown there to get rid of them. The overall impression that the child was being treated like an unnecessary burden was only strengthened by this. There were also indications of neglect in the kitchen. There was almost nothing in the refrigerator. There was a juice box, a stale piece of bread, and a few cans of canned food. Marie-Therese had previously stated that she had always provided for Victoria's nutritional needs, which contrasted sharply with this limited food supply. Investigators questioned how the girl ate, given the scarcity of food in the home, or was it more likely that she was just not eating enough? When the detectives discovered multiple locked cabinets, the situation became even more concerning. Marie-Therese responded to the request to open them with blatant hostility and made an effort to avoid doing so by claiming private reasons. She only grudgingly gave up the keys after protracted discussions, and when she was threatened with having the entire cabinet seized, everyone in the room was shocked by what they saw when the doors opened. Belts, wires, and wooden sticks were among the objects in the cabinets that were obviously intended for physical abuse or punishment. The wires were coiled into tight loops, and one belt featured a metal buckle. These results, which presented a horrifying image of the potential abuse Victoria endured, spoke for themselves. Each of these objects was captured on camera, meticulously recorded, and confiscated for additional analysis. The investigators knew that every little detail from these findings could be important in revealing what was happening behind that tidy but dishonest facade. The state of Victoria's room revealed much more than the apartment's adult residents were willing to acknowledge. After compiling all the evidence, the investigators started to depict the girl's life as one of hardship, suffering, and possibly cruelty. Investigators were immediately struck by Marie-Therese, Coau Joyce, and Carl Manning's behavior when they were called in by the police for their initial interrogation. Despite their caution, they made an effort to project confidence. Although Marie-Therese appeared nervous, her responses sounded practiced, as though she had readied herself for potential queries beforehand. She started to maintain her innocence right away, saying she loved Victoria and tried her hardest to look after the girl. Victoria was a difficult child, the woman said. Despite her temper, Marie-Therese characterized Victoria as a mischievous child who was allegedly prone to accidents. She was constantly sick, she didn't do well in school, and she and I always had difficulties, but I did everything I could to help her. I tried to be a good aunt to her. She claimed that the girl's clumsiness was the cause of the bruises and injuries on her body. The reason for her emaciation, according to Marie-Therese, was solely her lack of appetite. She was always falling, hitting the corners of furniture. She just always had some kind of trouble. And of course, she never listened. We offered her food, but she hardly ate anything. Conversely, Carl Manning made an effort to portray himself as an unconcerned bystander. He tried to downplay his involvement in Victoria's life. In his own words, "I had virtually no contact with her." As the interrogation went on, the investigators noticed inconsistencies in their accounts. "She was just Marie-Therese's niece to me, and I never really got involved with the child. My business was work and my own affairs. I saw her rarely and didn't notice anything strange. For instance, Marie-Therese claimed that Victoria had unintentionally spilled a kettle of boiling water on herself when questioned about the cause of the burns on her body. Carl, however, asserted that he had never witnessed any burns and that nothing of the sort had occurred. When the conversation shifted to the girl's personal items discovered in her room, both of them made a hasty attempt to change the topic, which was even more suspicious. Marie-Therese asserted that because they had little, Victoria had saved money by amassing a collection of old and worn-out items. The careful investigators did not overlook these contradictions, however, as Carl stated that he had no idea what Victoria's possessions were and added, "I'm not interested." It was always Marie-Therese's responsibility. The police chose to intensify the interrogations. After meticulously documenting the testimony, it was clear that neither of them was telling the whole truth, and more research was necessary to determine the true events that had occurred in this family. In order to get more candid responses from Marie-Therese Joyce and Carl Manning during the second round of questioning, the police started using the evidence gathered in the apartment. In addition to providing an expert report that unequivocally stated that the girl's burns could not have been caused by unintentional contact with hot water, the investigators displayed photos of the bloodstains discovered on Victoria's room's walls and furniture. The suspects' responses only served to heighten suspicion of their guilt because this evidence was indisputable. The situation became even more muddled with each of their new responses. Investigators started posing direct queries, such as, what caused the bloodstains on the furniture and walls? Why hadn't anyone gotten help if Victoria had actually just fallen? If the wounds were that bad? Marie-Therese was unable to provide a definitive response to these questions, either stating that she didn't think it was serious or citing memory problems. The facts put pressure on Carl Manning, who had previously claimed to have little to do with Victoria during the initial interrogation. He became irate after seeing the pictures and reading the experts' conclusions. He initially denied any involvement in the events, but he changed his strategy when faced with indisputable proof. The investigators were baffled by his justifications. "I knew what was going on," he acknowledged after a protracted silence. "But I didn't get involved. It's none of my business. She's not my child. I thought it was Marie-Therese's problem and let her deal with it herself." They emphasized that he was obviously a witness to what was taking place, even though he claimed not to be involved. Although Carl acknowledged that he had noticed the girl's body was bruised and injured, he added that he had no justification for getting involved. Under the weight of indisputable evidence, Marie-Therese eventually acknowledged during one of the interrogations that she occasionally lost her temper and turned to physical punishment. She told investigators that these were common ways of raising children, that they were accepted in her culture, and that she didn't see anything wrong with them. "Children need discipline sometimes," she said. Investigators discovered, however, that beneath those words was a harsh reality. "I used the belt to show them what is right and wrong. It's not violence, it's education." Examining the belts in the locked closet revealed marks that might suggest they were used repeatedly for striking. Furthermore, Victoria's cuts, bruises, and burns showed that the penalties were far more severe than what could be referred to as discipline. Marie-Therese Joyce and Carl Manning were arrested by the police on the basis of the evidence they had gathered, which included witness statements, forensic tests, and the suspect's own confessions. They were accused of abusing children and killing Victoria. Investigators worked diligently to piece together a horrifying account of the girl's life, filled with cruelty and suffering, which led to these charges. During her arrest, Marie-Therese made an effort to defend herself by stating repeatedly that she did everything in her power and never intended to hurt Victoria. Investigators interpreted her trembling voice as fear of punishment rather than sincere regret. She persisted in asserting that her parenting techniques were required because Victoria was a challenging child. But in light of the overwhelming amount of evidence discovered during the investigation, these justifications began to seem less and less credible. The way Carl Manning acted was different. He said nothing and made no direct effort to defend his behavior, but his actions showed that he wanted to completely shift the blame to Marie-Therese and absolve himself of it. The investigators were convinced that he was an accomplice, even though he did not start the violence because of his unwillingness to step in and his claims of fear of conflict. Investigators stressed that Victoria's death was the result of a protracted cycle of violence that was evident to those in her immediate vicinity and that, with greater resolve, could have been prevented. Both the girl's death and the inaction of those who could have stopped it were tragic aspects of this tale. When Victoria Climie's trial started in January 2001, it quickly rose to the top of the UK's discussion list. The horrific details surrounding the 8-year-old girl's death exposed the inadequacies of the social protection system, which had failed to stop the tragedy, as well as the brutality of her guardians. In addition to proving the accused guilt, the prosecutor's office had to explain to the court the full scope of Victoria's suffering, which was a challenging task. Victoria's aunt and her partner, the primary defendants, were put on trial for alleged child abuse and murder. Victoria had been subjected to months of systematic physical and psychological abuse, according to the prosecution. A forensic medical report, witness statements, and photos of the girl's injuries were among the evidence they presented from the investigation. A medical report that verified Victoria's injuries could not have been accidental was crucial to the prosecution's case. In addition to using violence, the prosecution contended that Marie-Therese and Carl purposefully denied the girl access to food, shelter, and medical attention. She died as a result of hypothermia and exhaustion. Marie-Therese maintained that she didn't intend to hurt the child and that her actions were educational. She was under the strain of life circumstances, according to her defense, and was unaware of the seriousness of the consequences of her actions. Carl, for his part, said he was just watching from the sidelines and never held out his hand to Victoria, denying any active participation. Prosecutors, however, provided proof that he was aware of the abuse and took part in it. The attorneys for the defendants made an effort to frame the case differently. They maintained that Marie-Therese's ignorance of her responsibilities as a guardian was the reason behind Victoria's tragic accident death. Although the girl's aunt had acted improperly, the defense maintained that her actions were unintentional. Carl Manning maintained that he only shared a home with Marie-Therese and the girl and had no involvement in Victoria's upbringing. He persisted in maintaining that his partner was the only one with knowledge of what transpired behind closed doors, but the defense was unable to persuade the judge that the defendant's acts were impulsive or poorly thought out. The prosecution provided indisputable proof that Victoria had endured unjustified, systematic abuse and deprivation. Strong emotions were present during the hearings. As she heard the horrific details of what her daughter had gone through, Victoria's mother, who was present in the courtroom, was unable to contain her tears. The trial was extensively covered by the media, which infuriated the public and led to criticism of the social safety net. The jury returned a verdict on January 12, 2001, following weeks of hearings. Carl Manning and Marie-Therese Kouajoyce were convicted of Victoria Kleinham's murder. The judge stressed that they had intentionally caused the child to suffer and said their actions were cruel and premeditated. Marie-Therese Kouajoyce received a life sentence without the possibility of release. Carl Manning was given a life sentence with at least 20 years to serve after the court found him guilty of murder and complicity in child abuse. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Without love, trust, and basic respect, what sustains a marriage? For the sake of the children, some attempt to keep the family together. Some are deterred by religious convictions or a combination of these, while others are concerned about other people's opinions and dread public criticism. However, the will to do whatever it takes to keep a marriage intact can occasionally degenerate into a terrible tragedy. Although Jacqueline and Paul Krimble's story is not unusual, its cruelty, selfishness, and cynicism garnered a lot of attention. The perpetrator was labeled the Black Widow and imprisoned, but in an open interview, her daughter admitted that her mother persisted in destroying lives while incarcerated. The connection between Paul Krimble and Jacqueline. Born on December 18, 1974 in County Armagh, Northern Ireland, Jacqueline, also known as Jackie Mary Bennett, was the younger of two children in a typical middle-class household. She was unpredictable, spoilt, rebellious, and occasionally even violent from an early age. Jackie's behavior worsened over her adolescence and eventually became uncontrollable, but her family blamed it on adolescence in the hopes that she would outgrow it. As they say, opposites attract, and this idea seemed to work wonderfully when she met Paul Crimble in high school. He was 3 years older than her and very different from her. Here, Paul was a quiet, reserved young man from a devout household who excelled academically and was seen as having great talent and promise. He was drawn to Jacqueline's confidence, vigor, and audacity. She was the first female he had a serious crush on, and perhaps the only one. Paul was welcomed by Jackie's parents, who supported her decision since they thought he would help their daughter become more composed, logical, and sensible. Her family accepted Paul like a member of the family from the moment they met, and at times it seemed that they treated him better than Jackie herself. Paul's parents, however, were wary of his decision, but did not dissuade the young pair from dating. The couple appeared to be incompatible, according to school friends as well. Paul attempted to settle everything amicably, avoiding violence, and was seen as amiable, forthright, and extremely responsible. But Jackie frequently incited arguments and preferred to settle them with physical force. A courteous, sensible, and mature young guy above his years, he was always dependable and always willing to provide a helping hand to others. When Jacqueline became pregnant at the age of 17, she informed her boyfriend that she was in her last year of school and that Paul, then 20 years old, was already enrolled in college. Paul said he was ready to marry her and assume full responsibility for her and the child as soon as he found out. Although Jacqueline wasn't prepared for parenthood or child-rearing, ending the pregnancy was unavoidable. Such a serious offense would not be tolerated by Paul or his pious family. Jackie accepted Paul's formal proposal when he purchased a ring. In 1992, the couple celebrated with their closest friends and family at a small wedding. Remarkably, just a few days prior to the occurrence, Hall told his best friend that he and Jacqueline were too dissimilar, questioned whether her sentiments were genuine, and was even scared of her because of her erratic behavior. Additionally, the groom questioned whether he genuinely loved her or if he was merely feeling obligated and sympathetic. However, he had nothing to compare because he had never dated other girls. After paying close attention, his friend attempted to talk Paul out of getting married by telling him that it would be the worst decision he ever made and that he would be miserable for the rest of his life. Paul was adamant, though, stating that he couldn't abandon a girl who was expecting his child. In addition, he thought that becoming a mother would improve Jacqueline's personality by making her softer and more composed. Paul had generally hoped for the best, but he was unaware of how mistaken he was. Life in the family without affection. The young couple's first child, a daughter named Danielle, was born at the beginning of 1993. Jacqueline gave birth to their son 6 years later. After the birth of their second kid, Adam Paul made sure his family had all they needed because he was their only provider. In 2000, the offenders moved into a comfortable 3-bedroom townhouse in Armagh after deciding they needed a larger residence. Paul was making a good living as a senior mechanical engineer by that time. However, his wife claimed to prefer work and did not bother herself with it, running the home and bringing up the kids, but she was also not very good at either. Jackie was a short-tempered, greedy, and lazy person who frequently acted aggressively, even with her kids. Jacqueline attempted to find employment when the kids were a little older, but she was never able to hold down a position for very long due to her combative and argumentative personality. In addition, she went out to bars almost every evening to consume alcohol while her husband stayed at home with their son and daughter. Mrs. Crimble was not a particularly amiable lady, even when she was sober, and she became a true rage when she was drunk. In addition to starting arguments, she also got into fights, cursed, and acted inappropriately around different males. Nobody could foresee what she would do next, and she reacted aggressively to any comments or suggestions to act more humbly. Family, friends, and neighbors knew what was going on and truly felt sorry for Paul and the kids, who were the ones who were most negatively impacted by Jacqueline's actions. Many people were aware of the young woman's misadventures and made an effort to stay away from her because the family resided in a tiny, peaceful town. Her husband and kids were impacted by her negative reputation, and they had to deal with the fallout from their classmates. Jackie didn't try to disguise her crazy lifestyle. Her frequent visits to entertainment venues, however, made the staff and other patrons nervous because they knew that her presence would undoubtedly result in a brawl or altercation. Because she may strike out at any time, Jacqueline held her family in constant fear, although Paul made an effort to keep his mouth shut. His friends, family, and co-workers saw that he was uncomfortable with his wife or even just talking about her. Paul was frequently told to leave this woman, but he was afraid of losing the opportunity to see his kids. Jackie would instantly threaten to cut him off from their son and daughter in the event of any disagreement. She also threatened to use her friends against him. These were males she frequently saw at bars who were willing to break the law to protect her. In these circumstances, Paul typically gave in to his wife and said nothing. The unexplained assault on Sunday morning, June 20, 2004. A terrified woman begged for assistance by calling the emergency services. She said that she and her husband were ambushed in their home by 3 strangers who beat them, tied them up, tried to rob them, and then took their car and her husband with them. When Jacqueline Crimble called, police and emergency personnel hurried to the address she gave. They discovered a woman at the house with a plastic wire tie securing her hands behind her back. But since her legs were unbound, the authorities assumed she had partially freed herself. Notably, despite the victim's initial claims that the attackers had beaten and bound them, she had no wounds or bruises on her body. Luckily, the couple's kids weren't home because they were sent to be with their paternal grandparents for the weekend. Jacqueline claims that she and her spouse had gone to a pub on Saturday night to unwind. After midnight, they went home after drinking. But just as Paul was opening the front door, 3 people sprung into the shadows and shoved them inside. Armed with a revolver, the invaders battered and restrained the couple while requesting money and illegal drugs. Paul reportedly made an effort to placate the crooks by pleading with them to let him and his wife go and vowing not to notify the police. However, this only infuriated them. In front of the frightened Jacqueline, they struck him multiple times before starting to strangle him with a plastic bag. The attackers chose to at least take the car when it became evident that there was no money or illegal drugs in the house. But for some reason they took the owner with them, leaving the chained woman behind. Jacqueline was able to use her tongue to get to the phone and call the police when the thieves drove off with Paul. She pleaded with the investigators to locate and rescue her husband right away because she was certain he might still be alive. The authorities had no reason to suspect the woman, although she looked and behaved suspiciously calm despite her anxiety. The disfigured body in the trunk at that very moment. Investigators started gathering evidence at the crime scene as soon as the couple's car was reported stolen throughout the county. Although they made an effort to learn as much as they could about the assault, Jacqueline asserted that the culprits were disguised. She was unable to remember any identifying characteristics, such as limping, speech impairments, or specifics of the clothing. All she could say was that they were men, and there were 3 of them. Less than a day later, on Monday morning, the Crimble family automobile was discovered abandoned only 3 miles from the residence where the attack had occurred after the search got underway. It was parked next to a long, empty home in a secluded alley. The owner's mangled body, which was obviously beaten and tortured, lay inside the trunk. The 35-year-old man had several bruises all over his body and face, his hands tied behind his back and his legs shackled with a wire tie. Jackie responded very composedly when she was told about the gory discovery. She didn't appear to mind her husband's cruel deprivation, who was also the father of her children. She made an effort to look shocked and hurt, but she was unable to shed a tear, so she asked when she would be able to have her car back in less than a minute. All of this seemed quite suspicious, so the police investigated the young widow, the primary suspect. At first, Jacqueline's version was accepted as the sole reliable one and was not questioned. Law enforcement, however, suspected the widowed mother of 2 might be lying because of her peculiar conduct. She was never a model wife or mother, and it soon became clear that she and Paul had been having a long-term, failing marriage. She was disparaged by her parents and kids as well as by neighbors and acquaintances. Additionally, it was discovered that Jackie had been dating Roger Ferguson for a number of months. He resided with his mother on the farm he owned in Armagh. She and Crimble were frequently spotted drinking alcohol together in the town's entertainment establishments. Additionally, Roger paid the married woman a visit at home while her husband was at work and the kids were at daycare and school. Roger was thought to be a potential accomplice, and Jacqueline switched from victim to the primary suspect just 1 day after the automobile with the mutilated body was discovered. The woman seemed far more focused on getting her automobile back than she did on being a heartbroken widow. In addition, her story of being attacked by a group of armed addicts sounded unbelievable. Where had they gone after leaving the car with a body in the trunk? And this was the first time something like this had ever happened in the sleepy town. It was also odd that the enigmatic crooks were able to leave no evidence behind. No other eyewitness reported seeing dubious visitors around the community. But nearly everyone who ever had contact with the victim had bad things to say about her. Furthermore, it was quickly discovered that the dead had an insurance policy, and in the event of his death, his wife could anticipate receiving a hefty settlement of £300,000 sterling. In this instance, a legitimate motivation that could account for the crime had emerged. Jacqueline said she was able to use her tongue to dial a button phone and make a help call during the crime investigation. In fact, there were traces of her saliva on the gadget when it was taken for inspection. Investigators did see, however, that the phone was on the coffee table, face down, with her hands bound behind her back during the first examination of the crime scene. If it had been in that position from the beginning, she could not have switched it over after the call or called for assistance. The couple's home computer search history showed odd searches. When Jacqueline was queried explicitly about the months-long search for information on life insurance payout amounts and procedures in the case of the policyholder's death, she claimed to know nothing and implied that maybe Paul would be interested. Roger Ferguson had a strong alibi and was thought to be a possible collaborator in the crime. According to his mother, he stayed at home the night since he wasn't feeling well, and at 1:30 in the morning, she was looking through the home medicine cabinet for a remedy for his stomach problems. The old woman's evidence was compelling, but her son was not yet taken off the suspect list. When police used the signals from the suspect's cell phones to monitor their whereabouts on the night of the crime, they found that Roger had not been home as his mother had reported. As an alternative, he spent many hours at the Crimbles' home. He also kept up his friendship with the widow, and the day after Paul's funeral, he was spotted with her at a bar. The fact that Roger and Jacqueline went to a car dealership together to check at SUVs and ask about payment arrangements for such a costly purchase was another oddity. Even more strange was the presence of Roger's mother. Roger's mother was probably aware that the authorities assumed the lovers had already decided how they would spend the insurance payout following Paul's death. Jackie said during questioning that she never cheated on her husband and that she didn't intend to hurt him, but soon after no one believed her. Jacqueline had begun working as a caregiver in a nursing home prior to the disaster, but she was fired after just a few weeks because of her persistent lying and arguments. She continued to act as though she was going to work or having night shifts while staying at Ferguson's residence, though, and kept this a secret from her husband. Paul encountered one of his wife's former co-workers who unintentionally told him everything about the lie. His attempt to speak with his wife just led to further arguments. She threatened to kidnap the kids, ban their biological father from seeing them, and leave him for her boyfriend. Paul decided to compromise and ignored her adultery because this was his greatest concern. His closest friend, who subsequently testified in court as a witness, was the only person he could confide in regarding the formulation and implementation of a cunning scheme. Roger wasn't very intelligent. Despite his strength, he was easily led and had a simple intellect. Jacqueline rapidly gained total control over him by coercing her lover into doing what she wanted. She was greatly charmed by the fact that he would gladly engage in combat for her. He probably believed whatever she said since he was truly in love with her. Ferguson heard the woman's complaints about her husband, who, she claimed, was physically violent, unpleasant, and harsh. All of this was undoubtedly false, but the lover detested Paul more and more with each grievance, thinking that he was the primary source of Jacqueline's suffering and oppression, and the primary barrier to their happiness together. She instilled in his mind the notion that by getting rid of her spouse, all of their issues would be resolved and they could live together while earning a sizable income for a pleasant lifestyle. Mrs. Crimble searched for somebody who would commit the crime for cash for about 2 weeks before to the catastrophe, but she and Roger gave up after weighing their alternatives. In order to keep the full insurance payout, it appeared the lovers decided they could do it themselves without leaving any witnesses or evidence. Jacqueline took the kids to spend the weekend with their grandparents on Friday, June 18. She proposed to take her husband out for drinks on Saturday so they could unwind and chat. Paul was happy to accept the offer because he believed it could improve their relationship. It was an invitation to his death, but he was unaware of it. People in the bar that night saw Jackie making a concerted effort to make her husband, who doesn't drink, drunk. After midnight, she led her dazed husband out of the pub after purchasing drinks and almost forcing him to knock back one shot after another. The last time Paul was seen alive, they were captured on security footage. This exposed a notable disparity in timing. According to Jacqueline, the attack happened as soon as the couple returned from their 10-minute stroll to the pub and lasted no more than 15 minutes. She then reportedly phoned the police right away after her husband was abducted and taken away in their vehicle. But it took over an hour and a half from the moment they were caught on camera until the police were called. Investigators thought the offenders used this time to hide their tracks and set up a third-party attack scene. Furthermore, it seems that Jacqueline purposefully made her husband intoxicated, so he would be powerless to refuse. She said that after kicking Paul while he was on the ground, the crook started to strangle him by covering his head with a plastic bag and taping it in place. The type of injuries on the deceased's body supported her story, but by that point, the authorities had irrefutable proof that the attackers were her and her lover, Ferguson. Following a protracted and exhaustive investigation of the crime scene, investigators discovered a partially obliterated imprint of a man's shoe, the tread pattern of which matched Roger's shoes, that had clearly been attempted but unsuccessfully cleaned. However, this evidence can be regarded as circumstantial. Other, more important evidence against the criminal couple was discovered in the kitchen trash, though. A partial fingerprint of Roger's was found on the cable tie that bound Jacqueline's hands, and a cigarette butt with Roger's saliva was discovered. Ferguson's fingerprints were also discovered on the ropes that bound the deceased's hands and feet, and traces of both lovers' perspiration and oil were discovered on the bag that was used to suffocate the victim. A minor acquaintance of Roger's named Colin Robinson was also discovered to have participated in this heinous act by the investigation. On the night of the attack, Roger called him and asked for his assistance with an unidentified task. In order to avoid drawing attention to himself, the teenager drove his car, abandoned it at the end of the street per Roger's request, and walked to the house. Colin wanted to flee when he saw what was occurring, but Roger coerced him into helping transfer the body to the car and load it into the trunk by threatening him with a knife. They then took the vehicle to an empty location and left it there. The terrified young man first denied any involvement in the incident, but during the second interrogation he broke down and started confessing. Trial and punishment. The course of the investigation was several months. They collected indisputable proof throughout this period, spoke with every witness, and got the third criminal to confess. But the offender's trial didn't start until the spring of 2007, nearly 3 years after Paul Cramble was deprived of his life on May 7. The widow received a 20-year sentence after Jacqueline and Roger were found guilty of a premeditated crime with the goal to earn insurance money in prison, while her accomplice and lover were sentenced to 18 years. Colin Robinson, the juvenile accomplice, received a 3-year term for helping the offenders and trying to hide the truth. Roger's aging mother was likewise unable to avoid accountability for perjury and giving her son a fake alibi. In retaliation against her own children, the woman was only granted a year of probation due to her senior age and severe health issues. Jacqueline persisted in ruining her family's lives while she was incarcerated. Everyone who knew her personally was relieved when she was put in jail, and she was upset that no one stood for her in court. According to her own mother, individuals such as Jackie ought to be permanently removed from society in order to prevent them from hurting others. It's interesting to note that Jacqueline destroyed all of her late husband's possessions and pictures a few days after the funeral, making the house completely devoid of any reminders of him. Somehow, Danielle was able to preserve a few pictures of her father. Her mother was unaware of them, and she kept them on her bedside table. Paul's children received the £300,000 in insurance settlement for which he was slain. Overnight, Danielle and Adam lost both of their parents, but their problems didn't stop there. Their mother was insistent that the children should not be raised by either her parents or the parents of the dead husband. The children were placed in foster care as a result of her efforts to deny them guardianship rights. Danielle was only 11 years old, and her brother Adam was only 5 years old when the tragedy occurred, even though they had living grandparents. From prison, Jacqueline tried to control her children while maintaining her parental rights. She specifically wanted them to use various forms of pressure to publicly declare her innocent. For instance, she said that if they came to see her in prison, she would sign off on their school trips. However, she misled them during the visit by refusing to sign the document and insisting they testify in her favor. Consequently, only the brother and sister were unable to accompany their class on weekend outings. Danielle is currently 31 years old, resides in Basingstoke, works at a daycare, and is seeing an engineer named Simon Bryce. Her 25-year-old brother relocated to London and has a decent degree. With Jacqueline's upcoming release next year, her adult children are extremely concerned that their mother would keep doing everything in her power to ruin their lives. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we'll talk about what happened in Maine in 2016. While her husband Luke was shopping at Walmart, Valerie Tiemann, 34, vanished from the parking lot. There was no sign of Valerie when he got back in the car. The police opened an investigation as soon as they heard about Valerie's disappearance, but it soon took a surprising turn. Sarah Jean Sampsarmanen and Jean Allharman welcomed Valerie Jo Harmanen into the world on December 3, 1981, in Salem, Virginia. Valerie attended Hampton Park Christian School and graduated in 2000. She was born and raised in Greenville, South Carolina. She graduated from Bob Jones University with a degree in cosmetology. She was well known for her gregarious demeanor and warm smile. Valerie was well known for her passion for speech and theater. She played the flute and piano and loved music. Valerie worked in pageants, spas, and salons using her cosmetology skills. She helped people look and feel their best in order to support them. Valerie had been seeing a man named Matt Guccio. When Valerie was around 22, they met through a mutual friend. In many ways, they were too dissimilar. Matt was more reserved, but Valerie was gregarious and happy. However, they did not find this difference problematic. Valerie and Matt were married in 2004. They moved into Matt's tiny house after the honeymoon, and while everything was great at first, Valerie's parents started to notice behavioral changes over time. Matt was very frugal with his money. To have some personal savings, Valerie had to open a different bank account. Matt's behavior changed more and more over time. He attempted to exert total control over Valerie's life and held her responsible for all of his and their family's issues. She endured a great deal of emotional suffering and a lot of things, but patience has its limits. Matt and Valerie got divorced 10 years later. Valerie wanted a new chapter in her life, and Luke Tiemann opened it. He helped Valerie move past her past issues. Luke spent 10 years in the army. Valerie saw him as a trustworthy man who cared for her family while he was in Iraq and Afghanistan. Valerie was starting to look happy again. Valerie was once again smiling and full of joy as she had been 10 years before. Luke and Valerie entered into marriage on June 6, 2014. They relocated to the Fairfield home of Luke's parents. Luke was living in Maine at the time, and Valerie's parents were in South Carolina. After visiting Valerie's family in South Carolina, Luke and Valerie returned to Maine in August 2016. The final text message exchange between Valerie's mother, Sarah Jean Harman, and her daughter took place on August 18, 2016. Luke was spotted with a woman he had begun chatting with on Facebook a week prior, on August 24, 2016. This woman and Luke Tiemann had sex on the evening of August 24, 2016, and it appears that Valerie learned of it that evening. In 5 hours, Valerie called Luke 31 times. A mutual friend of Luke and Valerie reached out to the latter through Messenger on August 26, 2016. Valerie was told by a friend that Luke was getting sucked into other women and claiming that they were no longer together. Valerie replied in multiple messages that, although it was heartbreaking, everything would work out because God has a timing and he would never find a better woman than her. She also said that he had lost her the following month in 2016. Luke Tiemann moved into the home of a woman with whom he was having an affair and told Valerie, his wife, that Valerie had fled with another man. Every week, Valerie would call her parents in South Carolina, but now they were unable to get in touch with their daughter for over a week. They couldn't get in touch with their daughter because she didn't answer their calls or texts. Luke was decided by Alan Harman and Sarah Harman. Speak with Luke. They texted him to inquire about his and Luke's well-being. The following day, Luke replied, "We are good. Thank you, love her so much." Another 13 days have passed, but Valerie's parents still can't contact Luso. They call Luke's father. They were shocked by the man's response. Valerie had been missing for approximately 2 weeks, according to Luke's father. In addition, he consulted Valerie's parents about what to do with her belongings. After that, Luke Tiemann was questioned about why he hadn't informed them about their daughter. "I was waiting for her to get in touch with you because," Tiemann said, "I never speak poorly of her. I still adore each of you." Luke said Valerie had run off with another man, and he thought she would tell her parents that they had broken up. Sarah Jean and Alan knew it wasn't true. It was a far cry from their daughter's behavior. Valerie couldn't have done that, they were certain. They also thought she would have called them, since she was aware of their concerns. Alan reported a missing person to the Fairfield Police Department the following day, September 9, 2016. Investigators began by visiting Valerie's parents, who were the residents of Luco Tiemann. They spoke with Laurel Tiemann, who told them she didn't know where they were. Since Valerie was, the detectives left without finding out where Laurel Tiemann's were. Because of Laurel Tiemann's domineering behavior, Valerie's parents felt it was difficult for their daughter to share a home with her. Laurel packed everything she owned in trash bags after Valerie was gone for 2 weeks. It was a clear representation of Laurel's daughter-in-law. She wasn't worried about Valerie at all. All she wanted to do was get rid of her things so they wouldn't occupy space in the house. The police meant to find Luke Tiemann and ask him a few questions, but they couldn't locate him. He didn't show up at his home, and his parents said they didn't know where their son might be. However, 5 days after Valerie's disappearance, Luke took the initiative to call the police himself. He claimed to have heard that the detectives were interested in speaking with him. When and under what circumstances he had last seen Valerie was one of the questions the detectives asked him. About 2 weeks ago, he and Valerie went to the local Walmart to buy some food, and he said that the response was really strange. While he went shopping, Valerie remained in the car in the parking lot. He finished his shopping and went back to the car, but Valerie was gone. According to Luke, he tried to find Valerie and promised to take her back by calling and texting her after leaving the store and realizing she wasn't there. Luke also disclosed that Valerie and he were approaching the end of their marriage. He claims that Valerie once brought up another man in a conversation, and he thought she was having an affair with him. Luke didn't know the man's name or where he lived. He believed Valerie had fled with him. The police appealed to the public through the media because Valerie's family was not aware of Luco Tiemann's existence. They asked anyone who has seen Valerie in the past few weeks to report it to detectives by posting a picture of her. From Valerie's disappearance from the Walmart parking lot to the disposal of her possessions in garbage bags, the whole story seems strange. The fact that Luke Tiemann did nothing to find his wife was another intriguing element of the narrative. He might have been too preoccupied with another woman. On the day that Valerie vanished, investigators visited Luke Walmart, where Luke and Valerie were. There were surveillance cameras inside the building as well as outside. Consequently, it was simple to verify Luke's story. Examining the CCTV footage took the investigators over an hour. They were in for a surprise. Lucy did not see Valerie or Luke Tiemann in any of the recordings. Luchin implied that Luch had lied to the police. The police were now aware that he was concealing something. The investigators chose to have a face-to-face conversation with Luke. They did not, however, reveal all of the information they possessed. They thought he would embellish or alter some of Lucci's testimony. It was no secret that Lucci was seeing another woman, Billie Jo Goodman. The fact that he was unfaithful to Valerie was not denied by him. He claimed that his relationship with Billie Jo was an effort to move on from Valerie's breakup. She was in a number of failed relationships. She thought she could start a future with Luke Tiemann when they first met. Another question now faced the investigators. Is it possible that Valerie acted as a mediator between Lucas and Billie Jo? Maybe these two chose to get rid of everything that might interfere with their plans in order to begin a new life. Billie Jo spoke with the police. She thought Louis had already separated from his wife. She claimed to investigators that she had no knowledge of Valerie Tiemann's disappearance. Meanwhile, one of the residents gave the police a tip. In one of the parking lots, the man had discovered a driver's license in the grass. The driver's license that was discovered belonged to Valerie, and this parking lot was adjacent to Billie Jo's house. Many people were suspicious because Valerie's driver's license was located close to her husband's new girlfriend's home. Few people think that on September 19, 2016, 10 days after Valerie's father, Alan, reported her missing to the police, Valerie fled with another man, leaving behind all of her possessions and discarding her documents. Luke Tiemann spoke with the news center Maine about the police. When he got back, Valerie wasn't in the car. He told reporters about Walmart. He didn't know Walmart had security camera footage. His story was not supported by footage. Without a doubt, after hearing Luke Tiemann's words and seeing his actions, each of you has drawn your own conclusions. On September 20, 2016, the following day, this case took a surprising turn. A.S. Luke warrant was obtained by detectives for the Fairfield property owned by Luke's parents. This was, after all, Valerie's last known residence. During the search, police dogs that are trained to detect human remains participated. His stream, and the land lot were to be checked. After searching the woods behind the house for about 5 minutes, a police dog discovered something. As the officer dug through the dirt with his hand, he noticed a shoe protruding from the ground. He was joined by other officers, who also began digging while wearing gloves. They discovered the body of a woman, wrapped in a blanket, and buried it with a number of odd items. These items included a package of sweet tarts, a bag of potato chips, a bottle of Gucci perfume, a flannel shirt, a handwritten note, a Mason note, and a wedding ring, an item that was not found until the evidence was being packaged for trial. While handling the con jar, Sergeant Scott Bryant, chief of Maine's evidence response team, testified that he discovered the ring. There were twigs and flower stems made of dirt in the mason jar. I knew there was something heavy in the envelope when I heard a thud. According to Bryant, it was still unknown if the ring belonged to a man or a woman. But according to Bryant, the discovered ring was significantly larger than his own wedding band. For my sole happiness, the police read, the soiled handwritten note that was discovered with Valerie's body. Joy, you will always bloom. I love you, Valerie, the note read. May you rest in peace with Jesus in my heart, Joy. I am looking forward to seeing you again. T. Lucio Bear, signed Lucy Bear. Tiemann Lucy Bear Sirs claimed in a police recording that he gave himself the nickname Lucy Bear and used it to sign a number of other notes discovered in Valerie's purse throughout the course of the investigation. Valerie's death was connected to all of Lucy's possessions. They took the body. For an autopsy and identification, the body was brought to the forensic medical examiner's office. Unfortunately, the body discovered behind the Tiemann family home actually belonged to their daughter, V. Lucre, so Jean and Alan Harmon had to worry about the worst thing their parents could hear. In addition to Valerie and Luke, the house was also occupied by his parents and younger brother Sam. Detectives discovered Sam's landscaping tools in the barn. Valerie discovered a contraband device in the same barn where Sam had dug up the burial site using these tools. Detectives soon discovered that Sam, Luke's younger brother, had engaged in illicit substance use. When Valerie visited her parents in South Carolina, she told them she used illegal drugs, which led the police to look into whether Sam Tiemann was involved in Valerie's death. When investigators searched Valerie's parents' bedroom, they found a .45 caliber handgun that Luke Tiemann had bought in 2015. Luke's parents told investigators they were unaware Valerie was buried close to their home. It's difficult to accept that this was the case, of course. Around the same time that Valerie was located, investigators found Luke and Billy Joe, his new friend. Luke Tiemann was taken into custody by investigators and taken to the police station to be questioned. He told the investigators Valerie had used illegal drugs and had overdosed and died nearly 25 months ago on August 25th. It is alleged that Lucien did not want Valerie's parents to be aware of their daughter's illicit drug use. He didn't tell them anything because of this. Since she was already dead, her husband knew that 911 would not be able to help her, so he chose not to call. As an alternative, he left Valerie in bed until nightfall. When it grew dark, he wrapped her in a blanket, left a note outside, and led her to the house in the woods. After that, Luke Clary was buried in a hole that Luke and his brother Sam had dug. Valerie had no physical wounds prior to her passing, according to Luke. Luke Tiemann was lying, though, according to the autopsy results, which showed that Valerie's blood had no traces of illegal substances. Only traces of prescription medications were found. It wasn't the most unexpected thing, though. 2 gunshot wounds to Valerie's head and neck were the cause of her death. According to the results of the ballistics analysis, investigators used a .45 caliber handgun to fire the bullets that were taken from Valerie's body. When investigators searched Luke's parents' bedroom, they discovered the same gun. He claimed to have purchased a Bugagohe gun for his father approximately a year ago, but he did not deny owning one. He asserted that he was unaware that Valerie had a loop shot. Valerie's age is 32. Luke Timen was charged with the murder of Valerie Timen, 34. The police were unable to uncover any proof that her brother was involved in Valerie Timen's death when they were investigating her death at the age of 4. According to Luke, his younger brother, Sam helped him bury Valerie's body, but according to the police, Sam wasn't home when Valerie died, and it's still unclear if his parents knew about it or had anything to do with it. However, it's rather odd that they didn't hear 2018. The 5-day trial started with opening statements on April 2, 2018, at Somerset Skowhegan's principal court. Luke entered a not guilty plea and claimed that he had been set up, although he insisted he wouldn't have left incriminating objects like a note and an engagement ring close to Valerie's body. The investigation linked Luke Timen to every item discovered there. After looking over the data on both Luke's and Valerie's phones, a computer forensics specialist also testified. The last time Valerie's phone was used, according to the records, was August 25, 2016, the day authorities think she died. The majority of the detective's time was devoted to outlining the process for monitoring cell phone usage and how it can be used to ascertain an individual's location at the time of a call. According to the documents, Valerie allegedly spent time with his friend Billy Joe while making 31 calls in a single day. Valerie only took the final call, which lasted a little more than 13 minutes. By the end of the call, police think he was at home. Another woman accused him of cheating on her in a message that Valerie received the following morning. After that, she refused to be with Timen again, and his defense questioned these phone logs. Luke's younger brother, Sam Timen, testified against his brother in court. Sam told the jury that he had no relationship with the 28-year-old, despite Luke's claims to the police that he helped him bury Valerie. Saways, 28, had his work log to prove that he was actually working 2 hours away. Sam testified in court that he overheard his brother confess to being an accomplice, and that Luke chose to confront him about it. He asked Luke why, and he responded with claims. Luke said, "What else do you do with a dead body?" in response to what he said. Luke kept asking questions about Luke, pointing the finger at Sam's parents and accusing him of shooting Valerie. Timen said that neither she nor Sam's parents could Luke anything like that. The officer questioned whether PTSD was the reason behind Luke's blackout. He had previously admitted to police that he occasionally had flashbacks due to his PTSD. Afterwards, witnesses that the prosecutor brought to the court discussed Valerie's side of the story and Valerie's team behind closed doors. They testified that the couple used a lot of illegal substances and that Luke informed people that he was divorcing Valerie at the same time that Valerie's ex-girlfriend, Sam's girlfriend, was getting a divorce. Sam Jackie Spencer, the older brother, told jurors that she and the couple had a wonderful relationship. At their wedding, she even served as the maid of honor. Spencer testified that she saw Valerie and Luke using a variety of illegal substances together. Spencer claimed that, around the time Valerie disappeared, Luke began texting her frequently. She had always sensed that he was interested in dating her. "He used to tell me that he always felt a connection to me." According to Spencer, he has always wanted to get together or hang out. Jurors were shown additional evidence from the crime scene in addition to witnesses who knew the couple personally. 3 minutes after Valerie's body was found, a video showed the officer walking through dense forest on an overgrown ATV trail, a common sight behind many rural Maine homes, to Timen's house. At the Timen Lucidance, members of the evidence response team gave testimony regarding their fee Timen. Luke's defense team quickly objected to a few items, such as a .45 caliber handgun taken from one of the home's rooms and gardening tools found in a property. Timan Smith, a team attorney, NC attorney, argued that the state assumed the gun and ammunition that Timan had taken because they were discovered in the house. They noted that they never confirmed who owned them, suggesting that someone else in the house might have had access to them. UC Timan gave his closing remarks on the 5th day of the trial. Despite his own objections, he testified. Timan admitted that he had made many changes to his version. To protect his clients, he provided investigators with multiple stories, he told the jury. According to Luke, he was forced to make a false statement by the detectives. He said he had no motive to take his wife's life and that there was no DNA evidence linking him to the crime. All the evidence pointed to Timan, the prosecutor, as the only person who could hurt Valerie. The jury deliberated for less than an hour before finding Tiemann guilty. On May 11, 2018, the jury announced the verdict. Valerie T. Mother's Mothmog, Thayed, acknowledged her sincere grief and heartache in her statement at the sentencing hearing. Luke is an evil-hearted man who should be sentenced to life in prison because of his persistent denial of the events, which disgusts me greatly. In addition, Luke's mother spoke for her son. She requested that the court take into account Luke Ken Tiemann's entire life. She said, "I don't ask you to ignore evidence, but I ask you to consider the whole person and balance justice with me." When his parents pleaded for the judge's pity, Tiemann sobbed. His mother, La Tiemann, claimed that her son was changed after returning from 3 combat tours in Iraq and Afghanistan. "I'm asking for understanding," she said, adding that she wasn't trying to use post-traumatic stress disorder as an excuse. Valerie's parents wanted Luke Tiemann to receive a life sentence, but he was given a 55-year sentence. The attorney for Harmon's family was shocked to learn that Tiemann's defense did not use post-traumatic stress disorder to obtain a lighter sentence for him. Tiemann changed his testimony once more, but this did not help him either. Tiemann appealed, but it did not have the desired effect while he was incarcerated. Why, in your opinion, did Luke Tiemann bury Valerie's body with other items? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. In January 1999, David and Belinda Temple were expecting their second child. Belinda was due to give birth as soon as possible. Doctors predicted labor in a few weeks. Belinda, like all pregnant women, was extremely tired and quickly exhausted. She still had her son Evan, who needed attention and care. That day, David decided to relieve his wife of household chores and give her some time to rest in the evening. To keep her from being distracted, he and his son went for a walk in the park. The father and son were enjoying their walk in the fresh air. Walking quickly tires and whets the appetite, so they stopped at a cafe to eat a sandwich and drink a Coke. After the cafe, they drove home. David parked the car and noticed that the front door to his house had broken glass. "Evan, I'm going to take you to visit Harland for a bit, okay?" David asked. Without waiting for his son's response, he quickly led him across the street to a neighboring house where family friends lived. "Why can't we go to Mom's?" asked the son, who struggled to keep up with his father. David replied, "Mom is in the hospital right now." He didn't know what else to say, so he kept going. Quentin Harland had barely opened the door to the unexpected visitors and had not even had a chance to greet them when David took his son into the living room and ran toward his house. Quentin, not understanding anything, yelled at his wife to look after the child and ran after his silent friend. "What's the matter, Quentin?" he yelled. But when he saw the Temple's broken front door, he realized David most likely had no idea what was waiting for him inside. The house was a disaster, with all of the closets open, items scattered on the floor, and, worst of all, blood trails leading to the stairs. Quentin pushed David aside and noticed Belinda lying belly down beneath the stairs in the dressing room, her arms spread apart and a large hole in the back of her head. David, apparently in shock, did not cry out, did not say anything, did not rush to his wife's body, but instead took out his cell phone and dialed the police number. The operator on the other end of the line had not anticipated the brutality of the murder, so he instructed David to check Belinda's pulse and even perform CPR. "What the hell kind of CPR are you talking about? Her head is splattered all over the walls," he replied. Police officers responded quickly to the scene, but they did not enter the house for a long time. Shaq, the Temple family's bull terrier, growled and barked at the unfamiliar uniformed men, appearing ready to lunge at the police officers. One officer even drew his service pistol. David, who had emerged from the house, yelled for them to put their guns away and hurriedly led the aggressive dog into the garage. Once inside the house where the tragedy occurred, the police investigated and concluded that burglars had been at work. They were unaware that the mistress was in the house at the time. Even though she was pregnant, they had no choice but to shoot her and thus eliminate the witness. In 1986, Belinda attended college in her hometown. Even though her twin sister Brenda left to attend Steve Austin University, Belinda remained with her parents because, in high school, she began dating Marshall Kelmy, who was 3 years her senior and whom she adored. Her father and mother were against the relationship. At the very least, because of her boyfriend, their daughter would be unable to obtain a prestigious education, and as is typical, she would become pregnant early and drop out of even a community college. There were numerous scandals in their household regarding this topic. Carol's mother refused to let her daughter start a joint life with Marshall, saying, "He is nobody to you. When you get married, you can move out anywhere, but until then, you have your own house." Belinda was a stubborn girl who always got her way, so her mother's words must have served as a wake-up call. Later, at a family dinner to which Marshall had been invited despite his reservations, the young couple announced their engagement. There was a palpably silence at the table. "Well, now that they've decided," Mom gritted her teeth, and they remained silent for the rest of the evening. Belinda had made the decision herself, wanting to show her parents that she was an adult capable of making her own decisions. Her boyfriend was not particularly eager for an official marriage, but he did not refuse his girlfriend's proposal. Belinda packed her belongings and moved in with her husband, who was still living with his parents at the time, with no plans to rent a separate place. Indeed, their relationship was unaffected by their official marriage. As previously stated, Belinda did everything she could to avoid motherly reproaches and achieve independence. But the taste of this life proved to be very bitter. Not 6 months later, Marshall began to spend little time at home, claiming to be working late but in fact with another woman. Belinda found out when she noticed her husband acting strangely one day. She waited until his workday was over before following her husband. That's when everything came to light. Marshall was walking hand in hand with a strange woman, most likely a colleague. The deceived wife did not organize any fights or jealousy scenes, but instead packed her belongings and returned to her mother. The guilty Marshall hung around her house for a long time, frequently calling to beg her forgiveness, but Belinda was unwavering and too proud to forgive the young man. They soon divorced. By 1998, Belinda was pregnant with her child, but continued to work part-time at the school. The children listened to her half-heartedly, respected her for her fairness, and were even slightly scared. Belinda was concerned that due to her pregnancy, she would miss the inter-school basketball competition and would be unable to adequately prepare the team. Her colleague, Richard Bachman, didn't care about her team or children in general. He had confessed to her numerous times that if he had another job, he would have quit being a teacher long ago. Belinda despised this attitude and couldn't understand why this flabby and overweight 40-year-old man was still in his position. Belinda was not one of those teachers who tolerated student absenteeism, so when she discovered that one of her students, high school senior Riley Joe Sanders, had been absent from class for months, she immediately contacted her colleagues. She wanted to know if this was her fault as a teacher or if the boy was a habitual truant. Her colleagues responded that it was not her fault. The boy was raised in a bad family, no one cared about him, and he only attended school on rare occasions. Belinda could not leave it at that. That same evening, she went to see his mother, who lived nearby, and had a serious conversation with her, which later proved fruitful. However, it did not meet the young teacher's expectations. Riley Joe Sanders came to class and practiced on an equal footing with the other students. But during a basketball game, when Sanders pushed his opponent and Belinda pointed out Riley's disgusting behavior, he insulted her with the last words, saying something like, "You'll answer to me for this. You better look around, especially in the evenings." After her breakup with Marshall in 1987, Belinda had nothing left in her hometown, so she accompanied her sister to Stephen F. Austin State University. She enjoyed her time at the university. It appeared that she had truly discovered her calling. In addition to studying, she worked part-time as a basketball coach, and the young woman had high hopes. At the same university, she met David Temple. He, like Belinda, was a part-time soccer coach who also played as captain of the university team. Soccer was an important part of David's life. He had been playing since he was a child, and it was clear from the start that he would become a school star. Despite David's difficult personality, he always played well for his team and was respected by all teachers. He could easily insult someone or start a fight, but he got away with it all while on the field during the game. Belinda also attended the Taste, and David's parents idolized her. They liked that she, like their son, was a big sports fan, so they had a lot in common. But her twin sister and Belinda's friends were not pleased with the union. They knew Belinda as a strong-willed and independent woman, and in this relationship, she changed dramatically. She became constrained, silent, and humble. Her whole life seemed to revolve around pleasing David. In addition to everything else, Belinda's toxic relationship caused her to become estranged from her family. Calls to her parents became increasingly infrequent, and trips home, whether for vacation or weekends, ceased entirely. Who in the family might like this? Closer to graduation, the couple purchased a bull terrier and named him Shaq. After receiving their long-awaited diplomas, David and Belinda married. In 1999, police began investigating the crime scene. How could a burglar enter a home guarded by such a vicious dog? In fact, how could the perpetrator distract the bull terrier that was preventing the police from entering the temple yard? Then they focused their attention on the front door. The glass was broken, as if the perpetrator attempted to open the lock from inside. However, in that case, the shards of glass would have been near the threshold. They were in the distance, to the right of the entrance. So, when the door was unlocked, the glass broke. Why would they do this? In the living room, there was a box on a nightstand and a toppled TV on the floor next to it. The policeman opened it, revealing earrings, rings, a chain, and gold jewelry. Additionally, it was unclear why the robber did not touch the jewelry. With each passing minute inside the Temple family home, the police officers became increasingly convinced that everything had happened in a dramatization. They knew from experience that in a robbery, the criminal takes everything they can find and carries it away. However, it appeared that nothing had been taken. Then there was the dog who would not leave their thoughts. Something was obviously wrong here. The murder was committed by firing a shot in the back of the head, most likely with a 12-gauge shotgun, while the victim was kneeling with their back to the killer. However, shotguns are not a popular weapon among robbers. It's extremely difficult to carry or transport without being noticed. In Belinda's case, the murder occurred at 4 p.m., and no criminal would walk around with a shotgun in broad daylight. "David, do you keep any weapons at home?" one officer inquired. "Yeah, I have a couple of rifles," David explained. David showed the police officers his weapons, but not the shotgun that could have killed Belinda. The cops asked David to accompany them to the station to provide a statement and take inventory of the stolen items. The man was extremely nervous, but he went with the police officers. His son, Evan, who had no idea what had happened, stayed at Harlan's house. In 1996, David Temple and Quentin Harlan were not only neighbors, but also worked at the same school. You could say they were true friends. They frequently met outside of work hours to watch games on TV or have a family BBQ. Something other than their shared interest in sports brought David and Quentin together one day. Heather Scott was a new young teacher at the school. Quentin immediately paid attention to her, gave her various signs of interest, and even invited her to dinner one night. But Heather turned him down. Quentin happened to have a rival who, surprisingly, turned out to be David. Quentin was outraged and resentful that his married friend, who even had a son, was developing a secret relationship at work. You have to give it to Quentin. He was a good friend who could keep secrets. Heather had no idea David was married because he didn't wear a wedding ring and didn't tell her anything about his real life. Furthermore, outside of the school, David and Heather appeared to be a happy couple, which was noticed by the entire teaching staff. Belinda knew nothing about David's second life. She once talked to Quentin and told him she suspected her husband of cheating. However, Quentin, of course, dissuaded the suffering wife. "You have a vivid imagination. David is your husband and a great family man. How could you think such a thing?" said the man. and there was plenty to think about. If David had previously been extremely reverent toward Belinda, he could now insult his wife in public. For example, he frequently referred to her as fat, despite the fact that she had only gained a few pounds since giving birth. He asked her to move to another room when there were guests in the house, as if her untidy appearance scared them, and so on. Instead of having a serious conversation with her husband about it, Belinda accepted this attitude toward herself while crying at night and feeling deeply unhappy as a woman. Meanwhile, David was enjoying his new relationship with Heather. In 1999, the police suspected David but couldn't prove it. Flipping through the case files of burglaries in the neighborhood, they discovered that 8 days before the murder at the Temple House, a house on the next street was burglarized, and the perpetrator was Riley Joe Sanders, the same persistent truant from the school where Belinda taught and who had threatened her. He was immediately brought in for questioning. Riley had no alibi on the day of the murder, and his father owned a shotgun, albeit a 12-gauge. However, when they searched the Sanders house, no weapon was discovered. When the high school student discovered that, police had every reason to detain him. He admitted that on the day of the teacher's murder, he was with friends and concealed it because he was with a large group of people smoking pot and did not want to frame others with his testimony. Riley's charge has been dropped. David became increasingly estranged from his family after starting a new relationship with a co-worker in 1998. His psychological pressure on his wife increased gradually. He never raised his hand to her, and their entire communication consisted of insults. It was during this year that Belinda discovered she was pregnant again. This news made her forget all of David's previous offenses, and she was ecstatic. David appeared to be attempting to portray himself as a happy father as well, but it was ineffective. David didn't always return home at night, and Belinda was afraid to ask why, because her husband could become enraged and cause a major scandal. A pregnant woman didn't want that. Belinda frequently asked David to assist her in preparing for the baby's birth, such as going to the store for supplies, making repairs in the new children's room, and installing wall shelves. David ignored all of his wife's requests, and Belinda, despite her position, began to do everything herself, including going shopping, painting the walls, and assembling the purchased furniture. David made no effort at all. Christmas was coming. Belinda was already 8 months pregnant. She decided to talk with her husband about what they would give each other. However, David suggested that they not exchange gifts this year because the money saved would be better spent on the baby who was about to be born. Especially since the doctors had warned the expectant mother that she might go into premature labor and the baby could be born before the new year. Christmas arrived. Despite their agreement not to give each other anything, David never gave Belinda anything, not even a small gift. Furthermore, he packed his belongings and announced that he would be spending the entire New Year's holiday with friends on the hunt. Belinda informed her sister, and she canceled all plans to visit her so that Belinda would not feel abandoned. As the doctors warned, labor could start at any time. David, of course, was not on any hunting trips with his friends. He spent the holidays with Heather, who wore a gold necklace that Temple had given her for Christmas. In 2007, it appeared that David Temple had nearly forgotten about his wife's murder, as if Belinda Temple had never existed. He didn't care that 5 years had passed since the murder, and the perpetrator had yet to be identified. He married Heather in 2001, and together they raised Evan. However, in November 2004, he received a knock on the door. On the doorstep, police officers handcuffed David and informed him that he was being held on suspicion of murdering Belinda Temple. David, like before, denied everything. David's trial didn't start until 2007. According to the investigation, the motive for the crime was his new romantic relationship with Heather. David's interviewees stated that they overheard him bragging about how easily he swapped his fat and pregnant wife for a young and beautiful Heather on several occasions during her pregnancy. According to the prosecution, David murdered Belinda as soon as she returned home from work because the young woman was wearing her work uniform and shoes. He then began the robbery by throwing items around the house before quickly driving to the park with his son, providing an alibi. The prosecution also stated that nothing was stolen from the house and that there was a vicious dog in the yard who would not allow any strangers into the house. The murder weapon was most likely dropped by David in the rice paddy, as witnesses saw David's car stop near the paddy with only Evan in it. However, the shotgun was never found in that location. Heather testified that before Belinda's murder, their relationship with David was not serious, and she didn't even love him. Temple clearly disliked these words, which added confusion to the jury's decision. Could David kill his wife for a non-serious relationship, or is Heather lying to save her husband in this way? In November 2007, David was sentenced to life in prison. In 2009, Riley Sanders' friend goes to the police to clear his conscience. Riley told him a few years ago that he took his father's shotgun with the intent of robbing the Temple family home and teaching his teacher a lesson about his mother's popularity at school. And he almost got into the house, but at that point, a bull terrier ran out of the garage, and Riley shot at the dog but did not hit him, and he quickly fled, fearing that the sound of shotgun fire would attract the neighbors. The court received this testimony, and the case was reviewed. In the meantime, David was released from prison on bail. Heather had no intention of marrying a man who had spent so much time in jail and didn't know how long he would be there. She has filed for divorce. The jury took a long time to decide what type of punishment David deserved. The pandemic began when Temple was free, and the court had yet to decide on his sentence. It was not until 2023 that the case was reviewed. In the end, David was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 17 years. His son Evan did not believe his father was capable of such a cold-blooded murder until the very end of the trial, and he supported him throughout. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will look at what happened in the U.S. state of Georgia. Nobody has seen the 31-year-old Indiana lawyer since 7:17 p.m. On February 24, 2022, a surveillance camera captured her outside her mother-in-law's home in Johns Creek. The police and her family have made significant efforts to determine where Sierra went and what happened to her. Sierra Locklear of Cleveland, Georgia, was a cheerful and ambitious woman. Sierra wanted people to take her seriously. Her mother, Kelly Locklear, said so. She was tough. She followed in the footsteps of her mother, who was a paralegal. She became a lawyer. Sierra grew up in Georgia and aspired to live in Atlanta one day. Kelly, a Georgia native, claimed that Atlanta had always been her plan. To get there, Sierra had to leave Georgia. She attended the University of Tennessee for college before attending law school at Florida State University. Sierra eventually became a lawyer and specialized in insurance defense. Kelly described her daughter as following: she overcame and pushed through. Kelly also stated that she was happy, energetic, and loving. She was extremely motivated in her career. Sierra met Xavier Breland on Tinder in October 2020, and their relationship quickly took off. The couple married after 6 months. Sierra was already pregnant at this point. According to court records, Sierra assisted Xavier with his legal issues with his ex-wife. After some time, the newlyweds decided to relocate to Carmel, Indiana, to begin their new lives there. Sierra started working at a law firm and had a son named Jackson at the end of 2021. From the outside, Xavier and Sierra seemed like the ideal couple. However, their relationship problems began shortly after they met. Shelby Campbell, Sierra's cousin, said the couple's problems began after their first date. Sierra informed Xavier that she did not want to continue communicating with him, but her future husband was not the type of person who could handle rejection. Instead, if Xavier showed up uninvited to her apartment and sat near her door, he began sending her threatening messages because he noticed her with another man. Sierra threatened to contact the authorities if he did not stop. Finally, she gave him another chance. 6 months later, they were married. Shelby and Sierra were best friends who texted each other daily. Sierra expressed her feelings to her, stating that she was afraid of her husband. For example, one of her messages read, "Well, I'm struggling with it in a big way. I don't want to give up on someone I love and abandon him and our family. However, I believe that the behavior is deteriorating. So, if this is how things are now, how will it be in the future? Furthermore, he used to feel bad when he said ugly things. And lately he's not even sorry for his actions. He's blaming me for it, as if I did it because you forced me to." Sierra stated that her husband would be held responsible if anything happened to her. Shelby claimed she often told Sierra to leave her husband, but Sierra understood that if she was going to leave, she needed to do so strategically. Here is another screenshot of Shelby and Sierra's text conversation. Sierra was obviously afraid of her husband. Shelby Campbell stated that the texts she shared were only a few examples of what was going on between Sierra and her husband. She called the police several times. The police were called to her home in both Georgia and Indiana several times. Campbell stated that by the time the police arrived, she would have calmed down enough to tell him where she was lying. Shelby claimed that after one of those incidents, an investigator called Sierra's mother and informed her that he knew she was lying about what was going on when she called 911, and that he had seen the same pattern many times before. He was worried about what would happen to her. Sierra was preparing to leave her husband. She opened a secret bank account and transferred money there. The messages had a strong impact on the woman. Sierra stated that she loved her husband, but couldn't afford to stay in the relationship. Her parents, Kelly and Nick Locklears, were aware that their daughter's family situation was far from ideal. They wanted Sierra to break up with Xavier and assured her that she could always return to a safe place, i.e., her home. Sierra's fateful trip to Georgia began when she and Xavier loaded their baby and large dog into Sierra's 2017 white Volkswagen Tiguan and drove 11 hours south. According to her family, Sierra arrived at her parents' home on February 19th. She spent the night with family members who hadn't seen her since she moved to Indiana. It seemed like a quick trip to see her family. However, Sierra decided that she would no longer return to Indiana. Xavier was also interested in the trip because his mother lived in Georgia. However, he was unaware that Sierra would not return. She informed her mother that she was going to find work in Georgia. She had also informed her parents that her husband's abusive behavior was escalating and that she was getting divorced. Sierra showed up at Nick and Kelly's home in Cleveland, Georgia, on Saturday, February 19th. The woman remained at her parents' house until Sunday. It had been a long time since we had seen each other. She reiterated that she wanted to divorce her husband and would not return to Indiana. On Sunday, February 20th, Sierra left her parents' house to pick up her son Jackson from her mother-in-law's house in Johns Creek, Georgia, which is about an hour away. Shelby Campbell stated that one of the last texts she received from her cousin read, "I'm at Xavier's mom's house. He won't give me Jackson, so I'm waiting for him before I leave." On Monday, February 21st, at 11:17 p.m., Sierra texted her father Nick, "I'll be back in the morning if that's okay, of course." "It's okay. You don't need to ask," Nick responded to her. Nick stated that the next day, when he had not heard from Sierra, he attempted to contact her again, and she said everything was fine. She mentioned that she had felt a little sick. Nick said he contacted her again on Wednesday to see if she was feeling better. He did not get a response. He texted her again on Thursday, February 24th. No one replied. By Friday, the Locklears were concerned because Sierra had not responded, which was unusual. Then, on Saturday evening, February 26th, Nick received a call from an unknown Indiana number. "I didn't immediately panic because I assumed they were still in Georgia," Nick said, "so I responded, and they said it was the police, and that's when they informed me she was missing." The policeman stated that Sierra's husband had reported her missing. The family was shocked. They assumed Sierra was still in Georgia, even though she had not responded to their messages, which was unusual for her. Shelby Campbell is perplexed as to why he did not contact anyone to inquire about her safety. "He did not contact anyone. He did not make us aware at all." After speaking with the Carmel police, Sierra's father called her, and Xavier answered. That is how Nick described his brief conversation with his missing daughter's husband. I asked, "If Xavier, tell me the truth. What is going on?" Sierra told me that if anything happened to her, You were responsible, so just tell me the truth." He then hung up, telling me to go to hell. Nick then called Xavier's father, who lived next to Sierra and Xavier in Carmel. The father responded, "No, I never saw her," as Nick had said. According to a press release issued on March 2nd by the Carmel Police Department in Indiana, Xavier Breland reported Sierra as missing to their office on Saturday, February 26, 2022. During the investigation, detectives discovered a video recording that showed Sierra's last known location. On February 24th at 7:17 p.m., she was at her mother-in-law's house in Georgia. Nothing unusual happens during the video. According to the official missing person report from the Carmel Police Department, Sierra left their home in the Brookstone Park of Carmel subdivision in Carmel, Indiana, shortly after 10 p.m. On February 25th, walked to the nearby store. She was reportedly wearing a black top and purple shorts in temperatures nearing 20 degrees that night. According to police, Sierra never arrived, and there is no surveillance video of her entering the store. They were also concerned because she had left her phone, work phone, and burner phone behind, along with her ID, credit cards, and 5-month-old son. Family members stated that she had a burner phone to contact them in an emergency. There was no evidence of Sierra's return to Indiana. Her family knew she wanted to stay in Georgia. Furthermore, Sierra would not have left without informing them. Even more suspicious was that she had abandoned her 5-month-old son. Her mother thought it all sounded absurd. Kelly LaClaire stated that her daughter confessed to her that the couple was having serious financial problems and accused her husband of being abusive to her and using their child as leverage to get her to stay with him. Kelly said she and her husband knew their daughter was dead after police called to report Sierra had gone missing, leaving her child behind. "She is definitely gone," Kelly said. "That was the first thing my husband said when police called after Xavier reported her missing, and the officer said she had left without bringing the baby. She refused to take a shower or let anyone else watch the baby." Kelly described Sierra as a devoted mother who lived to care for her son. She claimed Sierra awoke every hour or two to check on her son, who had a rash. "So when they said that, my husband said, 'No, there is no way my daughter would not do that.' If that's the case, and you're telling me she's missing, and the baby isn't with her, then my daughter died." Kelly said she would not leave him. On February 28, 2020, 2 days after reporting Sierra missing, Xavier noticed police officers at his door. According to court documents, a firearm was accidentally discharged at a home on Baldwin Lane. Xavier told investigators he was moving a Christmas tree in the garage when he heard a gunshot and bolted out. He then returned to the garage, found the gun, and unloaded it. He called the police and reported the incident. The investigators discovered 2 different guns in his home. The police did not reveal whether there was any evidence that Xavier was involved in Sierra's disappearance. However, his criminal background was quickly revealed. According to court records, Xavier was convicted on felony burglary charges in 2005. It was also unusual that Xavier reported his wife's disappearance only the next day, after she allegedly failed to return home after going to the store. A few days after the police received a missing person report, Xavier was identified as a person of interest in his wife's disappearance. They arrested him on unrelated charges. Police discovered that he had an outstanding warrant for aggravated stalking in Kuwait County. He was extradited to Georgia to face the charges. According to court records, he placed a tracker inside his daughter's stuffed animal to track down her mother, his ex-wife. The case arose from a custody dispute between the former couple. On Friday, 2 weeks after Sierra went missing, police volunteers, family, and friends searched several Johns Creek neighborhoods. Their focus was on neighborhoods along Medlock Bridge Road, where police suspected Sierra had traveled during her stay in Georgia. In addition to handing out flyers, the Johns Creek Police Department installed electronic signs at 2 locations along Kimball Bridge Road, requesting public assistance. They've also contacted several commercial electronic sign companies to help spread Sierra's image and information throughout Metro Atlanta. The family asked anyone who saw the white 2017 Volkswagen Tiguan with the Georgia plate RMB 5869. During that time, contact the police. The license plate of the vehicle was framed by the Florida State University Law School. The police said that forensic investigators searched the car for evidence and then released it. Sierra's last known location was at her mother-in-law's house in Georgia, so the police assumed her disappearance was related to something that happened in this house. They traced Xavier's route back to Indiana but couldn't confirm Sierra was in the car. Xavier was the only one who stepped out of the white Volkswagen at gas stations and shops. It is unclear how much cooperation Xavier Balin's mother provided during the ongoing investigation. However, law enforcement officials confirmed that evidence was collected from the residence using a search warrant in their pursuit of answers. Investigators from Johns Creek used forensic professionals and cadaver dogs to conduct the search. The emphasis was on finding potential bloodstains, signs of a struggle, or any other clues that could shed light on the events surrounding the couple's visit. Despite the use of a canine unit, authorities reported that the search yielded no discernible scent trail at the residence. The specifics of the evidence gathered during the search remain unknown as the case is still being investigated. In March 2022, investigators obtained a jailhouse video that shows Xavier Bralin telling his children that Sierra would not be returning home because she had been kidnapped. It contradicts his statement to the Carmel police about her disappearance. "Someone kidnapped my wife," he told one of his children at the end of the call. "You know what it means to kidnap an adult. She isn't coming home." However, Xavier was booked into the Coweta County Jail in Georgia on March 16, 2022. After being extradited from the Hamilton County Jail for aggravated stalking, the case was unrelated to Sierra's disappearance. The charge stemmed from an incident in Georgia in March 2021, in which he hid a tracking device to stalk the mother of his child. At the time, the woman he stalked had a restraining order against him. In August 2022, he was found not guilty. However, he was arrested again and extradited to Indiana. This time, the charge was for unlawful possession of a firearm by a serious, violent felon. At Brooklyn's initial hearing, he pleaded with the judge to reduce his bond to a level his mother could afford. The court reduced his bond to $35,000. While prosecutors wanted it increased to $50,000, "All I needed was an opportunity to get my life back on track," Bralin informed the judge. Bralin stated that he could get a job as a truck driver if he was released from jail. After reviewing the case, the judge set the bond at $100,000. In February 2023, Xavier Bralin was released after posting bail. This court decision had consequences, which I will discuss later. He was repeatedly interrogated about Sierra's disappearance but denied any involvement in it. His version is unchanged. She disappeared after going to the store. Several locations have been suggested for the search for evidence in Sierra Bralin's disappearance. Georgia alone has over 85,000 acres of state parks, nearly 2 million acres of land managed by the United States Department of the Interior, and more than 300,000 acres of undeveloped land. Fulton County contains 440 acres of parks. There are also hundreds of thousands of acres of railroad and utility easements, both active and inactive. Georgia has 37,295,360 total acres. Approximately 15% to 20% are covered in vegetation. Sierra Bralin and her husband drive through areas other than Tennessee, Kentucky, and Indiana. According to Johns Creek Police Lieutenant Gregory Todd Hood, if we knew her exact last known location, we would direct the investigation accordingly, without going into detail. Kelly Locklear stated that law enforcement has gathered evidence and statements from multiple states, but they are essentially pieces of a puzzle without a complete picture. Some items were removed from Xavier's mom's home, according to court documents from a civil case in which Xavier's mother sued Xavier's sister. Crime scene investigation removed the carpet and mattress from Xavier's mother's home on April 21, 2022, as part of their investigation. According to documents from the familial civil dispute, 5-month-old Jackson was placed in state care immediately after Xavier Bralin's arrest on March 1. Sierra's parents, Nick and Kelly Locklear, have since been able to spend time with the baby and are working to bring him back to Georgia. Multiple organized searches have been conducted over the last year, some of which targeted specific areas, but no one knows what happened to the new mother. As investigators continue to piece together the facts, officers have been busy handing out flyers and even using electronic signs to raise awareness. The police describe Ciara as being 5 feet tall, weighing approximately 120 pounds, and having blonde hair. She has 3 small trees tattooed on her ring finger, a Florida state arrow on her left wrist, and a sunburst on her back left rib cage. The couple was driving a white 2017 Volkswagen Tiguan with the Georgia tag RMB 5869. The Florida State University Law School frame encircles the license plate. Anyone who saw her or her car in February is asked to contact the police. Xavier is the only person of interest that police have publicly identified since Ciara's disappearance, but no charges have been filed. Her family is adamant that he knows what happened to her, and that he is the only one who can provide the answers they require to find closure. Finally, let Ciara rest in peace. Kelly Locklear believes Ciara's body may be in Georgia, Tennessee, Kentucky, or Indiana. She is pleading with woodsmen and fishermen to keep an eye out in those states and to contact law enforcement if they have any information. Ciara's parents have now been granted custody of the couple's child, as I previously stated. If Xavier Breland was released on bail in a case involving illegal firearms, the trial was scheduled for December 28, 2023. But Xavier Breland did not appear in court, and his whereabouts are unknown. A rearrest warrant has been issued in his name, and law enforcement is working hard to find him. This latest development complicates the already perplexing case of Ciara's disappearance. The warrant describes Xavier Breland as a black man standing 6 feet tall, weighing 160 pounds, with brown hair and green eyes. The FBI has joined the search for the missing woman, but her body has yet to be found. This, combined with Xavier's recent disappearance, has resulted in numerous unanswered questions. Kelly Locklear, Ciara's mother, has publicly stated that she believes Ciara feared Xavier and had no intention of returning to Indiana with him. With both individuals missing, the case has become even more urgent. The trial for Xavier's gun charge has been postponed several times, and law enforcement and Ciara's family are now asking the public for help. They are looking for any information that can help them find Xavier and Ciara, in the hopes of shedding light on the strange circumstances surrounding their disappearances. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We examine the events that transpired in Jacksonville, Florida in this video. The body of Kim Dorsey was discovered in her house. Detectives discovered during the scene that she had attempted, but failed, to flee through her bedroom window. With multiple suspects, detectives had to put in a lot of effort to solve this case. Kim Dorsey was 38 years old in 2012. She earned a degree in civil engineering from the University of North Florida. She owned her own construction company, was a certified general contractor, and served as the director of training for Inspection Depot's Quality Assurance Division. She and her husband, Derek Dorsey, occupied a lovely home. Derek was a respected member of his community and had been a firefighter for 20 years. Everyone believed that Kim had the ideal marriage and that she was a lovely person. But when the front door of a perfect couple's house closes, nobody knows what happens inside. When Derek returned home from work on October 28, 2012, he found Kim's lifeless body. He dialed 911 right away. Though he believed Kim was dead, he told the operator that he was performing CPR on her. Derek responded that Kim might have hurt herself when the operator asked him what had happened to her. Police and an ambulance arrived on the scene. At the scene, Kim was declared dead. Derek suggested that Kim might have hurt herself to the 911 operator, but detectives investigating the scene knew right away that foul play was involved. Derek covered his wife's body with a blanket after locating her. Upon the arrival of the medical examiner, they took off the blanket and witnessed the severity of Kim's ordeal. Detectives were informed by Derek that he had left for work the morning before. Firefighters are on duty all day and all night. He expected to find Kim in bed when he entered the bedroom on Sunday morning just after 8 o'clock. It was very dark in there because of the heavy curtains. At the foot of the bed, he noticed Kim sprawled on the floor. Kim had already passed away when he dialed 911. Experts concluded during the autopsy that Kim Dorsey had passed away about 24 hours prior to Derek dialing 999. Police discovered a lot of evidence at the crime scene. Kim had a plastic tie around her wrists and ankles. On the floor was a broken pool stick. On the floor beside it was a gun. In addition, there was a knife on the ground near Kim's body. Both the bedroom doorway and the wall had bullet marks on them. The bedroom appeared to have been the scene of a firing incident. There were numerous things that required clarification. By examining the remainder of the house, investigators were able to determine the cause. The contents of drawers had been dumped out by someone who had gone through the kitchen. There was definitely someone searching. It was quite strange that the kitchen sink had a keypad that was connected to a surround sound system and 3 or 4 remote controls. The front door was undamaged and showed no signs of having been broken into. Nevertheless, investigators did observe an oddity. It was knocked over, a ceramic dog statue by the front door. They immediately reached their first conclusion. It didn't seem possible that a stranger could have broken into the house, stabbed Kim, beat her with a pool stick, and bound her with plastic ties. Either the intruder knew how to enter the house, or Kim Dorsey knew who had attacked her. The fact that Derek was the first suspect and brought to the police station to be questioned was not surprising. Derek was asked to provide more details about his work, his wife, and the previous weekend by the detective. He claimed that Kim spent a few hours shopping on Friday after leaving the house. They watched a movie at home in the evening. Derek rose early on Saturday and headed to work at around 7 in the morning, as he usually does. At 8 a.m. on Sunday, he concluded his shift. Kim was at home by herself during those 24 hours that he was away. He made multiple attempts to reach her on her cell phone on Saturday. In the far north of the county, Derek was employed at a fire station. The call didn't go through, and the cell coverage wasn't always good. With one exception, he is an experienced professional with years of experience. Everything Derek had told them so far made sense, but when he called 911, he informed the operator that Kim most likely hurt herself. How could he have failed to recognize that this was a crime? Did he know? Derek discussed his relationship with Kim, saying that it was basically free. They permitted one another to have relationships with other people. However, Derek went on to say that Kim stopped because she was grieving the loss of her mother, who passed away 3 or 4 years ago. Kim sought medical assistance from a professional. She may not feel as attractive as she once did because she gained a little weight while taking medication. Detectives needed to know whether Derek had adopted a more relaxed lifestyle since Kim had stopped doing so. Frequently, someone dies as a result of marital infidelity. Derek acknowledged that he was seeing another woman at the moment. Investigators wanted to know if Derek intended to divorce Kim. Would her passing have brought him any financial gain? Kim's life was uninsured when Derek was asked if his wife had a life insurance policy. For example, the detectives considered the amount of time it would take Derek to drive home from the fire station. It would take nearly an hour to travel the 15 miles between the two places. He was employed at a small fire station. After speaking with every firefighter, detectives came to the conclusion that Derek had a perfect alibi. The investigators then made the decision to consider an alternative. They were aware that Derek was referring to a girlfriend. Perhaps this woman wished to remove Kim from the situation. Someone may believe they were treated unfairly in a love triangle. Perhaps Derek didn't follow through on his promise to his girlfriend that he would divorce Kim. After being questioned by detectives, Derek's girlfriend was promptly ruled out as a suspect because she had a strong alibi. To examine everything again, investigators went back to the crime scene. Investigations may involve experts like blood spatter analysts in specific situations where it is unclear what happened and who was involved. They are able to elaborate on the specifics of what transpired. It was crucial to comprehend the events that led up to the fight, its beginning, and its conclusion. Experts concluded that Kim was hurt close to the bedside table in the first place. The left side of the bed was heavily covered in blood. She spent a considerable amount of time there after suffering severe injuries. Kim then regained consciousness and started to fight back, according to the evidence. She managed to reach her gun storage area. It was a revolver with 5 shots. She shot at whoever might have been standing in the doorway, using all 5 shots. Kim fired 5 shots, but she never hit her assailant. Kim must have been sitting or lying on the bedroom floor when she fired the shots because, as you can see, the bullets flew from bottom to top. She missed 5 shots, as I mentioned. The offender came back into the room with a pool stick and hit her until the stick broke after realizing she had run out of ammunition. The pool stick was broken against Kim's body, and it would take a lot of force to break one. Additionally, the offender stabbed her in the neck. New information about the crime and its possible perpetrator was revealed by the thorough investigation. A pool stick kept on the second floor was the most obvious murder weapon. Kim had plastic ties on her wrists and ankles, which investigators were able to find were also kept in an upstairs office. It was one of a set of knives in the kitchen. All of this suggested that the person who committed this crime knew the house well. He knew Kim well enough to enter her house and was aware of its contents and location. Investigators believed this suggested that the crime was committed by a family member. Kim had contact with a man prior to her death, and that contact was against her will, according to injuries discovered on her body during the autopsy. You understand what I mean. Thus, the police had the offender's DNA sample. There might have been other men in the house while he was at work, according to what Derek Dorsey told them. This increased the number of possible suspects, and all of them needed to be tested by the police. Derek was asked by detectives to provide the names of any men who might have been in the house. Derek worked as a general contractor at a construction site in addition to being a firefighter. Derek's home was once occupied by some of the people he used for his contracting business. According to Derek, he used to work with a man named Lance Kirkpatrick, with whom he became friends. Derek allowed Lance to stay in his home for a few months while he dealt with his issues. Derek, however, requested that Lance leave after he began abusing drugs. Derek claims that Lance was on a boat in the Atlantic Ocean the weekend the crime was committed. Derek mentioned a man by the name of Joshua Veal as the second individual. Derek tried to assist Joshua, made friends with him, and gave him some work. After some arguments, Derek and Kim allowed Joshua to live in their home before Joshua eventually moved out. However, Derek stated that he was still supposed to meet Joshua the morning he found Kim's body and continued to hire him for odd jobs. Derek was going to pick up Joshua Veal on Sunday morning after he got off work. Joshua failed to show up for their scheduled meeting at a convenience store. If he wanted to earn money, why wouldn't he attend this meeting? Joshua thus turned into a suspect. Joshua Veal's criminal history was found by the police, primarily for drug offenses. After being arrested, he was brought to an interview room. Joshua was asked to explain his weekend activities by the detective. He stated that he had spent the entire weekend, including the moment the detectives thought the crime was committed, having a party at his house. The investigator then inquired as to whether he and Kim Dorsey were romantically involved. Although he said no, he made it clear that he thought Kim was a very attractive woman and that he wouldn't mind dating her. The detective eventually told Joshua that Kim had passed away. The detectives were surprised by his response. He broke down in tears. But was he pretending, or were his feelings real? They released him, after obtaining a DNA sample from him. The DNA discovered on Kim Dorsey's body was not Joshua's, according to forensic analysis. The police have one less suspect as a result. Derek gave the police the names of other people who knew his house. They were all excluded after submitting DNA for analysis. After that, investigators made the decision to go back to the crime scene once more. But this time, they wanted to take Derek on a tour of the house. It was quite odd that they discovered 4 remote controls for the surround sound system in the sink. When they first inspected the kitchen, water had been poured into the remote controls, most likely to remove the DNA. When Derek managed to turn on the television, an adult film started right away. According to Derek, it wasn't his film. Is it possible that the offender was watching television? Derek recalled that the house had recently been occupied by another man. They were experiencing issues with both their television system and the remote control. An employee of the business that sold them the system stopped by on Friday afternoon and adjusted the surround sound. About 12 hours prior to Kim's death, this man was in the house. What would happen if he chose to return while Derek was at work? Detectives found this man quickly and started interviewing him. They saw that his hands were cut. He claimed it was nothing out of the ordinary that he had injured himself at work. He consented to give his DNA and denied any role in Kim Dorsey's ordeal. The DNA that was discovered on Kim's body did not match it. When an officer came across a routine police report of temporary unauthorized use of a vehicle, things quickly started to go south. That's a pretty fancy way of saying that you let someone take the car even though it was stolen. Just 17 hours prior to Kim's passing, the theft took place. A police report was filed by the girl who claimed the car was stolen. Lance Kirkpatrick was the man she let use the car, and he never came back. Early in the investigation, Derek Dorsey was recalling who had visited his home when he heard the name Lance Kirkpatrick. However, Derek thought Lance was in the ocean at the time of the crime, on a boat. Detectives were informed by the girl who reported the car stolen that she, Lance, and other people were at a party on Friday night. She let him use her car, and Lance consented to go get a drink at the store. Lance Kirkpatrick departed at that point and never came back. Investigators made the decision to learn whether the vehicle ever came close to Kim Dorsey's house. Neighbors were interviewed by the police when they arrived on the scene. Dorsey's neighbor first told one of the patrol officers that he had spotted a small blue SUV there that day. It was identical to the vehicle Kirkpatrick had taken. The SUV was reported to the police a few days later. They discovered surveillance footage that verified the blue SUV was outside Kim's house at 6:30 a.m. on the day of her death. Lance Kirkpatrick was the top suspect after police saw this surveillance footage. They contacted the woman from whom he had stolen the car in order to locate him. Although she didn't know Lance's location, she claimed to know where to look for Brian Kiefer, one of his friends. After being brought to the police station, Brian was questioned about Lance Kirkpatrick. Brian was at the same party when the SUV vanished, investigators discovered. Being one of the people who allowed Lance to use the car, Brian claimed to have spent the entire night driving around in a taxi in an attempt to find out where Lance was. It took him until the following day to locate him. According to Brian, Lance appeared unkempt and he saw that one of his arms was injured. What Brian went on to say was totally surprising. Lance informed him that he was going to jail because he had killed a man. It was a beating, he said. There are a number of reasons why someone would confess to a crime. To begin with, due to guilt. They are unable to tolerate it. They are unable to conceal it. Keeping it to themselves is not an option. Alcohol and illegal substances may be the cause of reason number 2. When an individual loses self-control and begins babbling. Lance gave Brian information that only a criminal would be aware of. He claimed, for instance, that he used a pool stick to attack Kim. In addition, Lance claimed to have been shot 5 times. It was a 5-shot revolver, so he waited for the 6th shot. But it never came. Because he was aware of the specifics of the crime, there were 2 possible suspects in this case, Lance Kirkpatrick or Brian Kiefer. Brian informed investigators that Lance was hiding in his home's attic. An arrest was made for Lance Kirkpatrick. Throughout the interview, he remained composed. He was questioned regarding his relationship with Derek Dorsey and the last time he visited his home. "I was there a week or a week and a half ago," Lance said. Derek and Lance had communicated long enough. He did a lot of work with him. He was aware that Derek would be gone for 24 hours due to his schedule. Kim would be home alone, he knew. Lance was questioned by detectives regarding her relationship with Kim Dorsey. He claimed that their relationship was trouble-free, but the interview ended there because Lance insisted on having a lawyer and would not respond to any questions. Investigators had to find another way to prove Kirkpatrick was at Kim's house because he refused to cooperate. Numerous questions could have been addressed by DNA testing. Lance's father provided a DNA sample which investigators compared to Kim's body. The parallels were striking. It cleared Brian Kiefer, another suspect, in addition to confirming Kirkpatrick as the murderer. Investigators think Kirkpatrick had some sort of evil scheme based on his actions in the hours leading up to the murder. As you are aware, Lance drove away in someone else's vehicle that Friday night and returned. He was aware of the route to Kim's home. He was aware that Derek would be gone for 24 hours due to his schedule. Kim was alone at home, and he knew it. He was aware that the spare key was stored beneath the statue of the dog. Taking that key, he went inside the house. Kim Dorsey most likely heard him at that point. The specifics of what transpired next, however, remain unclear. Lance Kirkpatrick first entered a not guilty plea in spite of the overwhelming evidence. However, Kirkpatrick acknowledged that he was responsible for Kim's death during a trial that took place almost 2 years after her passing, but he maintained that he had no intention of killing her. Kirkpatrick claimed that Kim Dorsey was training him and that he was good friends with the Dorseys. He claimed that after going to the gym 3 or 4 times a week with Kim Dorsey, they occasionally got together for drinks and flirted, which occasionally resulted in intimate contact. It wasn't anything constant. It was random. It wasn't planned, Kirkpatrick remarked when discussing his private meetings with Kim Dorsey. According to Lance, on the day of Kim's passing, they had intimate, consenting contact. He acknowledged that he was the owner of the adult film's DVD. He asserted that after they were done, Kim Dorsey was upset with him for assisting her husband in meeting other women. She snatched up a gun in her anger and began shooting him. He claimed that everything that transpired after that was because he was essentially attempting to defend himself by fighting back. He claimed that after leaving the pool stick in the kitchen, he fled and hid there. He claimed that in an attempt to seize the gun from Kim, he dashed over and swung the pool stick wildly. He claimed that after knocking her unconscious, he tied her up with plastic ties and placed the gun in his back pocket. He claimed that after the shooting, he decided against tying her up because he believed it would look bad when the police showed up. He claimed to have located a knife to cut the plastic ties, but they began to struggle when Kim eventually grabbed the knife. He claims that he stabbed her by accident. The police never showed up, and he fled because he was too scared to dial 911. I was frantic. I didn't know what to do. I was scared. I just sat and was waiting for the police, Kirkpatrick recalled. The prosecutor tried to expose Kirkpatrick's deceit and inconsistencies in his testimony to the jury during cross-examination. Finally, the state wanted Kirkpatrick to explain to the jury the punishment he believes he should receive. "I'm guilty," revealed Kirkpatrick. "I don't know what I want right now." Lance Kirkpatrick received 3 life sentences without the possibility of parole in May 2015. The jury suggested life in prison, but he could have received the death penalty. His mother pleaded with the jury to spare him from death. With tears in his eyes, Derek Dorsey delivered a victim impact statement following the sentencing. According to Derek, Kim Dorsey was much more than just a firefighter's spouse. All of her achievements, including earning a degree in civil engineering from the University of North Florida and launching her own company, were attributed to her intelligence, strength, and hard work, he said. Derek expressed his disappointment with the sentence in an interview, saying he had hoped for the death penalty. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Sometime between 7 and 7:30 p.m. on the evening of May 30, 2012, 19-year-old Brittany Wood got ready and left her mother's home in Mobile, Alabama. Everyone thought Brittany was going to see a friend, but that wasn't the case at all. Brittany's real destination was her uncle Donnie Holland's house, but no one around her knew it. But what started out as a routine visit would turn into a terrifying experience for the family and the police. On June 1, 2012, 2 days later, the police discovered something horrifying. A terrifying crime scene was revealed when Donnie, Brittany's uncle, was discovered in his car with a gunshot wound to the back of his head. A layer of mystery was added by the startling and bloody scene, which grew more intense as Brittany Wood mysteriously disappeared. Did Brittany contribute to Donnie's demise, and, if so, what motivated her to act in that way? Or did someone else kidnap Brittany in addition to killing Donnie? Brittany's dream has always been to work as a hairdresser and eventually open her own salon. But the little girl, who was only a teenager, would meet a man named Andy Woods. As their relationship grew, their lovely daughter Peyton was joyfully born in 2009, when Brittany was only 18. At first, Brittany relished the independence of youth, but the arrival of Peyton marked a significant shift in her life. But when Andy and Brittany split up a few months after Peyton was born, her life took an even more dramatic turn. In spite of the split, the couple decided to share custody in order to keep their relationship cordial and beneficial for their daughter's welfare. Following this, Brittany started dating and had a number of short-lived relationships. Spending time with her family, especially her brother Derek, whom she viewed as her protector, brought Brittany joy. When Brittany looks back on her past, she realizes that her turbulent experiences also stemmed from her early years. When she was a baby, her mother, Chessie Wood, and her father, Wallace Hinckley, got divorced. Brittany and her father had a good relationship in spite of the divorce. The primary issue, though, was her relationship with her uncle, Donnie Holland. Donnie was always kind to people around him and seemed like a fun-loving guy, but his story was more complicated than it seemed on the surface. In fact, Donnie was being investigated at the time of his death for his alleged involvement in a child abuse ring that involved other family members, including Brittany's household members. Is there a link between Donnie's eventual death and everything that happened in the past and Brittany's disappearance? Around 7:30 p.m. on the evening of May 30, 2012, Brittany left her home, leading her family to believe she was going to see a friend. Later that evening, they tried to get in touch with Brittany but were unsuccessful. At first, the family didn't suspect anything was wrong because they were used to her spending days with her friends. However, they were unaware that this was not one of those evenings because they did not know where Brittany was. 2 days later, on June 3, 2012, Brittany's uncle Donnie Holland was discovered in his car, the engine still running, in a remote location with a view of the Fish River. The family was met with a terrifying discovery. He was shot behind his ear, at the back of his head. After being taken to a nearby hospital, he had already died. After hearing this heartbreaking news, Brittany's family made another effort to get in touch with her and let her know about the tragedy. Sadly, their efforts were unsuccessful because her phone was dead and still unresponsive. The family became increasingly worried when they couldn't find Brittany at her regular hangouts. They quickly made their way to the Mobile County Police Station and reported the missing person. This sparked a number of inquiries that involved Brittany and Donnie. The police searched the crime scene thoroughly in hopes of finding any evidence that would help them solve the case quickly. After a thorough search, they found a phone battery and a small gun inside the vehicle. Chessie, Brittany's mother, said that bags had been placed on Donnie's hands while she was in the hospital, most likely to be tested for gunshot residue. Why these bags were taken out without being tested is still unknown, though. Along with the investigation, the police spoke with Wendy Holland, Donnie's wife, and Jennifer Gonzalez Moore, their friend, who found Donnie's body. When they discovered Donnie about a mile from the main road, they said he was still gushing blood. The reason for their search and the details of the interrogation, such as whether Donnie was still alive, are still unknown. There was a strong suspicion, though, that Wendy was somehow involved in this incident. Presuming the gun was the one used to shoot Donnie, the police collected it along with the phone battery. But when Brittany's best friend, Tiffany Bailey, acknowledged that the gun was Brittany's, things took an unexpected turn. Tiffany disclosed that just before she vanished, Brittany had bought the gun for protection. Suspicions were running high, and people started wondering if Brittany or Wendy and her friend were involved. But there was still another way to look at the story. Donnie was being investigated at the time of his death for allegedly being a part of a troubling child abuse ring that involved multiple members of his own family. He died from a gunshot wound while sitting in his car just half an hour before he was supposed to meet with the investigators to talk about these claims. According to former Baldwin County Sheriff's Office Detective Eric Winberg, Donnie probably expected to be arrested and killed himself just before the scheduled police meeting. The search for the truth started amid the assumptions and suspicions. Examining phone records was the first step in the investigation. The battery that was discovered in Donnie's vehicle turned out to be that of Brittany's cell phone. Additionally, it was verified by the call logs that Donnie and Brittany actually met on May 30, 2012, the day she vanished. According to the documents, Donnie had driven Brittany to the house near Styx River after picking her up at her mobile home. Brittany's text logs showed that she was messaging non-stop until 11:30 p.m., when she suddenly stopped. Early on May 31, they arrived back at Mobile, just as her phone died, ending the opportunity to gather any more information. As a result of these disclosures, the police force's investigation into Brittany took extreme action. Volunteers, the search and rescue team, helicopters, dogs, and boats were all mobilized in the ensuing extensive search. The Styx River Basin, the last place Brittany's phone had pinged, was within a 5-mile radius of the operation. The intensive efforts produced no evidence of her whereabouts, even after multiple interviews with her friends and family. Brittany's daughter, meanwhile, yearned to see her mother. But after the search for Brittany was unsuccessful, attention returned to Wendy. police reported that Wendy was seen removing items from Donnie's phone the day he was found dead, which may indicate an effort to hide something that was first disregarded. When the investigation came to a standstill and the police began to focus again on Wendy, this action took on greater significance. The case came to a standstill after the car's DNA results produced no solid proof. Eventually, there was no more evidence to connect anyone to Donnie Holland's murder. As a result, it was formally declared a suicide, and the case was closed. Many questions and controversy were raised by the decision to close the case as a suicide. Detective Eric Winberg confirmed that the gunshot residue test was not performed because it was a procedure carried out by the Alabama Department of Forensic Sciences. Becca Johnson, a private investigator who was actively involved in the search for Brittany Wood, expressed skepticism, saying, "Generally, it's 4 to 5 hours till unpreserved gunshot residue is gone, and hands in bags, it's being preserved." Cameron Busey, a firearms expert at the time, noted that if Donnie had shot himself, the bone fragments and brain matter would have probably lodged in his hands. To ascertain this aspect as well, no test was carried out. Furthermore, Busey emphasized that it would be extremely uncommon to hold the gun behind one's head. "I don't know of any suicide that was done in that position." Nevertheless, in spite of numerous worries and observations, suicide was officially declared the cause of death, and no hard evidence surfaced to refute this finding. Even though Donnie's case ended in a surprising way, the investigation went further to understand its complexities by looking into the possibility that a family member was involved in the crime. The family had been concealing a troubling past for years, but the investigations revealed it. They discovered that Donnie Holland was the leader of a child abuse ring in which at least 11 other friends or family members participated. For decades, they had been mistreating and taking advantage of children, including their own. Further evidence connecting the family to these allegations was found by the police as they looked through Brittany's Facebook profile. 11 family members were arrested for their roles in the abuse ring, including Donnie's wife Wendy and Brittany's adored brother Derek. The fact that Brittany's mother, Chessie, was charged with child abuse despite claiming innocence only served to heighten the seriousness of the situation. One of the accusations against the mother was that she had assaulted another female relative who was underage. As the investigation went on, details from Brittany's friends, whom she had confided in, came to light. It was revealed that when Brittany was only 9 years old, she had also been abused by Donnie. Brittany's friends claimed that she intended to confront Donnie and report him to the police. An important question was brought up by the revelation. Did Brittany kill Donnie in retaliation? Although the hypothesis had an interesting history, it was only speculative because there was no hard evidence to support it. Given the backstory and her subsequent disappearance, particularly after her gun was discovered, the audience might have assumed in a simpler plot or motive that Brittany was the cause of Donnie's death. However, evidence is crucial in legal proceedings, and no additional inquiry into her involvement was conducted in the absence of adequate proof. In addition to the idea that Brittany was seeking retribution, another theory surfaced. Could a previous victim have killed Donnie in retaliation and then abducted Brittany? Although the reason behind Brittany's abduction was never revealed, her mysterious disappearance raised suspicions that she was still alive. Despite a number of theories, it was indisputable that Brittany's family was about to face legal repercussions. Still, Brittany's mother, Chessie, was upset that her daughter had not yet been found. A young victim testified against Wendy Holland, Donnie's wife, in court on December 9, 2014. The victim's first memories of abuse by adult relatives, including the defendant Wendy Wood Holland, who was 35 at the time, were horrifyingly described in the testimony. The teenage girl testified that the relatives frequently participated in adult group activities, mentioning that Brittany Wood occasionally participated in these activities. During the biggest case in Alabama, which involved the prosecution of 10 people. Teresa Hines, the prosecutor, inquired as to how frequently such incidents happened. The answer was, it happened a bunch, according to testimony from a man who subsequently entered a guilty plea. He once engaged in an inappropriate six-way encounter with a group of relatives, which included Wendy Holland and the girl. Derek Wood, Brittany Wood's 23-year-old brother, entered a guilty plea to the charge of having inappropriate contact with the victim. He claimed to have interacted inappropriately with Wendy Holland too many times to count, beginning when he was about 13 years old. Derek was imprisoned for 3 years after his case was sealed, and he was classified as a juvenile offender. As a defendant in a related case, Brittany's mother, Chessie Wood, who was also charged with child abuse, showed up at court with her son but was denied entry. She also said outright that her relatives were at fault. During his testimony, Dustin Kent, the brother-in-law of Wendy Holland, claimed to have participated in a 6-way inappropriate encounter between Wendy, the alleged teen victim, and his wife Wendy Kent, Wendy Holland's twin sister. Dustin Kent, who also entered a guilty plea to sex charges, claimed that in October 2011, he first saw Wendy Holland having inappropriate relations with the alleged victim. Dustin Kent entered a second guilty plea in Mobile County 1 week after the first one, this time for assault and sodomy charges stemming from inappropriate interactions with 2 separate 13-year-old family members in 2008. He received a 17-year prison sentence. After that, Brittany's other uncle, Randall Scott Wood, pled guilty in Mobile County. All of the defendants were found guilty on charges of child abuse in quick succession. Wendy's identical twin sister, Mindy Kent, was also imprisoned after being found guilty by Mobile County jurors of sodomy and child abuse under the age of 12. She received a maximum sentence of 40 years in prison in 2015, with 20 years for each count against her. Wendy Holland was given a startling sentence of 219 years in prison in 2015 after being found guilty of child abuse and child torture. Chessie Wood, Brittany's mother, also acknowledged guilt to a misdemeanor charge of endangering the welfare of her child. There is still debate surrounding the conclusion that Donnie Holland committed suicide. There is still no conclusive answer to the important question of whether Brittany was the criminal. But beneath this mask, one thing is certain. After years of hiding these forbidden activities, Brittany Wood's troubled family finally received the punishment they deserved. In the end, justice had won out. Only one person can now provide us with the truth about the disappearance or the murderous night. But over 10 years have gone by, and she is still elusive, and no one knows where she is. What are your thoughts on this unsettling case, then? What might have occurred the night Donnie died? Was there something more sinister going on? Or was it truly a disappearance leading to suicide? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Perhaps the most vulnerable time in a person's life is during their adolescence. It's a period of time when people are neither children nor fully grown adults. Even though they are still innocent and carefree, they frequently keep secrets, sometimes out of embarrassment or fear. Tragic events can occasionally result from an inability to communicate those difficulties to a loved one or trusted parent. Florida has been rocked by the case of Justice Garrett, whose life was tragically cut short in 2018 at the age of 16. Her mother's realization that she had failed to recognize or comprehend the nightmare her daughter had been living through was heartbreaking. Justice's story revolves around a horrible secret she kept out of fear of being judged, which ultimately resulted in an unthinkable tragedy that took her life. Born on March 19, 2002, Justice Mary Garrett was the oldest of 2 daughters born to Danielle and Sebastian Garrett. She grew up with Jeanette, her younger sister, who was 10 years her junior. The majority of Justice's early years and adolescence were spent in the tiny Florida town of New Smyrna Beach, which is situated in Volusia County. The sisters remained with their mother after Justice's parents divorced in 2016. After meeting Robert Kern approximately a year later, Danielle quickly started dating him. By the fall of 2017, Danielle and her 2 daughters had relocated to Robert's house in the little rural town of Sorrento, Florida, which has a population of just over 1,000. Justice had the most trouble adjusting to the new surroundings and the relocation. She missed her close friends who were still in New Smyrna Beach to start. Second, she had to change schools in the middle of the school year while she was a high school student. Third, she disliked both her mother's partner and her new home. Despite her frustrations, Justice acted politely and made an effort to avoid causing trouble. Justice made friends at her new school right away because of her outgoing, gregarious, and humorous personality. A classmate named Rochelle became particularly close to her, and the two were essentially inseparable. The girls even listed each other as sisters on social media, and Justice often stayed over at Rochelle's house. Justice missed the school bus on Friday, April 13, 2018, because he slept in too late. She didn't have time for breakfast that day because she was rushing to get ready for class. Her mother intended to take Jeanette to the hospital, but her younger sister stayed at home because she was feeling ill. Since school was just a few stops away, Justice chose to ride the public bus there. After packing her backpack and bidding her mother farewell, she departed from the house. Justice was last seen alive at that point. Danielle wasn't worried when Justice didn't arrive home from school on time. She figured her daughter, who frequently went to Rochelle's house after class, had done so. By nightfall, Danielle assumed Justice had made the decision to spend the night at her friend's house, as she had been doing often. She wasn't immediately alarmed by the fact that Justice's phone was off. On Saturday morning, though, Rochelle called Danielle and anxiously inquired as to Justice's well-being. With a shiver running down her spine, Danielle questioned in a shaky voice whether Justice hadn't spent the night at Rochelle's house. She was shocked by the answer. Since Thursday, Rochelle disclosed, she had not seen Justice. Justice's phone had been off for almost 2 days, and she hadn't arrived at school on Friday. Danielle went into a panic. She hurried to the local police station and reported her daughter missing after multiple unsuccessful attempts to get in touch with her. The hunt for Justice started right away. Officers initially thought Justice might have returned to her hometown for a weekend visit with friends, after learning that she had only been in the area 6 months prior. Authorities believed she would reappear soon, because teenagers of that age frequently leave home on their own initiative, whether in protest or for other reasons. Danielle, however, was adamant that her daughter would never do anything like that without telling her. Finding out Justice's social circle and whether she had a boyfriend, had been in a recent argument, or had any other information that could help piece together what happened the day she was last seen was the first step. All of Justice's possessions were still at home, and she had not taken any cash. Shortly after she left for school, her phone stopped working. She hadn't returned any calls or messages, and her social media accounts hadn't been active since late Thursday night. She hadn't gotten in touch with anyone, so none of her friends knew where she might be. Justice didn't experiment with illegal substances or drink alcohol, according to her close friends and family. She had never engaged in serious romantic commitments and was not in a relationship. Justice had never broken the law, had no enemies, and had no conflicts with other people. Her peers viewed her as sweet, kind, and compassionate, and her teachers at school gave her positive reviews. Police promptly reviewed all local traffic accidents, incidents, and crime reports in the region. One possibility they entertained was that she had been in an accident and was unable to speak. She was not, however, listed as having participated in any such incidents. Investigators were able to follow her movements on the morning of her disappearance by using information from her phone. Justice left her house at 7:30 a.m. and started to walk in the direction of the school. After about 15 minutes, she started acting strangely. After a brief pause, she made a sudden direction change. Her phone was switched off shortly after. The small, sleepy town was filled with rumors and conjecture after Justice vanished. Any incident became the focus of attention in a community where nothing ever happened. It was quickly spread by gossip and frequently embellished with lies. Some residents found amusement in spreading rumors, and they saw no harm in doing so. Many of Justice's classmates and friends sincerely wanted to assist with the investigation, but others saw it as a chance to attract attention, increase their own significance, or even experience a brief moment of fame. A number of people reported seeing Justice Garrett in various locations around town. According to some, she entered an enigmatic black vehicle with tinted windows. Some speculated that she had been recruited into a religious sect, while others suggested she was out on the street with a group of teenagers who didn't fit in. Investigators found it challenging to distinguish fact from fiction because these rumors appeared out of nowhere. Consequently, all information, no matter how unlikely, had to be carefully verified. A girl who was one grade up from Justice stood out for her actions. She claimed that the teenager had fled with a secret boyfriend and was expecting his child, and she created a whole blog devoted to Justice's disappearance. By spreading sensationalized and completely made-up stories, The girl was merely trying to gain popularity and attention at school. She was temporarily suspended from school while the investigation was underway as a result of her actions, which resulted in disciplinary actions. Her social media accounts were also deleted for disseminating misleading information. 4 days after Justice vanished, on April 17, a man called the police with a terrifying message. He claimed to have discovered something unsettling in a forested area outside of DeLand. An enthusiastic runner, the man frequently jogged along a remote path that wound through a park and into the woods. As he made his way farther into the woods that morning, he detected a potent, disagreeable stench of decay. He initially believed it to be a dead animal's carcass and considered reporting it to the proper authorities so that it could be taken out. But his curiosity overcame him, and he made the decision to look into the odor's origin on his own. The runner left the trail and ventured into the brush for roughly 15 feet. He saw a horrifying scene there, a severely decomposed human body that was completely deformed. It looked like a young woman, judging by the long hair and traces of clothing. To make sure he didn't unintentionally disturb any possible evidence, the man waited on the trail and called the police right away. Officers thoroughly examined the scene and the remains after they arrived. It became evident that a violent crime had been committed here, and the victim was, in fact, a very young woman. The fact that her clothes were ripped and her underwear was gone suggests that the crime was probably violent and intimate in nature. The legs bore obvious bite marks, probably from untamed animals, but a corrosive chemical had done the most serious damage. The girl's face had been eroded to the bone by this substance, which had also been poured over her intimate areas, lower abdomen and chest. It was evident that the offender had tried to remove any traces of DNA in addition to disfiguring the victim. A strategy that, as it turned out, worked. Investigators suspected right away that the girl who had vanished days earlier was the owner of the body discovered in the woods. However, DNA testing was necessary for confirmation because of the extensive chemical damage and decomposition. Sadly, the worst fears of the Garrett family came true. Justice had been discovered dead. About 30 minutes' drive from the town where she resided, her remains were found. Her nose, cheekbone, and several ribs were broken, which was evidence that she had been severely beaten prior to the crime. The precise cause of death was assumed to be mechanical asphyxiation due to the advanced state of decomposition, which made it impossible to determine with certainty. During his police interview, the man who found the remains gave important information. "I often ran along the same trail every other day," he explained. He had seen a suspicious-looking man come out of the woods close to the location where Justice's remains were later discovered 2 days prior to discovering the body. Since the witness had only seen the man for a brief moment from behind and a considerable distance away, he was unable to give a detailed description of him. According to his description, the person was a short, stocky white man wearing jeans and a black hoodie. When the man realized he was not alone, he hurried out of sight and vanished behind the trees. The runner didn't give the encounter much thought at the time, but he thought it was strange. That day there was no discernible smell of decay, and he pushed the encounter from his thoughts. But 2 days later, when he found the remains, he remembered the odd man on the trail and told the police about it. Detectives suspected the stranger in the woods might be the criminal who committed the crime right away. He might have gone back to hide his tracks and obliterate the evidence. Experts concluded that chlorine bleach was the corrosive agent used on the body. The remains became unidentifiable due to the rapid decomposition caused by the chemical and the humid climate of the area. However, after passing a polygraph and offering a strong alibi for the day Justice vanished, the jogger was excluded as a suspect. Justice's mother claims that her daughter had intended to ride the public bus to school that morning, but according to street cam surveillance footage, Justice never went to the bus stop. The mystery was further complicated when a neighbor claimed to have seen Justice get into her stepfather Robert's vehicle. Detectives now had to question the teen's parents again to find out why they hadn't told the truth, which fundamentally altered the course of the investigation. Danielle confessed right away, stating that Robert Kern, her partner, had recently had his driver's license temporarily revoked, but he agreed to give her a ride because her daughter was running late that morning. In order to keep Robert from getting upset, Danielle had kept this information from him. She thought Justice was still alive and would soon be going home at the time of the first interview. To confirm the stepfather's account, detectives immediately asked for footage from security cameras close to the school, but according to the recordings, Robert had not dropped Justice off at school or any other location. There were no cameras on his car on the way to the school. Where had they gone then? It was evident from this new information that Robert was probably the last person to see Justice alive. Robert acknowledged driving Justice that morning in spite of having his license suspended when he was questioned again. He claimed that Justice had pleaded with him to take her to DeLand, a nearby town, rather than to school, where she was allegedly scheduled to meet with a covert boyfriend. Robert said he had originally refused to take her there because he didn't know the name of the person she was meeting, but in an attempt to mend their tense relationship, he finally acceded to her requests. He allegedly promised Justice that he would not tell her mother about this outing. She told him that she would come back alone later in the day and that since it was Friday, she would spend the night at a friend's house. Robert concurred because he saw nothing out of the ordinary or worrisome about the circumstances. A potential secret boyfriend was added to the case as a result of this discovery. Investigators had to find him and identify him quickly. He might have been the last person to see Justice alive, or he might have been involved in her disappearance. Law enforcement chose to look through Justice's contacts and social media activity as the first step in the search. Detectives confiscated her laptop because her phone had not been found, and what they found led to further inquiries. Justice regularly engaged with her online and real-life friends through her numerous accounts on different social media sites, but there was no sign of a boyfriend or romantic conversations. However, one account caught our attention as being especially odd and dubious. Investigators soon turned their attention to this profile in an attempt to identify its owner and any possible link to Justice's disappearance. In recent months, Justice Garrett had been the object of unusual interest from a young man named Kevin. He liked her posts, commented on her pictures, and messaged her every day. But Justice didn't appear to care. She didn't want to stay in touch, hardly ever responded to him, and frequently ignored his messages. Later, Justice's friends confirmed that she had spoken of a devoted fan who messaged her on social media all the time, but she didn't find him flattering. Instead, she found him annoying. According to his profile, Kevin lived in the same town as Justice and seemed to be 2 years older. Only a few pictures of a young athletic man were included on his page, but Justice's family and friends had never laid eyes on him. The photos had been stolen from the internet, and the account was soon found to be fraudulent. Experts swiftly gained access to the account and tracked down the information that led to its creation. The inquiry showed that the account was linked to an adult man, Robert Kern, Justice's stepfather, rather than an adolescent. Robert was summoned back for interrogation. Investigators questioned him about why he hadn't told them sooner and why he had made a phony account to communicate with his stepdaughter. Although he seemed taken aback that investigators had discovered his involvement with the account, Robert soon collected himself and provided an explanation. He claimed that he had created the account to help Justice feel better about herself because she was the new girl in town and at school and might value the praise from a young man who seemed attractive. As was previously mentioned, Justice was new to the area, but she had already assimilated into her school community and made a lot of friends. But her behavior had changed recently. According to those close to her, the formerly upbeat and carefree teen had grown more tense and anxious. She frequently stayed over at her best friend Rochelle's house, but she kept the reasons for this change a secret. Though she never told Rochelle what was bothering her, Justice spent so much time there that it seemed like she had moved in. Rochelle claimed that Justice's stepfather had visited her home multiple times to collect her and take her home. Every time, Justice would attempt to avoid going with him and appeared clearly anxious. She would call her mom and beg to stay at Rochelle's for a couple more nights, pledging to finish all of her chores and concentrate on her studies in return. Danielle frequently complied with these demands. It was well known among her friends that Robert and Justice had a tense relationship from the beginning. But Justice never charged him with being aggressive or acting inappropriately. Additionally, nobody in her immediate vicinity, including her mother, had ever noticed anything that appeared inappropriate in Robert's interactions with his stepdaughter. Robert Kern emerged as the sole suspect in the investigation into Justice's untimely death as suspicions about him grew. Police investigated his background and way of life while holding him for additional interrogation. Robert, 43, had a lengthy criminal record that included convictions for physical altercations, possession of illegal substances, and burglary. It had been almost impossible for him to find steady work because of his criminal record. He took on odd jobs to make ends meet and occasionally worked illegally as a carpenter at a nearby sawmill. Now, investigators were trying to piece together Robert's dubious past, his actions toward justice, and the circumstances leading up to the horrifying crime. Danielle was unaware that she was living with a man who had a criminal past because Robert had taken great care to hide it from everyone around him. She was shocked and eventually spoke up when investigators told her the truth about him. Despite Justice's protests, Danielle acknowledged that Robert had offered to drive her to school that day. Danielle became concerned when Justice failed to come home, but Robert reassured her that Justice was staying overnight at her friend Rochelle's house. He even prohibited her from contacting Rochelle or the police. After looking through Robert's devices, investigators found that Justice had been regularly looking up information about drugs that could make someone unconscious or immobile online in the months before his disappearance. Additionally, he had investigated buying such drugs on the dark web, and it seemed he had been successful. That wasn't all, though. Additionally, Robert had investigated methods of removing DNA from a body, concentrating on common household chemicals like bleach and disinfectants. He had even looked at satellite images of the wooded areas in the area, especially the DeLand outskirts, where Justice's body was eventually discovered. It became evident that Robert had spent months carefully preparing to commit his crime, dispose of the body, and remove any evidence. From the start, his motivation appeared to be clear. Robert had become unnecessarily fixated on justice and understood that using force was the only way to fulfill his perverted impulses. He had made the decision to eradicate her completely in order to escape legal repercussions for his actions. When investigators examined the geolocation data from Robert's phone that day, they were able to eliminate any remaining doubts regarding his involvement. Together with Justice, he had driven away from their house toward her school before turning suddenly and coming to a stop in a remote location. Robert most likely turned off Justice's phone at this point and rendered her unconscious with a chemical, most likely chloroform. But he neglected to turn off his own gadget, which later recorded his movements. After being tracked toward DeLand, Robert's car came to a halt for about an hour. He would have had enough time during this period to attack Justice, cause her physical harm, strangle her to death, and conceal her body in the woods. In order to destroy any possible evidence, he poured a tiny bottle of a chlorine-based substance over her face and other parts of her body that day. But Robert started to worry that he might have left traces. He brought a big container of bleach back to the scene 2 days later. In a last effort to eliminate any last traces of Justice's involvement in the crime, he then liberally doused Justice's head, chest, and lower body with the chemical. The jogger later found Justice's body and reported it to the police after spotting the attacker when he returned to the crime scene for the second time that morning. Kern's alibi, meanwhile, was soon discredited. Unofficially working at a nearby sawmill, he had asked 2 co-workers to attest that he was on time that day, despite being almost 2 hours late. After being cautioned that they might be charged with perjury and hiding evidence of a violent crime, both witnesses eventually confessed to the truth when pressed further. Despite Robert Kern's denial of all charges, the case proceeded to trial due to the overwhelming evidence against him. According to witness testimony, Justice spent the final months of her life avoiding her home as much as possible because she was constantly afraid. But she never talked to anyone about her worries, not even her mother. Danielle never asked Kern about his past because she was too enamored with her new partner to notice what was going on around her. Kern's claims were methodically refuted by prosecutors, who demonstrated that he had carefully planned this horrible deed with the express purpose of ensuring Justice wouldn't live. Kern was further connected to the crime scene when particles found on his car mats were matched to moss and soil samples from the location where Justice's body was found. However, the corrosive chemical Kern used had eaten away at the victim's remains down to the bone, destroying all DNA evidence and tissue samples, making it impossible to prove the claims of an intimate assault. Nearly 2.5 years after the crime, in August 2022, Kern was found guilty of premeditated violent murder. He will never be freed because he was given a life sentence without the chance of parole. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Marlene Warren, 40, and her 21-year-old son Joey were occupied with their weekend in their comfortable Wellington home on May 26, 1990, when Marlene heard the bell ring. It was a clown. When Marlene believed that someone had sent her a gift, she was ecstatic. Behind the paint and outfit, however, was a murderer who suddenly produced a gun and shot Marlene in the face. Why did they pick Marlene, and who was this murderer? Watch this space to discover out. Welcome back to Mysterious Hook, friends. We are examining the Marlene Warren case today. But first, if you haven't already, please think about clicking the bell symbol and subscribe button below to join our channel. So let's go straight to the riddle, without any more ado. People who wished to avoid the crime of West Palm Beach, Fort Lauderdale, and Miami would move to Wellington, Florida, which was known as a village. Wellington hosted numerous celebrations and events all year long. A well-known event that drew equestrian lovers from all over the world, the Winter Equestrian Festival, took place from January to April. It included a range of contests and performances. Another popular event that featured bourbon tastings from different vendors and bacon-based food was the Wellington Bacon and Bourbon Fest. A local club named Mar-a-Lago used to host a number of well-known individuals, including Madonna and Bruce Springsteen. People feel comfortable and content in the town, which is a lovely environment with superb schools. Wellington has been described as a rather safe and tranquil community in terms of crime rates and safety. Wellington has been ranked as one of the safest cities in Florida and has a crime rate that is lower than the national average according to numerous polls. While everyone else was having picnics, barbecues, and parades over Memorial Day weekend in May 1990, the Warren family experienced a tragic event. The birth date of Marlene Warren is April 15, 1950. Growing up in Michigan, she enjoyed spending time on her grandfather's farm with her sisters. She loved to bake, paint, and create art, especially clowns. Her parents even had a room devoted to clowns, and the entire family loved them as much as she did. At the youthful age of 15, Marlene gave birth to her first kid in 1965, naming him after her husband, John Arns. She went on to have another child, Joey, in 1969. Unfortunately, Marlene's first husband, John Arns, passed away in a vehicle accident, leaving her a single mother of 2 children. Later, in 1972, she wed Mike, also known as Michael Warren. Marlene was 22 years old and Michael Warren was only 19. They relocated to South Florida, where Michael's family resided, from Michigan. In addition to starting to invest in rental properties, which finally generated a significant amount of revenue, Michael was hired as a meat inspector. Michael left his job to start Bargain Motors, a used car yard, while Marlene oversaw the rental properties. He sold automobiles to those without credit who were unable to purchase them elsewhere. Mike and Marlene purchased their ideal home in Wellington, Florida in the late 1980s. But Michael was arrested in 1983 for tampering with his second-hand automobile's odometers. Despite receiving probation and entering a guilty plea, he continued to operate his business for a few more years. While Marlene oversaw their rental homes, Mike concentrated on his business and spent time at the racetrack. The two led different lives. When Marlene's oldest son, John Jr., passed away in a vehicle accident in 1988 at the age of 22, sadness struck once more. The relationship between Michael and Marlene was strained after his passing. Sheila King, the spouse of Richard Spud Keene, one of Michael Warren's colleagues, was introduced to him at this period. The bond between Sheila and Michael was immediate. Though it was clear to everyone around them, they originally kept their relationship a secret. On May 26, 1990, a wet Saturday, Marlene, 40, stayed at home while Michael went to the racetrack. She was preparing breakfast for her 21-year-old son Joey, who was hosting some of his pals. A knock on the door occurred at approximately 10:45 a.m. Marlene thought it was a present when she opened it and saw a clown holding balloons and flowers. Having adored clowns since childhood, she was quite thrilled to see one at her door. However, a gun was in the clown's costume and underneath the balloons. After drawing his weapon, the clown shot her in the face. Joey witnessed the clown driving off in a Chrysler LeBaron after hearing the gunshot and running to the door. Bill Kramer, a neighbor, had also heard the shot, and Marlene was on the ground, dying. Some rushed outside, claiming that Joey's mother had been shot. Marlene was transferred to the hospital when an ambulance was summoned, but she passed away on May 28, 1990, 2 days later. Marlene was a wonderful person who was always polite, respectful, loving, and kind. Her demise, however, was regrettable. Joey saw a clown leaving after Marlene was shot, but all he could recall was that the clown had brown eyes. Joey initially gave the police a sketchy description of the culprit, stating that they had large hands and broad shoulders. Crucially, though, he did witness the clown drive off in a white Chrysler LeBaron. Michael Warren was initially under suspicion, but because he was at the racetrack, he had an alibi. Consequently, the cops focused on Sheila Keene, his girlfriend. The more they looked into it, the more proof they found that she was involved. At the time of the crime, Sheila Keene and Michael Warren were accused of having an affair. Although Michael strongly disputed allegations, authorities were examining the relationship to determine the opportunity and purpose behind Marlene's murder. Sheila had a criminal history from her childhood in Central Florida, and also went by her maiden name, Sheila Shelter. Sheila was renowned for being incredibly gorgeous, assertive, and even wild. Her long hair was frequently compared to that of Crystal Gale's. Sheila had a criminal history from an early age, which included charges of stealing and shoplifting. Her mugshot from a few years later showed her grinning, as if the arrest had not bothered her. According to those who knew her, Sheila had surrounded herself with negative influences and older males since she was a little girl. Richard Spud Keene, a former member of the Ku Klux Klan who had served time for drug trafficking, was her husband. Sheila was 20 years younger than Richard. In order to be near him when he was incarcerated, Sheila even relocated to Georgia. Richard began working with Michael Warren after Sheila's husband was released from Georgia prison and they returned to Florida. The three ex-offenders soon started hanging out and doing shady things together. In one such instance, Sheila pretended to be a sex worker in order to meet a person in a motel room who had bought a car. The automobile was repossessed by armed Richard and Michael while she was inside. The buyer was also seen being held at gunpoint by Sheila, and the three of them escaped. Richard gradually slipped into the background as Michael and Sheila became closer. Sheila rented an apartment in Pine Ridge, and because Michael spent so much time there, the locals thought she was married to him. Investigators were informed by Michael and Sheila's co-workers that they thought the two were having an affair. They were immensely fond of one another and would go out for long meals. They were in fact having an affair, according to a lot of evidence. According to police documents, Michael's mother recalled an instance in which she went with him to a racetrack. She asked Sheila if she loved Michael after sensing a connection between them. Michael said that he loved himself, but Sheila affirmed that she did. At this time, Michael and Marlene's marriage was failing. Michael would come in angry after a battle with Marlene, according to a car dealership employee, and offer $10,000, 0 cents, to anyone who killed her. Michael is also reported to have stated that if someone were to get rid of his wife and never have to work again, he would make them wealthy. Michael and Sheila were both named as suspects in the case following Marlene's murder. Investigators began to wonder if Michael's girlfriend could have perpetrated the crime, even though he was the clear suspect. Since most males would shoot their victims in the heart rather than the face, the murder's character sparked suspicions. As the investigation progressed, the evidence began to implicate Sheila rather than Michael, which made detectives think that she might have had a reason for committing the murder. The police's primary objective during the inquiry was to locate the white Chrysler LeBaron that Joey had seen. They discovered that the vehicle had been rented by a couple from Payless Cars, a local car dealership. They became confused and called the incorrect number from a phone book ad when it came time to return the vehicle. The number on the advertisement was Michael Warren's, and it was for his vehicle dealership, Bargain Motors. However, Michael's advertisement bore a striking resemblance to one for the Payless car lot. Someone at Michael's car lot told the couple to leave the car outside the gate with the keys in the windshield wipers after they called the number, assuming it was for Payless Cars. But soon after, the vehicle was taken. Investigators found a Chrysler LeBaron in a Winn-Dixie parking lot about 5 miles from the crime scene on the day of Marlene's funeral. Inside the automobile, many hairs were found, some of which seemed to be from an orange and yellow fibered acrylic wig. But at the time, DNA technology was not yet advanced enough to accurately identify the fibers or the hair samples. Investigators discovered the location where the suspect purchased the clown suit, balloons, and flowers in addition to the vehicle. A few days prior to the murder, a woman walked in and asked for a clown costume. especially Ruby's clown costume, an afro clown wig, Bob Kelly clown makeup, and a sponge nose, according to two women who worked at the Spotlight Capazio costume shop, who told police. The woman insisted on buying the outfit that night, even though the store employees first encouraged her to come back the following day because they were closed. According to reports, she was about 5'8", had long chocolate hair, brown eyes, and was dressed in trousers and a men's work shirt. Sheila was identified by the police as the woman who visited the business at closing time a few days before to the murder, after the employees recognized her from a photo lineup. As the investigation into Sheila's possible involvement in Marlene's murder progressed, more evidence began to mount against her. One piece of evidence came from a public grocery in the area that offered the particular kind of mylar balloons the clown was using. An employee there recognized Sheila from pictures and recognized a long-haired woman with brown hair who purchased those balloons only an hour and a half before to the murder. The fact that Sheila had previously dressed up as a clown when married to Richard Keene only served to heighten suspicion. The pair resided in a Pahokee trailer park near Lake Okeechobee. Sheila had made friends with a number of locals, including some workers at a store that sold car parts. She had even entertained them by dressing up as a clown on one occasion. Prosecutors felt they lacked sufficient evidence to make an arrest, in spite of this growing body of evidence. About a year later, in 1991, Michael and Sheila emerged as the main suspects, intensifying the inquiry. Michael and Joey appeared on a radio show in an effort to clear his name. Michael denied any involvement in the murder during the questioning. "Was it your suspicion that you were a suspect from the start, Michael?" He certainly never expected to. "In reality, I like to discuss that in detail." Joey, who was shocked to learn that Sheila was even a suspect, stood up for her. "Would it surprise you that she would be a prime suspect if you had heard, been told, or been asked that the police were suspicious? She is even named as a prime suspect in all of this." It was, indeed. Because of the clown's stature, Joey initially thought it was a guy, but the evidence was starting to suggest that it was a lady. Sheila was the main suspect, because Michael had an alibi to prove he was at the racetracks when the murder occurred. However, a twist that went back in time appeared just when it appeared that the case was going nowhere. Joey was accused with attempted murder in 1987, when he was about 18 years old. Christopher DeSantis became the attorney for the Warren family. DeSantis and Michael Warren were celebrating Joey's trial victory as they left the courthouse following a favorable hearing. Michael then jokingly inquired as to whether a person might still inherit their estate if they had hired a hitman to murder their wife. The lawyer was surprised, but he said that unless there was manslaughter or the murderer was someone else, the law forbade a murderer from inheriting. Sadly, DeSantis provided yet another example, which he eventually came to regret. According to him, it would be challenging to obtain a conviction if someone donned a clown suit because their identity would be concealed. It wasn't meant to suggest that he should wear a clown outfit or something similar, for instance, if you were wearing one. However, the point was that you cannot be found guilty if you are unable to provide identification of the offender. He didn't mean to suggest that Michael should dress like a clown, but the idea was that there couldn't be a conviction if identity couldn't be established. DeSantis had essentially handed him a murderous recipe. The authorities suspected that the clown figure was retaliating against Joey and his pals, so they also examined DeSantis as the inquiry into Marlene's death developed, and suspicions were placed on Michael and Sheila. However, this exchange between Michael and DeSantis later turned into a crucial piece of proof. It sparked speculation about whether Michael had heeded the lawyer's counsel and disguised himself as a clown to carry out the crime. It became evident during the course of the investigation that Marlene had previously indicated dread of her husband before she was murdered. She had expressed her desire to divorce Mike to others, but she was afraid he would murder her. When combined with DeSantis's assertion, this implied that Mike was aware of his right to inherit property following his wife's murder. In spite of this, no one was arrested in the weeks that followed these disclosures, because investigators need hard proof to move forward. The months passed with no resolution to the case. Although Michael and Sheila denied any romantic involvement, their co-workers suspected that they were involved. A year following Marlene's passing, they relaxed and went on a trip to the Bahamas, staying at the upscale resort casino hotel. Other couples saw them enter. Michael was loud and brazen, and Sheila looked uncomfortable. This alerted the authorities once more. Michael chose to appear on a radio show once again in the interim, and he revealed that he hadn't spoken to Sheila in a month, when in fact Sheila was constantly with Michael. Investigators started looking into Michael as a possible suspect in his wife's death after his radio appearance. They conducted a search of his company and secured a warrant to examine his documents. Investigators discovered that Michael, who had a history of fiddling with the odometer, had been repeating the behavior at his vehicle dealership. They accused him of theft, fraud, odometer tampering, and racketeering, among other offenses. Michael was given a 9-year prison term, but there was still no hard proof that he or Sheila were responsible for Marlene's death. In 1997, fresh evidence surfaced that would revive the case when it appeared that the inquiry had reached a standstill. A guy gave police a tip in 1997 that connected Michael Warren to the murder of his wife. According to the informant, who was the son of a recently deceased Bargain Motors employee, his father made a startling admission to him as he was near death. The informant claims that his father informed him that if he pulled up a car that was immersed in water, all the solutions to the case would be revealed. In addition to claiming to know who plotted the murder and where the clown suit and pistol were stored, he even provided the precise position of the car. Investigators thought that by reclaiming the murder weapon and outfit, they would finally be able to solve the case, because this was a significant lead. When divers were dispatched to the scene, they discovered the car, but regrettably, nothing important was within. Due to this setback, the investigation had to start over, and the case once more remained unsolved for a while. Sheila Keene and Michael Warren made the decision to wed in Las Vegas in 2002. Although the case was still open and the investigation into Marlene Warren's death had stopped, Marlene's parents were certain that Sheila was the murderous clown. Sheila was once again a top suspect when the investigation was reopened in 2013, especially because of her marriage to Michael. The Wellington clown murder is one of the cold cases that the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office is looking into thanks to a grant. To examine the evidence and speak with witnesses, they assembled a task team comprising representatives from the FBI and the state attorney's office. The indictment was obtained thanks to the task force's submission of fresh evidence for DNA analysis. This contained DNA samples from Sheila and Michael as well as other suspects in the case. The potential DNA samples discovered in the clown wig and additional hair strands within the Chrysler LeBaron were also added. Investigators were able to approach the case from a new angle thanks to the data gleaned via analysis and interviews. Mike and Sheila had made a fresh start in the little Virginian town of Abingdon, where they had completely changed who they were. Their neighbors described them as amicable and in love, and Sheila had even changed her name to Debbie. They appeared to be leading a nice life. Just across the line in Tennessee, they had even opened a well-known fast food restaurant named the Purple Cow. Michael and Sheila were eventually located at the restaurant by investigators. Even though they were primary suspects, they were still working and leading normal lives. They were neither fleeing nor attempting to hide. They appeared to be doing well and to have finally moved on from their past. Despite the fact that Michael Warren was typically seen as a joyful and easygoing person, not everyone had a positive opinion of him, particularly following an incident with one of his neighbors that revealed a different side of him. When questioned about his decision to steal some rocks from his neighbor's property without permission, Michael reportedly said that they ought to be considerate of one another. Asking for permission beforehand would have been the neighborly thing to do, the neighbor retorted. Then Michael insulted the neighbor, using a nasty phrase and labeling him skinny. The neighbor refused to back down and referred to Michael as a bully. A sinister mystery lurked in the background of Michael and Sheila's ostensibly perfect lives in Abingdon, Virginia. Sheila, who her co-workers called Debbie, told a terrifying story about how she had escaped punishment for murder in Florida while intoxicated one evening at a party. In the meantime, investigators in Florida worked tirelessly to solve the case, using the most recent DNA technology to identify a possible suspect in Marlene Warren's murder. The evidence suggested that Debbie, also known as Sheila Keene Warren, was the one who had carelessly revealed her lethal secret to her gullible co-workers. Mike and Sheila were stopped by the police on December 26, 2017, while they were returning from Vermont to their hometown of Abingdon in their Cadillac SUV. Sheila was taken into custody without question. Rather, she inquired as to if her spouse was also being taken into custody. Sheila was detained because she was charged with first-degree murder with a firearm, a crime that had gone unresolved for 27 years. Sheila had avoided arrest until that day, even though she had been a main suspect from the start of the investigation. She could now be sentenced to life in jail. A mugshot was taken when a video of Sheila being taken into the police station was caught. She is shown grinning in the mugshot, which is similar to the one from when she was initially detained as a teenager. It was disturbing to see the disparity between the seriousness of the act she was being charged with and her casual demeanor. Sheila King Warren vehemently denied any involvement in the crime, according to her attorney. She believed in her own innocence, as evidenced by the many letters she penned while there. Even though the murder weapon was still missing and 27 years had passed, and the clown's first description was that of a man, the state of Florida was certain they would get a conviction. Following her arrest in 2017, Sheila had been detained pending trial while detectives worked to strengthen their case against her. Ultimately, on April 25, 2023, Sheila, 59, entered a guilty plea to the charge of shooting Marlene Warren while disguised as a clown. Her attorney insisted she was innocent, but he thought her guilty plea strengthened her case. She might have received a minimum sentence of 25 years in prison if the jury had found her guilty. But because she entered a guilty plea, her term was lowered to just 12 years. Interestingly, Sheila's attorney even proposed that because of her outstanding behavior while inside, she might be released as early as 2024. The investigators were able to solve the case after Sheila confessed. However, do you believe Sheila meant what she said, or was she merely trying to find a way to get her sentence reduced? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. In September 2017, a chilling and perplexing series of events occurred in a quiet community, leaving its residents in shock and disbelief. What started as a seemingly routine missing person case turned into a harrowing story of love, betrayal, and tragedy. On a sunny Tuesday in September 2017, a young woman named Laura Wallen awoke in her cozy home in Olney, Maryland. She was 31 years old and loved her job as a teacher at Lake High School. She was so good at her job that she was named Teacher of the Year just the previous year. Laura had worked hard to prepare for the new school year. She spent weeks getting her classroom ready for her students. She was looking forward to starting school again. However, something strange occurred on that fateful day. Laura didn't show up for work, which worried everyone. Her family, particularly her parents, became concerned after receiving a call from her boss informing them that she had not arrived at school. Laura was never one to miss work, particularly on the first day of school. She was passionate about teaching, and her students adored her, so when the Lauras received that call, they knew something was seriously wrong. They decided to contact the police and report her missing. The police decided to check on Laura and her home. When they arrived, her house appeared normal, with no signs of trouble. It was puzzling. Where might she be? What caused Laura to disappear? Even more concerning was that she was 4 months pregnant. The police had to find her. They contacted her boyfriend, Tyler Tessier, hoping he could provide some answers. However, Tyler stated that he had no idea where Laura was. A frantic search began. Laura's black Ford Escape was discovered parked at an apartment complex near the high school where she worked. Volunteers gathered in Howard and Montgomery counties, handing out flyers featuring Laura's photo and posting missing posters wherever they could. Tyler and Laura's parents even went on television to ask for assistance and promise a reward. Does anyone know where Laura is? Tyler, who was desperate to find Laura, addressed the news conference. He pleaded with the public to share any information they possessed. He adored Laura and was constantly worried about her. He said, "Laura, it doesn't matter what happened as long as you listen. It makes no difference what kind of trouble you're experiencing. There is nothing we can't solve together. So many people miss you. There are so many people out who have not slept, and we have not eaten. We are simply looking for you or praying that you are safe." But Tyler was also pleading for help. The police and Laura's family began to suspect that he was hiding something related to Laura's disappearance. The police noticed some inconsistencies in what he was saying, and allowing Tyler to speak at the news conference was a strategy for gathering more information. Laura was still listed as missing at the time. No one knew what happened to her or where she was, but as the investigation progressed, Tyler began to reveal some disturbing information, raising even more questions. He told the cops that Laura had asked him for assistance. According to Tyler, Laura wanted to disappear because she was pregnant with a student's child, and she was terrified and embarrassed. She did not want anyone to find out. However, only 2 days after that press conference, everything changed. Laura was a missing person until September 13, 2017, when she was murdered. The police received a tip that led them to a remote field in Damascus, Maryland. Tyler was known to frequent the area, and they discovered newly dug ground in a hidden corner of the field. They discovered something horrifying with the help of specially trained dogs. Laura's body was buried in a shallow grave. An autopsy later revealed that she had been shot in the back of the head. This was a heartbreaking and horrific turn of events, and the police were now faced with the difficult task of determining when she died, who murdered her, and why the discovery of Lauren's body marked a dark and tragic chapter in the story. And it was clear that there was a lot more to uncover. Laura's family, still reeling from the shock of her disappearance, now had to deal with the devastating reality of her murder. The search for answers has only begun. Tyler was considered a person of interest in the case because he was thought to be the last person to see Laura alive. This suspicion stemmed from inconsistencies in the various accounts he provided about his whereabouts and activities. During the relevant time period, the police had evidence that Laura was alive on September 1, as her family saw her that day. The next day, September 2, Laura went on an outing with Tyler. During this time, Laura texted her sister about the adventure Tyler had taken her on. The message read, "Tyler has taken me on a country adventure. I am not sure why, but it is for something waiting in a field." The police discovered an important clue while investigating Laura's financial transactions. They discovered that Laura's debit card was last used at a Safeway grocery store near her only residence on September 2nd, between 8:30 and 9:30 p.m. What made this discovery significant was that surveillance footage from the grocery store showed Laura wasn't alone during the transaction. Tyler was alone during the transaction. Tyler was seen with her. This information piqued the police's interest in Tyler as they attempted to piece together the events surrounding Laura's disappearance and subsequent death. But why does Tyler want Laura? The answer lay in their complicated relationship and Tyler's hidden life. Tyler and Laura had had an on and off relationship for a decade. They always found their way back together after breaking up. Their love was turbulent, with highs and lows, but Laura was looking forward to starting a family with Tyler, unaware of the dark secrets he was keeping. Laura was not aware of this. During one of the breaks, Tyler had begun dating another woman, a fellow teacher, back in 2012. He even moved in with her while still in a relationship with Laura. Neither woman knew about the other, and Tyler was able to keep his double life hidden. When Laura found out she was pregnant with Tyler's child, her father, Mark Wallen, confronted Tyler about his intentions. He was aware of Laura and Tyler's on and off relationship, as well as rumors of another woman. Tyler assured Mark that he would take care of Laura, even showing him an engagement ring and claiming he intended to propose. He also informed Mark that he had not seen the other woman in 2 years. However, it was later revealed that the ring Tyler had given Mark was used to propose to another woman, not Laura. The other woman had agreed, and their wedding was scheduled just a month after Laura was due to give birth to Tyler's child. Laura and the other woman thought they were in exclusive relationships with Tyler, but the truth was much more complicated. It appeared that Laura discovered Tyler's deception shortly before her death. She text messaged the other woman on August 28, 2017, seeking a meeting to clarify something. She made it clear in her message that she was looking for answers rather than a confrontation. Tyler allegedly began plotting Laura's murder within days of sending that message, according to the police. He appeared to have convinced the other woman that Laura was unstable and stalking him. When the other woman received Laura's text, he informed Tyler, who sent a chilling message, "I could actually kill her." Tyler initially denied any involvement with anyone other than Laura when confronted by the police. However, when confronted with evidence to the contrary, he finally admitted to his double life. Tyler was believed by the police to have brought Laura to a remote location with the intention of killing her in order to silence her and protect his secret life. Laura thought she was going to see some land Tyler wanted to buy, but the reality was far more sinister. He chose a field near the farm where he worked, a place he was very familiar with. Laura's sister had asked her to take a picture during the trip, and Laura agreed. The police would later use that image to pinpoint the location where her lifeless body was discovered. Tyler had taken her there twice, once in September 2017 and again the next day. The police believe Tyler shot Laura on September 17, and their actions following the murder were calculated and disturbing. On the same day, he texted a friend and requested a late-night ride to Baltimore. However, the friend declined to advise against such a late-night trip. Tyler's response was chilling. It's probably just attempting to clean up a mess, where the prosecutors Tyler's actions were clear at all times. A premeditated murder. They believed that his meticulous planning and choice of location indicated that he had intended to kill Laura in order to protect his secrets from Tyler, with the goal of providing closure and justice to Laura's family. But the truth would remain elusive. The shocking and tragic story of Laura Wallen and Tyler Tessier was far from over. As the case nears its climax in court, a sudden and unexpected turn of events would stun everyone, and the pursuit of justice would take a new direction. Detectives believed that after Tyler shot Laura, he used text messages to conceal evidence and cast doubt on the paternity of Laura's baby. He used Laura's phone to send a message to her sister stating, "I'm about 95 sure. Tyler is not the father. I will try to contact Antoine." Laura's sister found the text confusing. She had a close relationship with Laura and was aware that if Laura had any doubts about the baby's paternity, he would not discuss it via text message. She told the cops that Laura had dated someone named Antoine about 2 years before her death but had no contact with him since then. Tyler was arrested and charged with first-degree murder, obstruction of justice, tampering with evidence, and false statements. He faced only one murder charge because Maryland law requires that the child be viable outside the womb before additional charges can be filed. When questioned by the police, Tyler initially denied any involvement or knowledge of Laura's situation. However, he later provided several conflicting accounts of the events. He initially claimed that, during a heated argument in September, Laura became enraged and attacked him with scissors, causing her to fall and seemingly die after colliding with a porch post. Tyler buried her in a field, believing she had died. When questioned about the gunshot wound found during the autopsy, he stated that he was concerned that he had buried her alive and then returned to shoot her to ensure she was dead and would not suffer. Tyler later changed his story, telling the police that African-American men had entered Laura's home and kidnapped her. He claims they compelled them to drive to Damascus, where Laura was shot. When asked why he wasn't shot, Tyler explained that he begged the men to let him go. The prosecution was confident in their case, claiming Tyler was responsible for Laura's death. They contended that Tyler, who had been living a double life for years, was concerned that his secret was about to be revealed because Laura had discovered the truth. Tyler allegedly planned Laura's murder after she contacted the other woman he was involved with. Tyler was supposed to spend the weekend of September 2 with the other woman in Pennsylvania, ostensibly to look for bridesmaid dresses. Instead, he claimed he couldn't go because of a knee injury sustained while walking her dog, which proved to be a lie. He arranged to meet Laura and transport her to a remote field in Damascus, Montgomery County. The prosecution contended that Laura's murder was premeditated, as evidenced by the isolated location where she was killed and buried. They wanted to take the jury to this remote location to show the extent of its seclusion and the planning required. This visit would necessitate four-wheel drive to navigate off-road terrain, ascend a curved hill, and descend to the corner of a grassy field, demonstrating the location's remoteness and hidden nature, supporting their claim of premeditation. They also planned to show the jury an animal processing facility near the field. Prosecutors believe Tyler used a skid loader on the property to dig a shallow grave for Laura's body. Laura's front license plate and cell phone were found in a dumpster on the property. The prosecution was concerned that photographs alone would not accurately depict the field's hidden maker, implying that someone familiar with the area had chosen. They had an aerial image of the site with a tree line and a photograph of Laura in a truck at the same location. Laura had sent her sister a photo of herself from that location. Furthermore, phone records for Tyler and Laura showed them at the location where Laura was later discovered, and the prosecution planned to tell the jury that after burying Laura, Tyler drove her car to a Columbia apartment complex, where it was later discovered. They planned to call witnesses, including one of Tyler's friends who claimed Tyler asked for a ride from the apartment complex and requested the opportunity to present their case to a jury on September 28. At 5 a.m., Tyler's lifeless body was discovered in his jail cell only hours before his trial was scheduled to begin. He hanged himself inside the Montgomery County Correctional Facility in Rockville, Maryland, leaving 5 suicide notes on the top of his bunk bed. This tragic turn of events meant that the prosecution would be denied the opportunity to outline and prove their case to a jury. Tyler's death brought an abrupt and unexpected conclusion to a case that had sparked widespread interest due to its complex and disturbing circumstances. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The seemingly stable world of the Craig family from Colorado took an unexpected and devastating turn in March 2023, amid the everyday routines of family life. Once seen as the epitome of stability, their marriage and careers started to fall apart as long-kept secrets and a lack of trust came to light. New information created even more questions as friends and family tried to make sense of the situation. What actually transpired in this seemingly ideal family behind closed doors? On March 15, 2023, at approximately 11 a.m., Angela Craig was taken to the hospital due to severe headaches, nausea, and dizziness. She was admitted to the hospital for the third time in 10 days, but this time the circumstances were much more concerning. In an attempt to stabilize her condition, which was rapidly declining, medical personnel put her on life support. Her family, including her husband James, was in disbelief at how quickly and abruptly her health had deteriorated. Angela was born in Dodge City on April 15, 1975, and from a young age she had played a significant role in her family and community. Despite having allergies, she grew up in a big family with 10 siblings and fell in love with animals. Her hobbies included woodworking and reading, and both friends and acquaintances were won over by her easygoing demeanor and charisma. Angela was a successful interior designer who was well known for her cozy and welcoming designs. She also loved genealogy and helped people find long-lost family members. James Craig, who went on to become a dentist, married Angela on December 18, 1999. After earning his degree from the University of Missouri, Kansas City in 2006, James started participating in dental programs abroad. They established a life together in Colorado, where James opened an Aurora dental office. Despite her hectic schedule, Angela remained close to her siblings, especially her sister Toni, with whom she spoke on a daily basis. The couple had 6 children together. Angela's life appeared to be ideal. She oversaw a choir, ran youth programs, and was very active in church activities. But everyone was taken aback by her unexpected health problems in March 2023. She had complained of a headache only a week before, but the symptoms had gone away quickly, so there was no reason to be concerned. The doctors and her family were unable to explain why her condition was now getting worse so quickly. James, meanwhile, stayed by her side, as always attentive and considerate. 2 p.m., Angela experienced a severe episode that same day, leaving her loved ones feeling scared and powerless. The cause of her condition was still unknown despite the medical team's tireless efforts to save her, which increased the already existing stress and anxiety. Doctors put in endless effort to stabilize Angela after she lost consciousness, but things got out of hand. Her stroke on March 15, 2023, was a pivotal moment in her life. She was already in a serious condition when they got to the hospital, according to her brother, who had driven her there that day. Her symptoms, which included severe nausea, excruciating stomach pain, and dizziness, had gotten worse. She had visited a hospital 3 times in 10 days, but this time the situation seemed to be very serious. Just 1 day after returning from a trip to see her sister Toni in Utah, Angela was admitted to the hospital for the first time on March 6. Her symptoms were considered minor by the doctors at the time, and following an evaluation, she was released. But on March 9, she went to the doctor once more. James, her husband, a longtime dentist with years of experience who had always been there to support her through tough times, was very worried. He turned to the wife of his doctorate-holding colleague and friend, Ryan Redfern, for advice. Ryan and his spouse continued to be involved in the days that followed, keeping tabs on Angela's health. They suggested more tests and consultations, offered their support, and shared their knowledge of possible causes of her symptoms. James shared test results and updates with them on a regular basis. MRIs, ultrasounds, blood tests, and CT scans of different body parts were among the tests that were performed on Angela. All of the results were within normal ranges in spite of these efforts. Despite receiving intravenous fluid therapy, Angela's abnormally low blood pressure remained the only consistent anomaly. James realized how serious the situation was by the time Angela had a stroke on March 15th. He sent Ryan's wife pictures from the hospital room as he broke the heartbreaking news. The pictures showed Angela surrounded by medical equipment while being watched closely by a group of experts. Even so, the doctors were unable to come up with a conclusive diagnosis, which left everyone feeling overwhelmed and powerless. A desperate phone call on the morning of March 15 would make James even more anxious. Angela's brother told him that her condition had drastically worsened and that he was taking her to the hospital. James was treating patients at his clinic at the time. He left as soon as he heard the news to be with her. Desperate for answers, James decided to speak with Ryan's wife once more, after realizing that the traditional diagnostic techniques were not working. The events leading up to March 15, 2023, were tense and unnerving because Angela's health was continuing to deteriorate at an alarming rate. Angela was admitted to the hospital for the second time on March 9 and was monitored overnight. Doctors hoped she would get better, but they couldn't figure out what was causing her symptoms. Even though the test results were always normal, the growing anxiety among her family and the medical staff was concerning. Despite all of these changes, Ryan and his spouse remained influential. James's longtime friend and financial partner Ryan had previously helped him through difficult times, including rescuing James's dental practice in 2021 during a financial crisis. Their help was equally important this time, since Angela's life now depended on it, and the cause of her pain was still unknown. At James's dental clinic, Caitlin, the new office manager, couldn't get rid of the feeling that something strange was going on with her boss. After multiple incidents in the days preceding March 15, when Angela's condition deteriorated to a critical level, her suspicions started to grow. After speaking with James's close friend Ryan, she was able to piece together her observations and uncover an unsettling pattern. Everything began on March 6. Caitlin was working late that night when James showed up at the clinic out of the blue. He had no appointments with patients, and his actions appeared unusual. James went into one of the exam rooms and used the computer there rather than using his office computer. Although Caitlin thought this was strange, she didn't give it much thought at the time. On March 13, a package reached the clinic a few days later. James had made it clear that Caitlin was to accept it herself and that no one else was to open it, but when she went to pick up the delivery, she found that the box had already been opened by another employee. A cylindrical container bearing the warning label "hazardous materials" and the words "potassium cyanide" was found inside. Startled, but aware of James's instructions regarding confidentiality, Caitlin promptly resealed the package and gave it to him without question. She witnessed James carrying the brown paper-wrapped container out of the office later that day. Her suspicions were strengthened by this incident. She looked into potassium cyanide because she was becoming increasingly uneasy, and what she discovered was terrifying. The dizziness, nausea, and low blood pressure that Angela had been experiencing for days closely matched the symptoms of exposure. Angela was in critical condition by the time Ryan and his wife got to the hospital to help James. Ryan was surprised when Caitlin told him about the odd things that happened at the clinic, even though he was already aware of some of the family struggles. He was so horrified by her story that he called the police and told them what she had told him while he was on his way to the hospital. Nevertheless, Caitlin observed other peculiar actions from James. She remembered something else. As she was leaving the office on the evening of March 6, James texted her to ask her to personally make sure that a package that was scheduled to arrive was delivered to her. This request appeared to be merely a formality at the time, but in the context of later events, it became more significant. Ryan made the decision to speak with James when he got to the hospital. James asserted that Angela had requested the order for the aforementioned chemical, potassium cyanide, but his explanation sounded tentative, which made Ryan even more suspicious. Ryan shared this information with investigators out of concern. and they started to suspect that this case was much more complicated than it first seemed. Angela was taken to the hospital once more on March 15. Her symptoms, which included sharp abdominal pain, nausea, and extreme dizziness, had gotten critically worse. By the time police arrived, Angela could hardly stand, according to her brother, who had driven her to the emergency room. James now appeared to be aware that things were rapidly getting out of his control. James was questioned by police later that day. Investigators focused on a crucial question even before the official interview began. How would James explain the link between his purchase of potassium cyanide and Angela's abrupt and serious health decline? Interviews with the hospital's medical staff, where Angela was receiving treatment, marked the start of the investigation. Ryan's worries alerted a nurse, who confirmed that Angela's test results revealed odd markers or symptoms, which include seizures and rapid deterioration, may be consistent with exposure to a toxic substance, according to her attending physician. Investigators turned their attention to the circumstances surrounding Angela's hospitalization as a result of these statements, which turned into crucial pieces of evidence. Detectives went to James's dental clinic the next day. The office manager, Caitlin, made a number of observations that added to the mystery. She remembered James talking about looking after Angela and making her a protein shake on March 6. Angela's health started to deteriorate shortly after, which was a coincidence that investigators noticed and led to further inquiries. In the days that followed, Caitlin added, James frequently seemed nervous, shunned social interactions, and talked on the phone a lot. She was especially drawn to his request that she sign documents pertaining to the purchase of clinic equipment. Investigators suspected possible financial misconduct after examining these documents and finding that the amounts listed were significantly greater than the equipment's true cost. James regularly used the office computer for personal purposes, according to one of the clinic staff members. The employee remembered in February that James had visited a website about chemical reagents that contained references to potentially very dangerous substances. These findings were consistent with the identification of James's potassium cyanide purchase. James's financial activities were soon the subject of the investigation. Investigators discovered that James had sent a sizable amount of money to an unidentified supplier connected to the sale of chemicals on March 4. James was able to conceal the order from his family because it had been shipped to the clinic's address. Investigators linked the package Caitlin had seen to the delivery when they tracked it down. She explained the warning-labeled container and mentioned that James had retrieved it and taken it home. The focus soon shifted to James's clinic office. James has been locking his office door during lunch breaks, which is not something he usually does, according to another employee. Investigators discovered traces of packaging materials that seemed to match the delivery of the potassium cyanide while searching the office. Hospital personnel persisted in trying to save Angela's life in the interim. Doctors ruled out accidental poisoning because of the high levels of toxic substances in her system. The foundation for additional accusations against James was established by this crucial detail. In the hopes of discovering more evidence connecting James to Angela's declining health, detectives secured warrants to search James's house and car. In her additional testimony, Caitlin noted that Angela's symptoms were consistent with those of potassium cyanide poisoning, which include nausea, vomiting, and low blood pressure. She added that even in tiny doses the chemical could be fatal. Investigators' suspicions grew stronger with each new piece of evidence, which led them to believe that intentional actions caused Angela's health crisis. James's computer was examined as part of the inquiry. Detectives discovered notes on it that listed the times and dates that Angela's symptoms worsened. The nature of the record suggested that James may have been using them to track and control her condition, even though the entries seemed to document her health problems. Further information was uncovered by looking through the couple's messages. Angela thanked James via text on March 6, 2023 for making her coffee. She reported feeling weak and lightheaded shortly after. In response, James advised her to take her blood pressure. During the same conversation later that day, James mentioned strong medications and blamed her symptoms on possible triggers, which investigators later saw as an effort to avoid suspicion. James' longtime friend and business partner Ryan revealed that James had confided in him about significant marital and financial difficulties in 2021. James was even thinking about getting a divorce at the time. James subsequently stated that Angela had been experiencing extreme depression and related an instance in which he allegedly prevented her from hurting herself. Their 6 children's testimonies, however, ran counter to these assertions. They characterized Angela as a lively, upbeat individual who displayed no symptoms of depression or odd conduct. Investigators also investigated James's divorce demand. In December 2022, he had mentioned Angela's mental health in conversations, but he did nothing to get her professional help. James's habit of hiding important information and this inconsistency increased suspicions that his actions might have been a part of a premeditated scheme. Additional evidence was found during the search of James's house and car. Investigators discovered pieces of packaging thought to be connected to the cyanide delivery in his home office. Traces of a powdery substance were found in his car and sent for examination. As the evidence grew, investigators were able to concentrate on James's possible double life. Even though he presented himself as a loving family man, he was starting to show signs of secretive behavior and hidden problems. A clearer picture of what might have been going on behind the scenes was emerging from the financial difficulties, marital strife, and thorough notes about Angela's symptoms. One of the most important aspects of the investigation was the history of James and Angela's marriage. According to Angela's sister, Angela had often confided in her about feeling pressured and manipulated by James. According to her, he could talk about his issues for hours on end without taking responsibility or demonstrating any desire to change. According to reports, Angela felt stuck in the circumstance and lacked the strength to escape. These reports corroborated remarks made by James's co-workers, who observed his repeated grievances regarding family issues. James once remarked that life would be simpler without all of these responsibilities, according to one co-worker. Throughout the investigation, Angela's medical records were extremely important. She had seen doctors more often than usual over the previous 2 years, complaining of inexplicable symptoms like weakness, dizziness, and stomach pain. Investigators suspected a potential link between her health problems and James's behavior, because these visits fell during times when their relationship was more tense. James's search history showed meticulous preparation. He had studied the uses of toxic substances, such as cyanide and arsenic, and discovered ways to cover up their taste in food and beverages. Articles about avoiding suspicion in poisoning cases also piqued his interest. This digital trail demonstrated a high degree of intentionality and preparation. The situation was further clarified by financial records. Investigators discovered that James had been paying for a mailbox he rented in a far-off location, which he used to accept some deliveries. According to delivery service staff, James regularly picked up packages, usually in the evening. His cyanide purchase, which was already being investigated, coincided with one of these deliveries. Additional leads were obtained through interviews with Angela's friends. According to one friend, Angela had complained of odd symptoms weeks prior to being admitted to the hospital, and she had expressed concern that they might have been caused by something she had eaten or consumed. Nevertheless, she ruled out James's involvement, blaming her illness on fatigue or other medical conditions. Investigators sought the opinion of toxicologists, who tested Angela's hair in order to shed light on the matter. Traces of arsenic and other harmful substances were found during the analysis, suggesting that the person had been exposed to poisons for a long time. These results clearly indicated that Angela's declining health was not a coincidence. A coherent story started to emerge from the gathered evidence, which included witness accounts, financial transactions, and the outcomes of medical tests. Long before Angela was admitted to the hospital, James had not only carefully planned his course of action, but had also started carrying it out. Nevertheless, investigators persisted in their efforts to dispel any remaining uncertainties. Investigators also looked into James's financial circumstances and found some concerning information. With more than $2 million in debt, his dental practice was in terrible shape. This was made worse by his gambling habit. James's financial situation was already unstable because he had lost a significant sum of money in Las Vegas. These disclosures provided a fresh viewpoint on James and Angela's marital problems, which, in the words of Angela's sister, had been anything but ideal for years. According to Angela's sister, James had consistently persuaded her to stay in the marriage, despite her attempts to leave it for 16 years. Those close to her claimed that despite feeling emotionally spent and stuck, Angela lacked the willpower to break up with him. Investigators suspected James of employing manipulation techniques to keep control of the situation, as a result of these accounts. Another aspect of James's life was illuminated by emails discovered during the investigation. An intimate relationship that started in 2022, when Karen, a Texas orthodontist, filed for divorce, was disclosed in correspondence with her. Investigators were drawn to one specific detail. James had purchased airline tickets for Karen on the same day he was issued an arsenic order. Karen apologized for not being with James in an email on March 16 and said she hoped to see him soon. Investigators looked into life insurance plans that were obtained in Angela's name in the interim. They found 3 policies that paid out a significant sum of money. This discovery heightened concerns that James might have included money in his purported scheme. At 4:29 p.m. on March 18, medical professionals pronounced Angela clinically dead. James was charged with first-degree intentional homicide a few hours later. Investigators claim that on March 6, 2023, James, who regularly made protein shakes for his wife, tried to put arsenic in her beverage. After that failed, he told the supplier that he needed potassium cyanide for a medical procedure and ordered an expedited shipment. James was arrested the next day. He was charged with several offenses, including tampering with evidence, at his first court appearance. The judge imposed a $10 million bail amount. Prosecutors charged James Craig with solicitation of murder and solicitation of perjury shortly after. An Aurora police detective was the alleged victim, according to Aurora police spokesperson Joe Moylan, even though the indictment didn't say who James was supposed to hurt. The trial of James Craig has been postponed indefinitely. Craig is scheduled to appear in court with a new lawyer after entering a not guilty plea. Craig was also accused of surreptitiously delivering a jail letter to a fellow prisoner who was freed on bond with the help of an adult daughter. The letter, according to the prosecution, included a request to produce a fictitious video that allegedly showed Angela Craig requesting that James get her some toxic substances. Angela's family made the decision to donate her organs after she passed away on March 18. Knowing that her life could save others gave her loved ones some small comfort in this choice. Her family wrote her obituary, which omitted the terrible circumstances of her death and instead highlighted her generosity, love for her family, and commitment to helping those around her. Angela's 6 children were thrown into the middle of these terrible circumstances in the meantime. Angela's family took custody of them after James was arrested in an effort to protect them from the consequences of his alleged behavior. During this trying time, Angela's family put in a lot of effort to make sure the kids got the help and attention they required. The dark secrets that James Craig had meticulously hid behind the facade of a prosperous career and an apparently contented family life were exposed by this case. The tragic result of his painstakingly planned actions devastated not only his own life, but also the lives of his loved ones, family, and children. This story is a sobering reminder that appearances of success and stability can conceal deep conflicts and hidden agendas, leaving many lives forever altered and many questions unanswered. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. This is exactly what Kanyong's story is about. You might ask, is this really possible? How could a simple family dinner lead to a brutal murder that will shock everyone in Malaysia? The law will even be looked at by the local government. Let us look at this case. Princess Kani Ong Lake Yang is her full name. She was born in 1974 in Ipoh, Malaysia, into a big family. People from all over the world visit the city, but Kani had her sights set on something else: a better job and traveling. What else could a girl want? That being said, she knew that she had to work for her dream and that nothing good could just happen. First, Kani got a gold medal in high school. Then she went to the University of Hawaii and got a degree in economics here. After the start, more work had to be done to make things better. She went to Los Angeles and got a job at an advertising agency. She was already living on her own. The City of Dreams helped the girl see herself as an expert in her field. In 2001, Kani met Brandon Ong there. He was born in Singapore, like her father, but moved to the United States with his family when he was a child, and was now legally an American. Young Canny and Brandon quickly got married and moved to San Diego, which is right next door. But after only 2 years together, something bad happened. Canny's dad got liver cancer. The surgery her father was going to have in Malaysia was very serious, and it wasn't clear if he would live or die after it. She quickly packed her things and flew to her father on June 1st, leaving her husband in the United States. The surgery went well, the disease got better, and the doctor said that Canny's dad, who they called Bijan, would live a long time and definitely have grandchildren. Canny let out a sigh of relief. At last, she could go back to her husband and her favorite job. In the morning, she took a plane to Los Angeles. That night, Canny invited her whole family to a farewell dinner at Montes, their favorite restaurant that they used to go on vacation when Canny still lived with her parents. During dinner, Canny's mom got sick out of the blue and her sweet daughter offered to drive her home. She spent a long time looking for a parking ticket in her purse in the parking lot. When she couldn't find it, she realized she had left it in her car and forgotten about it. Canny then ran to the car and told her sisters to watch her mother. She wasn't seen for a long time. Her mother went to the car to check on her, but neither Canny's nor her daughters were there. When one of the sisters tried to call Canny's phone, it was even scarier to see that it was turned off. Her family knew her very well. She couldn't just disappear, and she would always call to let them know what had happened. But what could have happened in a parking lot that was locked up, only 300 feet from her family? The father of Canny asked the security guards to show him the video footage. His daughter was walking toward the car and checking her pockets and purse for her keys. At first, there was nothing strange about it. When they looked back, they saw a stranger moving behind Canny. He was speeding up and slowing down, just like Canny. The guards and Canny's worried father watched her car leave the parking lot from a different camera. There was a man behind the wheel, most likely the one who had followed her in the parking lot. It was strange that Canny was sitting in the passenger seat. The family called the police right away because it looked like someone was taking their child. People should praise the Malaysian police for starting to look for the missing woman as soon as they learned that the car had been stolen. After a few hours, a highway patrol officer saw a car on the road that fit the description. The police stopped the car to look at the papers so as not to scare the possible kidnapper. At the time, they weren't sure if it was a kidnapping or not for sure. The driver of the car stopped and gave the police officer his license, even though he looked tense. He tried to show the policeman some signs while sitting next to him, but the officer was busy checking the driver's license. He didn't understand, which is a shame. Kidnapper, on the other hand, paid attention, stepped on the gas, and drove away from the police car. The police shot at the car, but it got away. They still had the kidnapper's papers, though. His name was Ahmad Najib bin Aris, and he was 27 years old. Let me give you a short history of this person. They were born in 1976 and raised in Muar, Malaysia. He was the second child in a family of 4. Ahmad Najib went to secondary school until the 3rd year, but then he quit. He didn't go to the last 2 years of secondary school. In Malaysia, secondary school lasts for 5 years. He had to work to feed his family, and he worked hard. He went from Muar to Kuala Lumpur in 1998. In the end, Ahmad Najib got married and had 2 kids. Ahmad Najib was a good man who did his job well, according to people who knew him. Now let's get back to our case. After some time, it became clear that the shooting at the car had an effect. A young man went up to the police and told them a strange story. He told the story of a stranger who approached him at a roadside cafe while he was eating dinner. The stranger said that he was on vacation with his wife but had a flat tire on the way and could not go any further. The young man was happy to help the stranger. He got a jack from the trunk and gave it to the traveler when they got outside. But he saw bullet holes in the car, and in the front seat, he saw a scared woman who didn't look like a wife taking a carefree vacation with her husband. But the so-called husband didn't change the tire himself. He just played around with the jack for a while, complained, and then gave it back. The police knew right away that it was Canny, and that Ahmad was the one who took her. But that was the last time anyone saw Canny alive. Not long after, on the 3rd day, Kanyong, or rather her body, was found in a sewer manhole near a construction site. It was almost completely burned to the ground. The autopsy will show that the woman was stabbed several times in the stomach and then choked to death. Another thing that was found nearby the construction site was Kanny's car, which had a shot tire and blood on the back seat. Even though the police had the killer's paperwork, they didn't go to Ahmad's house until after the body was found. For some reason, really interesting thing about this story is that the killer was at home, acting like nothing had happened, like he had. It was like he hadn't stolen someone else's car, kidnapped a woman who had come to see her sick father, and then driven away from police officers who were shooting at him. After Ahmad was caught, forensic tests showed that the car also had Ahmad's DNA in it, along with Kanny's blood. To be clear, we want to say that murders in Malaysia are very uncommon, especially ones that are so violent. According to the criminal code, someone who kills someone deserves the death penalty, not even life in prison in this case. Ahmad knew that the police had all the information on him, so it's not clear what he was hoping for. He admitted everything, and even agreed to help with the investigation because he thought that would keep him from being put to death. Of course, the cruel criminal hid his identity at the trial by pretending to be a sheep. In the parking lot that night, he said, he was looking for a different woman, but thought he saw the wrong woman. He didn't realize it until he was in the car with Kanny. He even said that they laughed about it together, and he later tried to get her to have sex with him. Again, he said that Kanny wasn't even against it, and the marks on her neck from being strangled were just part of the woman's sexual fantasy, which is why she died. Ahmad, who was scared, decided to get rid of the body by setting Kanny on fire. From beginning to end, Ahmad's lawyers made up this story because if they had been proven true, they would have only been found guilty of abusing the dead or, in the worst case, negligently killing Kanny during the sexual encounter. If this isn't true and the defendant's crazy thoughts are all this, the lawyer said, then why didn't the captive run away while her captor changed the tire? If the person hadn't been stabbed in the stomach, this story might even sound plausible. The defense fell apart like a house of cards at this point. It was clear because the investigation had a different, more reliable account of what had happened, which was backed up by the autopsy. Ahmad saw a woman by herself in the parking lot outside of Monty's and followed her. When Kanny opened her car door, he pointed a knife at her and told her to sit in the passenger seat. He then got behind the wheel himself. After the incident with the police and the failed attempt to fix a flat tire, he took the car to a place with no one else around, put Kanny in the back seat, and used her more than once. When Kanny tried to fight back, she was stabbed several times in the stomach and then strangled with a coat belt. Ahmad took her already dead body outside, threw it into the first manhole, and then put tires over it so no one would find it. His plan was to finally hide the evidence of the crime when he came back to this manhole the next day with several gas cans. He put gasoline in Kanny's body and set it on fire. It turned out that Ahmad had also raped 4 women, luckily none of whom died. They did not report it to the police because they were afraid of being caught, though. After what seemed like years, the court finally found the murderer guilty on February 23, 2005. Among other things, they gave Ahmad 10 lashes. Was this any better for the parents who had lost their daughter for good? Ahmad tried to appeal his sentence while he was in jail. He even wrote a letter to Selangor, the head of state, asking him to release him, but he was turned down. Ahmad got what was coming to him just 13 years after killing Kanny. He was hanged in his cell on September 23, 2016. As I already said, this case got a lot of attention in Malaysia. People in the area were scared, not so much by the brutality of the murder and Ahmad's seemingly false belief that he would not be caught, but by the fact that it is not hard to kidnap someone in a busy shopping center, even if it's in a parking lot. To make sure this didn't happen again, the Malaysian government started to put up as many CCTV cameras as they could all over the country. They also hired more security guards for shopping malls and even made parking spots just for women. For these reasons, it is very sad that the life of an innocent woman who flew from tens of thousands of miles away to be with her father for 2 weeks had to be sacrificed. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Lori Eisenberg called the Idaho authorities in February 2018 with a distressing message. She said she was sailing on Lake Coeur d'Alene with her husband, Larry Eisenberg, when he suddenly fell into the water. But after the body was recovered, a medical examination revealed a different picture, which made authorities believe that a more intricate and nuanced story was involved. Born in 1950, Larry Eisenberg earned a degree in forestry from the College of Idaho. He worked in forest cultivation, maintenance, and harvesting. He started working in the woodworking industry after completing his college education. He spent his entire life striving for success because he enjoyed working hard. In 1974, Larry married his first wife, with whom he had 2 children. But after the kids grew up, the couple got divorced. He soon met Lori Barnes, who was born in 1953. Lori's life used to be extremely impoverished. On occasion, her family even had to stay the night on farms that were deserted. She got married in 1973 at the age of 19, and the couple divorced in 1996, but they had 6 daughters together. She moved out after the divorce and became a single mother to her daughters. Many were drawn to Lori because of her amazing laugh and smile, and she was very good with people. Larry has consistently stated that he loves his wife more than anything else since they were married in 2004. Their neighbors and friends said their 17-year marriage was perfect. In northern Idaho, they led a contented life. Lori was the executive director of the North Idaho Housing Coalition at the time, which remodeled homes for impoverished families to buy or rent. Larry was retired but still involved in a number of community activities, and she was a well-respected member of the community. Lori and Larry decided to take their boat to Lake Coeur d'Alene on February 13, 2018, so they could watch the sunrise from Sunup Bay, a beautiful location. Given that Lake Coeur d'Alene is generally regarded as having serene waters, what happened that day was nearly unthinkable. But soon after they set sail, Lori looked very upset and used Larry's phone to dial 911. She reported her husband's drowning to the authorities. Lori described her desperate search for Larry in the water and her need for immediate help. At 11 a.m., officers reached the closest shoreline and sent a rescue boat to retrieve Lori so that she could receive medical care. Sheriff deputies asked the woman for any information regarding Larry's last known location when they arrived at the scene. Lori claimed she couldn't find her cell phone and didn't call emergency services until 2 hours after Larry went overboard. Additionally, Lori stated that she had to manually start the engine again because the ignition key had broken shortly before the incident. She then disclosed that after searching the neighborhood for Larry, she chose not to drive the boat back to shore out of concern that she would lose the trail. She eventually located Larry's cell phone and dialed 911 after taking out a blanket to stay warm. But after she finished speaking, the cell phone fell out of her grasp and into the lake. The officer observed that the woman's emotion appeared to be very real during this exchange. They all believed it to be an accident. Lori was assisted by medical staff in waiting for an ambulance so she could be monitored further. Officers towed the Eisenbergs' boat to a speedboat nearby so they could inspect it. Detectives noticed blood spatter in multiple locations as soon as they got on the boat, most likely from Lori's nosebleed. Officers discovered a switch and cord on the floor, despite Lori's assertion that the ignition key broke prior to Larry falling into the water. Because the switch and cord would have needed to be connected to the ignition switch in order for the engine to start later, investigators thought this was strange. Furthermore, the ignition key was obviously bent, indicating that there may have been a struggle of some kind. Along with Lori's purse, which included an empty juice bottle, officers also discovered a number of additional keys. These things were all taken as proof. Lori's cell phone was discovered by a deputy sheriff during an examination of the vehicle the Eisenbergs used to tow the boat. Additionally, a vial of allergy medication containing the active ingredient dimenhydrinate and an unidentified liquid spilled in the cup holder. Despite being an over-the-counter antihistamine medication that is frequently used to treat fevers and allergies, it still makes you feel extremely sleepy. Unfortunately, a thorough search was necessary because Lori did not provide precise information regarding their most recent location. As a result, it was determined to use a group of divers equipped with sonar. In an attempt to find Larry, search and rescue helicopters were also involved in the search, but to no avail. Detectives were still unable to locate Larry, so 5 days later, on February 18, they called Lori Eisenberg and asked her to go on the lake with the sonar diving team. Despite her agreement, Lori was unable to name any particular landmarks and offered the searchers little help. The investigator thought this behavior was strange. Lori laughed and joked during the search, and occasionally broke down in tears for no apparent reason. However, this was not stressed because everyone grieves in a different way. However, Lori's suspicious behavior at her husband's house, which was 20 minutes southwest of town, prompted 2 calls to the county sheriff later that day. Police became interested after the callers, who were the Eisenbergs' neighbors, claimed that Lori's family members were assisting her in moving her belongings out of the house. On February 21, 2018, a startling discovery was made that completely changed the course of the case. Due to Lori Eisenberg's potential fraudulent activities, the North Idaho Housing Coalition, where she had worked for years, notified police officers that it would no longer be working with her. It turns out that the coalition's accountant found errors in the report, and that $500,000 was missing from their budget total. That was the amount that only Lori had. Those who knew Lori Eisenberg were shocked by this news because, according to law enforcement, she was a law-abiding citizen with no prior criminal history. Larry's son made the decision to speak with the investigator at this point. He told him about Lori's peculiar actions and the potential role she played in his father's passing. However, the detective was certain that the woman had nothing to do with Larry's death and saw it as merely his personal grievance. However, in response to Lori's fraud charge, a search warrant was issued for the Eisenbergs' residence the following day. Several pieces of evidence were found during the search, including red stains on the floor outside the house, paper towels that appeared to have dried blood on them, black latex gloves, and a Ziploc bag that contained an unidentified white powder. Lori was immediately briefed on the evidence by the investigating detective. She countered that she was unaware of the brown stains in the backyard, and that the blood they discovered on the gloves and towels was her own. The red marks on the concrete were later identified by forensic analysis as paint drips that had stained the boards. Lori was arrested on 40 counts of forgery on February 27th. Since the coalition was partially financed by taxpayers, the nearly $500,000 she was accused of stealing would escalate into a far more serious offense. On the following day, one of Lori's daughters posted her $75,000 bail. About 3 miles from the location where Lori claimed Larry fell overboard, Larry's body was discovered floating face down, close to the shore on March 1, 16 days after the tragic event. An autopsy the following day verified that the body belonged to Larry Eisenberg. That's not all, though. Toxicology tests conducted by the coroner's office showed that Larry's blood contained deadly amounts of the antihistamine dimenhydrinate. Experts concur that despite the extremely low frequency of overdoses, the drug is fast-acting and can be lethal if taken in excess in a short amount of time. Although the autopsy results were not made public by the authorities, Lori had previously claimed that her husband took several pills daily and frequently neglected to take the recommended dosage. Larry also had flu-like symptoms, according to Lori. Larry only ever mentioned being sick once, in a message to his friend. But was Larry the one who sent that message? The expert analyst concluded that the last time the cell phone signal was present close to Lori's son's house was when Larry vanished into the lake, despite the fact that Larry's phone had drowned. Given that Lori said the phone fell into the lake on February 13, this was strange. Detectives concluded that Larry's death was most definitely not an accident. As a result of all of this, Lori did not show up in court for her fraudulent fraud case in late May. A warrant for her arrest was consequently issued, but she never showed up. Investigators kept questioning the Eisenberg family's close associates, and soon the idyllic relationship started to show signs of weakness. Despite their apparent happiness, Larry had been very dissatisfied with Lori's recent spending patterns and the fact that she frequently provided financial support for her kid. Investigators also discovered that Larry was one of 3 men Lori had cheated on her first husband with. Furthermore, it was found that Lori herself had handwritten modifications to Larry's will a month prior to his death. According to the will, Larry's children would receive 80% of the estate, while his own would only receive 20%. Authorities chose to make the autopsy results public and declare the case a premeditated murder since Lori was still at large. It was discovered that he overdosed on the antihistamine Benadryl and died from diphenhydramine toxicity. Diphenhydramine, an antihistamine used to treat allergies, is marketed under the name Benadryl. It is also used as a sleep aid because it makes you drowsy, even at standard dosage levels of 1,0,100 nanograms per milliliter. Diphenhydramine induces drowsiness. Larry's body contained a deadly 7,100 nanograms of diphenhydramine at the time of his death. Larry's doctor was questioned by police to see if they saw any indications of a stroke or other medical irregularities, but the doctors said Larry was in perfect health. Investigators concluded that Lori texted Larry's daughter that morning before poisoning her husband, based on all the evidence they had collected. Subsequently, she added the pills to the man's juice. Larry became ill and went overboard near the coast. They also conjectured that before dialing 911, Lori purposefully steered the boat further away from the location. The entire Eisenberg family was uninsured. What was the motive? That was the only question left. It was probably coming to pass that Lori would inherit their shared house in the event of Larry's death, which she could then sell to raise the money she needed to pay for the money she had stolen. Additionally, according to friends, Larry had no idea what Lori was doing at the Idaho Housing Coalition. 2 months after going missing, Lori finally made an appearance at the sheriff's office by herself in July. Until the fraud case was tried in court, investigators were eager to discuss her alleged murder of her husband. Eisenberg consented to enter a guilty plea to 3 counts of wire fraud and 1 count of federal program theft in November 2018. She also consented to make restitution of about $580,000. Eisenberg was found guilty of embezzling over $500,000 and given a 5-year prison sentence. In addition, Lori's daughters entered guilty pleas to individual conspiracy charges. Each of them received a $50,000 fine and a house arrest sentence. Even though that case was resolved, another one was still pending. Lori was questioned about Larry's death once more right after the sentencing. Detectives questioned her directly about whether or not she had killed her husband during that interrogation. Lori behaved apprehensively throughout this interrogation. Her foot started tapping, which is a sign of tension and anxiety. After that, she was informed of the autopsy's findings. The detectives persisted in pressing her with additional compromising evidence, even though she denied any involvement in her husband's death. She eventually demanded an attorney and refused to answer any more questions. Lori Eisenberg was charged by a grand jury with first-degree murder by poisoning, a capital offense, 2 years after her husband's body was discovered floating in Lake Coeur d'Alene. The COVID-19 pandemic caused her trial to be repeatedly postponed. In order to maintain her innocence and admit that she would probably be found guilty if the case went to trial, Eisenberg entered an Alford plea to a lesser charge of second-degree homicide, after initially being charged with first-degree homicide by use of poison. She entered a guilty plea to the lesser charge of second-degree murder in February 2021. Larry's daughter, Jessica McPherson, said she thought the plea agreement, which spared Eisenberg from acknowledging guilt, was a betrayal of her father's family. "The manner in which I lost my father," Lori Eisenberg, "has left a hole in my soul that I will never be able to fill. And for 3 years, that hole has just continued to get deeper and deeper at the web of lies, deceit, and manipulation that have continued to expand," Jessica McPherson said. Larry's son, Dean Eisenberg, stated, "It is impossible for me and those who are deeply impacted by the loss of such a great man and wonderful father to find closure." In an unforgettable way, he referred to his father as his best friend. "Even those who hated him loved him in a way," he stated. As her stepson talked about the man she confessed to poisoning, Lori Eisenberg wiped her eyes with a tissue. He spoke of a decent, industrious man who cherished his family, especially his wife. "I can only hope she did what she did to save him the embarrassment of finding out what his soulmate had done behind his back," said Dean Eisenberg. Lori's daughter, Amber Barnes, claimed that her mother controlled the household. "Larry dedicated his life to Lori. He loved her, he trusted her, and she killed him," Barnes stated. The pain felt by everyone who lamented Larry's passing was exacerbated by Lori's plea to Alford. She deserves to be held accountable for her actions and be seen for who she really is, Amber Barnes stated. She saw Lori Eisenberg as a father figure and a great-grandfather who would give her children bear hugs and stroke their hair while telling them he loved them. Our family lost 2 people that day on the lake. We lost Larry, the grandpa we loved, and we lost Lori, the mother and grandma that we loved, trusted, and thought that we knew. Lori shattered our lives when she took Larry's life. But it didn't stop there, Amber Barnes stated. Before the judge sentenced Lori Eisenberg, she spoke to the court for over 45 minutes. She claimed that she started stealing from the coalition because she was having financial difficulties with her daughters, one of whom she had expelled from her house when she was 15. She claimed that she felt unable to express to her husband her desire to support her daughters financially. She emphasizes that they lacked health and dental insurance. I saw my precious little grandchildren suffering because their mothers were not able to have a double-income family and not able to provide what they needed, she said. So what do they do when the kids get sick and have to go to the doctor? According to her, I got to the point where I was torn between adhering to the life and Larry's standards of life and being able to do what I thought I had to do. And so I came up with the most stupid, shameful plan ever, and that was to steal money from my employer. Eisenberg killed her husband, according to the prosecution, to avoid the additional humiliation of losing half of her assets in a divorce. Eisenberg, however, told the court that her husband wasn't supposed to consume the poisoned drink that killed him. Eisenberg claimed that she had considered suicide ever since her embezzlement was uncovered. Her words, "I knew my life was over." She claimed that after drinking the drink she had tainted with Benadryl, she intended to drown in Lake Coeur d'Alene, but her husband discovered it while she was asleep on the boat. "I had 2 options, death or life in prison. I never wanted to get away with anything. I know Larry would still be alive if it weren't for me," she replied. According to the judge, he was convinced that Eisenberg's account of what happened in court was accurate, at least the version she had chosen. "Your truth doesn't hold up in the light of all the evidence," he responded. Eisenberg was given a life sentence with 30 years fixed and credit for time served, according to the judge's ruling. Following the delivery of the sentence, Larry Eisenberg's family silently embraced it. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We examine the events that occurred in the U.S. state of Florida today. On October 16, 2018, 28-year-old Laura Peicher was last spotted having dinner at a bar in Sebring. An employee at the Tampa restaurant called 911 3 days later after noticing something odd close to a dumpster. The case was solved by detectives using surveillance footage. Laura Peicher was an extremely beautiful and consistently upbeat woman. She was gregarious. In remembrance of his daughter, her father, an art teacher, said this: "In 1989, Laura Peicher was born on a chilly day in Michigan. She had 2 nephews, one of whom she never met, a sister-in-law, an older sister, and a brother. She was born with 2 fingers and a thumb on her short left arm. Throughout her life, she struggled with discrimination due to her physical differences. She worked with individuals with physical and mental disabilities as a job coach at Goodwill. She was disabled, but that didn't stop her. It was a feature of her distinct character. Growing up, Laura lived in Michigan. She relocated to Sebring, Florida when she was 26 years old. Her grandmother was getting too old to care for herself, so she moved to Florida. With a big heart, Laura left her job to visit her grandmother in Florida. The incident started with a 911 call on the morning of October 19, 2018, when staff members at the restaurant reported discovering the woman's body hidden under a wood board and wrapped in a plastic bag close to a dumpster behind the establishment. In a restaurant parking lot, a woman reported a bad smell next to a dumpster by calling 811. She initially believed it to be a dead animal, but upon closer inspection, she discovered what she initially believed to be a dead woman. Investigators showed up on the scene. Face down, the victim was discovered. She was half naked, She was discovered wearing a dress, and a plastic bag was placed over her before the bed's headboard was placed over her body, but the gown was lowered beneath her breasts. Her hands were tied behind her back by the criminal. They discovered a wallet that eventually held an ID card and a clear plastic bag filled with personal belongings, the most crucial of which was mail, by using a purse strap inside the dumpster. Laura Peitcher was identified as the victim. She lives in the city of Sebring, Florida, which is roughly 2 hours' drive from where she was discovered, and investigators concluded that she is not truly from Tampa. After more research, it was discovered that Laura owns a silver Toyota Tundra pickup truck. Her pickup truck was not in the parking lot close to where Laura's body was discovered, even though she may have driven it to Tampa. In case it was spotted anywhere, the truck was registered as a stolen vehicle and added to a law enforcement database. In the meantime, the restaurant manager was interviewed by investigators. The body was found on Friday morning, 2 days after the establishment's owners had cleaned the parking lot on Wednesday. This implied that the body had to have been there from Wednesday through Friday. Laura was strangled with a thin rope-like object, as evidenced by the obvious marks on her neck discovered by the medical examiner who conducted the autopsy on her body. Laura's death date was determined by additional indicators found on her body. It was obvious that the body had been on the ground for a long time because the skin was discolored. 2 days before she was discovered, on Wednesday, the medical examiner came to the conclusion that Laura had passed away. Meanwhile, police in Michigan, 1,200 miles away, informed Laura's family of her passing. Her parents were taken aback. In order to allow investigators access to Laura's trailer, Laura's parents drove 20 hours from Michigan to Sebring. Investigators sought to determine whether the trailer was a scene of a crime. They entered and searched the house to see if anything out of the ordinary had occurred, but there was nothing there. Everything had a place. No sign of a struggle had occurred there, which might indicate that Laura had been attacked elsewhere, nor was Laura's pickup truck present. The investigators were aware that reconstructing the timeline of Laura's final hours would be necessary to solve this case. They wanted to know who Laura had met, why she had come to Tampa from Sebring, and what had happened to her pickup truck. On Wednesday, investigators looked through Laura's cell phone logs. She stopped answering calls between 1 and 5 in the morning. It is a clear sign that something has occurred. According to the records, Laura called a man named Vidal Cortez twice on Wednesday morning. Detectives wanted to speak with a man named Vidal Cortez, who became the first possible suspect after Laura's friends disclosed that he was Laura's boyfriend. They needed to know if there had been any issues in their relationship and when he had last seen Laura. However, the police learned that Laura's pickup had been seen outside a Tampa convenience store before they could locate Cortez and speak with him. 3 miles from the scene of Laura's body, the detectives visited a convenience store. Laura's pickup truck was gone when they arrived. Nonetheless, the detectives hoped they could obtain some answers from the surveillance cameras that were placed both inside and outside the store. They saw a pickup truck arrive at the store and park after viewing the footage from those cameras. Although they attempted to zoom in, the video quality was subpar, making it impossible to identify the driver. A man exited the passenger seat of the pickup truck after it had parked. This indicated that the pickup truck had a driver and a passenger, or at least 2 people. It seems that the man who exited the pickup truck was aware that the cameras were recording him. He wore a baseball cap and kept his head down. He went into the store, but as before, detectives couldn't see his face on the videotape due to its poor quality. The picture was excessively grainy. The employees of the store stopped him from stealing the beer. The man went back to the pickup truck and sat in the passenger seat after leaving the store. Neither did the driver exit the pickup truck, nor did he appear on any of the cameras. Patrol officers found Laura's pickup truck about an hour later. It looked like it had been in a small collision and was parked in the street. At the time of his arrest, investigators noticed the same man sitting in the passenger seat on the surveillance footage. He introduced himself as Calvin Gary. He wore a tracking monitor on his ankle and was on probation. In the driver's seat was nobody. The pickup truck's driver had clearly run away, as only a pair of shoes remained. The detective started questioning Calvin Gary while Laura's pickup was turned over to forensic so they could thoroughly inspect it for any evidence. He claimed that a man named Hot had given him the truck. They were going to steal beer from a convenience store, and Hot had just moved into the area. Calvin Gary was asked by detectives if he was aware of how hot the pickup truck got. "I don't know anything about Laura," he said, adding that, He didn't know the answer to that question. "I don't know what happened to her," he said. He informed detectives that Hott was a short African-American man. Calvin Gary also provided detectives with Hott's location. When they spotted them, they proceeded to the designated address. The short man hid in a bushy grove. He was mistaken in his hope that the detectives hadn't noticed him. They invited him to approach them. The man had on a shirt and pants but no shoes when he came out of the shrubbery. He refused to give his name when detectives asked him to do so because he was uncooperative. The detectives then requested that he approach the car. They were able to quickly identify fingerprints thanks to specialized equipment. Detectives discovered a match in the database when they scanned the man's fingerprint. Gary Daniel was his real name, and he had a long criminal history. He was already a 3-time prisoner. The fact that Gary Daniel was from Sebring was another noteworthy detail. Be mindful, Laura was a resident of Sebring as well. Detectives assumed Danielle was the driver of Laura's pickup truck because he was shoeless. Remember how the police discovered shoes inside the pickup truck when they located it? Gary Danielle was therefore a suspect in the Laura Peacher case, due to all of these factors. Nevertheless, the detectives had to release him because there was insufficient evidence at that time for the police to bring any charges against him. Because Calvin Gary had an ankle monitor, they focused on him and the fact that he, Gary, and Daniel used Laura's pickup truck. But the police were able to follow him around. They learned that Calvin Gary had never visited Sebring where Laura lived, or the dumpster where her body was discovered. Following the discovery and interrogation of Laura's boyfriend, Vidal Cortez, detectives ruled out Calvin Gary as a suspect. However, he told detectives that Laura had gone to a Sebring bar on the evening of Tuesday, October 16, since she had been there the night before she died. Detectives were intrigued by this information and went to the bar to talk to the establishment personnel. Since Laura lived nearby, the manager told detectives that she frequently stopped by the bar for a bite to eat. Her most recent visit was on the evening of Tuesday, October 16. There was nothing unusual about her manner. She was smiling and friendly as usual. The existence of surveillance cameras within the establishment, which captured all events within the bar, was discovered by detectives. They viewed the video, which supported the bar manager's claims that Laura was wearing the same dress in which she was discovered. At the bar, she was seated. At the time, she was conversing with a waitress who was employed. She ate dinner. Nothing odd was going on, and she hadn't ordered any alcohol. Around 11 p.m., she left without meeting anyone and only talked to a waitress. Subsequent investigation revealed that the witness saw Laura with a man he described as Shorty at 2:45 a.m., approximately 4 hours after she had left the bar. She was spotted by the witness at a gas station outside a convenience store across town. At that moment, Laura was sitting in her pickup truck and appeared to be in good health. There was no sign that she was having problems or that she needed assistance. In addition, the witness stated that Laura and Shorty took off in their car. Since the gas station was the last known location where Laura was spotted alive, the investigators went there. At 2:54 a.m., when they began watching the security footage, they recognized a familiar face. Gary Daniel had entered to purchase cigarettes. Before he left, he chatted with another customer. Laura's pickup truck was seen backing out of the parking lot and onto the highway in footage captured by another camera. The footage supported an eyewitness's account that he unquestionably saw Laura Peacher and Gary Daniel together at a gas station near Sebring, but it was impossible to determine whether Laura was inside the pickup at the time, whether she was okay, or whether Gary Daniel was with her. Investigators searched the dumpster for clues that might connect Gary Daniel to Laura's murder early on Wednesday morning. Although the ATM receipt was partially torn, it contained information that helped law enforcement identify that it was a specific ATM at a Lakeland gas station. The receipt states that the transaction took place on Wednesday at 3:30 p.m., 12 hours after Laura was last observed in Sebring. In order to locate the ATM of interest, the detectives proceeded to the gas station. With any luck, the surveillance footage would help them solve the case. They could see Laura's pickup truck in the video, but they couldn't make out who was sitting in it. Fortunately, there were several cameras. The detectives watched Gary Daniel exit the pickup and go to the store after it had been parked. After taking out cash from the ATM and purchasing a soda, they departed the establishment. Detectives believed Laura was dead by this point because she was not seen and did not exit the pickup truck. Gary Danielle returned to the pickup truck and headed toward the location of Laura's body. They located him. For interrogation, Gary Danielle was brought to the police station. The only proof the police had at that point was that Danielle had used Laura's pickup truck, so they started interrogating him about it. The only thing he did, Danielle said, was to use an unlocked truck that had keys inside for that purpose. He didn't know who owned the pickup. The pickup truck's interior was fine, he said. He saw nothing out of the ordinary. After showing him a photo of Laura, the detectives asked him if he recognized the person in it. "I don't know the woman," Danielle said. He was asked if he had ever met Laura in Sebring by detectives. "No," he said. Then they told him that a recording had been made at a Sebring gas station. He's on the tape, and Laura's pickup truck is on the tape. He refused to answer any more questions after Danielle learned that the police suspected him of killing Laura. There was no tangible evidence available to detectives at the time to convince a jury that Laura Peicher was murdered by Gary Danielle. A person has a set amount of time to stand trial. The clock begins to run as soon as the suspect is taken into custody. The detectives chose to release Gary Danielle because they were still awaiting the forensic findings. Naturally, there was a significant risk that Danielle would flee, but the investigators determined that the risk was warranted in this instance. Many questions were addressed by forensic analysis. Drops of Laura's blood were discovered by the experts in the rear seat of her pickup truck. This suggests that Laura's body was either in the back seat of the pickup truck when she passed away, or that the crime was committed inside the vehicle. A forensic report on the objects discovered close to Laura's body has been obtained by investigators. Gary Danielle's DNA was discovered under Laura's fingernails, and it matched the DNA on the strap that was used to bind her hands. Gary Danielle was taken into custody after the DNA evidence found in surveillance footage was sufficient to file charges. Danielle used his right to silence and remained silent when he was arrested. He was accused of carjacking, tampering with evidence, and first-degree murder. The investigators attempted to create a timeline of Laura's final hours based on the evidence. They were aware that Laura was in a Sebring bar. At around 11 p.m., she left the bar by herself and went to the town center, where she met up with friends. She met Gary Danielle that same evening. There was no connection between them, and they had never met before. Because Gary Danielle wouldn't answer questions, investigators think Laura agreed to give him a ride, perhaps in return for money. Investigators don't know how he and Laura met, but they do know that she was found alive and unharmed in a pickup truck by an eyewitness at a gas station, where she and Gary Danielle ended up. After they left the gas station, it seems that something happened. Laura was strangled in her own pickup truck, though it's unclear where the truck was when she passed away. Surveillance footage showed Laura's pickup truck at a gas station 25 miles outside of Tampa, where Danielle was taking out cash from an ATM, 12 hours after it was last seen in Sebring. After that, Danielle took a car to Tampa. 2 days after, he hid Laura's body in a restaurant parking lot next to a dumpster. It was discovered. The trial didn't happen until nearly 3 years after Laura's passing. The global situation was the reason for the delay. It took a long time for Laura Peicher's father to go to court and face the man who killed his daughter. Rather than condemning Danielle, the father used his words to discuss the lost young woman. A young boy once pointed out her short arm, according to a story her father told. She was told by another boy that he had asthma. "Don't you know there's something wrong with everyone?" she replied. Her father brought some of his daughter's belongings to court, including her journal, which bore the inscription, "Live the life you've imagined." Because she lived alone and no one was around to do the dishes, she wrote in it that she detested cooking. She expressed her distaste for littering in her writing. On August 24, 2021, she wrote about her 4 tattoos, the most significant of which was a black bird in memory of a deceased sister-in-law and based on a Beatles song. In a deal with state prosecutors, Gary Danielle entered a guilty plea to second-degree murder. Danielle, 50, agreed to a 30-year prison term in exchange for a guilty plea to second-degree murder. He also acknowledged committing grand theft of a motor vehicle and tampering with evidence. In the brief court hearing, Danielle, who was short, gray, bald, bearded, handcuffed, and wearing orange, stood silently in a jury box. To Laura Peicher's family, he remained silent. The case was punctuated by a guilty plea, but it left many questions unanswered, including how Laura met Danielle and why she was murdered. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On July 20, 2019, 25-year-old Jessica Camilleri, who resided on St. Clair Avenue in Western Sydney, Australia, made this disturbing 000 call. Although Jessica recounted a very graphic sight, the investigators found the call unsettling, and they were correct about the nature of the crime. Jessica also appeared to be relatively calm. Rita Camilleri, Jessica's mother, is 57 years old. Rita's life was also impacted by Jessica's struggles as a youngster, who battled several mental problems. Rita loved her and tried her best to give her a decent life, even though she had to deal with a lot of challenges because of Jessica. However, she could never have predicted or imagined what Jessica did to her on that terrible night of July 20, 2019. Jessica was standing outside her house, completely covered in blood, when detectives arrived on the scene. They discovered Rita's severed body at the murder scene, which was almost like the set of a horror film. What transpired that evening between Rita and Jessica? Was there more to the narrative? Or did Jessica act in self-defense? We start on October 12, 1993, when Jessica Camilleri was born as the second daughter of Vince and Rita Camilleri, a Maltese-Australian marriage. Christy, Jessica's older sister, had a typical childhood, but Jessica didn't. Jessica's parents discovered that she was born with an intellectual handicap despite the fact that she was intelligent and able to speak. Jessica's IQ, which was between 55 and 60, was much below the typical range. Jessica was in the bottom 1% of the population as a result. As a child, Jessica displayed deficits in speech, walking, and coordination, among other developmental milestones. Teachers noticed her deficits in language, math, reading, and writing when she first entered school. Jessica's parents eventually discovered that she was on the autistic spectrum, which had an impact on her empathy, judgment, and understanding of other people's feelings and thoughts. Jessica's social life and academic life were both hampered by her years of age group lag. Jessica began exhibiting severe outbursts of anger due to daily mental anguish, which gradually progressed into intermittent explosive disorder, IED. A deficiency of serotonin, the brain's mood hormone, was linked to her IED. It was a mental illness that often began at age 6 and worsened during puberty and the early years of adulthood. It was not just ordinary anger. Jessica only became uncontrollable in response to stressors or provocation of any type. She struggled as a child with complicated everyday tasks like grocery shopping, taking public transportation, banking, and taking care of the house. Jessica's autism caused her to become fixated on specific things. Jessica spent hours upon hours viewing horror films with graphic gore and carnage, like Texas Chainsaw Massacre and Jeepers Creepers. Her fixation with bloodshed only deepened as she watched more and more of these films. Jessica's parents divorced when she was a teenager. Because of the antagonistic atmosphere in the house, Jessica's father, Vince, no longer wanted to live with Jessica and Rita. He claimed that Rita was unable to discipline her own daughter and held her responsible for Jessica's deteriorating health. Even though Rita was at her lowest point at the moment, she was still able to maintain her composure and take care of Jessica after her father had departed. Jessica's frequent outbursts at school became more intense. Because she attacked other pupils and occasionally even teachers, she was suspended a lot. Although she primarily attacked women, she once bit a male student and would not take her fangs off him when someone attempted to remove her. It also didn't help that Jessica eventually had to drop out of school and be placed in supporting settings. Due to her inability to handle all of these situations and her frequent violent outbursts, Jessica was placed on a disability assistance pension starting in 2013. With no friends, Jessica was sitting at home. She would spend the entire day watching horror movies in her room. Jessica's outbursts required her to be admitted to psychiatric hospitals on several occasions in the next years. Rita took Jessica to Nepean Hospital in Western Sydney at the beginning of 2018. She experienced a severe episode of her mental condition and spent approximately 9 days there. They administered some antipsychotic medicine and lithium for what they believed to be bipolar illness. Unfortunately, Jessica would frequently lose control of her behavior when in psychiatric wards, resulting in her snapping at nurses and physicians. After she acted aggressively and paranoidly toward another female patient in the waiting area, this attitude resulted in her being barred from a doctor's clinic. Jessica stopped taking the medication that suppressed her IED by the end of 2018. Being off her medicine did not imply that she had regained control of her condition, even though there were no significant outbursts into 2019. Jessica had seen several doctors and attended a respectable number of treatment sessions by July 2019, but she had made very little improvement. Jessica's mental state began to deteriorate as her condition did not improve, and on Saturday night, July 20, 2019, chaos broke out. That Saturday started out badly for Jessica because her mother had been busy caring for a 4-year-old relative whose identity had never been made public. Jessica wanted her mother's full attention at all times since she was bothered by that child. Earlier that day, Jessica had gone to see Christy with her mother. Rita, Jessica's mother, made fun of Jessica in front of a man who was merely walking by on the way to Christy's house. This episode had already created a lot of tension, and when Rita and the 4-year-old child later arrived, Jessica's anger was greatly heightened. There had been increasing pressure. Jessica had the potential to erupt like a volcano. When everyone had returned home in the evening, Jessica had urged her mother to contact a doctor. However, the doctor arrived but was unable to handle Jessica's suffering and promptly departed in fear for her life. The doctor managed to escape the scene in her car, even though Jessica chased her down the driveway. After eating dinner with Rita, Jessica decided to order something else. Rita threatened to send Jessica back to a mental health facility after she was unable to stop her from calling the food shop repeatedly. Rita made her way over to the telephone. The attack started when she wanted to call an ambulance to send her back to a mental health facility because she had had enough of Jessica's outbursts for the day. Jessica became irrational in a matter of seconds. Taking her mother by the hair, she pulled her into the kitchen. Rita was wailing for assistance as she struggled to hold on to the wall to escape Jessica's hold. However, Rita was a small woman in comparison to Jessica, and all of her efforts were unsuccessful. When Jessica arrived in the kitchen, she threw her mother to the ground and began stabbing her with steak knives. The 4-year-old girl saw the horrific event from a corner. Amazingly, the child mustered the bravery to attempt to step in. Tragically, he suffered a knife wound to his cheek after he courageously leaped on Jessica in an attempt to stop her. He was later found in a vomit-covered room, obviously rattled by the terrifying experience. Jessica didn't stop until her mother's head fell off after she began making holes in her body. With Rita's head in one hand and 2 cell phones in the other, Jessica left the house at around 11:30 p.m. that same evening and went to her neighbor's. She asked the neighbor to contact the police after throwing the head outside and knocking on the door. She claimed to have brought the head as evidence. After that, Jessica found another neighbor who assisted her in using her mother's phone to call the police. Jessica handed the phone to her neighbor in the middle of the conversation. Jessica was whispering in the background while he talked to the operator on the phone for a few seconds. Jessica persisted in her assertion that she killed her mother in self-defense throughout the discussion. The first person to reach the crime site was Senior Constable Anthony D'Agostino. He noticed Jessica wearing a blue dress with flowers on it, standing outside her home. Her entire body was covered in blood, and she was carrying a bottle of water and a cell phone that were coated in blood. The detective recorded his talk with Jessica by pressing the record button on his body cam. She indicated to the investigator the location of her mother's head. She then began inquiring as to whether Rita may still be revived and whether the surgeons could stitch her head back on. Jessica didn't apologize. She questioned the detective if she would receive the death punishment because she was only thinking about herself. The investigator asked Jessica to tell him what had transpired in an attempt to calm her down. Jessica repeatedly asserted that she killed her mother just to protect herself. She claimed that in self-defense, her mother stormed into her bedroom and pulled her out by the hair. To support her claim of self-defense, Jessica grabbed a knife and stabbed her mother. She attempted to play the victim by telling the cops about her mental health issues. Rita's head was discovered on the sidewalk outside the neighbor's house as additional police officers arrived to look into the incident. The remainder of her mutilated remains was discovered in the kitchen of their St. Clair Avenue house a short time later. They characterized the incident as being of extreme severity and savagery when observing the gory kitchen. In the front yard of her neighbor's house, Jessica was taken into custody. According to the police, they knew the Camilleri family, but they could not have predicted or imagined what would happen that night. Detectives discovered that Rita's body had been disfigured following an autopsy. She was still alive until at least the first 90 blows, the majority of which were to the head and neck, and even when she passed away, her body had more than 100 stab wounds. However, that wasn't even the most graphic aspect of this horrible murder. Rita had had a piece of her tongue and nose severed. She had been pushed and pressed after both of her eyeballs had been ripped out. At the crime scene, the detectives discovered 7 knives, all of which Jessica had used to stab her mother. 4 of the 7 knives had broken during the murder because Jessica's attacks were so vicious. Jessica revealed the true reason behind her ruthless murder of her mother on July 21, 2019, the morning following the tragedy. She began by claiming that, despite having harmed numerous people, she had never spoken to her mother until yesterday night, when Jessica's mother threatened to have her committed to a mental health facility. After losing her temper, Jessica wanted to discipline her mother. Jessica claimed to the investigator that she had no intention of killing her, but things suddenly spiraled out of control. Jessica was unable to resist stabbing her mother when her IED took control. Jessica was put on trial before Justice Helen Wilson in December 2020 after being accused with murder. The jury was informed that the purpose of the trial was to prove that Jessica's mental diseases took over and significantly impaired her mental state at the time of the murder, rather than to dispute whether Jessica killed her mother or not. Tony McCarthy, the Crown prosecutor, said in his opening statement that Jessica had a history of assault. Even her own family members had been harassed and intimidated by Jessica, who threatened to use a knife to hack off their heads. Tony brought up the fact that Jessica liked horror films, particularly those that included brutal murder and body dismemberment. He went on to say that Jessica's intellectual handicap was just modest to moderate. Nathan Steele, Jessica's defense lawyer, urged the jurors to ignore their feelings and sympathies and focus their decision solely on the evidence. He claimed that Jessica had diminished capacity at the time of her deadly attack on her mother as a result of the impact of her mental illnesses. She had been seeing Professor David Greenberg ever since she was arrested. He was called upon to diagnose Jessica during the trial. He said that he could not uncover any indications that Jessica had visual or auditory hallucinations or schizophrenia. Professor David noted that although Jessica didn't typically utilize social cues to communicate, she was fairly specific about the specifics of the crime and lacked emotion as she recounted the horrifying events of the night she killed her mother. Additionally, he claimed that Jessica had a low sense of self-worth and displayed narcissistic traits and personality issues. Jessica had become an egocentric and self-centered person as a result of all the extra care she received as a child. She had a history of requesting attention, and her IED would activate if she did not receive it. It was not unusual for Jessica to be in a comparatively peaceful state of mind when the cops arrived. After she had committed an offense, her anger swiftly subsided. She felt entitled and had an irrational expectation that those around her would treat her well. She would become enraged when things did not go as planned. Jessica Camilleri became more challenging as she grew older. According to her sister, she stayed on the couch most of the time, refusing to get up when she was thirsty and requesting that her mother get her a drink. She overlooked the fact that other people had needs and feelings because she thought her impairment made her special. She was extremely sensitive to criticism and would frequently respond to it with anger or contempt. Professor David stated his diagnosis and added that Jessica's mother, who was now deceased, was her only friend. Christy, Jessica's sister, also testified in court. She stated that her younger sister had been brutally bullied by other children at school and had been diagnosed with several problems, including attention deficit disorder and dyslexia. She claimed that when their father abandoned them, Jessica's health began to deteriorate due to their father. Jessica was still relatively disciplined and in charge, but that all changed quickly once he left the family. Justice Wilson recognized the conflict between punishing a criminal who has a major disability and weighing the need for punishment throughout the sentencing process. The judge concluded that Jessica knew what she was doing and how gravely wrong it was, even though she had lost control. She said that a severe punishment was required because of the seriousness of the act, the great suffering done to Rita's family, and the need to keep Jessica out of the community. Christy was relieved when the judge stated that she felt some closure, knowing her mother will receive justice. Christy was certain about the nature of her relationship with Jessica going forward. It was impossible to imagine what Jessica had done to Rita. After a trial that lasted a week, in December 2020, Justice Helen Wilson convicted Jessica guilty of manslaughter but not murder for the death of her mother, Rita Camilleri, 57. On March 12, 2021, Justice Helen Wilson chose to give Jessica a relatively lighter sentence of 21 years and 7 months, even though the maximum penalty for manslaughter was 25 years. She would only be eligible for parole after 16 years and 2 months. Helen Wilson pointed out that Rita Camilleri's body had over 90 defensive wounds to her hands when she was in excruciating pain, just as she claimed that Jessica had demonstrated remarkable skill in mutilating depravity when she killed her 57-year-old mother in July 2019. Rita must have been horrified and appalled at what her own cherished daughter was doing to her. The fact that this crime was committed in front of a 4-year-old child was the worst aspect of it, according to Justice Helen Wilson. Jessica Camilleri would now be imprisoned for the next few decades in Australia's most severe women's prison, Silverwater Prison in Western Sydney. Jessica's mental state did not improve while she was incarcerated as a convicted murderer. Her painful recollections of her time in school returned after going through all the bullying and torture. She would frequently argue with other inmates and occasionally even guards. But when she was accused of assaulting 2 prison officers and causing actual physical harm as a consequence of an event in August 2021 and October 2021, things became serious. According to the officers, Jessica took hold of their hair and only released her hold after removing a large strand of hair from each officer's head. The injuries required the officers to be admitted to the hospital. Jessica was thus put in the prison's isolation ward. It was decided to issue a verdict for these felonies. Later, in September 2022, Jessica, who is 28, filed a challenge against her sentence in the Court of Criminal Appeal. She claimed that her loss of control during the attack on her mother was not appropriately taken into account, as did her defense team. Jessica's lawyer, Tim Game, argued the judge that Jessica's sentence did not take into account the fact that her difficulties were close to being considered mental illness. He added that the punishment was excessively severe for someone who completely lost control. Tim Game went on to say that Justice Helen Wilson erred in her sentencing of Jessica by emphasizing Jessica's understanding of her acts rather than the 2 psychologists' findings that Jessica lacked self-control throughout the attack. He emphasized his belief that Jessica's hefty sentence was a grave error on the part of Judge Helen Wilson. According to Jessica and her legal team, Judge Helen Wilson had done everything in her power to conclude the trial and take the easy route by rendering an unfair result because Jessica had already volunteered to enter a guilty plea to manslaughter before to the trial. Tim Game expressed optimism that Jessica would receive a significantly reduced term through her appeal because of the significant improvement in her behavior since her initial sentencing in 2021. Justice Wilson was correct to impose a severe sentence for Jessica's serious crime, according to the Crown's argument against the appeal. They went on to say that the only reason Justice Wilson did not give Jessica the maximum penalty was because of her mental illness. Jessica and her team argued in the Sydney Supreme Court that Justice Wilson had misjudged the seriousness of the crime and that the term she received last year was disproportionate, but Justice Peter Hamill rejected their arguments. However, with the backing of Justices Christine Edmondson and Richard Kavanaugh, Justice Hamill decided that Jessica should receive a new sentence. When Jessica killed her 57-year-old mother in 2019, Justice Hamill concluded that she only had a basic knowledge of moral wrongfulness because of her intellectual handicap and autism spectrum disorder, based on the testimony of several psychiatrists and a psychologist. He mandated that she be resentenced to 16 years in jail with a 12-year non-parole period. Although Jessica's sentence had been reduced, on September 4, 2023, the verdict on her 2021 assault of 2 prison guards was delivered. Jessica Camilleri's sentence for assaulting 2 prison guards and tearing out their hair has been extended by 22 months, according to a statement. Rita's life was challenging, but no one ever anticipated that she would be taken away so tragically, and by her own daughter, whom Rita had cared for and looked after for 25 years, according to Jessica's family, friends, and psychiatrists. Christy, Rita's oldest daughter, was profoundly impacted by her passing. Christy shared her views about Jessica as she recalled her mother's unselfish and caring attitude. Rita, who was 57 at the time of her death, had made the decision to live her life for herself instead of providing for Jessica and her needs. Jessica regrettably didn't live up to this ideal, but now that the only person who genuinely cared for her was dead, there was no one left to take care of her. Jessica had lost the only person who genuinely cared about her. Constraint, a dull prison schedule, and spending most of her time in a 3x4-meter cell every single day were all part of Jessica's impending future. Is Jessica's sentence appropriate, in your opinion? Given the absence of her mother, how do you envision Jessica's life will be when she is eventually freed from prison? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. On Thursday, December 16, 2004, Bobby Jo Stinnett, a 23-year-old woman who was 8 months pregnant with her first child, eagerly awaited the arrival of her baby girl. Born on December 4, 1981, she graduated from Nottoway High School in Graham, Missouri, in 2000. Bobby, who lived in Skidmore, Missouri with her husband, Zeb Stinnett, was a well-known and gentle person in the small farming community. Her love of animals, particularly dogs and horses, was evident, and she ran a dog breeding business called Happy Haven Farms from her home. Specializing in the breeding of rat terriers, Bobby actively participated in dog shows and discussions in the online dog breeding community. Her business involves listing puppies for sale, and on December 15, 2004, she received an instant message from Darlene Fisher, a woman from Fairfax, Missouri, whom she had met through their interactions on the Router Chatter forum. Bobby and Darlene had been exchanging messages for weeks, bonding not only over their shared love of rat terriers, but also over their shared pregnancy experiences. Darlene informed Bobby that she was interested in purchasing one of her puppies, and they agreed to meet the next day. Bobby made plans to meet Darlene, and informed her mother, Becky Harper, that she would pick her up from work at 3:30 p.m. On the scheduled date, December 16th, Becky called Bobby at 2:30 p.m. Bobby reassured her as they confirmed the arrangement for picking her up from work. However, when Becky finished work at 3:30 p.m., Bobby was nowhere to be found. Becky tried to call Bobby, but there was no response, so she walked to Bobby's house, which was only 2 blocks from her workplace. When Becky got to the house, she noticed the front door was open. She entered and called out to Bobby without getting a response. As she entered the dining room, she saw a terrifying scene. Her daughter was lying on the floor in a pool of blood, distraught. Becky immediately dialed 911, urgently describing the dire situation, mentioning that her daughter was 8 months pregnant and that Bobby's stomach appeared to have been severely injured. When the police arrived, they discovered that Bobby's unborn baby had been forcibly removed from her womb, and the infant's whereabouts and survival were unknown. Locating the perpetrator became an urgent priority because the baby could still be alive. Unfortunately, Bobby did not survive the brutal attack. Both Becky and Bobby's husband informed the police that Bobby was going to meet a woman named Darlene, who expressed an interest in buying a puppy. Aside from that, they had no idea how many other visitors would be arriving that day. Through a quick investigation, the police tracked Darlene down using text messages and IP addresses from the computer she used to communicate. It was discovered that the woman posing as Darlene was not named Darlene and did not live in Fairfax. Her real name was Lisa Montgomery, and she lived in Melbourne. Lisa drove from Melbourne to Skidmore on December 16th and arrived at Bobby's house around 12:30 p.m. Police believe the baby was taken between 2:30 p.m. and 3:30 p.m. On December 17th, the police arrived at Lisa Montgomery's home, and her husband Kevin greeted them at the door. They entered and found Lisa in the living room, cradling a newborn baby. The police informed Kevin and Lisa that they were looking into the murder of Bobby Jo Stinnett and inquired about the baby. Lisa claimed that her child was born at a women's clinic in Topoka. "I am looking for a private conversation." The police approached Lisa outside her home. She informed them of this and requested that Kevin not know about it due to financial constraints. She had actually given birth at home, not at the women's clinic. Lisa claimed she was alone in her kitchen during the birth, but she did have the phone numbers of 2 friends in case she needed help. When asked about the placenta, Lisa says she disposed of it in a nearby creek. Lisa requested that the matter be discussed further at the sheriff's office to maintain privacy, and the police agreed. Lisa confessed to officers at the sheriff's office. After killing Bobby, she extracted the baby from her womb and abducted her. The baby was eventually returned to Bobby's husband, who named her Victoria Jo Stinnett. Lisa was charged with kidnapping, which led to her death. During Lisa's trial, the court learned that she and Bobby met at a dog show in April 2004. We were both members of an online dog breeding community when Bobby announced her pregnancy. Lisa, a member, learned of her pregnancy in the spring of 2004. Around the same time, Lisa informed her family and friends that she was expecting. Lisa failed to disclose that she had a sterilization procedure more than a decade ago, rendering her infertile. Lisa deceived people for 8 months by pretending to be pregnant. She went so far as to wear maternity clothes and purchase baby items. Despite her sterilization, Lisa persuaded her husband, Kevin, and her children that she was actually pregnant. On the other hand, Lisa's first husband and wife, who were aware of her sterilization, accused her of lying. In response, Lisa insisted on proving them wrong. During the court proceedings, it was revealed that on December 16th, Lisa arrived at Bobby's house with a sharp kitchen knife and a white cord in her jacket pocket. When Bobby answered the door, Lisa asked to see the puppy she wanted to buy. Bobby retrieved the puppies and took them outside for Lisa to interact with. Lisa attacked Becky shortly after she called Bobby to pick her up. Lisa strangled Bobby with the cord she had brought until she lost consciousness. When Bobby regained consciousness and resisted, Lisa tightened the cord, resulting in Bobby's death. Lisa then cut into Bobby's abdomen with a kitchen knife, successfully removing the baby. Lisa left after cutting the umbilical cord. Surprisingly, the baby remained unharmed. Throughout her journey, Lisa took precautions to ensure the baby's well-being, such as clapping the umbilical cord and clearing mucus from his mouth. Lisa had a car seat ready in her vehicle for the baby. When Lisa arrived at a parking lot near a women's clinic in Topeka, Kansas, she called her husband, Kevin, to tell him she had given birth. Kevin met her in the parking lot and named the baby Abigail. The next day, they went out for breakfast, proudly introducing their new baby, Abigail, to everyone. The prosecution contended that Bobby's tragic death and the baby's abduction were the result of Lisa's calculated and cold-blooded plan to protect the lies she had told her friends and family. According to the prosecution, Lisa was afraid that her first husband, Carl Bowman, would discover her lies during their custody battle. Lisa was concerned that this revelation would jeopardize her position in court proceedings, so she felt compelled to have a baby as proof that her pregnancy was genuine. The prosecution claimed that Lisa purposefully misled her family and friends about her pregnancy and meticulously planned the abduction of a baby to maintain the illusion. They claimed Lisa's plan was meticulously planned and executed with precision. To hide her identity, Lisa contacted Bobby under a fictitious name, hoping that the crime could not be traced back to her. Concurrently, she continued to inform everyone she knew about her pregnancy. Lisa went so far as to purchase a home birth kit and conduct online research on how to perform a cesarean section. Sheriff Strong, who played a role in the case, stated that the crime was meticulously planned, and Lisa persisted in lying until she was caught. Lisa even tried to implicate her own brother, claiming he was with her when the baby was abducted. However, his verified alibi revealed that this was yet another falsehood. The prosecution claimed Lisa was involved in a custody battle with her first husband, who, upon learning that she had informed her second husband, Kevin, about her pregnancy, questioned the veracity of her claim. Aware of Lisa's inability to conceive, he sent emails expressing his intention to reveal the alleged lie to Kevin, whom he exploited during custody proceedings. In response, Lisa, determined to prove him wrong, took a series of actions that culminated in the tragic events less than a week before Bobby's death on December 10th. Lisa's first husband formally filed a motion seeking a change of custody for the 2 minor children who lived with Lisa. To back up their case, the prosecution called Dr. Dietz as an expert witness. This move was prompted by the defense's prior notification that they intended to pursue an insanity defense, claiming Lisa was experiencing pseudopsychoses. During the trial, Dr. Dietz testified that there are 2 types of phenomena known as pseudoscience, the first of which involves a woman genuinely and sincerely believing she is pregnant. Typically, This belief ends when the woman is presented with concrete evidence that she is not pregnant. Individuals with this type of pseudopsychosis are not considered mentally ill and do not have delusions. Dr. Dietz describes a second type of pseudoscience that is linked to mental illness, specifically schizophrenia. Individuals suffering from this condition experience delusions, particularly the delusion of being pregnant. Notably, this form is distinguished by the presence of a strong conviction. In contrast to the first example, people who believe in pseudoscience refuse to accept evidence that contradicts their beliefs. They have a firm and unwavering belief in their pregnancy, which demonstrates the impact of mental illness. Dr. Dietz, in his expert opinion, concluded that Lisa did not have pseudopsychosis at the time of Bobby's death. He came to this conclusion based on his belief that Lisa did not truly believe she was pregnant. In court, Dr. Dietz explained his reasoning by emphasizing several key points. To begin, Dr. Dietz stated that Lisa was well aware that she had undergone permanent sterilization, which removed any doubt about her reproductive abilities. Lisa had consistently sought medical and prenatal care in previous pregnancies, but this was not the case during the current period. Dr. Dietz provided additional evidence in the form of Lisa's insurance application from September 2004, in which she explicitly stated that she was not pregnant. Furthermore, Dr. Dietz stated that Lisa's behavior was not consistent with delusional thinking. He explained that in cases of pregnancy delusion, people would stick to the same story and willingly disclose it despite being persuaded or presented with contradictory evidence. However, Lisa lacked these characteristics, prompting Dr. Dietz to dismiss the idea that she was having a pregnancy delusion. Lisa's case was characterized by inconsistent and contradictory accounts of key details. Notably, her stories differed on the sex of the fetus, whether she was expecting twins or a single fetus, and how she planned to deliver. These differences were noticeable depending on the audience to whom she spoke, indicating a lack of consistency and reliability in her statements. Furthermore, Lisa provided conflicting information about the location where she claimed to have given birth. She initially claimed that the birth occurred at a women's clinic, but later changed her story to say that it happened at home. When confronted with her brother's alleged presence at Bobby's house during the incident, Lisa claimed that she had had amnesia both before and during Bobby's murder. Dr. Dietz concluded that Lisa was a malingerer during the 2004 pregnancy, and the court heard that Lisa had faked previous pregnancies. Lisa claimed to have had multiple pregnancies in the years since her sterilization procedure, each with its own set of complications. Lisa's feigned pregnancies date back to 1994. Subsequently, in 2000, before marrying Kevin, she informed him of her pregnancy and expressed a desire for an abortion. Kevin gave her $40, but there was no further discussion or evidence of pregnancy. Lisa claimed to be pregnant again in 2002, informing Kevin of a doctor's appointment while denying him the opportunity to accompany her. However, her doctor testified that he only tweeted Lisa about unrelated issues, such as ankle pain and a cold, and did not provide prenatal care. Lisa later informed Kevin that the baby had died and claimed to have donated the body to science, adding to her history of deception surrounding food and pregnancies. The defense's case focused on the defense of insanity, and they planned to call experts to testify about Lisa's mental disease or defect. Lisa's life was described in court as troubled. They claimed she had been physically and sexually abused by her stepfather. Lisa married her stepbrother Carl Bowman when she was 18 years old, and they had 4 children before undergoing sterilization. Following their divorce in 1998, Carl remarried, and Lisa later married Kevin to back up their insanity claims. Dr. Logan and Dr. Ramachandran were called as expert witnesses by the defense. Lisa was diagnosed by both experts with a variety of mental health issues, including depression, borderline personality disorder, post-traumatic stress disorder, and pseudopsychosis. Dr. Ramachandran testified about pseudopsychosis, describing it as a somatoform disorder in which the patient develops the delusion of being pregnant. According to his testimony, this delusion is driven by a strong desire to become pregnant, which causes hormonal changes that result in physical changes consistent with pregnancy. Dr. Ramachandran believed Lisa suffered from an intense pseudopsychosis delusion. During his testimony, he claimed that Lisa was in a dissociative state when she killed Bobby and delivered the baby. Dr. Ramachandran suggested that Lisa's childhood sexual abuse made her susceptible to pseudopsychosis. He claimed Lisa's internet searches and purchases of baby-related items indicated pseudopsychosis. Furthermore, Dr. Ramachandran believed Lisa was suffering from a severe mental illness or defect that prevented her from fully understanding the nature and quality of her actions. Following 5 hours of deliberation, the jury returned a unanimous verdict, finding Lisa guilty of kidnapping resulting in death. The following day, she received a death sentence. The jury unanimously agreed that the government had proven all statutory and non-statutory aggravating factors beyond a reasonable doubt. The prosecution contended that these factors included the crime being committed in a particularly heinous or depraved manner, involving serious physical abuse of Bobby Joe Stinnett. The jury agreed with this argument, and Elise was sentenced to death by lethal injection with pentobarbital at Terre Haute Prison in Indiana. Lisa eventually found herself on death row in a federal prison in Texas, designed for female inmates with special medical and psychological needs. She received psychiatric care while incarcerated there. Lisa formed a new defense team in an effort to have her death sentence commuted to life in prison. Their central argument was that, given Lisa's history of horrific abuse, the death penalty was unjust. They claimed that her legal representation during her initial trial failed to fully disclose the extent of her thesis's profound hardships and that the defense presented was inadequate. Lisa was in a psychotic state, according to the new defense team, when she committed the crime. Furthermore, they presented evidence that Lisa's history of abuse began before her birth, as she was born with fetal alcohol syndrome as a result of her mother's heavy drinking. The defense detailed specific instances of abuse, claiming that Lisa was subjected to physical beatings and that the mistreatment worsened after her mother remarried. They claimed Lisa had been sexually abused by her stepfather. Despite the efforts of Lisa's legal team, who argued that pressure and the threat of exposure from her first husband drove her to fabricate a pregnancy, their objections and appeals to have her removed from death row were denied. The execution went as planned. Lisa received a lethal injection in Terre Haute, Indiana, after the United States Supreme Court lifted a last-minute stay of execution. As the sole female inmate on federal death row in the United States, she was the first female federal inmate executed by the government in 67 years, preceding her execution. When asked if she wanted to make a statement, Lisa declined. She was officially declared dead at 1:31 on January 13, 2021. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Christine Rossum was born on October 25, 1975, in Tennessee, USA, but grew up in California and Virginia because her father's job required them to relocate frequently. Christine had 2 siblings, and in her early teens, she attended an all-girls boarding school where she began to engage in behaviors such as drinking beer and smoking cigarettes. Christine had started using methamphetamine when she was 17 years old in 1992. In 1994, she enrolled in a university, hoping to break free from illegal substance use. However, following a relapse, she dropped out and moved to San Diego. Her life changed in 1995. When she met Gregory DeVillers, she appeared to have overcome her problems with illegal substances and was on her way to starting a family. Kristen married Gregory in 1999, after graduating with honors from San Diego State University in 1998. She became a toxicologist and worked for the city's medical examiner's office. Despite initial difficulties, it appeared that Kristen had successfully turned her life around and was on a positive path. However, not all endings are happy. Christine Rossum, a 25-year-old woman, made a distress call to 911 at 9:22 p.m. on November 6, 2000, a Monday, from her home in San Diego, California, located in the United States. In her call, she reported that her 26-year-old husband, Gregory DeVillers, was not breathing and allegedly committed suicide. The emergency dispatcher instructed Kristen to perform CPR, but despite her efforts and the arrival of paramedics and police, Gregory was declared dead. Christine and Gregory had only been married for about 17 months. According to Kristen's statement to the police that evening, Gregory appeared drowsy, which he attributed to the effects of cold medication. Christine went on to say that she took a bath and came out to find Gregory lying on the bed, not breathing. Gregory was found on the bedroom floor, surrounded by scattered rose petals, which puzzled the police. A wedding photo was near his pillow, and Kristen's crumpled diary pages were strewn across the floor. Kristen claimed she had moved Gregory to the floor in order to perform CPR. The police compared the situation to a scene from the film American Beauty because of its peculiarities. When the paramedics first arrived, Christine informed them that her husband, Gregory, had not used drugs. However, she later changed her statement, stating that he may have consumed oxycodone. When they arrived at the hospital, Christine told a nurse she suspected Gregory had overdosed on oxycodone. The police investigated the possibility that Gregory's death was caused by an accidental overdose of cold medicines and oxycodone. In their conversations with Christine, they discovered that Gregory was distressed, indicating that their marriage appeared to be on the rocks. This led Christine to initially suggest to the police that he had committed suicide, and as an additional avenue of investigation, the scattered rose petals surrounding Gregory's body were remnants from a bouquet he had given her for her birthday on October 25. She believed that the use of these petals represented the end of their marriage, with one surviving rose serving as the source. Gregory's family, as well as others on the night his body was discovered, questioned the idea of suicide. On November 8, one of Kristen's co-workers, Russ Lowe, contacted the police, marking a significant turning point in the investigation. He revealed Kristen was having an extramarital affair with her manager, altering the course of the police investigation. Gregory and I met in 1995 and got married in 1999. Kristen, who had previously struggled with methamphetamine abuse, changed her life with Gregory's help and graduated with honors in biochemistry. In March 2000, she was hired as a toxic ecologist at the San Diego County Medical Examiner's Office. Meanwhile, Gregory pursued a career in biotechnology. Kristen began working at the OME. Michael Robertson, an Australian citizen, took over as forensic laboratory manager, succeeding Russ Lowe. Russ, who'd been serving as the acting laboratory manager, had been with the OME for a long time. The decision to appoint Michael to the permanent position rather than Russ created tension in the laboratory. The atmosphere became even more strained when it was revealed to employees that Kristen and Michael, both married, were having an extramarital affair. In October 2000, some employees expressed concern about the possibility of Kristen receiving preferential treatment. Kristen resumed her methamphetamine use a few months after the revelations. Police investigations revealed that on November 2, 2000, just 4 days before Gregory was discovered dead, he confronted Kristen about her use of prohibited substances and his suspicions about her affair. Gregory insisted on her resignation from the OME, threatening to reveal her use of prohibited substances and the affair to her employer if she refused. Following Gregory's death, an autopsy was performed, which included toxicology tests. The medical examiner, Dr. Blackburn, determined that Gregory died of acute fentanyl intoxication. The toxicology results showed that Gregory's autopsy specimens contained extremely high levels of fentanyl, as well as smaller amounts of clonazepam and trace amounts of oxycodone. When asked about the source of the fentanyl, Christine claimed ignorance. However, the police were aware that Christine had access to fentanyl as a toxicologist. The police speculated that Kristen may have secretly administered the fentanyl to Gregory, resulting in his poisoning. They developed a case based on medical and toxicological evidence. Kristen was charged with first-degree murder and pleaded not guilty. During the trial, Kristen's parents, Ralph Rossum and Claremont McKenna, mortgaged their home to secure her $1.25 million bail. However, their financial commitment prevented them from affording a private attorney. As a result, the court appointed a public defender to represent Kristen, and the prosecution claimed that Kristen murdered Gregory because he threatened to expose her use of illegal substances and affair with Michael Robertson to her employer. The prosecution claims Kristen poisoned Gregory with fentanyl, a potent synthetic opiate that is 80 times stronger than morphine. They speculated that she may have initially tried to harm him with clonazepam. But when that failed, she turned to fentanyl. The prosecution also claimed that Christine staged the bedroom suicide by tearing pages from her diary and strategically placing petals and a wedding photo around Gregory's body. The court learned that Kristen, who has a degree in biochemistry, allegedly used her knowledge of prohibited substances and chemistry to carry out the poisoning. The prosecution claimed Christine, attempted to persuade her colleagues at the medical examiner's office, where she worked, that Gregory's death was a suicide. However, due to a conflict of interest, the case was transferred to another laboratory to conduct the toxicology tests, as the medical examiner's office is normally responsible for determining the cause of death in unusual cases. The prosecution described Kristen's activities on November 6 to the jury. She informed Gregory's employer of his absence and then went to work. Her co-workers reported that she was seen crying in Michael's office about an hour after arriving at work around 9 a.m. The apartment complex manager where Christine and Gregory lived testified that she returned to her apartment at 12:10 p.m. He was seen rushing inside. Later, at 12:41 p.m., she went to a local grocery store and purchased a few items. In the hours leading up to Gregory's death, she called Michael several times. Rose petals were discovered around Gregory's body, which Kristen attributed to the lone surviving rose from the bouquet he gave her for her birthday. However, the police revealed the receipt, which showed Kristen purchased a single rose on the same day Gregory died. The court learned about Gregory's death and the elevated fentanyl levels found in the tested sample. Dr. Brian Blackburn, the medical examiner for San Diego County, who performed Gregory's autopsy, testified that Gregory had been dead for at least an hour before paramedics arrived. Dr. Blackburn told the court that Gregory had early bronchopneumonia, which occurs when normal breathing processes fail to eliminate accumulated secretions in the lungs due to unconsciousness or shallow breathing. Furthermore, Dr. Blackburn revealed that Gregory's bladder contained a large amount of urine. If Gregory had been conscious, he would have found this condition uncomfortable. As a result, Dr. Blackburn concluded that Gregory's breathing had been inadequate for 6 to 12 hours prior to his death. During his testimony, Dr. Blackburn clarified that the amount of clonazepam discovered in Gregory's blood did not constitute an overdose and was deemed non-fatal by medical standards. The court was told that the presence of fentanyl, particularly at such high levels, was uncommon, and the medical examiner's office rarely includes it in routine tests. However, due to a conflict of interest, the samples were sent to Pacific Toxicology, which performed fentanyl-specific tests. I support the prosecution. Dr. Theodore Stanley gave testimony. Dr. Stanley explained that fentanyl is a powerful and fast-acting pain reliever, emphasizing a serious side effect: the potential for respiratory failure, which causes a person to stop breathing. Dr. Stanley testified that the rate at which fentanyl takes effect is dependent on how it is administered. The peak effect occurs about 16 hours after applying a transdermal patch, 20 to 30 minutes after oral consumption, 15 to 20 minutes after intramuscular injection, and 5 minutes after intravenous injection. Dr. Stanley informed the court that fentanyl is typically not administered orally because the liver destroys approximately 65 of it, leaving only 35 in the bloodstream. However, when asked how fentanyl entered Gregory's body, neither Dr. Blackburn nor Dr. Stanley could provide a definitive answer. Dr. Stanley proposed that the Gregory system's varying concentration levels, combined with evidence of him being unconscious and breathing shallowly for an extended period of time prior to his death, indicated that fentanyl may have been administered to him multiple times. The prosecution, while unable to provide a definitive explanation for how Kristen poisoned Gregory, suggested that she may have applied fentanyl patches to his arm while he slept. The court was informed that following Gregory's death and the discovery of fentanyl use, the Office of the Medical Examiner performed an audit of its impounded drugs and drug standards. This audit discovered the disappearance of 15 fentanyl patches and 10 milligrams of fentanyl standard. Furthermore, the audit revealed that Kristen had logged into the fentanyl standard and was involved in all 3 cases where the missing fentanyl patches were impounded. The Office of the Medical Examiner also discovered unaccounted for quantities of methamphetamine, clonazepam, and OxyContin, a time-released form of oxycodone. The defense argued that Kristen was innocent. They admitted that fentanyl was the cause of Gregory's death. However, the defense claimed that he committed suicide due to depression caused by his marital problems. During the trial, Kristen testified for herself. She told the court that when she awoke on November 6, Gregory appeared disoriented. At 7:42 a.m., she notified his employer of his illness and absence from work. Kristen stated that she went to work and then returned home to check on Gregory. They ate lunch together after midday. According to Christine's testimony, she inquired about Gregory's previous condition, and he admitted to taking some of her oxycodone and clonazepam. After lunch, he went back to bed, and she went back to work, leaving at 2:30 p.m. She returned to the apartment, met with Michael, and then returned around 5 p.m. She left again at 6:30 p.m. for errands. Kristen claimed she returned at 8 p.m. I took a bath. Christine testified that she entered the bath believing Gregory was asleep, only to discover he was not breathing when she got out. At that point, she dialed 911. During cross-examination, the prosecutor characterized Kristen's account as bizarre. She admitted to previous lies, including those about her use of prohibited substances. The prosecutor emphasized that fentanyl, which is difficult to detect, was an ideal poison. Kristen, who was exposed to such substances through her work, was well aware of them. Despite Dr. Blackboard's testimony that the clonus levels in Gregory's blood were not fatal, the defense contended that the combination of oxycodone and clonazepam could have a synergistic effect, increasing their potency. However, this explanation did not answer the question of how fentanyl was consumed or why such high levels were found. After 8 hours of deliberation, the jury convicted Kristen of first-degree murder and murder under special circumstances due to the use of poison. She was subsequently sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. Christine appealed her conviction. During the appeals court proceedings, it was revealed that her own defense team had made errors. Her lawyers admitted that, while they acknowledged fentanyl as the cause of death, they did not request testing for fentanyl metabolites in the autopsy samples. This test could have determined whether Gregory ingested fentanyl or if the presence of fentanyl in the samples was due to laboratory contamination after his death. If the fentanyl had only been found in the samples and not in Gregory's body, the prosecution's claim that fentanyl caused his death would have been false. The question is, how can fentanyl be present only in the samples? Is there a risk of laboratory contamination if the medical examiner's office sends the samples to a different lab for testing? The appeals court discovered that there was a break in the chain of evidence involving the samples. The appeals court discovered that the samples designated as specimens extracted from Gregory's body were stored in an unsealed cardboard box. The intended procedure was for immediate transportation to the sheriff's office, followed by transfer to an external laboratory. However, because the designated recipient was not available at the sheriff's office, the box containing the samples was kept in the medical examiner's office instead. Approximately 36 hours later, it was transported to the sheriff's crime lab. The central argument presented to the appeals court was that during this time period, when the samples were stored in the OMA, anyone with a key to the building could potentially access them. This raised the possibility that fentanyl had been added to the samples posthumously, casting doubt on the theory that fentanyl caused Gregory's death. Kristen contended that there was a motive to contaminate the samples and frame her for murder, citing personal relationships and tensions among OMI employees. Christine cited an incident on November 8, 2000, in which Michael, one of the individuals connected to the OMI, allegedly told a toxicologist at the OMI that he had examined a sample of Gregory's stomach contents. Kristen's trial lawyers made a mistake by failing to challenge the prosecution's claim that her husband died of a fentanyl overdose, according to a 3-judge panel of the 9th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeal. They claimed that her legal team should have tested the autopsy samples for fentanyl metabolites rather than accepting the prosecution's story. However, they did not overturn the conviction, but instead returned the case to federal court for a hearing to determine whether the defense error could have changed the trial outcome. Nonetheless, following a subsequent decision by the U.S. Supreme Court emphasizing federal court deference to state court decisions in such matters, the appeals court panel declined to order the hearing in Kristen's case. As a result, her appeal was denied, and she remains in prison. Michael Robertson, who was identified as a co-conspirator during Kristen's trial, returned to Australia and founded a forensics consulting firm. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We are examining the unsettling case of Kim Wall, so let's go straight to the riddle without any more ado. Denmark's capital, Copenhagen, known to the locals as Copenhagen, is situated on the picturesque islands of Amager and Zealand. Denmark is renowned for its excellent architecture and design in general, but Copenhagen in particular is the main draw. In addition to a vibrant food scene, the lush, verdant city has a rich and diverse cultural environment. Copenhagen, home to more than 600,000 people, is considered one of the happiest cities in the world due to its laid-back lifestyle and progressive social views. Even though Denmark is a pleasant country, it did record 54 homicides in 2017, including the August 2017 murder of Kim Wall. On March 23, 1987, Kim Wall was born in Trelleborg, Sweden. Journalists Joachim and Ingrid Wall were her parents. Tom Wall was the only sibling she had. Kim developed into an exceptionally intelligent youngster who never wavered in her commitment to her objectives. She did exceptionally well at the London School of Economics, where she studied international relations. However, it didn't stop there. Kim advanced her education by pursuing a master's degree at Columbia University's School of Journalism, sometimes referred to as the Oxbridge of Journalism. Kim won awards for her year and was at the top of her class among her peers. Kim's approach to her work as a journalist mirrored her deep interest in people and their stories. Kim would do whatever it took to share people's experiences and give them a voice. Kim was a journalist for the South China Morning Post in Hong Kong, the Swedish Embassy in Australia, and a European Union delegation in India. Numerous worldwide publications, including as the BBC, The Guardian, and the New York Times, have published her pieces. Kim lived in Copenhagen with her lover, Ole Stabi, a game and interface designer. Although she alternated between Beijing and New York, the two had big plans together and were incredibly in love. Relocating to Beijing, China was one of their goals. However, life had other ideas. Kim was spending time with her family on August 9, 2017, at her parents' home in Trelleborg, Sweden, so they could take their annual summer photo. Before August 9, 2017, her family had 29 photos since they had taken a family photograph every summer since Kim was a year old. Kim was also excited to get to Copenhagen because she wanted to see Ole. Before departing for China on August 16, 2017, Kim and Ole planned to host their friends at their apartment the next day to bid them farewell. Even though Tom, Kim's brother, was exhausted from working a night shift the day before, Ingrid, Kim's mother, realized that Kim's presence was an opportunity to take the family photo, so she made sure they did so before she left. They had no idea that would be the final photo they would take together. Ole and Kim prepared their house for the house party on August 10, 2017. Friends soon arrived at their flat, but Kim received a call before the celebration could start. Peter Madsen, a Danish submarine inventor, made the call. Kim and Peter had already discussed an interview over the phone. Kim wanted to interview Peter for a story she was writing for Wired magazine. It was intended to be a brief interview to wrap up her report. So, before the celebration began, she asked Ole to excuse her. Before it was too late, Kim wanted to do the work as quickly as possible so she could resume her partying with her pals. Kim left for the interview after apologizing to her friends who had already arrived for the celebration. 3 submarines were built by renowned inventor Peter Madsen. In addition, he had constructed rocket ships and motivated many others with his endeavors. Peter invited Kim to accompany him on a flight aboard his 2008 launch submarine, the UC-3 Nautilus, since the interview was about his inventions. Peter invited Kim to meet him at Copenhagen Harbor, where Kim had a safe journey. Kim arrived at about 7 o'clock. Kim, who was first afraid to board the submarine, gained the strength to do so and carefully walked onto it, where Peter was already waiting for her. She knew it wasn't a huge concern by the time the soft wind blew about her as she stood next to Peter on the submarine's tower. Notably, she contacted Ole at 8 p.m. saying, "I love you, but I'm going down now." She also texted Ole, "I'm still alive." Even though it was Kim's final text, Ole didn't think there was an issue because he expected Kim to concentrate on her work. Shortly after that, Ole received another text from Kim that said, "He bought cookies and coffee though." Ole, however, soon became concerned. Ole was unable to get in touch with Kim, so it started to become later and later. Kim was supposed to return early as promised. He began to fear about 10 o'clock at night. At 1:43 a.m. he called the police after phoning everyone he could think of and informed them that his girlfriend had vanished. After Kim Wall was reported missing, the Danish police started looking for her, Kim was not located despite their hunt for the submarine she boarded prior to her disappearance, the UC-3 Nautilus. Throughout the night, the Danish Emergency Management Agency, DEMA, officers helped the police search the sea. They looked everywhere, trying to find Kim. In addition to utilizing cadaver dogs, the divers explored a huge area of the sea that was dark, traveling in all directions, front, back, right, left, center, and deep into the ocean. Approximately 5:31 a.m., Ole called Kim's mother Ingrid on August 11, 2017, to inform her that Kim had gone missing. Joachim and Ingrid were both in a panic and could only pray that Kim was still alive. Even after a thorough search, the police would not discover anything until approximately 10:30 p.m. The sub was discovered at a depth of 22 feet south of Copenhagen by a rescue aircraft in a harbor southeast of Amager, close to the Dragør lighthouse. Kim was not there, but the police did find Peter Madsen. Peter explained to the reporters who were on the search that a malfunctioning ballast tank was the reason the submarine sank. He added that he swam to a nearby fisherman's boat to get away after spotting it. The cops asked Peter about Kim's location because he never mentioned her in his account. He said that on the evening of August 10, 2017, just before the accident, he left Kim off at a local restaurant. When the police raised the submarine to examine it, they found something fishy. They found that the defective ballast tank had been intentionally tampered with. Additionally, investigators searched the submarine and discovered evidence of Kim's personal possessions and blood. Peter's story evolved once they asked him more questions. He reported to the police that he lost his hold on a large hatch door, which collapsed and struck Kim's head, causing an accident. When he checked, Kim had no pulse, according to Peter, and there was a lot of blood where she landed. The cops were aware right away that they needed to suspect Peter, but why? Nothing material was there to cling to. Since Kim's body had not been discovered, they were unsure of what actually happened to her. On August 21, 2017, 11 days after Kim Wall vanished, a cyclist made a gory find while crossing the beach south of Copenhagen. The torso of a human washed ashore on the beach. Following a call to the police department, they examined the torso and concluded it belonged to Kim Wall, the Swedish journalist who had been missing for 11 days. The remainder of the corpse was not connected to the torso, which had been horribly stabbed 14 times. Although Kim Wall's friends and family were aware that their loved one had passed away, they were still curious about what had happened to her on August 10, 2017. Until October 7, 2017, when divers discovered plastic bags in Kogi Bay, less than a mile from where Kim's torso was discovered, the authorities continued their quest for explanations without finding anything. When the plastic bags were opened, Kim's head and legs were within them. Metal fragments were fastened to the sacks to keep them from floating. Following these revelations, Peter was questioned once more and altered his account once more. This time, he claimed that Kim Wall passed away on his submarine due to poisonous gases. The cops were aware that Peter was concealing something because of his contradictory accounts. Because he was the last person to see Kim alive, and because he was unable to give precise information about what transpired while they were together, he was also the only suspect in the case. No one was arrested, since Peter never admitted to killing Kim and there was no solid proof to convict anyone. Nevertheless, the police continued their investigation, as they were unable to operate on their presumptions. One of Peter's claims that Kim's head was struck by a hatch was refuted by the autopsy, which found no blunt trauma on her head. Additionally, the autopsy showed that Kim had been stabbed and shackled. Additionally, it revealed that she had asphyxia, indicating that she had either been stabbed in the throat or strangled. The police had grounds to detain Peter for additional interrogation in light of this evidence. When the authorities inspected his phone during the investigation, they discovered that on August 9, 2017, Peter had viewed a video showing a young woman in agony as she was gradually decapitated with a little knife. Additionally, his search history revealed that he looked up how to remove every photo from his iPhone. Investigators also discovered movies of women being killed on Peter's computer, and witnesses testified that Peter was observed practicing asphyxiation and watching videos of decapitation. The inquiry revealed that while Kim's body contained no evidence of Peter's DNA, the underpants, which were taken from Peter Madsen following the arrest, did contain bodily fluid traces. When questioned, Peter denied experiencing pleasure with Kim. Annie and Carl Madsen welcomed Peter into the world on January 12, 1971. His early years were spent in Denmark's Sabi and Hong. Annie had 3 additional boys from 2 prior men and was over 30 years younger than Carl. When Peter was 6 years old, Annie left the marriage with all of her children, allegedly because Carl mistreated his 3 stepsons. Years later, Peter moved back home with his father, who also had a passion for rockets. Peter was really interested in rocket fuel in school. He created his first huge rocket while studying chemistry and physics, and on March 3, 1986, he launched it. He based it on the American ICBM MX Peacekeeper and constructed it at his father's factory. The rocket performed admirably, ascending to a height of 100 meters before falling. Luckily, nobody was harmed. Peter lost his father when he was 18 in 1990, but he continued to explore and contact engineers. Additionally, he joined Copenhagen's Dark Rocket Club, a Danish amateur rocket club, but over time the other members lost interest in him. According to Dark members, he could activate the fire sprinkler system by only speaking his name. Although he never completed formal schooling, he did take engineering and welding classes to gain some knowledge of submarines. His passion paid off as individuals, businesses, and organizations saw his potential and provided financial support for his work and way of life. He constructed the UC-1 Freya, UC-2 Praka, and UC-3 Nautilus submarines. The Nautilus was a 3-year-long privately manufactured midget submarine that was launched on May 3, 2008, in Copenhagen, Denmark. The construction cost was about $200,000. Together with Danish architect Christian von Bengtsen, Peter co-founded Copenhagen Suborbitals on May 1, 2008. He departed the project in June 2014. Peter was in charge of the booster rocket engines, launch pad, and launch systems. Because of his inventions, Peter was already well-liked, and many people became interested in him without realizing that he was a different person on the inside. Only the murder of Kim Wall revealed who he really was. Peter Madsen, 47, was accused on January 26, 2018 with murder, assault from stabbing, and indecent handling of a corpse because of the dissection. On August 10, 2017, Peter was charged by the prosecution with binding, striking, placing, and strangling Kim on his submarine. Throughout the investigation, Peter refused to acknowledge that he had slain Kim. When Peter's trial started on March 8, 2018, he entered a not guilty plea to the allegations. According to the psychiatric evaluation, Peter was not delusional or psychotic, but rather a narcissistic psychopath. Peter was convicted guilty of all charges and given a life sentence on April 25, 2018. In court, Peter reportedly displayed no remorse. Instead, he intimidated people in the courtroom by staring at them from time to time. Because of Peter's behavior, the Wall family was once instructed not to let him pass in the courtroom. Peter insisted throughout the proceedings that Kim's death was an accident, even though he acknowledged that he had dismembered her body. He told the court, "I don't see how that mattered at the time, as she was dead." The family and friends of Kim, who never imagined that she would be murdered so near to her home, found closure in this sentence, even if Peter would not confess. They were all aware that Kim was a fearless journalist who would venture into hazardous areas to obtain the information she needed for her job. If they were ever concerned about Kim, it would be because she traveled far and wide for work, and they were all unaware that she would die suddenly in Copenhagen, where she lived. Following his life sentence, Peter attempted to appeal the decision, but it was denied. After he was caught, his wife, whom he married in 2011, requested that her name be kept secret and filed for divorce. He was hospitalized in August 2018 after being attacked by an 18-year-old prisoner who threatened to keep him there for the rest of his life. By frightening inmates with a phony firearm and fictitious explosives he had manufactured while incarcerated, he managed to break out in October 2020. He was surrounded by police in a residential neighborhood close to his Sylvest prison as they pursued him. However, because they believed he was carrying explosives, the police were unable to approach him. The cops waited for the explosive specialists to come after they were called. The cops detained him and returned him to the prison after the specialists arrived and discovered that everything had been a ruse. He had to appear in court once more for that offense, and on February 9, 2021, a Copenhagen court sentenced him to an extra 21 months in prison for attempting to flee. It appeared that the additional sentence would not impact Peter's jail term, even though he was already serving a life sentence. However, if a probation request were ever submitted, the extra sentence would be relevant. Throughout the case, Peter insisted that the death was an accident. However, the Danish tabloid Ekstra Bladet claims that Peter Madsen confessed during a documentary series in which he was secretly recorded. The show was based on almost 20 hours of telephone talks with Peter while he was incarcerated, which were secretly recorded. During one video, he is asked if he killed Kim, and he answers, "Yes." He also states, "There is only one who is guilty, and that is me." Kim's parents, journalists Joachim and Ingrid, were determined to publish their daughter's tale 3 years after her murder. They decided that the narrative would portray Kim as her family, friends, sources, and readers knew her to be, rather than the events leading up to her passing, since they found telling her tale to be therapeutic. According to Ingrid, the book serves as a means of introducing the world to Kim as a human being, a journalist, and a daughter. The book, A Silenced Voice, is a joyous chronicle of a life well lived amid a family's struggle to deal with a life being extinguished. It is a tapestry of history and present at the same time. It chronicles Kim's journey from London to Cuba, New York to Haiti, Beijing to Sri Lanka, gathering anecdotes from bylines and cherished companions along the way. It also follows the hours, days, and weeks that followed Ingrid and Joachim's awakening to the news of their daughter's disappearance and their discovery on TV that a stranger was facing murder charges. The establishment of the Kim Wall Memorial Fund, a grant intended to assist female journalists, was another development that provided comfort to the Wall family. The life and death of Kim Wall are depicted in many TV shows in addition to the narrative penned by Kim's parents. The first is Tobias Lindholm's Danish-language television dramatization, The Investigation, which depicts the case's criminal inquiry. The 6-part series, which stars a variety of professional actors, debuted on September 28, 2020. Those involved in the case investigation were consulted in order to meticulously script the series. The investigation focuses on the research that led to Peter's accusation and conviction, rather than Peter or the actual crime. Into the Deep, the submarine murder case, which was directed by Emma Sullivan, was made available on Netflix in September 2022. The documentary video of Peter Madsen, his friends, and interns was used to chronicle his attempt to launch a rocket ship into space using his submarine as a command center. The film chronicled the occurrence in detail, as well as his life. After his lover passed away, Kim's boyfriend Ole Stabi found it difficult to react. Nevertheless, years later he talked about Kim and underlined what a wonderful person she was. The murder of Kim is an unsettling instance that demonstrates the depth of evil that exists in human nature. It also makes us consider the number of women who have faced danger in their diverse occupations. How did you feel about this particular case? Do you believe Peter Madsen received the justice he was due? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we look at the events that occurred on January 13, 2019. Surveillance cameras caught 17-year-old Augustina M. Winkelried leaving a bowling club she'd attended with her friends. Several hours later, it became clear that Augustina was missing, and her family began searching for her. Shortly after, she became the talk of the small Argentine town of Esperanza, where she lived, and word spread quickly throughout the country. Augustina was born on June 6, 2001, in Esperanza, where she lives with her large family. As the youngest of her parents' 5 children, she was always given preferential treatment. It is common knowledge that the youngest child in a family receives more attention due to their age. Augustina was described as friendly, caring, and always smiling. She, like most young people, enjoyed spending time with friends, whether at the movies, bowling alleys, discos, or simply playing the ukulele. Esperanza is a small town with slightly more than 40,000 residents, the majority of whom know one another. Because of the town's limited entertainment options, All of the young people there met and knew each other in some way. As a result, Agostina's parents became concerned, but we are not afraid for her, allowing her to go out and spend time with her friends, with the only condition that she stay in touch and send us her whereabouts. On Saturday afternoon, January 12, 2019, Agostina's father dropped her off at a friend's house where a group of about 6 people had planned to meet. The girls had planned to go to Teos, a nightclub and bowling center, after everyone had gathered. Agostina told her father that she would spend the night at a friend's house after leaving the club and return home the next afternoon. She was dating a man named Now. They appear to get along well, and their families know one another. That night, about an hour before midnight, Agostina messaged him and asked him to go to the club, but he declined, saying he was tired. Later, the young man came to regret staying at home that night. Agostina and her friends were having a wonderful time at the club. They had a good time, danced and enjoyed the music. By 5 a.m., the friends decided it was time to leave. However, Agostina ran into another group of her friends at the club and decided to stay longer. As a result, the group split up and headed home, leaving Agostina with a different group of friends. At 5:40 a.m., a surveillance camera caught Agostina walking out of the venue with a cell phone. After leaving the building, she went to a fast food restaurant. Agostina waited her turn, received her order, spoke briefly with an acquaintance, and then proceeded to the road. The friend's house, where she planned to spend the night, was not far away, so Agostina decided to walk there. The day was getting brighter, and she appeared to be confident in her safety. As you can see, there were no sidewalks, so one could only walk along the side of the road. It's unclear if Agostina drank that night, but the footage shows that, despite wearing high-heeled platform shoes, she walked steadily. She veered slightly to the side as she approached the driveway, but this is not surprising given that the site is an unpaved road with rocks. She could have simply tripped. In addition, it should be noted that the Club Teos has an age division. One zone is reserved for those under the age of 18, so no alcohol is sold there. Agostina eventually failed to arrive at either her friend's or her own home. Her parents were always aware of her location because she had always told them this time. However, when morning arrived, they noticed that their daughter had not texted to let them know she had arrived at her friend's house and was fine. So they became concerned and attempted to contact Agostina but were unable to do so. Her phone number was unavailable. The parents were aware that she was expected to spend the night at a friend's house, so they contacted her friend, who informed them that Agostina hadn't returned from the club. The friend also informed the concerned parents that Agostina had stayed at the club with another group of people. After contacting all of his daughter's acquaintances and discovering that no one knew where she was, Augustine's father called the police and began searching for her on his own. Daniel M. Winkelried was a well-known figure in town, having served as president of a local soccer club and owning a small furniture manufacturing and sales company. When they discovered he was in distress, many locals volunteered to help with the search, and Christina's friends were able to raise awareness of the case through social media, resulting in coverage on television news programs. After beginning the investigation and learning that Agostina had been at Taylor's club all night, police officers went there to speak with potential witnesses and examine the surveillance camera footage available at the venue. Aside from footage of Agostina walking towards the road, this revealed nothing new. When the officers realized which direction she had gone, they began questioning people who lived along the road, as well as employees from various businesses in the area. It was possible that someone had seen or heard something, and any indication was significant. Agostina's friend Brian was among those who learned of her disappearance through social media. I noticed the large number of posts about finding Agostina. Brian contacted her father Daniel and informed him that he had seen Agostina outside the Teos club around 6 a.m. He was driving along when he noticed her standing by the roadside. I was talking to the driver of a silver car that had stopped next to her a few hundred meters from the club. Brian continued down the road, but he quickly grabbed his phone and called Agostina. He asked if she was okay and if she needed a ride home. She said she was fine and that the man driving the silver car had stopped to warn her that it was dangerous to walk on this road because she could be hit by traffic. She accepted Brian's offer of a ride and explained that she was going to a friend's house. There was a gas station a few hundred meters from where Brian spotted Agostina, so we decided to stop, wait for her, and fill the tank. When Agostina didn't arrive at the gas station 15 minutes later, Brian decided to go get her himself, but she was nowhere to be found. His attempts to contact her were also unsuccessful, as she did not respond. He hadn't given it much thought at the time, assuming that Augustina, had gone directly to her friend's house, forgetting that he was waiting for her. Given all of this information, the main clue was a silver car. Brian couldn't say for certain which brand and model the car was, but, according to him, it was quite old. Demand, sitting in the driver's seat, may have been the last person to see Augustina. The possibility that he was involved in her disappearance was not ruled out. When the police attempted to locate Augustina's cell phone, they discovered that the last time it received a signal was from a tower in the same neighborhood as the club. Because the club was on the outskirts of town, there were numerous vacant lots and fields where the search teams focused their efforts. Augustina was walking along the road and noticed that only this gas station had surveillance cameras. Daniel had arrived to examine the footage and determine whether or not his daughter had reached that location. Given the location of her friend's house, Augustina was bound to pass by the gas station. Daniel explained the situation to the gas station attendant and asked for assistance. The attendant, who was a father himself, showed him the footage the camera captured that morning, almost losing his job as a result. Later, the gas station owner fired him for allowing an unauthorized person to watch the footage without permission. When the town's residents learned of this, they banded together and began refueling their vehicles elsewhere. This quelled the gas station owner's rage, and he reinstated the employee and apologized to him at Esperanza's home. Daniel reviewed the footage captured by the gas station cameras, but did not find his daughter. It appeared that Augustina never arrived. However, the footage revealed the same old silver car that Brian had previously described. It had passed the gas station around the same time that Augustina was walking down the street. It was a Renault car, and Daniel determined who the owner was. Pablo Trionfini, 39, is a municipal employee, or more specifically, a garbage man who lives less than a kilometer from the gas station. He had no prior criminal record but had drawn police attention on several occasions. The first time, his ex-wife reported him to the police for beating her. This resulted in a court order prohibiting Trionfini from contacting his ex-wife. He was arrested a second time for violating the order. Both of these incidents occurred in 2017. Police officers arrived shortly after Daniel reviewed the footage from the gas station security cameras, also wanting to see the footage, but unaware that Augustina's father had already done so. They were able to identify the silver car after reviewing the surveillance footage. When they discovered that Daniel had watched the video before them, they became concerned that a lynching would occur and went straight to Pablo Trionfini's home. When the police arrived, they discovered that people had gathered in front of the house and were shouting, but Augustina reported that the crowd dispersed after the police arrived, and one of the people present informed the officers that Trionfini was inside the house. When he heard the shouting, he looked out, but when he saw the hostile crowd, he fled inside and bolted the door. The officers lacked probable cause to justify an unauthorized entry into the man's home, so they requested a search warrant. While awaiting the warrant, the house was cordoned off to deter the suspect from attempting to flee. Around midnight, one police officer decided to investigate the yard and discovered that Pablo Trionfini had died. The police officer rushed to help, but it was too late. Trionfini had died. Such a turn of events revealed his involvement in Augustine's disappearance. But despite searching his home and car, the police discovered no evidence. Pablo Trionfini used the rope to free himself from further trouble and proceedings. As the police were searching the house, Finna's neighbor approached them and said that Pablo had stopped by during the day and asked to borrow a shovel, allegedly to dig for earthworms because he was fishing. A half hour later, he returned the shovel and told his neighbor that he had noticed something strange. Trionfini thanked the man and said tentatively, "Thank you. I am not sure if I will ever see you again." Witnesses saw Trionfini leave the house several times on Sunday while riding his bike and holding a shovel. This could indicate that Augustina had passed away. On Monday, January 14, 2019, a search began at dawn with the assistance of drones and police dogs. Augustine's half-stained body was discovered about 500 meters from his club at 9:15 a.m. It had been hidden in a ditch filled with dense vegetation. As word spread about the discovery of Augustina in Winkelried's body, her friends and family began to send her heartfelt farewells on social media. This included a touching post from her boyfriend who, well, posted 2 photos of himself with Agostina on his Instagram account and wrote, "I wish I could wake up and this was all a dream. I'll miss you so much. My love will never leave my heart. Fly hello, my queen. I know we'll see each other again." The forensic examination revealed that Agostina fought desperately for her life. Her hands were covered in defensive wounds, with pieces of her attacker's skin under her fingernails. A DNA test confirmed that the man who assaulted Agostina was Pablo Trianfini. Forensics determined that the cause of death was strangulation. We may never know how Agostina ended up with Pablo Trianfini, whether he forced her or simply offered her a ride. We can only speculate because only 2 people knew the truth and will never be able to speak about it again. The police searched the tree on Finis's phone and found no evidence that he knew Augustine. Hundreds of people came to the funeral to say goodbye to Agostina in Winkelried. Meanwhile, according to Argentine media reports, Pablo Trianfini's relatives did not attend his funeral. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Ashley Parlier, a 21-year-old from Battle Creek, Michigan, argued with her parents on June 12, 2005, and then fled the house. Everyone, including relatives and friends, was suspected for years after she vanished without a trace and was never seen again. For more than 10 years, the case produced no results. The police were looking for answers about the Parlier family for 18 years until they finally found them. Where has Ashley Parlier disappeared to? Was there a possibility of foul play? Today we're examining Ashley Parlier's case, which lasted until 2023 and involved 18 years of age. Without further ado, let's begin the narrative. In addition to welcoming neighborhoods and amiable communities, Battle Creek, a tiny city in southwest Michigan, offers its residents amazing growth prospects and a thriving business. Located between 2 states and a major highway, Battle Creek is known as the cradle of the cereal industry and attracts a lot of tourists because of its picturesque downtown. Battle Creek is a bustling neighborhood with a distinct suburban vibe. One of the greatest areas in Michigan to raise a family is Battle Creek, which is well known for its recreational possibilities and natural beauty. In 2005, a 21-year-old from the same vibrant and welcoming town sadly vanished without a trace. Russell and Sherry Parlier welcomed a baby girl, whom they named Ashley, as their second child on October 16, 1983. Ashley has been quiet and reserved since she was a young child. She was also quite naive. She didn't make many friends as she grew older. Nicole Campen, Ashley's older sister, recalls how trusting her sister was. She claimed that one of the most memorable things about her was how trusting she was and how she simply saw the best in everyone. It was excellent that she wanted people to be what she believed the world should be. Ashley had gorgeous brown hair and eyes, and her crooked-toothed smile was quite lovely. Ashley also worked at the level of an adolescent between the ages of 12 and 14 due to a little mental impairment. She was able to live life to the fullest in spite of her troubles. She obtained employment at the closest Taco Bell store, located on the 800 block of Northeast Capitol Avenue, after graduating from Battle Creek Central High School. She had been accumulating money from her earnings at Taco Bell in order to get her own vehicle. Unfortunately, disaster was just around the corner for Ashley, a young woman who wished for a happy world. She was sweet and loving, yet the world did not treat her well. Ashley Parlier, 21, was about 5 feet 9 inches tall and had a slender frame. She was only 100 pounds. Her parents were therefore quite concerned on June 12, 2005, when they discovered that she seemed to have a bulge. Ashley was too pure, after all, both mentally and naturally. If she chose to carry the baby, they wanted her to see a doctor and receive prenatal care since they were worried about her health. Ashley left the house in a rage after a heated argument with her parents about the whole thing. Without a car, driver's license, cell phone, or credit card, she left her home in the Bedford Township community of Urbandale. She did, however, have some cash on hand, roughly $700.00. Ashley never came home, despite the family's desire to give her the time she needed to calm down. The Parlier family felt something was wrong and were anxious as the minutes stretched into hours, and then into days. At first, they had assumed Ashley would stay at one of her friends' homes for a few days, cool off, and then come back to them. However, they were forced to report her missing to the police after she hadn't returned after many days, and they couldn't contact her. The police made Ashley Parlier's photo and physical description public in the hopes that it would help them find any leads, because they had little evidence to work with and no leads to pursue. They disclosed information about her build, weight, and physical characteristics, as well as the clothing she was wearing at the time of her disappearance. She was last saw wearing blue trousers, brown leather sandals, and a checkered top. Soon after, the police received a lot of tips regarding sightings, particularly in the vicinity of Houghton Lake. There was a sigh of relief from the family. In the event that she was discovered, they planned to convince Ashley to return home. However, the Parlier family soon received grim news from the police. None of the sightings could be verified and were all bogus. Ashley was therefore not yet prepared to return home, wherever she was. As the investigation progressed to the second level, Ashley's parents, Cherie and Russell, who had delayed making a complaint, were the object of the officers' first suspicion. While Ashley's mother, Cherie, refused to take the polygraph, her father consented to do so and was exonerated. It's crucial to note that Cherie had already begun exhibiting symptoms of Huntington's disease, which was correctly identified a few years later. Nicole, Ashley's sister, explained that since Ashley had never done anything like that, not returning home for this long was undoubtedly uncommon behavior. However, the family had assumed that she was likely venting at a friend's house because they had a rather heated disagreement before she left. They had thought they would be able to resolve the issue if she returned home by the weekend. The police were clearly concerned because, according to Nicole, her parents were the last two people to see her at that time. She continued, "Again, we are a small-town Michigan family. We never thought that this would be a 16-year ordeal of trying to figure out where a daughter and sister is." In the months prior to her disappearance, the police also attempted to look for her then-estranged partner. At the time of the interrogation, Ashley's family thought she was carrying his child, even though they had split up. Another girlfriend of his was pregnant as well. Although the cops were unable to locate any evidence against him, he was not ruled out as a suspect. Ashley's close friends and family members were again questioned, but once more no information was discovered. But there was another angle. The officers discovered that Ashley might have had suicidal thoughts. The police had a suspicion that they would be able to locate the body if she had committed suicide. Thus, the police conducted a thorough search for her body. There was nothing substantial to find. They then speculated that Ashley might have been robbed, but her social security number remained unchanged during her absence. The police were prepared to deliver more unfavorable news to the Parlier family by this point. They told her relatives that Ashley was probably already dead and that they suspected foul play. Additionally, they promised the family that they would not give up on her. Although they conducted a thorough search for Ashley Parlier, the case ultimately came to nothing. Ashley's case was handled by a number of Battle Creek Police Department personnel throughout the course of the following 18 years. The department as a whole was baffled by her disappearance, as they kept discovering people of interest, but none of them had ever been shown to be suspects. The sheriff's department was given the case in 2020 after they had suspicions that she had been murdered outside of Battle Creek City. Only in 2021, when they least expected it, did they make progress in the case. The case has stalled after about 16 years of little progress. Then, however, something occurred that would alter everything. When police in Pennsylvania suddenly discovered a lead in Ashley Parlier's case in January 2021, they contacted officers in Calhoun County. Harold David Holman III, a 44-year-old serial murderer, was being questioned by Pennsylvania authorities in connection with the killings of Tiana Phillips and Erica Schultz. Holman did not want a trial at that time, so he asked the authorities if they could combine the three cases of Phillips, Schultz, and Parlier. Ashley Parlier had not been brought up by the police at any point during the exchange. They questioned him further about the Parlier case, since they were unsure of what he was talking about, and the results were startling. It was a complete confession, rather than merely a lead. The detectives promptly contacted the Calhoun County Police Department to update them on the latest case development. After taking over, the Calhoun County Police Department's investigation showed that Holman had resided in Battle Creek from 2002 to 2009 and had communicated with Parlier. Following Ashley's argument at home, police discovered that Holman had been in communication with Parlier. In Emmett Township, Michigan, she paid him a visit. Ashley informed him that a pregnancy test was requested by her parents. After getting into a fight with Ashley, Holman attacked her, knocked her out, and carried her to the Pennsylvania hills, where he struck her skull with a piece of wood until she was immobile. He also told police that he had disposed of his bloodied clothes after leaving Ashley someplace in Newton Township's northern section. On November 29, 1978, Harold David Holman III was born. Before becoming a young man, Holman lived in Germany with his father from his early teens until his father moved to Turkey, leaving him to live with his girlfriend. He looked like a typical young man at the time. The fact that he would become a serial killer was not anticipated. Holman killed someone for the first time when he was 20 years old. On May 3, 1999, 21-year-old Joseph Whitehurst, the son of an Air Force colonel, was residing at a military installation in southwest Germany. He was discovered outside Ramstein Air Base after going missing. A club discovered at the scene of the murder had been used to bludgeon him to death a few days later. Holman admitted to killing Whitehurst after being apprehended by German police for an unrelated offense. Holman claimed that he attacked Whitehurst first because he felt threatened by him when he had begun dancing around the campfire. As Holman told the authorities, "I don't know how many times I hit him and then I was gone, but it was the biggest rush I ever felt, like your whole body to this day." He was only given a 6-year sentence at a German reform school in spite of his confession. A person under the age of 21 must be tried in a juvenile court in accordance with German legislation. Furthermore, Holman received a less sentence because he was also diagnosed with schizophrenia at the time. After that, he returned to America and worked as a truck driver in Emmett Township, living close to Battle Creek, Lakeview, and the Fairfax Addition. Around this time, he appeared to play a significant part in Ashley Parlier's 2005 disappearance. Tiana Phillips, a mother of 2 children, vanished on June 13, 2018. 3 years later, when he was eventually arrested and being questioned by the police, he said that he had wanted to kill again rather than specifically kill Phillips. Erica Schultz knew a man online as Dave, and she wasn't sure if she would ever meet him. Erica went missing on December 6, 2020. Because Erica was a habitual person with autism, the police looked through her phone records and linked Holman to her murder when she failed to appear. "Killing Erica Schultz was like just another day in the park for me," he said nonchalantly in his confession. He was discovered with a self-inflicted wound beside railroad tracks in Duncan, Pennsylvania, at the time of his arrest. He felt that in order to atone for his misdeeds, he had to die. Holman confessed to killing Schultz and Phillips when he was in the hospital getting treatment. He confessed to killing Phillips, whom he had slept with, in a letter to his estranged wife while he was incarcerated. To emphasize that he would never do such a thing with her, he stated that he wished to confess to the crime. His ex-wife was clearly alarmed and took the letter to the police. She added that she had not believed Holman when he had previously claimed to have killed a lady. He was a serial killer due to the commonality of his acts. His victims had all vanished. They were all injured in the head. After attacking them and rendering them unconscious, he completed the task. He did not bury the remains. Instead, he disposed of them in isolated locations. Actually, Schultz and Phillips were killed on the same day. In the cases of Tiana Phillips and Erica Schultz, Holman has been accused of abduction, criminal homicide, and abuse of a corpse. Detective John Pignatch of the Calhoun County Sheriff's Department stated that Holman was not a temporary resident and did not have a permanent address in Pennsylvania in 2021. He attributed all of this to his family and a failed marriage. According to him, there are alphas and non-alphas. That's simply the case. A master and a slave, or whatever you want to call them, are present. That's how life is constructed. He had to seek that dynamic in extramarital affairs because his wife refused to yield to him. He studied serial killers after Parlier's passing. He always said that he remembered every murder, including specifics of what he did to each one, when asked which one he remembered the most. He needed to be removed from the streets right away because police were certain he was a serial killer. Holman actually acknowledged that he would have killed again if he hadn't been apprehended. In his confession, Holman made it clear that he had met Ashley Parlier, who had been with her parents, in a bowling alley. The confession in the court document also made clear that he struck up a conversation with her, which later resulted in a deeper relationship when she argued with her parents. After phoning Holman, she went to his house. Ashley told him that she was being forced to obtain a pregnancy test by her parents. He admitted to being the father of the child Ashley was expecting. Their subsequent dispute infuriated him and he knocked her out. Then, on the night of June 13, 2005, he killed her by repeatedly beating her in the head. He described it as an overgrown meadow 10 miles from the town in the middle of nowhere, Michigan. There was a small house nearby, perhaps a garage, but it was deserted. We took a seat. I was absorbed in my own universe as I sat there. Ashley was just out in the back. When he located a suitable location while sitting with Ashley's comatose body beside him, he made the conscious decision to kill her there. Then it occurred, he added. I was sitting there and no cars drove by. The longer I sat there, the more I thought, this is a good place as any. I removed her, brought her to the location and completed the task. He struck her and saw her perish. He went home and showered when he was certain Ashley was gone. He later disposed of his clothes at Meijer, an American supercenter, where he was employed at the time. The fact that he pursued the case for years and years is even more startling. At one point, he even went to see if Ashley was still alive, but all he discovered were bones. He came forward and apologized to the Parlier family after being questioned further. Hallman denied that it was premeditated. I don't want that to happen with Ashley, he stated. I regret Ashley's murder more than any of them, he continued. It should be mentioned that he had already killed several people when this confession was made public in recent years. Ashley's sister, Nicole, was puzzled and unable to contain her emotions after learning that Hallman had claimed that Ashley had approached him for assistance. She was appalled that Hallman had killed Ashley in cold blood in spite of this information. Hallman killed her because he thought that things had gotten out of control. On the one hand, he claimed that he was intoxicated for 3 weeks in a row because he felt terrible for killing her. He wanted to put the incident out of his mind. However, he clarified that the entire killing procedure gave him an adrenaline high that was unmatched by anything else. Nicole was discouraged to learn that his apologies was merely a pretext for flaunting his horrible behavior. She claimed that their ignorance was quite difficult. My mother's depression and loss caused her Huntington's disease to worsen rapidly. My dad was the same way. As a mom myself, I understand their struggles. What kind of individual could do it is difficult to comprehend. I could never comprehend having such a strong desire to harm someone. Hallman acknowledged that he was unable to console the family verbally, but he would be prepared to beat them up with a log if they so desired. The apology did not sit well with Nicole. Along with losing her sister, she also lost her parents, who passed away in sorrow and bewilderment. It was true, she thought, that Hallman killed more than simply Ashley. There were more persons Harl Hallman had murdered than only his immediate victims. The loved ones of many of his victims had died, and they were unaware of what had become of them. Nicole created a social media page called Bring Ashley Home, which she used to connect with the other Pennsylvania victims' elder sisters. They think they have formed buddies and are united by their shared misery. She stated that when Nicole presents her victim impact statement on behalf of the entire Parlier family on April 10th during Hallman's trial, the 3 older sisters of the other Pennsylvania victims will accompany her. She said, "We're going to remember our sisters, and we're going to remember Ashley and Tiana and Erica and not him. We're going to remember how they were good people who loved and were caring, and he's just going to rot." Ashley had been out of the house for 18 years after a fight with her parents. After what occurred to her, she never went back home. Her return home was a top priority for the police. Throughout the years, they looked everywhere for solutions. The police therefore asked Harold Hallman to show them where he had left Ashley's body once he came out with the confession. According to the officers and the prosecution, Ashley Parley's case was extremely labor-intensive and emotionally charged. Nearly 20 years had passed since the original detectives attempted to solve the mystery. The Parlier case was given to several detectives in the next years. They even flew across the nation to find possible witnesses and gather the evidence they needed to convict the criminal after failing to discover the answers in the city. In March, Sheriff Steve Hinckley told the media that the officers had visited Pennsylvania, Maryland, and California to look into Parlier's case. The investigating team included Detective John Pignato of the Calhoun County Sheriff's Department, Detective Dave Huminga, and Detective Sergeant Chris Suarez of the Michigan State Police. Hallman guided the police to a wooded region in Newton Township south of Battle Creek, at a 6.5-mile road. On March 30, 2022, almost 24 officers conducted a search for Ashley's remains, but after several hours of work they were unable to locate her body. When Ashley vanished, the region remained farmland, but within a few years it was all divided up and sold to other property owners, locals told the media. The policemen's attempts were all in vain. Holman acknowledged that he was unable to appropriately situate Ashley where he had left him after all these years and the local developments. Ashley's remains are still being sought by the authorities. It should come as no surprise that the man who had previously murdered 3 women and possibly more was terrified of being executed. He received 2 life sentences in prison. No kind of parole was given to him. Holman entered a guilty plea to Ashley Parlier's second-degree murder in February 2023. He consented to assist Calhoun County authorities in locating Ashley's remains in the vicinity of the purported location of his disposal. It is a component of the plea agreement with the Office of the District Attorney for Luzerne County. He is set to be sentenced in April 2023 and faces a maximum life sentence in prison in return for not being given the death penalty. In order to solve Ashley Parlier's case and locate her remains, the Calhoun County Sheriff is still searching for any information. Call 269-781-0880 to reach the Calhoun County Sheriff's Office if you have any information. When a loved one disappears, every minute is challenging. Imagine being heartbroken, grieving, and depressed for 18 years with only a glimmer of hope that they could return at some point. Consider the uncertainty about whether to continue waiting or to simply end the depressing experience. In the spring of 2020, Ashley's parents, Russell and Cherie, passed away without ever understanding what had happened to their daughter. Imagine the anguish and suffering they endured when they came to terms with the fact that they would never find out what had happened to Ashley, particularly since she had left the house in a state of rage. Imagine how their lives must have been when they were the target of active suspicion over the disappearance of their own daughter from the police, the media, and true crime fans. However, even though it took 18 years, Ashley's story was finally resolved. At least her family is aware of what happened to her, even though she hasn't returned home yet, because the police are still looking for her remains. Do you believe that Harold Holman might have had other victims? Regarding Holman's apologies, what are your thoughts? Does he kill people for fun, or does he actually have a mental illness? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In a blueberry field in Michigan, a metal trunk containing the charred remains of an unidentified man was discovered in 2002. He was first known to investigators as Jack in the Box, a nickname that would become well known in the years that followed. Not until more than 10 years later, after countless detective efforts and revolutionary developments in forensic science, was the victim identified as Roberto Caraballo. This revelation, however, came with a terrifying twist, a web of murder, treachery, and a dark family plot. This is the tale of how the Jack in the Box case was resolved, illuminating a horrific homicide that permanently altered Michigan's past. An unusual and unsettling sight was discovered by a farmer on May 8, 2002, while working in a remote blueberry field in Ottawa County, Michigan. An old metal trunk tucked away among the bushes. The trunk had been badly burned, and it smelled awful, as if it contained something gory. The horrific reality of a body that had been mercilessly burned beyond recognition and left to decay in the trunk was what he had hoped was only an illusion. The remains of a body that had been burned beyond recognition were discovered when police arrived and forced open the charred lid. The man had been placed in the trunk, covered in gasoline, and set on fire after suffering blunt force trauma, according to detectives. Investigators couldn't make sense of the scene. Since the fire destroyed any fingerprints or distinguishing characteristics, the condition of the body made identification all but impossible. Detectives thought the murder must have occurred somewhere else before the trunk was left in the remote field, because there were no indications of a struggle at the scene. Because there were no witnesses or hints to help identify the victim, investigators had a difficult time figuring out who this man was and how he met such a terrible end, and the case ultimately went cold. Early leads in the case produced no noteworthy progress, despite the best efforts of law enforcement. In order to gather information about missing people, odd behavior, or anything that might help identify the victim, investigators canvassed the local communities. Due to the limited forensic technology available at the time, detectives were left without answers in the absence of fingerprint identification or DNA database matches. The forensic analysis, which showed that the man was probably middle-aged and had died violently, was the only information available for years. The case turned into one of the most puzzling unresolved mysteries in Michigan. After the story was reported by the media, the victim was dubbed Jack in the Box. The public and fans of true crime were enthralled, curious about the identity of this man and the reason behind his body's ruthless disposal. Detectives kept returning to the case in the hopes that new technology or a different viewpoint would reveal the truth, but the case cooled without any clear direction. The long-forgotten case received new attention in 2015, more than 13 years after the unidentified body was found in 2002. Previously, investigators had run out of leads, but they gained the momentum they required from a new tip from an unexpected source. In early 2015, Deneen Ducharme, a Texas woman, contacted law enforcement, expressing her suspicion that the unidentified man known as Jack in the Box might be her stepfather, Roberto Caraballo, who had vanished for no apparent reason years prior. Around this time, the case also gained more public attention, in part because of a documentary called Jack in the Box that was produced by a group of local students. The movie brought the unsolved murder back into the public eye, attracting more interest in the case and urging anyone with information to come forward. Together with developments in forensic technology, this spike in public involvement created new avenues for investigation. Following the Texas woman's call, investigators reopened the case and used modern DNA testing techniques to examine the victim's remains. Detectives followed the woman's lead and compared her DNA to samples from the Texas family. The woman's suspicion was validated by the findings, which showed that Jack in the Box was in fact 37-year-old Roberto Caraballo, who had resided in Charlotte, Michigan at the time of his disappearance. This discovery changed the course of the case from an unsolved mystery to a targeted investigation, enabling detectives to concentrate their efforts on identifying the people who caused Caraballo's untimely death. Authorities now had a plethora of new information thanks to this identification, including a name and a life story to piece together. Roberto's identification shed light on his family ties and past, generating new leads and providing a novel viewpoint on potential suspects and their motivations. Let's now examine Roberto Caraballo's biography. Friends and family characterize Caraballo as a gregarious and diligent person. He shared a home with his wife, Beverly McCallum, her daughter, Deneen Ducharme, and Christopher McMillan, Deneen's friend. However, his relationship with Beverly was said to have been turbulent at the time of his death. Family conflicts, tension, and financial arguments were reported by friends and family. Detectives looked into the possibility that someone close to Caraballo was responsible for his murder, after it became clear that his life had not been peaceful. Authorities focused on Caraballo's immediate family after his identity was established, especially his wife, Beverly, her daughter, Deneen, and her friend, Chris McMillan. Prior to his body being transported to the Ottawa County field, the investigation found that Caraballo had been murdered in the basement of their Charlotte, Michigan home. Investigators believed that Beverly McCallum, driven by family strife and financial gain, had planned the murder. Witness accounts and interview reports presented a terrifying image of premeditation. The murder was thought to have been meticulously planned by McMillan, Deneen, and Beverly. Although no life insurance policy was verified, there have been rumors that Beverly might have hoped to profit monetarily from Caraballo's passing. Rather, it seemed to be a murder motivated by animosity and personal strife, with McMillan carrying out the scheme and Beverly controlling her daughter. Investigators discovered that the three suspects had enticed Caraballo into their Charlotte home's basement on the night of the murder, where they fatally wounded him with a blunt object. According to reports, they disposed of the evidence by putting Caraballo's body inside a metal trunk after he passed away. With the intention of erasing any evidence of their crime, they drove the trunk to a blueberry field in Ottawa County, doused it with gasoline, and set it on fire. The painstaking preparation and graphic method of disposal demonstrated the brutality and resolve of those involved. In order to link Beverly, Deneen, and McMillan to the crime, forensic science was essential. Traces of gasoline and accelerant on the metal trunk were consistent with attempts to destroy the body, and any forensic traces and blood evidence discovered in the basement matched Caraballo's DNA. A clear narrative that positioned the murder in the family home prior to the body's transportation to the field was established thanks, in large part, to the efforts of forensic analysts, advancements in DNA testing, and cooperation with local law enforcement. Christopher McMillan finally consented to a plea bargain in exchange for a lighter sentence after increasing pressure. He gave a thorough explanation of what transpired before Caraballo passed away. McMillan explained how Beverly had planned the murder and tricked him and Denane into helping to carry it out. His admission that Caraballo had been murdered in the basement gave the prosecution's case more weight and provided a strong basis for Beverly and Denane's conviction. In relation to Roberto Caraballo's murder, Denane Ducharme was charged with both murder and conspiracy to commit murder. Ducharme made an effort to portray herself as a reluctant participant during the trial by claiming that she was coerced into committing the crime by her mother, Beverly McCallum. She asserted that her mother had manipulated her, forcing her to participate in both the actual murder and the disposal of Caraballo's body. According to her defense team, Ducharme was a victim of circumstance and had fallen victim to McCallum's web of coercion. They made an effort to portray her as obedient and passive, implying that she was motivated by a stronger personality rather than intending to actively participate in the crime. Her defense was questioned by the investigators and prosecution, who contended that the evidence refuted her allegations of manipulation. They implied that Ducharme had not only been aware of the scheme but had voluntarily taken part in it, taking important steps to hide the crime. From the physical attack on Caraballo to the actions taken to destroy his body and obfuscate evidence, the evidence showed that she was not merely a passive bystander, but was actively involved. When Beverly McCallum found out that the investigation was refocusing on her, she left the country in 2015. After evading authorities by moving to different countries, she was eventually found in Rome, Italy in 2019. The case became more complicated due to the international nature of her arrest, necessitating cooperation between Italian and American authorities in order to extradite her. Ultimately, McCallum's attempts to thwart extradition were unsuccessful, and she was sent back to Michigan to stand trial for Caraballo's murder. Beverly McCallum and her daughter Denane Ducharme were charged with first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and mutilation of a dead body at the start of their legal proceedings in Michigan. According to the prosecution, the murder was premeditated, and Beverly was the one who carried out the heinous deed, driven by both malice and financial greed. Beverly allegedly carefully planned Caraballo's murder and enlisted her daughter Denane and friend Christopher McMillan to carry out her plan, according to the prosecution. McMillan, who had previously accepted a plea bargain, testified against Beverly and Denane, offering details about the crime scene, the plot, and the subsequent events. Because of this plea deal, which reduced his sentence in return for his cooperation, Beverly and Denane were left to deal with the full weight of the charges by themselves. The roles that each person played were established by the prosecution, using McMillan's testimony and additional evidence, emphasizing Beverly's leadership in planning and directing the crime. After years of waiting for the case to be settled, Caraballo's loved ones and the community finally felt some justice and closure as a result of the trial and the ensuing court rulings. The possibility that Beverly McCallum is involved in other crimes besides the murder of Roberto Caraballo is another noteworthy feature. According to Amanda, Beverly has a track record of abusing her connections with men, some of whom are from outside the U.S. In one notable instance, Beverly married a man she had known for more than 20 years while residing in Jamaica. This person vanished inexplicably, and despite attempts to get in touch with Beverly, he is still unaccounted for in Jamaica. Following his disappearance, Beverly and her kids are thought to have left the country, which heightens the suspicion that her illegal actions may be a part of a larger pattern. Given Beverly's history of violent and manipulative relationships, and this man's abrupt and unexplained disappearance, it is possible that she is connected to additional unreported crimes. The question of how many more victims might be linked to Beverly's past is raised by this unsolved mystery. The conclusion of the Jack-in-the-Box case, one of Michigan's most eerie unresolved cases, attracted national attention. Audiences found great resonance in the tale of Roberto Caraballo's murder and the treachery of those closest to him. The case's place in American crime history has been cemented by ongoing media coverage and true crime documentaries. Even when all hope seems lost, the investigation's legacy serves as a testament to the commitment of law enforcement and the value of forensic science in bringing about justice. A terrible reminder of the darker side of human nature is the murder of Roberto Caraballo, who was hidden in a metal trunk and set ablaze in a Michigan field. When justice was finally served after years of mystery, a horrifying tale of treachery and family dishonesty was exposed. No matter how much time has passed, Caraballo's memory endures as a reminder of the extent investigators will go to in order to find the truth and provide victims with justice. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A terrible crime is depicted in the tragic events of November 28, 2014 in Fort Worth, Texas. An apartment complex resident named Ashlea Ann Harris, 31, was the target of a vicious and premeditated attack. The events that transpired on that fateful day raised troubling doubts regarding the motivation behind this barbaric deed. The incident started when a worried apartment complex resident called 911 on December 12th. Having called day 1 on a telephone, she called day 209. Emergency personnel hurried to the scene after they reported a fire in one of the units. The fact that this incident would turn into a murder investigation was unknown to them. The apartment was occupied by Ashlea Ann Harris when it caught fire. Nobody was able to verify at first whether Ashley was in the burning apartment. Firefighters fought the fire with courage and were able to contain it. The terrible truth was revealed only after the fire was extinguished. Since Ashley had been in her apartment the entire time, police concluded that the fire was not an accident because of Ashley's body. Ashley had been severely beaten, as evidenced by the pool of blood surrounding her lifeless body. Her ankles suffered the same fate as her hands, which were brutally bound with duct tape, leaving her helpless. There were more indications of violence. Her body was scarred by burns, and she had endured the pain of strangulation. Moreover, her throat had been brutally cut, adding to the horror. As the investigation progressed, it became evident that this was a carefully thought out and horrifyingly carried out murder, rather than merely a tragic accident or an isolated act of violence. After committing this horrible crime, the evidence suggested that someone had purposefully set the apartment on fire. The offender had also sprayed rubbing alcohol on Ashley's bed and other parts of her apartment, seemingly in an effort to cover up any evidence of their actions. But the horrific reality had not been hidden by the fire. The case's apparent lack of motivation was one confusing feature. Since Ashlea's keys were the only item missing from her apartment, investigators were left wondering, what could motivate someone to attack an innocent woman in such a vicious and heartless manner? As law enforcement looked for answers, justice, and closure for Ashlea Ann Harris's bereaved family, the murder investigation would surely be a difficult and heartbreaking one. The police started looking for answers. Interviews with Ashley's neighbors marked the start of their adventure. One of them, Stephen Lee, lived in an apartment next door. He described an odd sighting at around 6:30 a.m. that fateful morning. He was smoking a cigarette on his balcony when he spotted an unknown car parked close by. The car in question was a sleek black Infiniti G35, which was unusual in their peaceful neighborhood. This observation would turn out to be a key clue in the mystery that was developing. But Stephen Lee's story wasn't the only piece of the puzzle. At around 7:30 a.m., Ashley's neighbor Patrick Sweet, who lived directly below her apartment, told the police a terrifying revelation. A spine-tingling scream reverberated from above, startling and upsetting Patrick as he was startled out of his morning routine. After that, he heard a number of disturbing sounds, such as what sounded like a heavy thud and frantic, gasping breaths. He was terrified, but his carbon monoxide detector's blaring alarm was what finally got him to act. He became aware that a fire was occurring, so he quickly called 911 to solve the mystery of Ashley's disappearance. Ashley was employed as an assistant manager at an American Eagle store in the Hulen Mall, and the police painstakingly tracked her movements on the day in question. Their investigation revealed that she had eaten dinner in one of the apartments in their complex on Thanksgiving Day with her close friend Alexis Torres and a group of acquaintances. After dinner, Ashley went to work. The Black Friday sales craze during Ashley's work shift made for a long and exhausting evening. Alexis kindly volunteered to watch Ashley's cherished dog, Nala. Ashley is back at home. Was marked by the early morning. At approximately 3:15 a.m., Alexis visited briefly before leaving after 4 a.m. The timeline started to become crucial to the investigation at this point. According to the police, Ashley died suddenly between 4:15 and 7:30 in the morning. Because of this crucial period, the authorities were keen to find and talk to the owner of the enigmatic black Infiniti G35 in order to provide insight into what happened during those hours. After discovering the black Infiniti G35, the police made the decision to interrogate Alexis, Ashley's friend. She said she didn't know who owned the car. They are intrigued, though, by a tip from Christopher "Chris" Cravey, Ashley's boss. He told the police that he knew a woman named Carol Cervantes, who was a driver of one of these vehicles. The plot twist was that Carter had been fired in August after having previously worked at Ashley Leah's American Eagle store. The police began monitoring Carter's home after obtaining this lead. The following Saturday morning at 8 a.m., their patience paid off when they saw Carter leave her apartment and get into her Infiniti G35 with a man. After that, the man drove her to Hulin Mall, where he parked after dropping her off at the entrance. When the police came to question him, they found that he was actually Clarence, Carter's boyfriend. David Mallory, who used to work at the same American Eagle store, became suspicious when Clarence was unable to provide his driver's license when asked, which resulted in his arrest. Officers observed some odd details about him while he was at the police station. The plastic price tag fastener was still on his brand new ski mask, which showed no signs of wear. In addition, his lower lip, which was visibly swollen even after Clarence was arrested, looked like a recent injury. Despite being seen entering the mall, Carter was never seen again. Instead, she was apprehended at her apartment complex, where she appeared to be doing laundry and taken in for interrogation. Her initial claim that she had not left the apartment complex that day was refuted by surveillance footage, which showed her leaving the mall and making her way home. According to the police, she may have decided to walk the 2 miles home after spotting them conversing with Clarence in the mall parking lot. Notably, they noticed minor scratches on her arms as the puzzle pieces came together. The police had to determine whether Carter and Clarence were involved in Ashley's terrible death, and if so, what the motivation was for the gruesome events that had taken place. A troubling picture of the circumstances leading up to Ashley's untimely death was painted by additional evidence that surfaced. An important turning point in the investigation was when Ashley's missing keys were found, since it turned out that they also provided access to the American Eagle store where she worked. Given that Ashley's keys could open the store safe, the police concluded that Carter and Clarence had planned Ashley's murder. Stealing what they thought was tens of thousands of dollars, presumably amassed from Black Friday sales, seemed to be the crux of their evil scheme. Armed with Ashley's keys, they carried out their plan on a fateful Saturday morning, but when they got to the store, they ran into an unforeseen problem. Their attempt at robbery was foiled by the fact that the locks had already been changed. Additional incriminating evidence was discovered during the search of Carter and Clarence's apartment. They discovered a taser box, a plastic tub with bungee cords and a rope, a lock in a kitchen drawer, and some discarded duct tape. They also found a broken deadbolt lock, 2 more locks that looked like they were used for practice and were marked as lock-picking practice locks, and the black Infiniti G35, a key vehicle in the investigation, which also had sinister secrets inside. They found a plastic bag inside a black garbage bag, a sharpening stone that was probably used for a knife, a 9mm cartridge, a cell phone, a walkie-talkie, and a sheathed buck knife. Notably, they also discovered a kitchen knife, an unopened tarp, and a toboggan with a hole cut in it. The finding was perhaps the most concerning. 3 of a loaded Glock 19 concealed beneath the driver's seat with a bullet in the chamber. The disturbing picture of Carter and Clarence's role in Ashley's murder was painted by these strong pieces of evidence. The state decided not to pursue the death penalty after both defendants were charged with capital murder. Instead, it sought life in prison without the possibility of release for both of them. Carter and Clarence upheld their not guilty pleas in spite of the overwhelming evidence against them, paving the way for a torturous court battle that would ultimately decide their fate. Although the prosecution gave both defendants a largely consistent story, the court cases of Carter, Carol Cervantes, and Clarence, David Mallory, developed independently. But after Carter's case was heard, attention turned to proving that she was the alleged mastermind of the crime. The prosecution believed that Carter and Clarence had several reasons for wanting to hurt Ashlia. First, they thought the two wanted Ashlia's keys, which would allow them to enter the store safe and the large amount of money they assumed was kept there, especially after the Black Friday sales. The prosecution also claimed that Carter and Clarence wanted to exact revenge on Ashley. An additional layer of personal animosity was introduced into the situation when they blamed her for their dismissal. The court proceedings explored the individuals' personal histories. In June 2014, Ashley took over as store manager while her boss, Chris, was on medical leave. An important part of the operation had been played by Carter, the store's assistant manager. Notably, on August 24, 2014, she had also employed Clarence, her boyfriend, to work with her at the same place. A sizable amount of $18,000 inexplicably vanished from the American Eagle store's safe. When Ashlia, who was in charge of locking the store that evening, noticed that the back door had been left open, suspicion was cast on Carter. Clarence was identified in surveillance footage as the person who had broken into the safe and stolen the cash. This finding signaled the start of a series of events that would ultimately result in a tragic conclusion. Chris, Ashlia's boss, didn't find out that Carter had employed Clarence until after the theft. It was shocking to learn that Clarence had a history with the American Eagle brand, having worked at an Amarillo store. However, his record in the American Eagle system was marked as non-rehirable, meaning he should not be employed at any American Eagle location. Chris revealed something shocking. In order to evade detection and get around any warning signs, Carter had changed Clarence's name and social security number in the system and manipulated his personnel file. This information implied a troubling degree of Carter and Clarence's collusion. It became clear as hostilities increased that Carter and Clarence had been plotting Ashley's kidnapping and key retrieval. Images of Ashley's apartment, her apartment door, and her car were among the incriminating evidence found on their cell phones. On their cell phones, police also found latitude and longitude coordinates. The terrifying story was further enhanced by Detective Cedillo's testimony, which disclosed that one of Clarence's texts included coordinates that, when entered into Google Earth, identified a location close to Lufkin, Texas. Detective Cedillo discovered a terrifying hole at this location that was 6 feet long, 2.5 feet wide, and 3 feet deep. It looked grimly like a grave for a human. The prosecution argued that the original plan was to kidnap Ashlia, threaten her with a pistol, and then kill her somewhere else. But when Ashley refused to let them into her apartment, their plans took a sinister turn, and she tragically died there. More disturbing evidence surfaced. 2 shovels, a box of plastic sheeting, and a box of Craftsman sockets were found by police when they searched Clarence's Cadillac, indicating a sinister and planned motive. These disclosures presented an unsettling image of a well-thought-out crime in which Carter and Clarence were purportedly driven by retaliation as well as financial gain. As the trial went on, the prosecution called witnesses who provided more insight into the terrible circumstances surrounding Ashlia's passing. Jeff Kaiser, Ashley's close friend and neighbor, was one such witness. Jeff described the terrifying morning when he was startled awake by the sound of fire alarms, recognizing that Ashley's apartment was in danger, and he acted quickly after noticing her car was still parked outside. He hurried upstairs without thinking and kicked down Ashley's apartment door with courage. When Jeff walked in, he saw a chaotic scene. The apartment was filled with smoke, and the sprinkler system sprayed water, making the place dangerous and confusing. Even though it was dangerous, Jeff tried to crawl toward the kitchen to get to Ash, but the dense smoke soon overpowered him and he had to back off to get some fresh air. Unfazed, he made 2 more heroic attempts, but the smoke was too thick to handle. Luckily, rescue efforts were taken over by firefighters who had already arrived on the scene. Arson investigator Wallace E. Hood Jr. offered crucial information about the fire's cause. He stated in his testimony that he was able to pinpoint several places where the fire started, including Ashley's bed and the closet. One particularly unsettling discovery was the smoke detector's purposeful removal and hiding under the mattress. These discoveries suggested a malevolent and deliberate act meant to hide the fire, and make Ashley's chances of surviving even more difficult. With a string of gripping incidents and testimony, the courtroom drama went on. The prosecution showed surveillance footage taken in front of the American Eagle store on November 29 at around 2 in the morning, which showed an enigmatic individual trying to operate the gate lock. The prosecution claimed it was Carter, but the person's face was hidden. The altered locks made it impossible for them to unlock and raise the gate, despite their obvious attempts. This implied that Carter might have had plans involving the crime or the store. Unaware that the police were observing them, Carter and Clarence returned to the mall at 8 a.m. that same day, the court was informed. Given the previous unsuccessful attempt to enter the store, this raised concerns about their intentions and behavior. In the parking lot of the mall, Clarence was taken into custody. He told the police that Carter had gone inside to get some documents. Carter was not present in the mall when the police searched it, though. Suspicions regarding her movements and activities were raised when she was eventually found at her apartment complex. Important details regarding Ashley's injuries were supplied by Dr. Richard Fries, a deputy medical examiner at the Tarrant County Medical Examiner's Office. The extent of her physical trauma was graphically depicted by the autopsy. Among Ashley's many wounds were cuts to her cheek, scalp, and left side of her face. Her chin was scraped, her lip had laceration and scrape marks, and her right side was marred by a patterned bruise, with additional bruises discovered around her left eye and between her eyes. The most unsettling finding was probably a star-shaped cut behind her left ear with a bruise surrounding it, which the medical examiner determined was the result of a pistol blow. The testimony described Ashley's experience in a distressing way, implying that she had been beaten viciously and savagely. Ashley sustained multiple wounds, including a knife wound to her neck, bruising and abrasions to her right arm, chest, and neck. Ashley suffered multiple blows to her face, according to testimony from Dr. Fries, a witness in the case. Additionally, he mentioned that Ashley's eyes had patachi, which suggested that she might have been strangled or suffocated. Dr. Fries clarified that a fractured cricoid, a neck cartilage, is more frequently linked to severe force or auto accidents and is rarely observed in asphyxia or strangulation cases. Ashley's death was ruled a homicide after he determined that she died from asphyxia and blunt force trauma to her head and neck. Carter's trial was surrounded by a compelling and heartbreaking courtroom drama. The foundation of her defense was the claim that she was not responsible for Ashley's untimely death. She bravely removed the layers of fear and manipulation that had surrounded her life by taking the stand to testify in her own defense. Carter's testimony portrayed Clarence as a domineering and dangerous man, painting an unsettling picture of their relationship. She disclosed that he had a terrifying amount of control over her day-to-day activities, including deciding when she was allowed to eat and drink. As she admitted to trying to rob the American Eagle store, the entire courtroom listened intently, but she maintained that Clarence's threatening words were what forced her to commit this crime. She told of the terrifying time he pulled out a gun and gave her the order to steal. To make matters worse for her, he claimed that if she refused to accept the money, a dangerous threat would be waiting outside her parents' house, threatening their lives. Carter's story took a darker turn when she described a horrific experience in which she was raped by 2 unidentified men. She claimed that Clarence himself had allowed these attackers to enter her apartment, and she had to endure the unspeakable cruelty of their acts. Carter adamantly insisted that Ashley was innocent on the fateful night of her murder. She testified that she was asleep in her bed and did not know where Clarence was at the time. She strongly denied any role in Ashley's death and firmly stated that she was not involved in the tragic incident. In a remarkably quick decision that took only 2 hours, the jury remained skeptical despite Carter's compelling testimony and returned a guilty verdict. Carter was given a life sentence without the chance of release as a result. That was not the end of the case. Clarence also appeared in court, arguing that he was innocent of Ashley's murder, but the same lack of response was given to his claims. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, just like Carter, after the jury, clearly unimpressed by his claims, found him guilty as charged. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The frequency with which people are buried alive in movies makes you unconsciously believe that this never occurs in real life. Regretfully, incidents like this do happen, and the best evidence of this is a story that happened in Huddersfield, UK 10 years ago. Marcin and Michalina fell in love right away. When their feelings waned, however, Michalina insisted that it was time for her to move abroad and begin a new life. Marcin, though, would sooner kill her than let it happen. Not all people separate like well-mannered adults do. Some people think they can literally bury all of their problems in the ground. Here, 19-year-old Marcin Kaspak and 21-year-old Michalina Lewandowski first crossed paths in their home country of Poland in 2005. A year later, Marcin asked Michalina to marry him, and the two of them relocated to the UK to begin a new life together. But things soured between them in 2008 after Michalina found out she was expecting a child. They canceled their engagement, but they still lived together in Marcin's parents' home. Michalina wore her engagement ring even after the engagement ended because she still loved Marcin and hoped they could resolve their differences. That was not meant to be, unfortunately. By 2011, Marcin's lack of interest in making amends with Michalina was clear. In an effort to stay away from her, he trained 5 times a week at the gym and spent nearly all of his free time there. Unexpectedly, however, Marcin asked Michalina to accompany him and his friend, 18-year-old Patrick Boris, on a shopping trip on Saturday, May 28, 2011. Michalina was taken aback because Marcin didn't often show an interest in hanging out with her. Still, she was relieved and hoped that things would get better now. The girl quickly went to the restroom to apply makeup. Jakub, their 3-year-old son, was fortunately with his grandmother, Marcin's mother, on that particular day, and was not present when the events transpired. Upon exiting the restroom, Michalina noticed Patrick and Marcin gazing at her with a horrifying smile on their lips. Taking Michalina's hand, Marcin said, "I want to show you something." Then he took a 300,000-volt stun gun out of his pocket, put it to her neck, and pressed the trigger. The agony swept through Michalina's body as she collapsed to the ground. Bodybuilder Marcin, who weighed 101 kg, saw her convulse from the electric shock while kneeling on her chest and holding her down on the ground. Momentarily regaining consciousness, Michalina asked Marcin if he meant to murder her, to which he replied that she should not be afraid, as he would simply take her somewhere. Patrick was then told to get some packing tape. The men taped Michalina's mouth shut, gagged her, and then tied her wrists and ankles. They shocked her with electricity once more before abandoning her, frightened and bound. Even though she initially believed it to be a mean joke, she was now certain of their true motivations. She was immobile and worried about fainting, not knowing if she would ever regain consciousness. Michalina was hauled into the kitchen and crammed into a cardboard box by Marcin and Patrick a few hours later. One day, they brought up a plastic bag. Marcin started to tape the box shut, but she thought they were going to put it over her head to suffocate her. The girl struggled to scream as she lost what little peace she still had. Then Marcin got on his knees, chuckled, and declared, "I've been hating you for 4 years. Your son will never be seen again." His uncanny composure on his face was more terrifying than the hateful words he spoke in this scene. The cardboard box was sealed. Then the men picked it up from both sides, carried it to Patrick's car, and put it in the trunk. The girl knew they had gone far before Patrick and Marcin took the box away. Michalina felt her back being scratched by the stones as the men pulled her along the ground. The fact that Marcin and Patrick had taken her to a wooded area close to Huddersfield was hidden from her inside the box. After digging a shallow grave beforehand, they buried the box containing Michalina inside. Michalina was lying in the box, still in excruciating pain and terrified, when she heard the men hurling dirt onto her grave. The box itself was dark and extremely small. In an attempt to keep from passing out, Michalina began breathing as shallowly as she could, because she was certain she would suffocate. In an effort to determine whether the car had moved on so she could start to flee, she strained her hearing. That Marcin would hit her with a shovel if they were still around when she tried to escape was no longer a possibility. Even though Michalina was unable to hear a car leaving, she eventually made the decision to take action, whether or not they were in the area. She made an effort to maintain her composure despite the thousands of ideas racing through her mind. She would later admit that she kept going because she was thinking about her little boy, Jakub. She would never see him again if she passed away, and he would be left motherless. She could not let that occur. Looking down at her restrained wrists, Micheline realized she had her diamond engagement ring, which she could use to break free. Michalina was able to sever the tape that bound her mouth, hands, and feet with the ring's sharp edges. She started scratching at the box's cardboard after that. After some time, she managed to make a tiny hole in the cardboard, which she discovered was a little damp, perhaps from the wet dirt that had been piled on top of it. Through the gap, Michalina stuck her fingers out and ripped the box apart. She only felt dirt, though. The same dirt that had been thrown on her grave by her boyfriend. She was still unaware at the time that, in addition to the meter-deep layer of dirt they had buried her beneath, they had also positioned a 40-kilogram log on top to make sure she couldn't get out. As more and more dirt soaked into the box, it covered her clothes, hair, and face. Michalina cried out for assistance, but no one was there to hear her. Her body shook with pain, and she grew weary, but she knew that continuing on was essential if she hoped to see her son again. "Don't give up," she said to herself again. Simply, don't give up. Michalina persisted in pushing, tearing, and pounding at the cardboard box until she managed to reach out her whole hand and raise her head above the floor. She breathed in the fresh air with anticipation. She could see the sky above her head, the trees, and the leaves, even though it was dark. Even though Michalina was completely covered in dirt and had lost all her strength, she no longer had any doubts about her ability to get away. Finally, she was able to pull herself up and claw her way out from under the ground with one last effort. After being in the box for an hour, Michalina miraculously emerged from her grave. In addition to surviving, she saved herself by using the diamond engagement ring that her would-be murderer had given her. Running toward the road from the woods, Michalina signaled a passing vehicle. That the driver didn't run away in fear when he saw a weak, dirt-covered woman come out onto the road was a great blessing for her. He listened to her and then stopped to call the police to find out what had happened. Michalina showed the police the cardboard box where she had been left to suffer her last moments in horrifying pain when they arrived at the crime scene 15 minutes later. Without a doubt, Marcin had never been more terrified in his life than he was when the police knocked on his door and told him he was being taken into custody on charges of attempted murder and kidnapping. He resisted for a long time, claiming that his intention was not to kill Michalina, but simply to frighten her. But no one took this defense seriously, so it didn't do him much good. After leaving Michalina to die, the men took PS500 from an ATM using her bank card, went home, and began playing video games, as the police quickly learned. In fact, Marcin was not planning to return for Michalina. His idea was completely different. Marcin, 25, was a dedicated bodybuilder who had become dependent on anabolic steroids, which led to his frequent outbursts. He concluded that it would be best for his son to grow up without a mother at all. After learning that Michalina had decided to leave the fight for their relationship and was going to return to Poland with Jakub, Michalina would not be able to raise his grandson as well as his own mother. With the intention of killing his ex-fiancée, he came up with one of the most horrific ways to end her life. Marcin was given a 20-year prison term after being found guilty of attempted murder and kidnapping in January 2012. Although Patrick was convicted of kidnapping, he was not found guilty of attempted murder. He received a 4.5-year sentence in a juvenile detention center. Both men were not eligible for parole until they had completed half of their sentences. Marcin won't, however, be available for purchase anytime soon. The police searched his parents' home, where he lived with Michalina and their son after he was arrested. The house contained a variety of chemicals and instructions for making explosives, according to the police. Consequently, Marcin received 8 more 4-year sentences for the explosives, while already serving his sentence for attempted murder. I prevented him from achieving his goal of killing me in the most horrific manner possible, even though he wished for my demise. I battled my way out of that grave with the last of my strength. Following the delivery of the guilty verdict, Michalina remarked, "Now it is he who is imprisoned." Even after learning that her ex-lover had received a 20-year sentence, Michalina is still terrified. Despite having moved to a different home far from Huddersfield with her son, whose address is kept secret for their safety, Michalina acknowledged following the trial that she still has nightmares about what she endured. I was buried alive and trapped in that shallow grave, and I was afraid that my life was over and that I would pass away. In order to survive and care for my young son, I prayed to God. I had the courage to leave that box and flee when I thought of my son. I had a deep affection for Marcin Kasbak for many years, but after the terrible attack on me, my affections for him deteriorated into hatred. I still have nightmares about Marcin returning, finding me, and killing me. I'm hoping he understands how wrong what he did to me was. The difficulties I faced that day, at the hands of a man I trusted and loved, are something I hope no one else will ever have to go through. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This was only the start of a call in which Derek Rosa, a 13-year-old son, would divulge information so startling and unthinkable that even the experienced dispatcher would find it hard to believe what she was hearing. Officers arrived at the horrific scene within minutes. Unaware that they were going to come across one of the most unsettling cases they had ever come across, the police carried on with their investigation. Derek shockingly called 911 on October 12, 2023, to report that his mother, Irina Garcia, was hurt at their apartment in Hialeah, Florida. The most horrifying crime they could have ever envisioned began with that unsettling 911 call. Derek appeared to be experiencing intense grief during the call, as he told the authorities that his mother, Irina Garcia, had been confirmed dead. A 13-year-old son reporting the news to the dispatcher would have been a heartbreaking moment, but everyone was about to be shocked by the horrible secrets concealed behind this call. "I shared some pictures with my friends," he told the dispatcher. What images would he have been able to show his friends? Derek quickly gave the answer when he disclosed yet another startling fact that caught everyone off guard. It was shocking to hear Derek tell the dispatcher that he killed his mother. Derek's motivations are still unknown, but he was going to divulge information that would only make matters worse. The apartment was occupied by 3 people. Given that Derek and the newborn baby were in the apartment, the dispatcher recognized the urgency of the situation right away. To protect the infant, the police had to move quickly. To find out what had happened, detectives raced to the crime scene. Everyone in the area was shocked when the police arrived and took Derek into custody. Derek was standing with bloody hands and no remorse at all. Without any delay, the detectives got to work on their investigation. They found Irina lying on the bed with her newborn baby covered in blood, and they also found a pool of blood on the floor of her room. Derek had committed the heinous crime of stabbing his mother more than 40 times. After attempting to collect all of the evidence discovered in room 201, the authorities were taken aback when they came across a crucial piece of evidence that left the entire team in shock. Just before Derek dialed 911 on the evening of October 12, 2023, they first discovered the doorbell camera footage. When Irina was last seen, she was nursing her newborn child, according to the footage from the doorbell camera. A moment later, Derek showed up and hurried off. Derek asked why Irina always told him to run slowly after she told him, in Spanish, not to run too fast. Then he walked out of the apartment and then came back in. What might have caused that horrific crime? Derek might have been annoyed by his mother's worry, but the question was still unanswered. In addition to remembering Derek's 911 call exchange with the dispatcher, the detectives needed to figure out how he was carrying a weapon. Furthermore, just as he was about to reveal yet another unexpected development, the dispatcher asked if he had any weapons at home. He soon disclosed a startling reality. He acknowledged that after killing his mother, he intended to use the gun he had to end his own life. The fact that Derek had attempted self-harm shocked the detectives. It exposed his unstable mental state at the time of the murder. They were uncertain, though, whether it was the product of mental illness or a deliberate act. The video of Irina's murder was the first important piece of evidence the detectives were about to see, and they were shocked to find it. The video clearly showed Irina lying on the bed with her newborn baby gently comforting her. However, in a subsequent clip, Derek was seen standing over Irina with his hand in motion, suggesting that he'd attacked her while she was asleep. The knife that Derek claimed he used to attack his mother was also discovered by the authorities. Luckily, he didn't hurt his sister, but these pictures were sufficient proof that Derek killed his mother. In addition, he admitted that after killing his mother, he had sent 2 pictures to his online friend, one of himself and the other of his mother, who had passed away. His hand was obviously covered in blood in the picture he sent to his friend, which amply demonstrated the gravity of the situation. The revelation of a 13-year-old son who not only murdered his mother, but also dared to show pictures of the crime to someone was startling. Once the detectives gathered sufficient evidence, they became certain that something was wrong with Derek. The investigators recognized the importance of comprehending the family's history, as it could reveal information about Derek too. Without any delay, the investigators began their investigation to ascertain the precise cause of his behavior. They focused on investigating Derek's background and his family. Derek Rosa, a former model student, consistently made the honor roll and excelled academically. According to the teachers, they described him as a good boy and an intelligent one. He was very close to his mother, Irina Garcia. In the family, the one who received the most caring attention from Irina was Derek. For his emotional life, the relationship was therefore important. But when Irina became pregnant with a girl in early 2023, everything changed. The newborn's arrival somewhat altered the dynamics of the household. Derek was left feeling defeated on the sidelines as Irina instantly turned her focus to the baby. Derek was more emotionally affected by the shifts in family dynamics, which made him more shy and envious of his younger sister. According to some people involved in the case, Derek might have felt abandoned and believed that the new baby was receiving the same amount of love that his mother used to give him. Adding to the emotional strain mentioned earlier, Derek's father, Frank Ramos, was a truck driver who was often away from home due to his rigorous delivery routes. Irina had to take care of all the housework and childcare because he only came home a few times a month. Even though there were no overt signs of severe family strife, the investigators later came to the conclusion that Derek might have felt lonely and emotionally deprived as a result of the lack of a father figure and a newborn child. Derek became more and more resentful as the months went by. Over the course of the evening of October 12, 2023, it became violent. The video from the baby monitor that showed Derek standing over his mother while she slept was found by the police. This terrifying incident occurred shortly before Irina passed away. According to the police, Derek acted out of jealousy, displaced aggression, and a desire to win back his mother's affection and control over the family. The investigators felt compelled to question Derek in order to obtain a more thorough understanding. The investigators took extra care when questioning him because he was only 13 years old and might be dealing with psychological problems. Detective Gonzalez started asking Derek straightforward questions so he wouldn't feel threatened. They began by posing straightforward queries to Derek regarding his daily schedule. In order to learn more about Derek's whereabouts and mental state before the incident, the detectives immediately focused on the events of the morning of October 12. As he interacted with the authorities, Derek seemed composed and helpful, demonstrating a solid grasp of his family's dynamics. He talked about spending weekends with his stepfather, Frank Ramos, and the family didn't seem to be having any problems. After that, detectives turned their attention to what had happened that evening. Derek appeared to hesitate before answering this question when detectives asked it. Derek had been giving accurate information up until that point, but the detectives were about to ask a crucial question when he gave them an unexpected response. When the detectives asked him what weapon he used to stab his mother, he gave them an unexpected answer. Derek casually brought up the size of the murder weapon. He seemed to be casually speaking with the authorities, displaying no remorse, and he was not aware of the grave consequences of his crime. The detectives carried on their discussion. He disclosed yet another startling fact. He had stolen the gun from his stepfather's closet and tried but failed to shoot himself. They were hoping to learn more about his friend, with whom he shared the crime photos, and the conversation was going well so far. It was important to mention that he spoke with Sweden, an online friend, virtually every weekend. Additionally, Derek confided in him enough to share pictures of the crime, suggesting that they may have discussed something significant. As a result, the detectives quickly turned their attention to Derek's conversation with his friend. Detective Gonzalez noticed something on Derek's shirt just as he was about to mention the 911 call. He remained unaffected, even though the officers were appalled by the evidence of his crime on his shirt. Rather, he calmly held up his bleeding hand. Derek was clearly emotionally detached as he explained what he had done. The investigators asked the crucial question, and shortly after, the graphic depiction of Derek's crime surfaced, frightening them. It was genuinely terrifying when Derek described the crime in detail, demonstrating each stage of his assault on Irina with hand gestures. Derek was obviously fully conscious when he committed the crime. He was clearly uncomfortable when the detectives questioned him about why he killed his mother, and he quickly came up with a reason to use the restroom. Still, the investigators persisted in asking the same question. Derek asked for a lawyer after becoming uncooperative. Without Derek Rose's confession to explain his actions, the case was still being investigated. Nevertheless, detectives gathered enough evidence, such as CCTV footage, a knife found at the scene, and photos from the crime scene, to create a case. Given that Derek chose the best time and location to carry out the murder, this evidence demonstrated that he was a premeditated killer. Derek was charged with first-degree murder and made his first court appearance on October 15, 2023. He showed no remorse for the charges against him and remained emotionless and icy throughout the hearing. Derek's defense attorney asked for a postponement of the hearing, claiming that they had not yet received the state attorney's notice of intent. They also asked whether psychological factors might have been involved and talked about the part that some mental health conditions may have played. Evidence quickly refuted this, demonstrating that Derek had searched for prohibited items on Google at 6 p.m. on October 12, 2023. At 6 p.m. on October 12, he did conduct Google searches. He entered the following search terms: Is a small knife good for killing? What is the best place to stab someone? And the carotid artery image diagram. This search history revealed evidence of planning, which bolstered the prosecution's claim that the act was planned rather than spontaneous. Derek was moved from the adult jail to a juvenile detention facility at the request of Derek's defense lawyers. They claimed that Derek needed a psychological test that could only be performed in a juvenile facility because of his age. The prosecution, however, disagreed, claiming that Derek's search history demonstrated premeditation and that this offense was extremely serious. But the defense also brought up his mental health problems. He had been diagnosed with ADHD by a psychologist and on the autism spectrum by another specialist. They further supported their case for Derek's placement in a juvenile detention facility by highlighting the fact that he had threatened to hurt himself. It was evident to the psychologists who examined the case that Derek's actions on that fateful night were the result of a well-thought-out plan rather than an impulse. He had planned what he was going to do because he was captured on the baby monitor above Irina. The most concerning evidence of Derek's mental illness also surfaced after the crime, when he shared a selfie and a picture of his mother's lifeless body with a friend. This conduct revealed a lack of any fundamental humanity, which is a trait frequently lacking in psychopathic people. Throughout the trial, Derek's family steadfastly supported him in spite of the overwhelming evidence against him. One particularly poignant instance was when Derek's grandmother, representing his family's steadfast support, waved at him and blew him a kiss from the courtroom. At this point, more than 50 people were shouting Derek-supporting slogans while holding banners outside the court. On November 7, 2023, the organizers presented him as an innocent teen and a former honor student. Regardless of the offense, Derek's supporters argued for his opportunity to change. A hearing regarding the admissibility of evidence was held on December 15, 2023. Citing the premeditated nature of the crime, the judge decided, after considering the facts, that Derek would continue to be held in adult custody. His supporters criticized this decision, claiming it disregarded his age and mental health conditions. Derek's defense team keeps arguing for a lighter sentence as the case progresses, claiming that life in prison without the possibility of release would be unfair to a child of his age. The trial has come to represent the complexity of juvenile justice, bringing up tough issues for society to consider. Do serious crimes committed by minors deserve life in prison, or should they be given an opportunity to change? The court will further evaluate Derek's mental health and determine his ultimate sentence at the next hearing, which may be set for December 2024. Derek is currently being held in adult custody under 24-hour supervision while his family and the general public await the outcome. Traditional ideas of guilt, innocence, and rehabilitation in the legal system have been called into question by the case, which has had a long-lasting effect. What elements, in your opinion, might have contributed to Derek's choice to carry out this crime? His actions could have been motivated by a number of things, including jealousy, specific psychological issues, or the possible influence of his online friend. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. While investigating the crime scene on April 29, 1998, Delaware police noticed a car in the distance. However, the car suddenly stopped, turned around, and started back without even approaching within 100 meters. Although they were aware of the driver's actions, detectives paid little attention to them. Why would they do so, after all? They had no idea, though, that this story might have turned out very differently if they had followed the enigmatic driver. When Debbie was 21 and Nino Pitts was 24, they first met. At a party, Nino asked their mutual friend Bill Sharp if he knew of any attractive girls he could introduce to his mother. This led to their introduction. Debbie was introduced to Nino by Bill, who said she was a wonderful girl. After dating for a while, Debbie and Nino were married in 1973. For 25 years, their lives were just like those of millions of other couples in the modern world. Both of their twins, Michael and Melissa, had grown up and were enrolled in college. The couple was getting ready to celebrate their 25th wedding anniversary in a low-key way when all of a sudden, things changed. On a lovely sunny day in Delaware on April 29, 1998, Debbie made the decision to plant rose bushes in front of their home. She had never been a gardener, so Nino was shocked to see her doing this when he got home, but he was happy to see that she was obviously enjoying it. Debbie was expecting a call from work, so she asked him to give her a call at about 4 p.m. With a nod, Nino entered. When Debbie had a gut feeling that it had been over 4 hours, she kept caring for the flowers. She assumed Nino had just forgotten her request, so she didn't give it much thought. The woman rose and entered the house, but she was struck in the head and fell to the ground before she could reach the kitchen. Debbie was in shock and couldn't comprehend what was going on. She could hardly see because her glasses had fallen, but she could make out a stranger's silhouette standing over her. "Where did you keep your money?" he demanded. Debbie became aware that the house had been broken into. As the man searched through her possessions, she lay on the ground. She still felt that Nino ought to have saved her already, but she was worried that he might suffer harm if he did. In the meantime, the intruder threw her face down on the concrete floor, tied her wrists and ankles, and dragged her downstairs to the basement. She was violated by the man. Debbie was shocked by what was happening and writhed in agony. She had been caring for her roses in her cherished garden only 20 minutes prior, and now she was facing this humiliation on her own house's floor. The attacker pulled up his sweatpants and walked away when it was all over. The brute reappeared and pulled Debbie back up the stairs, this time from the basement, just when Debbie thought the horror was over. He kept a knife to her throat, covered her with a blanket, and carried her to a car parked near the front door, placing her in the trunk. Debbie didn't even realize she had just been abducted, because she was in such a state of shock. However, the man started the car, so she didn't have time for that. Debbie was trying to break free already. She wanted to break the bonds so she could begin kicking, biting, screaming, or doing anything else to get away or draw attention when the criminal opened the trunk again. But when he opened the trunk, her plan fell through. Debbie was horrified to see that no one was willing to assist her and that she was already in the garage. She was brought back inside the house by the kidnapper. It took him only one look to realize that Debbie had attempted to loosen the ropes after she was flung onto the room's bed. Furious, he violated her once more and punished her harshly. She sobbed and pleaded for forgiveness, but the more she pleaded, the more vicious he became. He chuckled and obviously enjoyed her suffering. Debbie saw that he probably had some illegal substances in his system. He bound her hands and feet to satiate his desire, then tied the ropes around her ankles and wrists to render her immobile. The attacker left her, closing her eyes and mouth. She thought she was saved when she heard 2 loud shots shortly after, assuming it was the police rescuing her. Debbie's absence was immediately noticed at work. As a hospice nurse, her dependability and timeliness were always undeniable. Therefore, a co-worker went to her home at 6:30 p.m. when she was unreachable. When Debbie's co-worker noticed the Pitts family's neighbor, she introduced herself and inquired as to whether he had seen her. She had been planting roses in the garden, he retorted, adding that the house's side door was always open if she wasn't answering. The woman came inside. There was silence. She summoned Debbie. Her glasses were on the floor, and her possessions, including her wedding ring, were on the kitchen table. The woman kept phoning Nino and Debbie. She discovered Nino in the bedroom, but Debbie was nowhere to be seen. He had been shot in the head, and it was clear that he was no longer able to be helped. Only the following day did Debbie see the kidnapper. He described how he saw the headlights pointed at his windows and assumed the police had found him. Concerned that the neighbors might have heard or seen something, he fired 2 shots from the window. Then he loudly turned up the TV or the radio. Debbie was horrified to learn that Anthony Pitts, Nino, had been shot in his own house when the news program began. The police suspected her of killing her husband and made her a fugitive. She hadn't even considered the possibility that Nino had suffered any harm until that point. She felt that everything had happened so fast. She had gone inside, she had been attacked by a stranger, and her husband had no idea where she was. Debbie found it hard to believe that Nino had been hurt by her kidnapper. The woman was shaken when the man abruptly apologized for having to kill her husband and just walked out of the room. She had just learned something that was really hard for her to understand. She understood that she would be her attacker's next victim because he was not only a thief and a violator but also a murderer. She also realized that she couldn't grieve for her husband because doing so would only make him angry. All Debbie could think about was her kids. They were adults, of course, but they had to cope with 2 horrific shocks: the death of their father and the disappearance of their mother, who was suspected of killing him. Detectives spoke with friends and family in the interim, but they were unable to determine Nino's killer. The 2 had a great relationship according to everyone's testimony. The neighbors never heard any screams and they never got into a fight. Furthermore, Debbie couldn't see anything without her glasses, so she would never leave the house without them. The fact that their primary suspect was fighting for her life only 5 miles away was unthinkable to the police. In a follow-up interview, the neighbor recalled seeing a car parked directly in front of the family's home, despite the fact that he had not heard any screams. A man had driven off after placing a blanket in the trunk. In fact, tire marks were discovered by detectives on the lawn directly outside the house, which was extremely unusual for such a wealthy neighborhood. The police determined they were dealing with a kidnapping after finding Debbie's glasses on the kitchen floor, which prevented her from seeing anything. 52 hours later, the kidnapper showed a new side of himself. He untied his victim and addressed her normally. He had hardly spoken to her more than a few words at a time before, so this was very unusual. The man acknowledged that he was thinking of letting her go, but was worried that she would tell the police about his house. Debbie took these words to heart. She had to persuade him to actually let her go if he was thinking about it. Since she could hardly see without her glasses, she assured him that she would not tell anyone about him. She addressed him respectfully as Sir. He'd brought her in the trunk, so she didn't know where the house was either. But as soon as the hope for Debbie began to grow, it was dashed when he said he couldn't let her go. Then, as though he were thinking out loud, he said that he would only be sentenced to 10 years in prison if he removed all illegal substances from the house. Debbie became aware that the person she was interacting with was not very smart. Could he have been so gullible as to believe that assault, kidnapping, and murder only resulted in 10 years? She made the decision to use her cunning to help him see her as a person rather than a victim. She spoke to him calmly, and this strategy worked. He let her sleep in his bed that night after taking the shackles off her eyes and mouth. The kidnapper informed Debbie that she needed to shower on the morning of the 3rd day. She was denied access to the restroom by the man, even though it was necessary, but Debbie didn't feel strong enough to stand under the water after being confined for so long. He gave in to her request for a bath. The least of her concerns was that taking a bath and undressing in front of a stranger made her uncomfortable. The man asked if she planned to wash her hair after noticing that she was done. She responded that she couldn't do it right now because her wrists and hands were so painful and swollen that she couldn't even lift them. He therefore gave her hair a wash himself. Debbie felt uncomfortable allowing her husband's killer to touch her hair because it felt like another act of violence. However, she controlled her emotions. The man raped her once more after forcing her to put on his clothes after the bath. The kidnapper didn't realize that Debbie needed to eat until the fourth day. She asked him to buy a newspaper when he went out to eat. Ironically, he did as he was told. They read the newspaper and ate together. Although she didn't express it, it stated that the police had no suspects and that Debbie had previously been brought up by her family, which deeply distressed her. The kidnapper, however, seemed extremely happy and even proud of himself. Since no one suspected him and no one knew where she was, he thought he had committed the ideal crime. The kidnapper told Debbie he was going to work on April 24, the fifth day she was held captive. Even though he came back within 20 minutes, presumably to see how she was doing, he had stated this several times previously. Still, Debbie made the decision that today was the day. She had to do something if she was going to get away. She complained of the terrible pain in her wrists and told him that he had to think of something else if he wanted to keep her alive. The man complained that Debbie was becoming too costly for him and consented to replace the ropes around her wrists and ankles with handcuffs. They cost $5 each, he said when asked what he meant. Stated differently, he only gave her one meal, spent $10 on handcuffs, and most likely wouldn't spend much more. She had to leave immediately. He fastened the handcuffs to her wrists and ankles with a rope, said aloud that he was going to work, and shut the door. She was unable to move her hands because of the rope, but she was able to move her wrists thanks to the handcuffs. Debbie, on the other hand, took her time and was correct. An hour or so later, she heard the front door softly open and close. Debbie became aware that the test was successful. She began to move her hands, releasing the rope that held the two handcuffs together. Then she walked warily to the door and froze in terror. What if he remained behind the door and became furious upon realizing that his victim had set herself free? When Debbie heard her husband say, "Hold on, dear," she tried to calm herself. Gathering her courage, she opened the door, ready to either die in that house or escape. Nobody was in the back of it. Debbie felt her way to the living room in the dark and saw the telephone. She managed to reach for it with her restrained hands and dialed 911. Sadly, the operator didn't recognize Debbie's name when she gave it to him. She went on to say that she had been abducted and that her husband had been killed. When the operator inquired about the perpetrator's current location, she said that he was at work, but could come back before the police showed up. Thankfully, the police arrived in less than 6 minutes after tracking down the call. She was reassured and told that the police were on their way by the operator, who stayed on the line the entire time. All of the feelings Debbie had been suppressing for nearly a week erupted when the police finally broke in. Her husband's death, the kidnapping, the violence, and the surprise rescue all blended into one. After being transported to the hospital, Debbie finally got to see her kids and other family members who had traveled from across the nation to show their support for Michael and Melissa. It was an odd mixture of emotions. Although Nino's murder consumed everyone's attention, they were also relieved to see Debbie still alive. The owner of the home where Debbie was being held was easily identified by the police. Donald Flagg was a factory worker who spent his free time robbing and attacking women. Donald gave in without protest and admitted to everything. Additionally, he provided clarification on a few points that the police were unaware of. He was just strolling past the Pitts family's home that day when he noticed Debbie caring for the roses. He went inside and waited in the kitchen, his eyes fixed on her. Because of the nearby construction and the lawnmowers in operation, Debbie was unable to hear the shot. He became acutely aware that he had not taken anything from the house after the attacker abducted Debbie. He went back to the victim's home, missing a great chance to make money. But the police officers at the crime scene had already surrounded it. Investigators had no reason to pursue the driver when they noticed a car stop suddenly and turn around. They didn't know it was their suspect until much later. The man's attorney persuaded him to enter an insanity plea in spite of his confession. Debbie was forced to testify in court as a result. Luckily, she was well prepared by her psychologist. In order to get used to the attacker's face and avoid displaying too many emotions, he asked Debbie to call him by name and look at his picture more frequently. This performed flawlessly in court. Not only did she maintain her composure, but she even turned to face her tormentor, making him turn away. Donald Flagg was convicted in spite of the lawyer's best efforts. He was given 8 consecutive life sentences, plus an extra 166 years in prison by the judge. Additionally, he will spend 10 years in solitary confinement from April 20 to April 24, the same period that Debbie was held captive. Even Debbie is relieved that he won't hurt anyone else. She later expressed regret for not going to violence victim groups. She had to speak up, but her family didn't want to talk to her about what had happened because they found it too painful. Helping other assault victims helped Debbie find healing. She gave lectures, wrote a book about her experience that was required reading at some American universities, and even assisted the Delaware Rescue Service in changing its operations to find the caller much more quickly. Debbie even mustered the courage to confront Donald in prison and ask him the question that had been bothering her for so long. Was he going to murder her? Yes, he replied. He didn't intend to let her die. Bill Sharp, the same Bill who had first introduced her to Nino, got in touch with her after learning of Debbie's fate. During Debbie's challenging trial process, they had a face-to-face meeting and spoke. More specifically, Bill listened to Debbie and let her speak. He started going to therapy sessions with her, and the psychologist saw them together and realized right away that his help was actually helping her get better. Bill, who became Debbie's husband in September 2000, was a true comfort and support system. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Tim Hack and Kelly Drew, two 19-year-old high school sweethearts, went missing on August 9, 1980, after attending a wedding celebration at Concord House in Concord, Wisconsin. Searchers discovered a pair of pants, Tim's car with his wallet inside, some ropes, and a pair of women's undergarments strewn over Concord over the course of the following few days. A gruesome finding resulted from these hints. Tim and Kelly's bodies were discovered brutally mutilated and allowed to decay in a field 2 months later. Nearly 30 years later, the culprit, a man so modest that even his neighbors were unaware he had such sinister secrets, was identified thanks to developments in DNA technology, an unusual witness, and an investigator's unwavering pursuit of the truth. But why did it take so long to locate this individual, and who was he? The story for today transports us back to Concord, Wisconsin, a tiny community of just over 2,000 people in Jefferson County. The peaceful town is a great place for those who enjoy the outdoors because it includes a lot of parks and natural areas. Locals frequently engage in outdoor pursuits like biking, hiking, fishing, and camping. At roughly 7%, Concord's violent crime rate is 1/3 of the national average of 22.7%. Concord was the kind of community where neighbors looked out for one another, and people never locked their doors in the 1980s when the major events of today's story took place. Tim Hack and Kelly Drew, both 19-year-old high school sweethearts, thought they could marry, settle down on a farm, raise their kids, and age together in this kind of setting. Tim Hack and Kelly Drew were high school sweethearts who were 19 years old and engaged in 1980. The couple originally met while attending Fort Atkinson High School, despite the fact that Kelly lived with her family in Fort Atkinson, which is also in Jefferson County, while Tim lived with his family in Hebron, a small village in Jefferson County. Kelly was a lovely, compassionate young lady who had a strong interest in cosmetics. Tim was a tough, industrious farm lad. Because of their gentle dispositions, their friends and family adored them both. As a pair, Tim and Kelly were viewed as role models for other young people. Tim began working as a farmer after high school, and his best buddy was a tractor known as the Lonesome Loser. Kelly, meantime, attended beauty school and recently graduated in 1980 with the goal of becoming a beautician and hairstylist. Tim and Kelly went to a wedding reception at Concord House in Wisconsin on August 9, 1980. After the reception, the couple was supposed to go to a carnival with some friends, but they never did. They departed the reception on August 9, 1980 at about 11 p.m., the last time anyone saw them alive, when they were still nowhere to be found or heard from on the morning of August 10, 1980. Tim's father, David Hack, reported them as missing. David discovered Tim's brown Oldsmobile in the Concord House parking lot that same day. Tim's jacket, checkbook, and wallet with $67.00 were all locked inside the car. About 3 miles from Concord House, Kelly's pants and underwear were discovered on the side of the road on August 15th, together with male bodily fluids. By the side of the road, they also discovered some ropes that had been tied by a person who seemed to have military experience. The case took a significant turn when these garments were found. Finding a couple who might have just decided to run off and have a romantic break was suddenly no longer the goal. Instead, it was to try to find them alive, since they were probably in danger. Approximately 2 months later, a group of squirrel hunters from Milwaukee were located approximately 7 miles from Concord House in the Ixonia, Wisconsin area. They discovered Kelly Drew's severely decomposed bones while strolling through a forested area along a railroad track that ran parallel to Highway 16 east of Watertown. She had no clothes on. They discovered a fully clothed male body around 100 yards distant, which they determined to be Tim Hack's. Both of them died by homicide, and the case, which is now officially a homicide, was known as the Sweetheart Murders. Because no murder weapon was discovered at the site, police were unable to determine the cause of death right away. Nevertheless, the medical examiner discovered ligature marks on Kelly and stab wounds on Tim's body, indicating that he died from strangling and stabbing. Kelly's wrists and ankles had ligature marks that were consistent with being bound. Damage and bug activity near Kelly's throat suggests that she was strangled. Additionally, the bodily fluids discovered on Kelly's clothing pointed to assault. Because the Sweetheart Murders had all the makings of a fantastic tale, it began to garner national attention. Police were unable to identify the perpetrator or killers of 2 adolescent sweethearts who seemed to have been killed in a mindless act of violence. In order to determine whether someone might have despised the couple enough to murder them, they started their inquiry by speaking with everyone who knew them. Everyone who attended the wedding celebration, including the Concord House employees who were on duty that evening, was also questioned by police. Edward Wayne Edwards, a handyman employed at the Concord House, was one of the employees that was questioned. According to Edward, who lived in a campsite next to the Concord House close to Interstate 94, he had not seen the pair and was not even at the Concord House when they vanished. He said he was shooting deer in the woods around here, but when the police questioned him about it, they discovered that he had a broken nose. He said he had acquired it while hunting deer. Given that it was August and Wisconsin's deer shooting season began in November, the detectives found it strange. In September 1980, Edward left Wisconsin with his wife and 5 children after being questioned by the police. Eyewitness reports of a filthy-looking van that had been parked close to Tim's car in the Concord House parking lot meantime provided investigators with the most promising lead. Around the time Tim and Kelly were last seen, witnesses said they saw the van abruptly and suspiciously drive away. That was the case with Edward's vehicle, where he frequently kept a .357 revolver. However, authorities had limited options for investigating that lead in the absence of a license plate number or compelling evidence linking him to the crime site. The investigation's remaining leads abruptly stopped. The case fell cold once the file was put away. One of the investigators in charge of the initial investigation, Richard Lewell of the Wisconsin Department of Justice, requested that the case be revisited in 2008, 20 years after Tim Hack and Kelly Drew were murdered. Lewell had been obsessed with the case for nearly 3 decades. He wanted to settle the case as soon as possible because he was getting near to retirement. In an interview, he stated, "As I was reaching my retirement age, DNA was making drastic leaps and bounds. The scientific and technological developments over the past few decades gave him the confidence to pursue the case at this time." His vigorous approach to the matter demonstrated his newly discovered confidence. Lewell suspected that the killer's name would be on file because the police had previously interviewed him during the early phases of the investigation. He simply needed to locate it. Lewell searched through the paperwork, witness accounts, and interview tapes for 2 months before identifying Edward Wayne Edwards. In addition to having the resources and opportunity to conduct the murders, Edwards' decision to relocate his whole family out of Wisconsin soon after being examined by the police prompted suspicions. Lewell's suspicion that Edward was the murderer led him to enlist the help of a group of cold case investigators. They discovered that Edward had been a very challenging person to live with when they spoke with his neighbors during his time in Concord, Wisconsin. He was a restless, short-tempered man who frequently thrashed his wife and kids without warning. He was essentially a monster, they said. In 2008, his 37-year-old son, John Edwards, said of him, "I don't think he knew how to control his emotions. There was some type of rage there." Edwards' daughter, Belicio Edwards, called the police in April 2009 with alarming information. She claimed to have knowledge of certain details regarding the cold case murders of Tim Hack and Kelly Drew that she thought would aid police in wrapping up the case. Her father, Edward Wayne Edwards, a former Marine with a lengthy criminal past, was one of the men she was closest to. Yet this knowledge implicated him. April was an inquisitive youngster growing up, and the most intriguing mystery to her was her father's peculiar existence. She had always wondered about her father's lifestyle and the reasons behind the family's frequent moves. She recalled that they had moved from Concord, Wisconsin, around the time of the unsolved killings of Tim Hack and Kelly Drew, and she saw the news report about them one day when she was an adult. Finally, the pieces were coming together, and she had a gut feeling she needed to call the police. 1933 saw the birth of Edward Wayne Edwards in Akron, Ohio. He had to live in a nun-run orphanage after losing his parents when he was a small child. After experiencing emotional and physical abuse throughout his stay at the orphanage, Edwards became a restless and disobedient adolescent. By the age of 17, he was incarcerated at a juvenile detention facility after multiple run-ins with the law for minor offenses including shoplifting and breaking and entering. Edward was released from juvenile incarceration in 1951 at the age of 18, provided that he enlisted in the United States Marines. However, Edward vanished and had to be dishonorably discharged from the Marines after only a few months of service. He wasn't prepared to abandon the life of crime, and Edward was soon imprisoned for robbery once more. At the age of 22, he broke out of Akron's jail in 1955 and proceeded to loot petrol stations around several states. For the remainder of his 20s and 30s, Edward would live as a fugitive, traveling the nation and performing odd jobs as a handyman, ship docker, and vacuum cleaner vendor. It is clear from his autobiography that Edward relished his fame at this time. He claims that because he wanted to be renowned, he never attempted to hide his name or use a pseudonym while conducting his crimes. Edward was incarcerated again in 1960 at the age of 27, this time for trying to pose as a federal officer. But after he broke out of the jail where he was being held in Portland, Oregon, the FBI listed him on its 10 most wanted list in 1961. Edward was apprehended by the authorities in 1962 and sent in the United States Penitentiary Leavenworth. Nevertheless, he was released on parole in 1967 due to his good behavior. In his autobiography, he credited a kind guard at Leavenworth with helping him grow. Following his release from prison, Edward married and started giving motivational speeches. At the age of 39, Edward made appearances on 2 television programs, To Tell the Truth and What's My Line. In 1972, he also released his autobiography, The Metamorphosis of a Criminal, the true life story of Ed Edwards, and discussed his life as a master criminal on a number of talk shows and game shows. Edwards was listed on the FBI's 10 most wanted list in the late 1000s, 960s. He was one of the suspects in 2 murders that occurred in Portland, Oregon. Although they were unable to provide proof, it was evident from looking up Edward Lane Edwards' criminal history that he had served time in jail and had been found guilty of a number of offenses, including fraud, arson, robbery, and car theft. He had accomplished a great deal. For Edward, everything appeared to be coming together at last. The system had been beaten by him. He was headed toward success. Sadly, Edward's good fortune was short-lived. He killed his first victim in 1977. Billy Loveco, age 21, and his girlfriend Judith Straub, age 18, who lived in Sterling, Ohio, were his victims. On August 7, 1977, Billy and Judith went on a date, but they never came back. Judith's shoes and pocketbook were still in her car when it was discovered later that day in Silver Creek Metro Park's parking lot. On August 8, Norton police searched for Billy and Judith with the help of family members and a National Guard helicopter. Their bodies were discovered by the search team in the dense weeds close to Metro Park. A 20-gauge shotgun had been fired at them directly. Edward got away with the killings because police at the time were unable to link him to the case of Billy and Judith. Additionally, these killings set a pattern that would be followed by Tim and Kelly's murders. At the age of 49, Edward was incarcerated again for arson in Pennsylvania in 1982. In 1993, however, he sent a letter to the FBI asking for his criminal history records for cities in 19 states, demonstrating his continued pride in his criminal achievements. The data were purportedly for a new book he was writing about criminals like Jimmy Hoffa, Charles Manson, and Tony Provenzano that he had met while incarcerated. Edward killed his third person in 1996 when he was 63 years old. His victim was Danny Boy Edwards, a 25-year-old foster son who spent 7 years living with him in Burton, Ohio, before he was brutally murdered. Danny Boy served in the U.S. military, Army. In some way, Edwards persuaded him to leave the service and go home. Edward killed him with 2 gunshots to the face after tricking him into going into the neighboring woods when he arrived home. Danny Boy's body was left in a shallow grave by Edward. Eventually, a hunter discovered it there and informed the police. However, Edward also got away with killing Danny, just like he did with his first round of killings. In addition to the well-known Zodiac deaths, Edward may have been responsible for 15 more murders. John Cameron, a retired homicide investigator, also thought Edward was behind the Zodiac murders and other well-known unresolved cases. These statements, however, are regarded as conspiracy theories because they have not yet been validated. At the age of 77, Edward Edwards died on April 7, 2011, at the Corrections Medical Center in Columbus, Ohio. He died naturally, which was a rather kind conclusion to a heinous crime spree that left 5 people dead and many grieving. On August 31, 2011, Edward was scheduled to be executed by lethal injection, but he fled. Even though Edward was apprehended and subsequently convicted guilty of killing Tim and Kelly, their relatives have not exactly been comforted by this development. Norma Walker, Kelly's mother, stated, "Instead of getting closure, Edward's arrest ripped open old wounds. You hope this day would come, but now that it's here, it's really hard. Everything starts all over again. All the memories come back. He robbed me of my daughter. Robbed me of my Christmases, birthdays, weddings, everything families do together." Tim's family was satisfied knowing that their son and his girlfriend's killer had been apprehended. David, Tim's father, expressed gratitude for the DNA evidence that proved Edward was the murderer and stated he was simply relieved it was ended. Through her podcast, The Clearing, Edward's daughter April Belicio, whose tip led to the cold case's conclusion, now dedicates her time to assisting the families of victims with unresolved cases in finding closure. She looks into unsolved homicide cases and works to have them reopened by the police. Edward Edwards, the murderer of Tim Hack and Kelly Drew, brutally ripped away their promising future. The serial killer Edward had no personal grudges against the pair. It is all the more terrible since they simply happened to be in the wrong location at the wrong time. Some people think Edward evaded justice by passing away from natural causes a few weeks before his scheduled execution, despite the fact that he was eventually captured and given a death sentence for his crime. What are your thoughts about that? Did Edward receive his just deserts? Were his victims given justice? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A person's life can be completely transformed by the emotion of love. It can be tender and loving, or it can be hurtful and disappointing. Almost everyone has times in their lives when they meet someone who becomes special to them, but occasionally these relationships don't work out as planned. In this tale, a man and a woman fell in love, but their relationship ended because of a well-publicized investigation. What transpired between them? For what reason were their parents against their relationship? This video will teach you the answers to these questions. I want to start by saying that this is one of the most unbelievable stories I have ever posted on my channel. Why do those who are meant to protect and serve act indifferently? And everyone will be shocked by this story's conclusion. We will therefore talk about what happened in Kemerovo, Russia, in 2020. The administrative hub of the Kemerovo Oblast is the sizable Russian city of Kemerovo. It is located in western Siberia's southern region. It is one of the biggest cities in Siberia, with a population of over 500,000. On September 24, 1997, Vera Pekteleva was born in Kiselyovsk, Kemerovo Oblast. She developed into a happy, imaginative adult. She enjoyed singing and she won several competitions while she was in school. Despite their divorce while she was in school, Vera's parents, Oksana and Yevgeny, remained friendly. Vera got along well with her mother's new husband and her father's new wife. She was characterized as a non-confrontational, upbeat, and kind individual. As previously mentioned, Vera was a creative person, so her family was taken aback when she chose to attend the State Technical University in Kemerovo after high school graduation, rather than pursue a career in the arts. Vera spent her free time visiting her mother, Oksana, who lived in Kiselyovsk, approximately 110 miles from Kemerovo. Vera met a man her own age, Vladislav Kanius, during one of these visits in 2016. The total opposite of Vera was Vlad, as everyone called him. He was reclusive, irritable, and lacked life goals. Vlad was raised in a dysfunctional household and left school after the 9th grade. He lived with his father after his mother abandoned her family. But the challenges in his life did not stop there. In the end, his father committed suicide as a result of his legal troubles. Vlad was profoundly affected by everything that transpired in front of his eyes. Vera fell in love with Vlad despite the fact that they had little in common. Vera's parents opposed this relationship because they were aware of Vlad's identity. Of course, the guy's life wasn't easy, and we felt sorry for him, but we wanted a completely different life for Vera. We disapproved of her choice. We waited for her to end this relationship, Oksana, her mother, said. Vera's father asked her to break up with Vlad after learning about him. But Vlad and his daughter remained together. She simply ceased discussing him with her parents. Vera's mother, Oksana, recalled, "Vlad was never at our family gatherings. He was not in the photos on Vera's social networks. It was like she was hiding him." An essential fact to note here is that Vera and Vlad moved into Kemerovo together in 2019. Vlad, who was unemployed and did not want to change that, loved living with Vera, and her parents helped pay for the apartment. She was intelligent, attractive, and always had cash in her pocket. She gave him financial support. The couple's relationship was strained. It was obvious that Vlad would not stop abusing alcohol. Her parents thought Vlad had beaten her. Vera ultimately made the decision to end this toxic relationship in November 2019, but her boyfriend was adamantly against it. As previously stated, Vera and Vlad shared an apartment that was partially funded by her parents. In November 2019, Vera made the decision to break up with Vlad. According to logic, Vlad ought to have moved out. He was not going to do it, though. He enjoyed living at the expense of others. This is a passage from Vlad's testimony. It will help you understand what transpired after Vera made the decision to break up with him. However, keep in mind that this is Vlad's testimony. Whether or not you believe what he says is up to you. He stated in his testimony, "On December 15, 2019, I got into a fight with Vera because she wouldn't let me go to a nightclub. Throughout our relationship, Vera started to frequently leave for Kiselyovsk and gradually started to distance herself from me, telling me that she was talking to someone else. Don't forget that a month prior to that, Vera told Vlad that she was ending their relationship. We continued to live in the same apartment during this period, and I also learned that she was seeing someone else through our mutual friend, who informed me that Vera was seeing another man, Alexander, from Kiselyovsk, whom I did not personally know. I wanted to speak with Vera after learning that she was seeing Alexander. After our argument on December 15, 2019, she left and took some items with her, but I kept in contact with her over the phone, and on January 12, 2020, I called Vera and offered to help her move her remaining possessions to a different apartment. Vera accepted my offer to meet and move things, and we decided that I would assist her with the move. We decided to meet in the afternoon on January 13, and she was to come to me for her belongings. On January 13, 2020, at approximately 4 or 6 p.m., Vera arrived, and we packed her and my belongings since I wanted to leave this apartment as well and didn't want to live there without Vera. We drank beer, liqueur, and vodka while packing, and afterward I felt inebriated, and Vera was too. We drank until 5 in the morning on January 14, 2020. We didn't have any arguments while we were drinking, but when I started talking to her about our relationship, suggested that we should get back together, and revealed that I knew she was seeing another man, we started to argue. She didn't like it, so she began to curse, insult me, and hit me, specifically kicking me at least 5 times in the groin and hitting me in the face with her palm at least 8 times. I didn't feel any pain when she slapped me, but I did feel pain when she kicked me between the legs, which is how Vera began hitting me first, and I was upset because she had lied and claimed she wasn't seeing another man. Vera continued to insult me while claiming that I was intruding on her personal life because I was well informed about her. Vlad told the police that version of events. We'll then go over the opposing viewpoint, which provides compelling evidence that Vlad was dishonest in his testimony. Take note of this statement. We drank alcohol until 5 a.m. on January 14, 2020. There were no conflicts between us in the process of drinking alcohol. Vera had no intention of sharing the apartment with Vlad, much less partaking in alcohol. She requested a friend's assistance with the move. Vera left her friend a voicemail at 5:08 p.m. She claimed to have already arrived at the apartment and was gathering her belongings. She promised to arrive at her new apartment around 6 o'clock. Vera requested assistance from a friend to move her belongings from the taxi to the apartment. Vera left another voicemail 3 minutes later. She asked her friend to assist her with the move by coming to the apartment where she and Vlad shared. But before Vera could finish, Vlad interrupted, saying, "No one's coming in here." As a result, he opposed Vera's friend visiting the apartment. 4 minutes later, at 5:15 p.m., Vera asked her friend to come in a low voice, suggesting that things had gotten out of hand. This message appears to have been a request for assistance. She purposefully spoke quietly so Vlad wouldn't hear her. Vlad's commanding voice can be heard once more, at 5:25 p.m., when Vera sent another voicemail. He advises Vera's friend to wait for Vera to text her and not to bother them. Vlad recorded the voicemail himself at 7:19 p.m. Vera was unable to use her phone from that point on. The monster and she were left alone. But we must explain what happened next. The dreadful screams emanating from apartment 738 began to wake up the neighbors on the same floor at around 3 in the morning. A witness referred to the events as a massacre. 15 people gathered in the hallway outside the apartment because the screams were so loud. Among them was Vlad's brother. Since his brother had previously threatened to kill Vera, he recalled Vlad's words and understood that they would have to smash down the door. Since the apartment's door was iron, the neighbors began gathering tools to pry it open. Vera's heartbreaking sobs had been coming from the apartment all along. Eventually, the emergency service calls that people made were included in a different investigation. 30 minutes later, the police were still nowhere to be found. The event ended at 6:30 a.m. People called the police during these 3.5 hours, but nobody responded to Vera's call for help. While Vera was fighting for her life, the witnesses called the emergency services 7 times, but no one answered. Vlad was the last person to speak to them from behind the door. The neighbors eventually located a crowbar in a nearby parking lot and broke down the door after he said, "Vera, forgive me. I love you very much." Vlad was in the restroom by now, and Vera was already dead. He was inebriated. 112 operators were discussing life, laughing, drinking tea, and were extremely upset that they were being bothered, while Vera was suffering a terrible death at the hands of her ex-boyfriend, and the neighbors were futilely attempting to contact the police for assistance. It was only after Vera's death that the police showed up. They will later allege that one car ran out of gas and that no officers were available because everyone was attending to other calls. Consequently, the police officers who were on duty that evening and the 112 operators were also put on trial. The police station video was released while the investigation was underway, but translating it into English is pointless. One word sums it up for me: indifference. And even without subtitles, it is obvious. Recall that Vlad stated in his testimony that he and Vera did not have any disagreements until 5 in the morning, but the forensic analysis revealed that he was lying. 6 hours prior to her demise, Vera sustained her initial injuries. At around midnight, that is, it indicated that she had been beaten and injured by Vlad Knus for 6 hours prior to her passing. She had stab wounds among the approximately 100 injuries on her body. She had broken ribs and a nose. Her neck also had marks from strangulation. And prepare yourself if you were surprised by the police's inaction. You won't be any less surprised by what happened next. At the funeral of Vera Pekulova, over 1,000 people showed up. Not everyone could be accommodated in the church. Vera's mother, Oksana, claims that despite the funeral home's 4-hour makeup attempt, she was still unable to identify her daughter. Her injuries were that severe. Vlad Kanyas, meanwhile, was providing his version of events to the investigators. Naturally, he made an effort to minimize his involvement in this crime. Regarding that evening, he stated, "She didn't like it when I brought up our relationship, suggested that we get back together, and told her that I knew she was seeing another guy. She then began to curse, insult me, and hit me, specifically kicking me at least 5 times in the groin and hitting me in the face with her palm at least 8 times. When she slapped me, I didn't feel any pain, but when she kicked me between the legs, I felt pain. This is because Vera began hitting me first, which infuriated me because I knew everything about her, and she lied when she said she wasn't seeing anyone else. She kept insulting me during this time, so I became enraged and struck her with my palms several times, hitting her head about 4 times, but with little force. When I struck Vera, she fell to the floor, hitting the closet, and she struck me back, specifically hitting my head with her fists and palms, which hurt. I asked her to stop, but she didn't, and I recall that she scratched my back. I then grabbed her by the neck, and after noticing an iron on the floor, I wrapped the iron cord around Vera's neck, tightened it a little, and squeezed her neck for 1.5 minutes or 2. I didn't want to kill Vera, and I didn't know at the time that what I was doing could do so. I was tightening the cord around her neck to frighten her, to make her lose consciousness, to put her to sleep. She began coughing and wheezing for 15 minutes after I took the cord off her neck. Vera was in a prone position when I took the cord off her neck, but I later placed her on her back. At that point, she was unconscious, but she was also making noises, i.e. wheezing, and I assumed she was okay. Vera was not responding when I tried to wake her up, so I put my ear to her mouth and then to her heart to check if her heart was beating. She had no pulse and was not breathing. I don't recall what happened next, but I do recall that I ended up in the bathroom at one point while holding a knife. After a while, the door to the apartment opened and my brother and a policeman were inside, and then I was told to get dressed and taken to the police station. I had a knife with me because I wanted to hurt myself, and I didn't want to live because I knew Vera was dead. I want to apologize to Vera's family for what I did, and I acknowledge that my actions were the reason behind her death. I didn't intend to kill her. Vlad has a selective memory, as you have observed. He recalled strangling Vera, but he couldn't recall how he hurt her roughly 100 times. Furthermore, it was unclear how Vera, lying on her stomach on the floor, could have scratched his back and punched him in the face. It also became evident during the interrogation how Vlad's brother got to the scene of the crime. He lived in a different city after all. Vlad told the police the following. "I called my brother. I told him about what happened. I told him that Vera wasn't breathing, and my brother told me to call an ambulance and give her CPR. I tried to give her first aid. I tried to give her CPR and cardiac massage. He called his brother around midnight and threatened to kill Vera, according to information uncovered during the investigation. When questioned again about Vera's injuries during the second interrogation, he responded as follows. I admit that I caused Vera all of the injuries listed in the report, and I did not count the number of blows I delivered, but I may have been responsible for the injuries the expert discovered on her body. I don't recall how many times I struck her, but I believe it was the same amount. She screamed and insulted me during our argument, and I didn't like hitting her. When I did hit her, I didn't like her screaming, so I wanted her to stop talking. At the time, I didn't consider her suffering." Vlad Kanyas added that he and Vera had agreed to be intimate that night. Since it was impossible to prove the opposite, the charges associated with this were eventually dropped. Negligence charges were brought against emergency service providers and police officers. Unbelievably, they were not suspended from their jobs while the investigation was underway. They persisted in providing absurd justifications for their actions. For each of the 5 defendants, the prosecutor sought actual prison sentences. But the judge made a different decision. They were given suspended sentences ranging from 1.5 to 2 years. Additionally, the court mandated that each give the victims roughly $350. The police department also had to pay about $11,000 at the same time. Although the ruble is the currency of Russia, I have converted all amounts to US dollars so that everyone can understand them. According to the indictment, the police officers had gasoline, and even if they hadn't, they still ought to have taken the proper action to address the situation. However, they didn't view arriving at the scene as an urgent matter. Both police officers did not confess to any wrongdoing and refused to assist with the investigation. They claimed that the investigation team was at another address where a man's body had been discovered earlier when witnesses called to report the woman's screams and cries for assistance. It's likely that we will never find out what actually transpired that evening. Vera had no intention of residing in the apartment. She even asked a friend to assist her in moving. Thus, there is every reason to believe that Vlad poured alcohol into Vera's mouth while she was unconscious, or forced her to drink it. He had time to devise a story that would demonstrate that everything that occurred was accidental. Vlad Canius was given a 17-year prison sentence by the court in the summer of 2022. He partially acknowledged his guilt. Additionally, he was mandated to make a compensation payment of roughly $45,000. Vera's parents were shocked by what transpired next. Since they felt that 17 years was a very light sentence for what Canius had done to their daughter, they intended to appeal the decision. But Vlad was not even imprisoned for a year. Pictures of Canius in uniform were broadcast on the network in November 2023, and it was revealed in April 2023 that he had been pardoned by the president following 6 months of involvement in the war. You are all aware of the nature of the conflict Russia is currently embroiled in. Additionally, he was released from having to compensate Vera's parents in any way. In Russia, Vera Pektaleva's case has generated a lot of interest. Not less poignant was the news of Vlad Canius's pardon. The Russian president's press secretary said the following about it. There is a specific process for pardoning, and we have discussed it on numerous occasions. The first step is for the convicted individual to confess to his guilt. The Federal Bureau of Prisons makes the initial decision, followed by the regional level, the federal district, the Central Commission, and finally the president, who receives the documents for review. This is one method, and there is another in which prisoners, including those incarcerated for severe offenses, redeem themselves on the battlefield by using blood under shells and bullets. When Vera's parents found out that the person who killed their daughter was free and could start over, it's difficult to imagine how they felt. Such a chance will never come to their daughter. She was not given another chance. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Fateful morning. Wake up, is anyone alive in this house? Judy cheerfully entered her sister Linda Slayton's house. The morning of September 4th was normal, but something felt off. Judy paid frequent visits to her nephews, and today was no exception. A cup of hot coffee and a friendly conversation with her sister usually started their day. "Where are you, little slackers?" Judy smiled, peering into her nephew's room, where they were sleeping and rubbing their eyes. She was surprised to see Linda still sleeping, as she usually awoke before the boys left for school. When Judy left the house, she noticed that the window in her sister's room was wide open and one of the curtains was missing. It was strange. "Why aren't you in school yet? Is your mom sick? Why is she still sleeping?" Judy asked as she walked restlessly toward her sister's bedroom. "Linda Slayton, I want to see you." Judy knocked on the door, but no one answered. The next moment she saw something that made her heart sink. Her sister's body lay on the bed, with her head hanging to the floor. The young woman was half undressed, with a wire hanger wrapped around her neck. There was no sign of a struggle in the room, and the closet was open. Otherwise, everything seemed normal. Linda's belongings were lying in their proper places. Judy screamed when she saw her sister's body, and the janitor working outside called the police. The police arrived and asked the children to leave the house, which had now been declared a crime scene. Jeff managed to walk past his mother's room without looking at her body. Tim, on the other hand, looked into the room and discovered his mother had died. The boys were relocated to their grandparents' home for the duration of the investigation. That fateful morning marked the beginning of a mysterious and dark story that would alter their lives forever. Linda Slayton was born on a spring day, March 8, 1950. The girl wished for a large and happy family, but her fate did not go as planned. Linda was 19 years old when she married Frank Slayton. She was already a mother at that age. The couple welcomed their first son, Jeffrey, 3 years before the wedding, and a younger son, Timothy, a year later. Linda was only able to persuade Frank, their children's father, to join them after another year. Unfortunately, this marriage did not live up to her expectations. Linda frequently considered divorce, but fear and addiction kept her from taking that step. However, in 1974, after 9 long years of marriage, she gathered the last vestiges of strength and determination, leaving behind the hell that was their family. Linda took her sons and left Frank Slayton. It was the first step towards a new life, and Linda hoped to provide her sons with the security and happiness they had been denied for so long. She was unaware of the trials that lay ahead, including the fateful day for her family. Linda and her 2 children moved to 303 North Brunel Parkway in Lakeland, Florida, after their divorce, which was one of Polk County's most populous cities in 1981. It was a thriving business district with new residential developments popping up around every corner. These were primarily duplexes, where large families settled. Lakeland's abundance of lawns and greenery was very appealing to residents. The Slayton family owned one of the many duplex homes. Despite this, they did not remain in it for long. Linda and her sons moved to Florida from Hartsella, Alabama, 2 weeks before the horrific crime. What could have caused such a horrific tragedy? Perhaps Linda brought not only her children, but also dark memories from her past. Linda Slayton started a new life as a single mother following her divorce. She tried her hardest to provide for her children while juggling work and home responsibilities. Linda didn't have a car, so her sons walked to school or were driven by neighbors. Despite the difficulties, Linda never gave up and tried to provide her children with everything they required. In addition to school activities, the boys participated in the soccer section, but without a car, it was not always easy to get there. So Coach Joe came to their rescue. He regularly drove the brothers from their home to the stadium and back. Linda was actively preparing for her mother's move 1 week before the tragic events occurred, on September 4th. She was confident that a woman living with them would be able to assist Linda with daily household chores while also creating a comfortable and family-friendly environment. On the evening of September 3rd, Jeff returned home from his workout. He had an empty stomach and there was no food in the house, so he decided to go to his grandmother's house. When he returned around 9:30 p.m., his brother and mother were not home. The boy turned on the television to distract himself, but his anxious thoughts persisted. The argument he had with his mother the day before did not make him feel better. He tried to forget about it, but when he returned home and didn't see his relatives, he felt a strange longing. Usually, at this time, their house was filled with excitement. Linda's mother was cooking dinner in the kitchen, and the aroma of delicious food filled the house. Her younger brother, Tim, was merrily hanging around, occasionally running up to Jeff, hoping for a conversation. But, sensing his brother's displeasure, he ran back to his mother. These moments occurred several times before everyone gathered around the table for dinner around 11:30 p.m. The noise and laughter of family members in the hallway interrupted Jeff's thoughts. His heart began to beat more calmly. His mother and brother returned home, and Jeff resumed watching the movie that was about to end at dinner. Linda planned to spend the evening with her neighbors and play cards, but first she decided to do some housework. When his younger brother Tim went to bed, Jeff stayed to help his mother wash the dishes. He decided to stop by her room and apologize for their earlier fight. Jeff recalls saying, "I love you, Mom. I'll see you tomorrow." If only he had known that those were the last words he could say to his mother. September 4th, 1981, was a tragic day in the lives of 2 brothers, Tim, 12, and Jeff, 15. On that terrible day, they discovered their mother, Linda Slatton, dead in bed. Linda was only 31 when this happened. Who could have committed such heinous cruelty to the mother of two defenseless children? Was Linda the victim of a random attack, or did they know who it was? After Jeff and Tim left for their grandmother's house, Lakeland Police Department Sergeant Edgar Pickett arrived on the scene. He was the first detective to begin looking into this terrible tragedy. As soon as he arrived, police officers, reporters, and ambulances rushed to the house, which was cordoned off. Yellow tape reading "Crime Scene, No Trespassing" was wrapped around the house. Sergeant Pickett was the first to discover the key piece of evidence in the case. He discovered a palm print on a window with no curtain that did not belong to Linda, who had been murdered. This footprint could have been an important DNA sample, but at the time, DNA testing was not widely available to determine the exact cause of Linda's death. Her body was taken for an autopsy, which revealed bruises on her shoulders, arms, and neck. The fact that she was half naked suggested a possible rape. After a thorough autopsy, it was discovered that Linda had been severely beaten, abused, and strangled with a hanger from her closet. This horrific scenario sparked the investigation, but there were still many unanswered questions about Linda Slatton's murder. The police decided to investigate the Slatton family's genealogical tree. The first suspect was Linda's ex-husband, Frank Slatton. According to available information, he was a violent and aggressive man who frequently abused his wife and children and showed no concern for the family. Frank was immediately suspected by the police, as would be expected. He was detained for questioning, but it was quickly revealed that he was in Alabama on the night of the murder. Nonetheless, the police did not dismiss him as a suspect. The second suspect was Linda's oldest son, Jeff. The day before the murder, he and his mother had a heated argument. According to witnesses, Linda and her son's relationship had recently become strained. Jeff, the family's eldest child, had been through it all, first with an abusive father and then with his mother, who was raising his brothers on her own. Their frequent disagreements were in plain view, but Jeff always tried to mend fences and make peace with his mother, just as he did the night before Linda's death. The police administered 2 polygraph tests to Jeff, both of which yielded negative results, eliminating him from the suspect list. Linda's boyfriend, whose name has not been released, came in 3rd place on the suspect list. This white man was Linda's close friend and frequently socialized with her children. However, polygraph testing revealed nothing suspicious, forcing the police to clear him. Following Linda's funeral, the family gradually began to put their lives back together. The boys returned to school, attempting to forget about the horrific incident at 303 North Brunel Parkway. Tim continued to attend soccer practice, and he always felt supported by his teammates and coaches. Coach Joe kept his promise and continued to give Tim rides home after practice. A month after the tragedy, Tim hung a photo of the team and coach over his bed. The case of Linda's murder remained unsolved as weeks turned into months and then years. The Slatton brothers had to accept the harsh reality of their new life. Their mother had been murdered, leaving only their grandparents, Clarence and Margaret Harris, to support them during this difficult time. It had been 17 years since Linda Slatton's horrific murder. The years passed, and the boys who had lost their mother had grown into mature men who loved and cared for their own families. Both brothers started families, with Jeff having 2 children. However, he never forgot about last night. "I didn't hear anything at all. Even the neighbors claimed they didn't hear anything suspicious that night. It weighs heavily on me," he frequently repeated in conversation with his loved ones, sometimes sitting in front of the television waiting for dinner while his wife fussed in the kitchen and his children ran around him. Jeff would catch a glimpse into the past. At such times, he was transported back to his childhood home and the last evening with his mother, recalling the unsettling feelings that had gripped him. That last evening appeared to foreshadow a horror that would alter his life forever. Jeff was brought back to reality every time he heard the voices of his children and wife during a rescue. Despite their successful lives, the brothers had never abandoned the investigation and worked tirelessly to keep the case alive. They returned to Lakeland on a regular basis to check on the status of their mother's case. Tim said in a telephone interview, "No matter how many investigators are replaced, we always remind them that we are waiting to find whoever killed our mom. The burden is on us, and I can't let it go." In 2001, detectives discovered a new lead that could lead to the resolution of this long-standing mystery. Police arrested Jimmy Ulmer, a man with similar demeanor to Linda's murderer in the same neighborhood. He was charged with the attempted murder of a young girl who he attempted to pull through her room's window. The police began investigating his connections and alibis and discovered that he had already been sentenced to 80 years in prison for other crimes. For the cops, he was the primary suspect. However, a minor issue arose. Jimmy had died by then, and DNA testing was no longer possible. However, Jimmy's mother agreed to give a sample of her DNA. Unfortunately, the results did not match the sample discovered at Linda's murder scene, and the investigation was again left unanswered. Edgar Pickett, the investigator looking into Linda Slayton's murder, resigned in 1998 and was replaced by Brad Grace, a new detective. Grace discovered an unidentified DNA sample collected at the crime scene. In 1981, he decided to send the sample to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, the state's largest laboratory, in the hopes of identifying Linda's killer through DNA analysis. By 1999, the department had the resources to conduct such tests, so Detective Grace jumped into action. He went over the list of suspects and decided to take DNA samples from each of them. In 2001, he was confident that he could identify the perpetrator using his DNA. He first contacted the Slayton brothers, asking them to provide DNA samples for comparison with those found at the crime scene. The results of the analysis completely eliminated the brothers as suspects. Detective Grace then contacted Linda's former husband, Frank Slayton. Frank had reevaluated his life after Linda's death and was now leading a fulfilling life. Frank voluntarily submitted his DNA samples again, but no matches were discovered. Grace sent DNA samples from the unknown perpetrator to the FBI in 2005, where they were tested against data in the federal database. These comparisons were made on a regular basis, but proved inconclusive. Detective Grace retired 17 years after Linda Slayton's murder and was succeeded by Detectives Tammy Hathcock and Russell Hurley. After 3 more years of research, Tammy Hathcock discovered a new DNA recognition technology developed by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. She submitted a DNA sample from the crime scene to expert Cecil Moore. Cecil Moore used a genealogical database and other documents to create a family tree that led to the person suspected of killing Linda Slayton. This was a watershed moment in the investigation, as well as one that shocked the Slayton brothers. One of the photographs in Tim's bedroom showed the killer's face. That man turned out to be Joseph Clinton Mills, better known as Coach Joe. Police began investigating Mills' background and discovered that he had been charged with grand larceny and forging a will, but had not been convicted. His fingerprints and palm prints were stored in police databases. To prove Joseph Mills's guilt, police had to compare his DNA to that discovered at the scene of Linda Slayton's murder. Detectives decided to obtain a DNA sample from Mills without his knowledge. The accuracy of this information is unknown, but this is the version included in the case. Police emptied a dumpster at Mills's house and discovered a Band-Aid with blood on it. Detectives were currently looking into the suspect's background. Joseph Mills had spent the majority of his life in Kettman, a town located just 30 minutes from the crime scene. He had a family, including children and grandchildren. 2 weeks later, the lab's response came back. The DNA from Linda Slayton's murder scene matched Joseph Mills' DNA, which became a critical piece of evidence in the case, and Joseph Mills was arrested and charged with Linda Slayton's murder in December 2019. Joseph Mills was arrested and taken to the police station for questioning. He was only 20 years old when Linda Slayton was murdered. Detectives interviewed Mills over the phone in 1981, but he was not named a suspect in the murder. After years of investigation, Mills could no longer deny his involvement in the crime. His testimony stated that on the night of the murder, he went to Linda's house with her permission for sexual relations, but detectives questioned his version. They suspected Mills had been watching Linda for some time because he frequently drove her children to practice. According to the investigator's account, after the coach returned the boy home from practice, he waited until the house was empty before sneaking into Linda's room through a window and hiding in a closet. He waited until Linda was alone in the room before coming out of hiding, beating and abusing her, and strangling her with a wire hanger from her closet. At trial, Joseph Mills was convicted of first-degree murder and rape. The investigation and trial provided long-awaited justice for this heinous crime that had gone unsolved for years. The murdered woman's sons were still stunned and unable to comprehend why Joseph had murdered their mother. The court hearing was tense. Linda Slayton's children, Tim and Jeff, sat on a spectator bench and defended their mother's memory. Joseph Clinton Mills, also known as Coach Joe, was the center of attention. This man, who was once regarded as a role model, sat in an accusatory cage. His expression was cold and indifferent, as if nothing had occurred. Tim Slayton, the oldest of the brothers, looked at the man he had once admired and saw the face of evil. Tim's eyes burned with indignation, and he jumped to his feet, turning to Joseph. "Why? I just want to understand why, Joe. Why did you kill our mom? Why did you take her away from us? We were so happy." Mills only mumbled back, "I'm a good man." He never apologized or expressed regret to the Slayton family. Probably even the killer struggled to explain his actions. Tim was taken aback because he had looked up to Coach Joe as a role model when he was younger. Now he's left, with only questions and painful memories. Joseph Mills was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. As if a heavy stone had fallen from the Slayton brothers' shoulders, their mother was finally avenged, and while the brothers console themselves with the thought that the killer will spend the rest of his life in prison, they are still enraged that Joseph Mills was free for nearly 40 years, while they lost their mother. Linda Slayton's story, her tragic death, and years of investigation have left an indelible impression on her sons Tim and Jeff Slayton, two brothers who not only witnessed the tragedy, but also became first-hand participants in the investigation, sharing their thoughts and feelings. "He kept asking us how the case was going," recalls Tim, the older brother. "He didn't ask specific questions. He just wanted to know if there was any news on the case, if there was any new evidence, and I just told him that nothing had changed." Tim is still shocked that his mother's killer was a man he considered a friend and respected. The picture of him standing behind Joseph Mills has always reminded him that life goes on, even without his mother. Jeff, the younger brother, is constantly thinking about how his life would have turned out if his mother had been alive. This tragedy has created an unbearable void in his heart that nothing can fill. Despite the hardships and suffering, the Slayton brothers strive to live a fulfilling life for their mother, Linda Slayton. They visit her grave on a regular basis, placing fresh flowers and praying that she knows they will never forget her and will continue to fight for justice. Linda Slayton's story is one of bravery, incredible endurance, and the fact that even after the most heinous losses, the love and memory of loved ones live on in the hearts of those who remain. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. It was the 3rd of November, 2006. Justine Abshire, 27, was in the honeymoon period of her marriage. As a newlywed, she had much to look forward to. Justine wanted to have children. Justine adored her husband of just 5 months, Eric Abshire, who had 2 children from a previous relationship. They met in 1999 while both working at Lowe's home improvement store. Justine was a cashier, and Eric was her manager. She was only 20 years old. He was 26 and informed her that he had 2 young daughters. Following Eric's military service in the Marines, they married, and he started his own hauling business driving a dump truck. Justine also found a suitable position as a kindergarten teacher at Emerald Hill Elementary in Culpeper, VA. Justine went to work on November 3, but her colleagues noticed something was wrong. They noticed her seemingly swollen eyes and assumed she was crying. Justine, on the other hand, assured them that her condition was the result of allergies. Later that day, while pursuing her master's degree at UVA, she ran into her classmates again. She arrived 30 minutes late and wore sunglasses inside. When the class ended at 7 p.m., Justine left immediately. Her coworkers had no idea that it would be the last time they saw her. A distressing 911 call was received at 1:57 a.m. from Taylorsville Road in Barboursville, Virginia, reporting a hit and run. When the police arrived, they found Eric in a state of hysteria, cradling his lifeless wife, Justine, in the middle of the road. Unfortunately, Justine had died as a result of a car accident. Eric told the police that Justine called him at 1:19 a.m. to report a car breakdown and request assistance. She was approximately 5 miles from their home. Eric jumped on his motorcycle and rushed to the location she specified, only to find her lying on the road. Eric sat with Justine, covering her with his jacket, before setting out to find help. He approached several nearby houses and knocked on doors, hoping to find help. At 1:57 a.m., one of the homeowners called 911. Eric later admitted to the police that he had his cell phone in his pocket, but he hadn't realized it at the time, while on paper. Initially, the scene appeared to be a hit-and-run case. That viewpoint shifted very quickly. The police investigation revealed a lack of typical evidence related to a hidden run on Taylorsville Road in Barboursville, Virginia. Despite her severe injuries, Justine and her clothing showed no broken glass, skid marks, tire marks, debris, or blood. This absence led authorities to suspect that her death was not the result of a random collision, but rather of a deliberate act. The situation becomes even more complicated. Despite Eric's claims of mechanical problems, the police discovered that Justine's car was in good working order with no defects. This inconsistency raised questions about the veracity of Eric's account. Justine was very close to her parents, Heidi and Stephen Swartz, as well as her sister, Lauren Swartz, and they were devastated when Eric's brother called to tell them that Justine had died. Their shock and devastation turned into confusion. They knew Justine well. She was afraid of the darkness. She was even described as afraid of her own shadow, so they couldn't understand why she would choose to drive alone at night. The perplexity grew when her body was discovered 600 feet away from her car, which contained her purse, coat, and keys. This raised questions about why she would leave these belongings and walk away from the vehicle, especially after calling Eric to come and pick her up. Only 2 days after Justine's memorial service, an important revelation occurred. Heidi, Justine's mother, entered a restaurant and burst into tears. Sensing Heidi's distress, a compassionate restaurant employee offered to help, prompting Heidi to tell the heartbreaking story of Justine, the kindergarten teacher who was killed by a car. To Heidi's surprise, the woman revealed an astonishing fact. Justine had not died in a hit-and-run. She had been murdered, and her husband, Eric, was the primary suspect. It turned out that some people believe Eric was involved in Justine's death. When questioned by the police, Eric gave a detailed account of the evening, claiming that everything was normal. According to him, Justine returned home after 7 p.m., and he arrived shortly thereafter. He mentioned being with Justine for a while before getting a call from Martha Jefferson Hospital, where his ailing mother was. The call brought the distressing news of his mother's deteriorating health. Eric told the police that he returned to the hospital and remained there until 11:30 p.m. He did not return home immediately. Instead, he went to their storage unit on Route 33 in Rockfordville and stored his motorcycle. Eric left his car in the storage unit, took out his motorcycle, and went riding. He told the cops he wanted to clear his mind. According to Eric's account, he returned home around 12:30 a.m. when Justine was awake and ready to talk. However, an argument arose between them when Justine wanted to discuss his mother's health, which Eric was hesitant to discuss. He informed the cops that he felt the need for solitude. In response, Justine allegedly said, "Well, maybe I need to be alone too." According to Eric, Justine left and drove away in her 2002 Ford Mustang. Eric told the cops he was unconcerned because he expected Justine to return and was casually watching television. His next contact with Justine came at 1:19 a.m. when she called him and was angry. She explained that her car had broken down and asked him to pick her up, specifying the exact location. He stated that it took him approximately 10-15 minutes to leave the house after receiving Justine's call, as he needed to put on his shoes, grab his jacket, keys, and helmet. Eric stated that he found her between 1:39 a. 1:44 a.m. The police found Eric's account suspicious, especially given the crime scene and Justine's injuries. This prompted them to conduct a thorough investigation into the events surrounding Justin's death. It will take 4 years, but the police will eventually have enough evidence to charge Eric. He was charged with first-degree murder of his wife. The prosecution claimed that Eric committed the murder with the intent to end his marriage, and for financial gain. The court was informed that Justine had undergone a significant transformation in the months preceding the November incident. She stopped meeting with friends, ignored calls, and even turned down a friend's housewarming gift of flowers, citing Eric's ban on accepting gifts. The prosecution claimed Justine was killed somewhere else and then dumped on the road where she was discovered, as part of Eric's hit-and-run scheme. Their argument was that this was done to secure a $1.05 million insurance payout. According to the prosecution, Justine's injuries contradicted the theory of a vehicular collision. She suffered 113 blunt trauma injuries, including several broken bones, lacerated organs, and 23 head wounds. Surprisingly, there was little blood at the scene. The prosecution presented testimony from 2 medical examiners that called into question the notion that Justine died as a result of being hit by a car while standing on the road. Instead, they claimed that she was brutally assaulted, strangled, and then run over after death. Dr. Todd Lokasiewicz, who conducted Justine's autopsy, testified that his findings were consistent with manual strangulation. He discovered deep tissue bruising in the neck muscles and hemorrhages in the eye and lip. He testified that Justine had sustained numerous severe internal injuries. Some wounds did not bleed, indicating that they occurred after Justine's death. He reported finding less than half of the blood he expected in her chest and abdominal cavities. The second medical examiner pointed out that the average female body contains 5 liters of blood, but Justine had less than 1 liter. This inconsistency, according to the prosecution, contradicted the scarcity of blood found on the road, supporting their claim that she was killed somewhere else. Susan Crawford, Eric's high school girlfriend and mother of his 2 children, testified that less than 2 hours before he discovered Justine on the road, he inquired about their future together. They exchanged 43 calls that day, during which Eric expressed his feelings for Allison. In court, Allison stated that he asked if there was any hope for our relationship, revealing Eric's admission of regret for marrying Justine. Another witness testified for the prosecution. Cecil Roebuck stated that he was on Greene County's side roads late that night looking for a school bus. He explained to the court that he was unfamiliar with the roads and pulled his car into a driveway to turn around. Cecil claimed that a man approached him and informed him that his wife's car was nearly out of gas. He asked Cecil to follow him to a gas station, but before they arrived, the man pulled over and informed Cecil that his car had run out of gas. He asked Cecil for a lift back to his house, and he agreed. Cecil stated that he did not associate the incident with Justine's case until 2 years later, when he saw a program about her death. He told the court that he thought the man was Eric and that he had helped him stage the hit and run, albeit unbeknownst to him at the time. The court was made aware of Eric's financial difficulties during the proceedings. Justine's father, Steve Swartz, testified in court and revealed that his daughter was the couple's primary credit holder, and at the time of her death, they owed $85,000. The insurance claims adjuster has testified about several policies with Eric as the beneficiary. Less than a fortnight after Justine's death, Eric filed an uninsured motorist claim that, if approved, would have awarded him $100,000, with the possibility of an additional $1.05 million if the commercial aspect was approved. Notably, Justine's name appeared on the insurance for one of the dumpster trucks. In 2009, Eric filed for bankruptcy and received $330,000 to pay off his outstanding debts. This financial backdrop enriched the court's understanding of the case. During the trial, some evidence was presented in the absence of the jury, including allegations about an affair Eric allegedly had a month before his wedding and 3 days after Justine's death. Furthermore, it was suggested that he had explicit photos of a woman, but destroyed them to avoid negative perceptions. The prosecution claimed that Eric's cell phone records contradicted his claim of being at Martha Jefferson Hospital, claiming that he was actually at home during critical periods. This, according to the prosecution, gave him enough time to commit the crime. They told the jury that 2 periods late in the evening and into the following morning were particularly important, beginning at 10:04 p.m. until 11:23 p.m., until 11:23 p.m., and from 12:08 a.m. When a call came in from Justine's phone at 1:19 a.m., the cell phone record showed that he was at home, not in the hospital. The prosecution emphasized to the jury that Eric used his phone 157 times on the day of the incident, making his claim of only realizing it was in his pocket after discovering Justine's body highly implausible. Furthermore, the prosecution highlighted Eric's background as a Marine with key PR and first aid training, claiming that despite this training, he made no attempt to assist Justine. The prosecution revealed a compelling and unsettling detail. Eric had a derogatory nickname for Justine, calling her Thing. The defense maintained that Justine's death was the result of a hit-and-run accident. They maintained that Eric's alibi was credible, claiming that he was at Martha Jefferson Hospital until 11:30 p.m., visiting his mother, and then went to a storage unit to get his motorcycle. The defense argued that the prosecution's timeline did not allow Eric enough time to kill Justine and stage a hit and run in support of their claim of a happy marriage. The defense presented Eric's brother as a witness who had lived with the couple for some time. He testified to the genuine happiness in Eric and Justine's relationship, emphasizing his positive interactions with Justine to refute the prosecution's claim. The defense challenges the credibility of witness Cecil. They suspected he was motivated by a $50,000 reward for information offered by Justine's parents, as well as a desire to receive favorable treatment in relation to 2 felony fraud charges he was facing over a $10,000 debt. The defense sought to undermine Cecil's credibility as a witness, questioning his motives and potential bias. Despite the defense's efforts to challenge the case, including claims about the medical examiner's alleged failure to perform a specific procedure, the jury ultimately found Eric guilty of first-degree murder. The decision was made using the evidence presented at trial, which included the prosecution's arguments about the nature of Justine's injuries, the timeline of events, and Eric's actions. Eric was sentenced to life in prison after being found guilty of the charges. During Eric's sentencing hearing, the court heard moving victim impact statements, including one from Justine's sister, Lauren. Lauren stated that for the 7 years preceding her death by Eric, I watched my sister's life deteriorate. She became quiet, withdrawn, poor, scared, and a victim of domestic violence, all of which I witnessed firsthand. In retrospect, I feel like I witnessed her death. Lauren's testimony at the sentencing hearing painted a distressing picture of Eric and Justine's relationship. She claimed that she saw Eric physically shove Justine before they married. Justine also confided in her about several other instances of abuse. Justine's family and friends noticed a shift in her personality in the months leading up to November 28th. Justine had always been kind, loving, and friendly, and while she retained those qualities, she stopped meeting with friends and colleagues for social occasions. She was withdrawn and silent, a shell of her former self. The testimony also revealed that Justine, driven by a sense of worthlessness, went to great lengths to please Eric. Even on their wedding day, there were signs of discord. Eric was distant, preferring to go out on his motorcycle alone. Justine missed several wedding-related activities, including lunch, and spent the second night alone in the hotel. Notably, Eric's violent past came to light during the hearing. He had previously been charged with malicious wounding and was under a protective order from the mother of his 2 children. Eric claimed that this was the result of a verbal disagreement that escalated into a physical altercation, in which he attacked him and hit him in the face with a remote control. Through self-defense, he claimed to have grabbed her shirt and throat. Throughout the 4 years that police investigated the case, Justine's family fought tirelessly to ensure that justice was served. Her father, Steve Swartz, stated that in addition to wanting Justine's case resolved, he sincerely hopes that no one else is hurt before that occurs. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more.